Hello everyone, it's me again. Tonight I'm back with this series. I became a part-time employee for the gods. It's a great story, please follow along. Udamdiok is an unemployed man with no special talents, living day-to-day through interviews just to survive. One day, in a fit of rage, he looked up at the sky and vented his anger at the gods. And as a result, he was struck by lightning and fainted. When he woke up, a floating status window appeared before his eyes, announcing that he had been recruited as a part-time employee for the gods. Udamdiok's life was a series of bad luck and aimlessness. He sat in a strange interview where a cold interviewer asked about water filtration mechanisms. Udamdiok quickly replied that he would use the company's own filter. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the next question about his motivation for applying, making his face freeze because he had no legitimate reason. And then the interviewer looked straight at him and said mercilessly, "Aren't you ashamed?" The whole room suddenly fell silent. Udamdiok was bewildered, his face full of question marks, not expecting that guy to say such a thing. He tapped his hand on the table as if to say, with a look that couldn't be more contemptuous, he mocked Udamdiok again for applying to a large corporation despite having no talent. Despite posting a job ad, these guys were now mocking the candidate. Udamdiok clenched his fists. He was tired of this so-called talent. After the existence of dungeons was announced, the hidden abilities within each person began to manifest. People called it talent. Along with that, civilization advanced significantly. Many believed that talent was a blessing for humanity. And our male lead once believed that too, until he realized he didn't have any talent at all. Back to the present, the interviewers kept mocking him as an untalented person who didn't fit the company. Udamdiok sighed at the unethical words of those arrogant people. Unable to hold back anymore since he wasn't being hired anyway, he exposed the hypocritical faces of those discriminating against the untalented. As if their dark secret was exposed, the interviewer immediately fell silent. Udamdiok was fed up with their attitude of treating others like slaves. When he spoke out, they flocked in to preach, which was exhausting to hear. They told him he acted lowly but didn't look at themselves. Udamdiok wasn't easy to bully. He frankly spoke his mind. We all want to be treated politely. Everyone has their own ego. Udamdiok demanded an apology. Upon hearing that, the arrogant guys over here laughed like crazy. They didn't think they were wrong and even wanted to kick him out and make him apologize instead. Looking at those haughty faces, Udamdiok slowly stood up to give them one more chance. But the result remained the same. At this point, Udamdiok brought out his trump card. The conversation from earlier until now had been recorded by him. Holding it in his hand, Udamdiok sneered and exposed their wrongdoings, from discrimination to posting misleading job ads. No longer haughty, the interviewer began to panic and made up a silly excuse that he just wanted to make the atmosphere less dull. But having endured so much mockery, he wouldn't let it go easily. Udamdiok insisted on walking away despite them begging for an apology. One guy spoke up to apologize, but Udamdiok forcefully brushed off the dirty arm that was about to reach out. He sternly reminded them to see if they would dare repeat what they just said before the Human Rights Commission. All three of them froze on the spot, their careers essentially ruined because of their own terrible personalities. The sky today was still clear blue, but Udamdiok was still very angry about what happened earlier. Lacking talent, he used his cunning to make up for it. Udamdiok's report had also been sent to the Human Rights Commission by now. Continued to complain about that nonsense talent when suddenly a sound rang out. Oh my god. What an incredibly unlucky male lead. Before his anger subsided, Udamdiok stepped on a piece of chewing gum. He stomped his feet repeatedly, blaming whoever chewed gum without the decency to wrap it in paper before throwing it away. Udamdiok could be crowned the unluckiest male lead of the year. Having just faced two disasters, the third one arrived as water was splashed in his face. He stared blankly up at the deep sky. Today's sweltering summer heat suddenly felt hotter than usual. Day quickly turned into evening. Udamdiok finally returned to his room after 7749 disasters. He stood blankly in front of the window. Exhausted, he was about to sit down when he saw a mess left by some drunks right by the window. Knowing he just had bad luck, Udamdiok cleaned up while talking to his mother on the phone. He sat down, pretending he was fine. While asking his mother how the hospital food was, she blamed herself for making him struggle. Mom said it would be great if they could pay off the debt to the uncle Udamdiok hated so much. Then he reassured his mother that he was fine, but in reality he was struggling a lot. Sitting in the empty room, he comforted his mother that everything was still going smoothly and promised to see her later. Hanging up, Udamdiok left the room and went outside with a face full of emotion. He opened a pack of cigarettes. Perhaps only this could help him drown his sorrows. However, as if the heavens wanted to cut off his path, the cigarette he just lit was extinguished by rain. In a fit of rage, Udamdiok threw his lighter away. He angrily looked up at the sky to express his resentment, because his life was already too miserable. Then, in a series of loud shouts, Udamdiok even cursed God because he didn't care if gods were real or not. A fist full of sorrow slammed into the ground. He didn't want to live like this and didn't deserve to go through it. Damdiok's tears mingled with the raindrops. He wanted someone to take responsibility. Perhaps that rage reached the ears of God. A massive bolt of lightning appeared right before Udamdiok's eyes. But now he wasn't afraid of anyone anymore. He raised his middle finger in challenge. Damn it! Do something! Eat me alive! Just as he vented his anger, Udamdiok's face suddenly glowed strangely. And without a doubt, the large lightning bolt struck our unlucky male lead directly. Immediately, he felt death approaching. A truly ridiculous death. Lying in the yard with electricity still running through him, he was still worried about his mother. But if the male lead died this early, there wouldn't be any good story left to watch. His consciousness gradually blurred and then he woke up. Udamdiok felt like he had just returned from the dead. Not knowing where he was or who he was, collapsed in the middle of the yard. He still couldn't believe he was alive. The sky was still clear blue, except that a familiar system suddenly appeared. Recruitment notice appeared on it. The gods are waiting for you. Outside, the rain was still pitter-pattering. The window in Udamdiok's room was still slightly open. He sat in the room, his mind in a haze, wondering if gods really existed. His phone screen was shattered after the lightning strike earlier. Looking at his hands, he was amazed that he was still alive after being struck by lightning, without even a single scratch. Besides that, there was that annoying system board in front of him constantly showing recruitment lines. Udamdiok muttered to himself, seeing that it looked exactly like the status window of those with innate talents. An idea flashed. He thought he had been granted some talent after that lightning bolt. Thinking so, Udamdiok cleared his throat and called for the status window to verify. And of course, since it wasn't a status window, there was no reaction at all. Udamdiok realized that, and then he saw it looked more like employee recruitment notices. As soon as he finished speaking, the system emitted a strange blue light again. From one, it suddenly multiplied into dozens. It looked like he had wandered onto another planet. There were so many systems they lit up the whole room. Udamdiok realized these were indeed part-time job recruitment notices. He smiled bitterly, lamenting that his life ultimately revolved around part-time work. After laughing, Udamdiok sighed helplessly at this miserable life. Then he thought seriously. He had nothing left to lose, so if there was an opportunity, he should just go for it. Udamdiok looked at the system and saw it was divided into detailed sections. He randomly picked an Agree button. Immediately, the blue turned to red, warning Udamdiok of a lack of divine power. Then the system answered, "It is the energy used by the gods." After reading, Udamdiok sighed. How could a mortal like him have such a thing, when he didn't even have a talent? Then Udamdiok fell into deep thought, seeing that it wasn't dangerous, so he considered this a chance to change his life. Lowering his hand, Udamdiok showed determination that he would try once. He thought it was like job-seeking apps, so he touched the system where the Find Part-Time Work line appeared. After searching for a while, he saw the line No Divine Power Required, which made his eyes light up. It was the Midgard dungeon construction that didn't require divine power. Udamdiok quickly selected it. Information immediately appeared. Recruited by Thor, gathering manpower for dungeon construction, as long as you can do manual labor. Hearing the word, dungeon, Udamdiok immediately imagined scenes filled with monsters everywhere. He covered his mouth in shock, unable to believe his eyes about a dungeon created by the gods. But putting that aside, Udamdiok noticed the salary was 12 Thor coins. Looking at it, he didn't know if it could be converted into human money. But thinking that gods are supreme, he bet their money also had great value. So Udamdiok immediately pressed the Accept button. He decided to go all out. A large source of light from the system enveloped him right then. That light shone straight up into the sky. Finally, it reached a giant tree. Udamdiok was brought here in a rather violent manner. His feet touched the ground before he could even regain his composure. His whole body had just been washed clean and fragrant, but now it was messy along with extreme confusion. Standing before the strange scenery, Udamdiok didn't know what had just happened. He thought he was dreaming because he had never seen this place before. It must be a lucid dream. Udamdiok didn't notice a creature lurking behind him, rushing quickly toward him. Hearing a noise, Udamdiok also glanced back. Right then, its teeth were almost touching his face. Facing this hideous creature, Udamdiok closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Unexpectedly, a large hand timely blocked it, protecting him from danger. Udamdiok was once again astonished to see another person appear. With a burly figure and bulging muscles, he easily subdued that creature like a mosquito. Then his eyes focused on Udamdiok. As soon as he looked, He recognized him as the new employee, but before his massive appearance, Udamdiok was terrified. Turned out this was Thor, the Norse god of thunder and son of Odin. A gentle pat on the shoulder from Thor was enough to make Udamdiok jump. Then he carried the small Udamdiok off to the workplace. Udamdiok now observed God Thor closely, with his massive body and thick beard. He also noticed the hammer Mjolnir hanging at his hip. At this point, he finally believed that this was the real Thor. Then God Thor struck up a conversation, firmly asserting that he was a god from Asia based on his appearance. Udamdiok's eyes widened, not expecting him to think he was a real god. Then he noticed two other gods. There was absolutely no human here. Udamdiok suddenly realized he was the only human in this place. So he took a risk and claimed to be a god from a small mountain. God Thor laughed excitedly and grabbed Udamdiok's hair friendly, thinking he was a mountain god. Then Thor suddenly noticed his clothes, thinking he was too immersed in human culture, which made him panic. He laughed loudly, making the excuse that he often went down the mountain to learn more about human needs. God Thor believed him and asked if he could do the work. He smiled sinisterly, stating that his job was to create a place that would make humans suffer. Udamdiok smiled awkwardly and admitted he could do it. Then he asked if he knew about the Minotaur's labyrinth, and Udamdiok replied that he did. Hearing that, God Thor smiled mysteriously, making Udamdiok feel confused. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared, catching his attention. A powerful golden light enveloped everything as birds spread their wings and flew. Both of them stood before a labyrinth. That was the idea for creating this dungeon, and Udamdiok would have to build the labyrinth along with the gods. Udamdiok looked up in awe. It's wonderful. Right then, a guard came over and called him, "Hey newcomer, get over here quickly." Hearing that, Udamdiok followed. "Yes, I'm coming." From inside, an announcement rang out. Area E6 needs cart support. 3 demons nearby replied, "Coming," while the newcomer scrambled out of a hole. While Udamdiok was eating with his colleagues, a voice called from outside, "Area E1 needs more manpower." He hurriedly replied, causing food to spray out of his mouth. "Huh? Oh my god." The guard was about to announce Area C2 when Udamdiok suddenly appeared with a creepy laugh. "I'm here," making him scream in shock. Seeing him turn to leave, the guard reminded him, "So hard-working. Hey, be careful. Don't fall into any pits or ditches over there." Udamdiok slung the stick over his shoulder and turned back with a grin. "If I fall, remember to save me." He went to the work area and saw the bald demon with hands on hips, muttering at the crates. "All right, this should work." Udamdiok put the crate down and asked, "Are we done?" He turned back and praised, "Yeah, good job. What do you think?" He massaged his shoulders and smiled. "Haha, it's just simple manual labor anyway." Bald demon led the way. "We're done here, go to the cart and rest for a bit. We'll use it to get to the next location." Udamdiok followed, looking around curiously. As they sat on the cart, he suddenly asked, "Are all Asian gods as energetic as you?" Udamdiok hesitantly replied, Doesn't that depend on each person's personality?" The bald demon didn't hold back his praise. "There's been a lot of praise for you everywhere." Udamdiok scratched his head and laughed shyly. "Really? That's so embarrassing." But inside, he was overjoyed. "See? That's me, Udamdiok, with 200% social skills." Udamdiok looked at the bald demon affectionately and praised himself. "Does this count as a talent? Networking with the gods here will benefit me." The cart stopped, and he turned and waved. "Get off, we have to walk from here." The bald demon patted the sled dog's belly and said something confusing. "The traps we intentionally set would be useless if we let this stupid thing work." Udamdiok asked as he got off, "Traps?" As he struggled to carry the crate, the demon turned and warned, "Watch where you step." Bald demon pointed to a mark on the ground. "See? That's a trap mark. You must always observe them carefully." He stood with hands on hips, pointing at the traps. "Here and here. Oh, and that one too." Udamdiok couldn't help but exclaim, "That almost tricked me." Bald demon turned back, puzzled. "Is this your first time seeing them? Consider this experience a lesson for you." Carrying a crate, he chatted, Higher-ranking gods need trials for humans. Low-ranking gods like us don't have those. So we're forced to do this to make a living." Bald demon chatted happily. "Dungeons must be built continuously, creating infinite work for us." Struggling with the crate, he asked, "Infinite?" He turned and pointed to a room people were leaving. "That room started construction a few minutes ago. It should be done now. Go check it out." Udamdiok stepped inside and gasped in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. A stone room this size was finished in just a few minutes? He thought for a moment, bewildered. "It's so huge. What did they use to build something this big?" Udamdiok put the crate down as the bald demon instructed. Leave it here. He used a knife to pry open the crate. This will make this place worthy of a god's trial. Udamdiok tapped the object in the box, a round stone. The bald demon explained. It might look like a normal stone, but spiders will emerge from it. Pointed toward a row of eggs. Once they're born, this dungeon will definitely be quite troublesome. Hearing this, he was bewildered. Udamdiok curiously peeked into a nearby crate. What is this monster? A half-lizard, half-human monster was tied up in the crate. Don't you know? It's a lizard man. Udamdiok reached out to touch it. Interesting. Why is this part transparent? Seeing his meddling, the bald demon warned. Hey, be careful. It's not finished forming yet, and that's its weak spot. Udamdiok scratched his head. Oh, I didn't know. He said softly. Let it rest. Let's go to the next room. The bald demon pushed a door open and introduced. This is the Goblin hideout. He looked inside curiously. He explained as he walked. If humans reach this point, it means they're close to the end. Following behind, Udamdiok exclaimed. It's really cold here. Suddenly, something made him stop. A monster with a human-like body and messy hair was hiding inside. Its whole body was green and it had a long nose. The monster snapped its eyes open and stared outside. It lunged out with its long tongue sticking out, scaring Udamdiok so much his eyes widened. After the scare, it stood there laughing happily, leaving a frozen Udamdiok still in shock. The bald demon laughed hysterically. Surprised? Don't worry, it's just joking around. Udamdiok's face turned red with anger from being teased. Looking at the grinning monster in the cave, he explained. But once the dungeon is finished, it's a different story. These guys are very smart and agile, so they're hard to face. Udamdiok looked dejected and finally replied. Yes, that's true. He stopped before a giant door with a bull's head. And this is where the labyrinth ends. He looked up in awe. So this place is. The bald demon pointed upward to introduce it. That's right. This place is for. The massive bull's head loomed there as if watching them. The boss. Thor opened the door and walked out, greeting cheerfully. Hey, mountain god. With hands behind his back, he asked with a smile. I've heard a lot of praise about you. How's the work? Both bowed in unison. Udamdiok replied softly. It's good. Thanks to your kindness and care. Thor stroked his beard and praised. Someone who speaks well and knows how to make things more formal. I like that. The bald demon pointed forward and reported. Yes, we're on the final step. Hearing this, he laughed happily. Good, very good. Thor pulled out a giant hammer with a red ruby on the handle. He smiled and raised the hammer. We should let the low-ranking god off work now, shouldn't we? Udamdiok turned pale and stammered. Wait, hold on. What's with the hammer? Thor chuckled and praised him once more. Good job, mountain god. Next time we meet, remember to give me some advice on Asian-style dungeons. Goodbye. A piercing scream echoed through the space. Udamdiok lay sprawled out. He clutched his heart and sighed. Damn, that way of getting off work was way too intense. For a second, I thought he was punishing me for lying about being a god. Udamdiok held up his hand and laughed. But all of this is real. He put his hand on his forehead, his eyes shining. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination, but a real awakening. Udamdiok jumped up and screamed like a madman. I finally awakened. A divine system notification appeared. Udamdiok, your wages have been sent. Would you like to check? His face turned pale when he saw the words on the system screen. Wages. Udamdiok's hand trembled as he pressed the button on the screen. Well, let's see. The text on the system changed. Loading the god shop. Loading. His eyes widened in surprise. Damn, what on earth is this? First to appear was the Spear of the Allfather Odin. Special feature. Always strikes the target. Second was a coat made of fur with 3 fangs in the middle. Nemean lion armor. Can nullify all physical attacks. The third item. A gold necklace with a red gem in the middle that looked like an eye. Freya's necklace. Feature. Can travel through space. Looking at the items on the system board, Udamdiok guessed this must be a shop for the gods. The next item appeared. A card with a dark silhouette surrounded by lightning. Power. God of Thunder. Cards containing the remaining powers appeared one by one. Power of Hephaestus Flame. Power of Ares Destruction. He asked himself, what if I could buy all of these? Thinking about it, Udamdiok imagined being cheered by everyone. Is it really possible to become a god in a human body? The more he imagined, the more excited he got. Plus, the fan blowing on him added to the thrill. Udamdiok reached out and turned off the fan. He rubbed his wrists and smiled confidently. My life will change from now on. Before long, his face fell. Not enough money.
Greco damdeok si get dejectedly. Ah.
That's right. Looking at the bright red system board, Udamdiok finally realized the truth. The cheapest one is 70k ingots. Way too expensive. He slumped, resting his chin on his hand while scrolling through the system. How can I buy anything with this? Suddenly, Udamdiok scrolled past an item. He jumped up, eyes wide. Talents? Udamdiok grabbed his hair and stared at the system. His whole body trembled, drooling. They sell talents? So all I have to do is buy them, right? This is perfect for someone like me. He bit his nails and thought. More importantly, the price. System board now showed the price. SS rank talent 12 ingots. Seeing that, Udamdiok's eyes nearly popped out. 12 ingots? Those things earlier were 70k. But talents are only 12? The system board continued with a long text. Best god one day, you still want to sell this? Who would want to buy something mortals use, holy toe, right? Sorry, seller. Post some new powers. What gods want to buy are powers, not talents. After reading, he sighed. Ah, it's because no one buys them. Suddenly Udamdiok screamed. His face pressed against the system screen. That's nonsense. This is SS rank. SS rank. Exactly what I need. He pressed to select a talent. Let's see. Ah, here it is. SS rank swordsmanship talent. Udamdiok stroked his chin and smiled. Come to think of it, I really liked swords when I was a kid. Steam puffed from his nostrils like a train. Udamdiok firmly pressed the button. No need to overthink. Buy. A beam of light surrounded him. The system notification displayed. You have successfully purchased SS rank swordsmanship talent. Udamdiok looked at his hands and wondered. Does it work? He clenched his fists and said arrogantly. I suffered so much with only an F rank talent. Now it's so easy to get an SS rank talent. The system showed a chest full of gold. Congratulations on your first purchase. Special 1+1 event today will give you a gift of the same rank as the item you bought. Reading this, Udamdiok covered his mouth, tears welling up. Another SS rank? Oh my god, he muttered to himself. Now let's see. No need to think much. He immediately selected SS rank combat talent. I'll choose this. Udamdiok jumped for joy. Now I can use both. Suddenly his vision blurred, and his body swayed. Before Udamdiok's eyes, the world spun. As he was about to fall, he reached out to grab something. Udamdiok collapsed onto the floor. What's happening? His face contorted as he endured it. My whole body hurt so much. Udamdiok lay on the floor, gritting his teeth. A system notification appeared. Adjusting your physical strength to match your talents. His hands trembled, veins bulging. Strengthening the respiratory system. It spread to his face, looking gruesome. Strengthening muscular power. Udamdiok's vision faded, with only the system's voice echoing. You have successfully strengthened your body. You have. In a daze, Udamdiok seemed to see his mother. My son, he called out faintly, Mom. His mother's hand reached down to stroke his face. I'm sorry that having a sick mother made you suffer like this. He quickly stopped her. Don't say that, Mom. It's okay now, I have talents. Wait, a voice reminded him. You can't get everything that easily. Udamdiok's face was dazed, muttering like a lost soul. Talents. He slowly sat up, massaging his neck and shoulders. Damn. My head. When did I fall asleep? I think I saw Mom in a dream. After talking to himself, Udamdiok suddenly realized. Wait, was it all just a dream? He quickly called out, Status window. The system immediately displayed his info. Name, Udamdiok. Race human. Occupation, lowest ranking god.
Talents, srank swordsmanship, srank combat.
Udamdiok read carefully and realized. Lowest ranking god? So that's why I could work in the dungeon. He leaned against the wall, sighing in satisfaction. A talentless guy like me becoming a god. Life really does compensate you. Udamdiok took out his broken phone to see who was calling. It was Mom. He answered excitedly, Mom, I have good news. Before he could say anything, his mother said, Udamdiok, don't come to the hospital today. He asked curiously, What happened, Mom? His mother didn't answer but just repeated, Just listen to me. Don't come here. Don't worry about me. Udamdiok still didn't give up. Why? Why don't you want me to come? But this time, someone else answered, Hello? Is this Choi AIS Guardian? Udamdiok replied politely, Yes, that's me. The person on the other end continued, The situation is very bad, so I can't give details. There are signs of a dungeon appearing near the hospital. He was shocked, but the other person remained indifferent. We're just informing you. We can't say anything about the patient yet. The phone was tossed aside, but the voice still rang out. From now until the situation stabilizes. No one is allowed to visit. Seeing no response from Udamdiok, the person asked, "Hello? Are you still there?" Udamdiok panicked and rushed out of the house like a madman. "Mom, no!" Sweat poured down Udamdiok. In his mind, he could only think of his mother. "Mom!" At the scene, thunder rumbled, and helicopters flew noisily in the sky. Reporters were rushing to report. I am at the scene. As you can see, signs of a dungeon are appearing on every street corner. Soldiers shouted through a megaphone. "Warning! This is a dangerous area. Everyone please step back." The car braked sharply near the turn. Udamdiok hurriedly stepped out, looking around anxiously. He saw a soldier standing on top of a bus holding a megaphone, while people around were still laughing and talking as if nothing happened. Udamdiok was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What are these things? Just then, the system notified, "Battle concentration skill has been activated." Suddenly, he clearly heard the soldier's warning from afar. "Step back." At the same time, Udamdiok's vision gradually became clearer. He could clearly see the soldier's face even from far away. "Step back immediately. This is a restricted area." Udamdiok was surprised. "Huh? Can I see details clearly from this far away?" Whispers arose. "Did you hear that the government is gathering every hunter in the city?" That was a conversation between two soldiers in the distance. "Do you think there's an 8-star hunter here?" "I heard there is. They said this dungeon is quite dangerous." Udamdiok was surrounded by chatter. "What if something bad happens?" "Hey, take a picture of me to post. It'll probably be fine." "Let me go. Please tell us what's happening." Udamdiok held his head in doubt. "What is this? Is it a skill? Is it because of the talent I just bought?" But he quickly regained his senses and remembered his purpose. "This isn't the time to think. I have to get into the hospital." Udamdiok tried to push inside, approaching the soldier. "Excuse me, my family is in there. I have to go in." The soldier refused. "No. There are signs of a labyrinth in this dungeon, so no one is allowed in." He was bewildered when he heard that word. A labyrinth? The sky was almost cracking open. An incident occurred that made the soldier and Udamdiok both look in one direction in shock. A terrifying surge of power shot straight down from the sky. The people around were like a swarm of bees whose hive was broken, pushing each other to escape. "Ah! Get out of the way!" Udamdiok gritted his teeth. He tried to brace himself. Piercing, terrifying screams echoed all around. A while later, he gradually regained consciousness. Around Udamdiok, there was now only ruin and debris. He sat up in pain, still stunned. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Udamdiok froze. Before his eyes appeared a giant black sphere amidst the dusty rubble. Udamdiok vaguely felt that it was very familiar. Wait, could that be? Black mass clearly revealed itself as a spatial gate looking like a giant eye. No way, right? He realized in bewilderment. Is this the dungeon I created? At construction site, the castle. Udamdiok carried an axe, hands on his hips, looking around. Damn. Looking at it like this, it actually looks grand and magnificent. He sighed. It's just that I didn't realize it until now. Suddenly, Udamdiok became panicked. What's happening now? He remembered when he saw the giant spatial gate. When I saw it here, Udamdiok bewilderedly asked himself, why is that thing here? He was startled to see a man fall right next to him. Udamdiok hurriedly helped him onto his shoulder. Sir, are you okay? He didn't answer but only warned. We must evacuate immediately. Udamdiok sensed something behind him. He quickly pushed the man away. A flash of light shot past between the two of them. Udamdiok fell onto the road. He stared in shock at the sword stuck in the wall. A sword! A painful groan rang out, making Udamdiok startle and look over. The thin man lay on the ground, his whole body trembling. He tried to utter, run. Away! The lizard man had caught up to them. It stomped the man flat before Udamdiok's shock. He watched the lizard man leader raise its sword, signaling its companions to charge. Lizard men! Seeing that, the army commander immediately ordered. Lizard men have appeared on the main road. Open fire! The lizard men charged regardless of the gunfire, and piercing screams echoed all around. Udamdiok hid behind an overturned car, watching the bullets fly, and panicked, shouting, There are people over there! A sword-wielding lizard man rushed in front of him. Its eyes were full of murderous intent, swinging its sword toward Udamdiok. He panicked, not knowing where to hide. Just then, the system panel appeared. Activate battle concentration skill. A surge of power overflowed from Udamdiok's eyes. That surge of power surrounded and blocked the sword, just before it struck him. This power made everything before. Udamdiok's eyes move in slow motion. When the sword tip just touched, Udamdiok had reached out and caught it easily. He looked at his hand gripping the blade and was stunned. What? Udamdiok held the wrist tight, looking at the sword and then at his hand. He gaped in astonishment. I caught it? What the hell is this? Udamdiok discovered something happening on the other side. A lizard man was preparing to rush at the man from earlier. Seeing him in pain and unaware, he hurriedly shouted, Sir, watch out! Udamdiok gritted his teeth and rushed out, shouting, Sir! The army was also observing this area. His footsteps were swift, as if gliding on the road. Damn it! Udamdiok risked his life, rushing up to hug the lizard man. Wait! Don't shoot! A soldier reported over the radio. There's a civilian right in front. The person next to him wondered, Is he a hunter? They watched Udamdiok being surrounded, feeling confused by his reckless action. Even if he's a hunter, why rush out without a weapon? He stood in the middle of the encirclement, trembling like a leaf, his face pale. Only then did Udamdiok realize. I was so angry I became stupid. What do I do now? When the lizard man rushed to slash, its mouth opening wide with a long tongue sticking out, Udamdiok screamed in fear. Eek! I'm sorry. The system notified a rescue. Battle concentration talent has been activated. His body suddenly felt light and slowly floated up. Udamdiok was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. The lizard man rushed from behind, still not giving up its intention to stab him. Udamdiok's body dodged instinctively, surprising him. What is this? Is it the battle concentration skill? It feels like I just drank 10 cups of coffee. Udamdiok's eyes shone brightly. I can clearly see every one of their movements. He shouted excitedly, then rushed off without hesitation. Udamdiok was quick as a flash, throwing a punch to attack the lizard man. Suddenly, his hand underwent a strange change. The system turned red. Each punch was aimed straight at the lizardman's fatal weak point. Udamdiok gently threw it a kilometer away. He was amazed to see his hand surrounded by a source of energy. It worked! Udamdiok felt confident seeing two lizard men rushing together. All right, 2 more left. The lizard men rushed forward with murderous eyes, accompanied by piercing screams. Udamdiok gently ducked to avoid the blade. He glanced up. His legs spread wide to gain momentum. Udamdiok spun around, kicking straight into the lizardman's face. A long-haired lizard man had been lurking to ambush him from behind. The sound of the sword scraping the road was terrifying, enough to give anyone goosebumps. He glanced down to see it, aggressively dragging the sword in its hand. The lizard man swung its arm hard, intending to slash Udamdiok. It looked up, growling angrily. He did a somersault over its head, as if teasing it. Then Udamdiok put his strength into a kick straight to the lizardman's head, making it slam its face into the road. The soldiers gaped in astonishment, their eyes not leaving him. Unbelievable! The soldier asked his comrade. Did that young man just take down the lizardman with his bare hands? The other stammered. I think so. A long-haired man approached from somewhere, startling the soldier. He called out loudly, Hey you! Which guild do you belong to? The man calmly approached, followed by 2 masked people in black. You're a new face, but you're quite good. He extended his hand to introduce himself. I am Namgung-diok from the Sun Gun Guild. Namgung-diok asked further. No hunter comes here alone. Are you a freelance hunter? Udamdiok shook his hand, evasively. Yes, you could say that. He pointed behind him. We've come to clear this dungeon. Do you want to come along? Udamdiok was startled when he heard the word dungeon. He looked at the spatial gate in front of him, then realized the problem. That's right. I'm no longer an ordinary person. Udamdiok looked toward the hospital. The monsters will continue to pour out if we don't stop them. His hand trembled, but then Udamdiok clenched his fist with determination. Okay, it's fine. His face was full of resolve. Let's go. The group entered a dark tunnel. Udamdiok reached out to touch the tunnel door. He turned back to look at everyone cautiously. This way. Namgung-diok glanced, signaling the guy behind him. Udamdiok noticed the guy secretly holding a knife. Luckily, I still remember this place. Of course, I've been in and out of here thousands of times. Udamdiok hesitated and called out, Wait a minute. Namgung-diok tilted his head. What's the matter? He seriously suggested. From now on, I'll lead. A hunter flared up. What? You dare? A freelance hunter wants to lead? We have orders from the government. Udamdiok didn't care, turning to explain to Namgung-diok. There are pits and traps ahead. That's why I want to lead. He crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Thanks for your concern, but my elite team has already cleared the way. Udamdiok picked up a stone, his expression absent-minded. Ah, really? He He casually threw the stone into the tunnel. The stone collided with something. A trap sprang up from the ground, shattering the stone. The group was stunned. Udamdiok looked at the blades rising up, calmly saying, "It seems your elite team has never taken this path." He pointed to the symbol on the ground. "This trap is pressure activated. The spear tip is made of a special alloy. It can pierce armor like foam. Simple but extremely dangerous." Namgungdiok wondered, "How do you know that so well?" Udamdiok froze. "That's right. I'm the one who built this dungeon." Saying that probably won't end well. He didn't dare to turn back, sweat pouring down, his brain working at full capacity. "Haha. Just consider it my personal secret." He extended his hand, signaling the group behind him. He cautiously took each step. Udamdiok saw Namgungdiok walk toward the wall to take a torch, and was curious. "What's going on?" He turned back to warn. "It will be more dangerous from here on." Udamdiok held the torch and went ahead to lead the way. Suddenly, there was something that made Namgungdiok. The others all gape. "Everyone." He raised the torch high, revealing a giant door carved with a spider. Udamdiok reminded, "It's better to protect yourselves." A foot stomped the spider to mush, accompanied by cursing, "Die, you damn spider!" The hunter pulled his leg up to look, his face grimacing uncomfortably. "Damn it! It's all over my leg." The guy standing next to him was restless. "Hey, at this rate, will we all turn into grilled meat?" He immediately turned to scold. "Did you fall asleep when they were explaining the job?" The spider webs spread everywhere form a trap. The easiest way is to burn them all. Two guys leaned close to whisper. "Can we really trust him? He could be a spy from another guild trying to stop us from attacking this dungeon." Udamdiok, walking ahead, said helplessly, "I can hear everything, you know." His expression became serious as he looked inside. Inside was a room covered in spider webs. "This is the room. This is where countless boxes filled with spider eggs are placed." Udamdiok lit a lighter and smiled sinisterly. "I know all the spiders' hiding spots, but there's no need to waste effort. I'll turn them all into roasted spiders and be rewarded for my hard work." The supporter proposed a plan. He slowly brought the torch near the pile of spider silk. "They've spun webs everywhere. Now, let's burn this place down and continue." The system notification appeared. A-rank battle concentration skill has been activated. A person wrapped in spider silk tried to call for help. Is anyone here?" Voice was faint, as if about to fade away. "Please, thanks for watching the video. Subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss any exciting videos." Namgungdiok's eyes glanced at Udamdiok, full of probing. "I don't know how you did it, but it seems you know the location of the survivors." Support team listened to him. Udamdiok heard that and his eyes widened, mouth agape. "You want me to be the commander? I've never been in this position before." While the people in black whispered, a strange girl suddenly appeared. He raised his hand to negotiate. Wait a minute," when a voice interrupted. "Mr. Udamdiok." Udamdiok looked back. The mysterious girl approached and reached out to shake his hand. "Thanks to you, we were able to pass the traps safely. Please continue to lead us." Looking at the hand still hovering in midair, Udamdiok hesitated slightly. "Yeah." He reached out and took her hand. "Let's work well together." But honestly, before he could finish, the girl interrupted. "Don't worry too much." She added, "Commander, you just need to point out the survivors' locations. The support team will handle the rest. It's much simpler that way." Udamdiok scratched his neck, wondering, "Yes, but is it really that simple?" She affirmed, "Very simple." Seeing she still hadn't let go, he asked shyly, "Could you let go of my hand?" Ignoring him, she asked, "Don't you use a weapon?" He was confused. "A weapon? I've never used one. Why ask all of a sudden?" The mysterious girl said something strange again. "I see." She brushed Udamdiok's hand away and turned her back arrogantly. "It would be much wiser to carry one or two swords." She pulled her hood down, her deep blue eyes looking at him. "Well, I'm off then." Udamdiok replied politely, "Ah yes." But his mind was hazy. What was that? She just said a few things and left. He put his hand on his chin, thinking, did I reveal myself before? He looked around and saw everyone forming up. Everyone in position, we're preparing to enter. But the mysterious girl was nowhere to be seen. She had vanished. Foot was stepping in. Everyone was in a defensive stance, cautiously observing their surroundings. As everything fell silent, a support team member remarked, "It's a bit too quiet, isn't it?" Startling Udamdiok. Namgungdiok reminded, "Sure. Don't let your guard down. Stay in position." Suddenly, he shouted, "Above us!" He also looked up in surprise. Giant bright red spiders were lunging down. "What is that?" Why are they so big? It swung its claws at a support member, scaring him so much he nearly wet himself. Oh! Save me! Namgung quickly drew his weapon to fight. Without a word, he lunged forward and gave the spider a slash. Then he commanded sternly, "Don't panic, keep following the plan." While Namgung was directing everyone into a defensive formation, warning them about the paralyzing venom, Udamdiok took the chance to lead the support team away. "Support team, this way." His eyes flashed, and a stream of blue light poured out from Udamdiok's eyes. The beam of light entered a dark path as if to guide them. He looked in that direction and was extremely surprised. Udamdiok saw people hanging in the air and shouted, "I found them, over there!" Those people were wrapped so tightly in spider silk they couldn't breathe. "I found the survivors here." A knife slowly sliced through the spider silk. The support member caught the rescued man. "Are you okay? Hang in there." He couldn't answer, only groaning. Suddenly, a swarm of giant spiders flooded in. "Damn it! Since when did?" Damdiok carried a person in black on his back, telling those behind him, "I know where the safe zone is. This way." Namgung, who was fighting, also stopped to glance over. "Honestly, I'm quite suspicious." Then he directly split the crawling spider in half. Namgung observed quietly. He knows the dungeon's layout perfectly, and even the survivors' locations. He saw Udamdiok guiding. "There are survivors over there too." Namgung was skeptical. "That's something I've never heard of before." A support member held a command sheet. "There are injured people here. Evacuate the victims immediately." Seeing Namgung approach, the support member reported, "Guild leader, the victims are safe. Our losses are minimal." He smiled slightly. "A very good start. Maintain efficiency and tell everyone to take a break." Then Namgung turned to Udamdiok. "Also, I have a few questions for you." He froze. "Huh, are you talking to me?" Two support members saw this and began whispering. One of them scoffed bitterly. Udamdiok stepped forward. Looking at the two lying on the floor, he listed, "There are 2 police officers and S-rank hunters. A total of 10 people trapped, including our team members." Namgung laughed heartily in praise. "If it weren't for you, we would have roasted them alive." Udamdiok scratched his head shyly. "It was nothing, sir." He delivered a finishing blow. "You truly have a wonderful talent. It's as if you built this dungeon yourself." Udamdiok froze, forcing a laugh. "That's not it." Udamdiok frantically denied it. "Build a dungeon? I'm no god." Namgung laughed with his hands on his hips. "I was just joking." He pointed forward to distract him. "Now we need to gather our forces and move on." Inside, he was trembling. "I thought I was done for." Another massive door appeared with eye-shaped patterns. A support member was curious. "What is this? Is it from the Inca civilization?" He immediately denied it. "They are from the Goblin civilization." They stared at the door, someone's voice filled with contempt. "Huh? Just goblins." The support team whispered, "I thought a boss fight was next." "How disappointing." Udamdiok silently planned. "The goblin ambush area. I don't have a solid plan yet, but with the battle concentration skill, it should be fine." He spoke up to everyone's surprise. Excuse me? Can I go in there alone?" Support member stepped forward and patted his shoulder contemptuously. "Huh? Are you getting overexcited because the guild leader praised you? We've handled plenty of goblins. If you're scared, just stay outside." Namgung also disagreed. I can't let you go in there alone either," Udamdiok suggested. "Then you must follow my orders while inside." Finally, he agreed. The two were busy planning, unaware of 2 people staring at them. One of them gritted his teeth. "I wanted to use this chance to get the guild leader's attention, but I'm being overshadowed by this nobody." He was jealous and wanted to hinder him. Holding a staff, he told those around him, "Let's go." The group slowly moved inside. Seeing it was empty, they wondered, "What? There's nothing here. Just an empty hallway." Udamdiok signaled to those behind. "Shoo! Keep your voices down." He was full of caution. "I feel something here." One of them smirked slightly. He chuckled mockingly. "Really? There's clearly nothing. Or is it a giant cockroach? If goblins appear, we'll protect you. Just stay by our side." As soon as he finished, a strong gust of wind blew through, extinguishing all the torches. The crowd scrambled. "What? Turn on the lights now." Udamdiok quickly stopped them. "Wait! Don't turn on the lights." One of them scolded. "Nonsense! We need to see clearly to fight. Why is a hunter afraid of goblins like this?" He cursed while turning on the light. "You cowards! Get to the back!" He could only gape, unable to say a word. After a few seconds of recovery, Udamdiok shouted a warning. "Everyone, get down! Hurry!" Namgung Diak also quickly lay down as told. Only the two idiots from earlier remained standing still with their lights. The white-haired guy thought, I'm suddenly feeling a bit nervous. He tried to reassure himself. There's probably nothing, right? The white-haired guy urged the person ahead. Let's keep going, what are you doing? The person ahead turned back trembling, speechless. Countless arrows were stuck in his body. Thousands of arrows continued to fly out, piercing him directly. Namgung Diak and the white-haired guy could only gape in shock. The light shone directly on his face, and the white-haired guy could only scream. A commotion broke out. What the hell? Where is it coming from? An ambush? I don't see anything. Namgung Diak shouted. Everyone, don't move. Everyone immediately stayed in position. No one dared to budge. He turned back and whispered, You damn Diak, is this why you said not to turn on the lights? He replied, Yes, if they see light, they'll attack immediately. Namgung Diak wondered. But it's strange. They must have heard us. Why aren't they attacking? You damn Diak's eyes stared ahead. They are toying with their prey. From a dark corner, a goblin poked its head out with a smirk. They want to enjoy our terror in the darkness. Namgung Diak planned. Even so, we can't counterattack if we can't see anything. We must accept losses for a chance. You damn Diak suggested. What if we could fight without looking? Namgung Diak didn't believe it. What? Is that possible? He answered firmly, Yes. You damn Diak took the task. Leave it to me. He slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, looking very cool. You damn Diak stepped forward, reassuring everyone. I know you're worried because you can't see anything. I will do it at all costs. The support member followed you damn Diak's words. He covered his mouth tightly, sweat dripping as instructed. Until I give the signal, don't move or make a sound. Damn Diak closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Concentrate. Remember that feeling. The system announced, A-rank battle concentration skill activated. A blue circle surrounded you damn Diak. Goblins appeared, peeking curiously. He immediately snapped his eyes open. The support member and Namgung Diak looked up simultaneously. A voice echoed in the darkness. Everyone can turn on the lights and move now. When the lights came on, a goblin was struggling in Udam Diak's hand, surrounded by goblins lying everywhere. Udam Diak squeezed its neck until it died. The goblin was tossed at his feet. It was the support member's jealousy again. No way. What is his talent? What trick did he use? Watching Udam Diak wipe his sweat, he was extremely bitter. If I had more time, I would have dealt with them. Why does this guy keep getting in my way? Namgung Diak approached him with a surprised look. Amazing. I've been a hunter all my life but never seen anyone like you. Udam Diak only smiled shyly. I just got lucky. Shall we continue then? He said that, but Udam Diak was also surprised by himself. I didn't know I could fight like that. Everyone looked up at a massive door with a bull's head. We're here, Namgung Diak surmised. So this is, he added. Namgung Diak looked behind the door. Everyone gathered in front of a massive door, with a bull's head mounted on it, the final boss of this dungeon. The massive door slowly creaked open, beams of light filtering into the room. Namgung Diak cautiously glanced around. Seeing nothing, perhaps it was hiding somewhere. Udam Diak looked forward carefully. No, it's right in front of us. Fires flickered dimly in the darkness. The large door slowly closed. Above was a bright red bull, standing between two torches. It bared its teeth, a ring in its nose, its red eyes glowing. That was the master of this dungeon. Namgung Diak gritted his teeth, facing the mad bull. The pressure was terrifying. Just as expected. He looked at the support group. Probably won't attack first. We have time to strategize and grasp the terrain. The system panel appeared. The Minotaur's human sacrifice ritual has begun. Select 5 sacrifices. He read for a while, still not understanding. Human sacrifices? What does this mean? Discussions continued on the other side. The combat team would split into 2 groups. Udam Diak mused. It seems I'm the only one seeing this. He stroked his chin, reflecting. Is this some kind of guidance? Maybe a hint to pass safely. Better to share this news. He approached, interrupting the discussion. Sorry, I have a suggestion. Namgung Diak turned back. We're discussing the plan. Can it wait? Udam Diak's face was serious, not giving up. This could be information on how to clear the dungeon. He frowned. A solution? Are you sure? While the two talked, the man in black watched with jealousy, clenching his fists. He gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard again, stealing all the credit that should be mine. The man in black sneakily left, full of schemes. I won't sit idly by this time. He peeked from behind a pillar watching the mad bull. He drew his bow, thinking arrogantly. Only losers need tactics because they're afraid to lose. I won't follow your orders. He aimed straight at the bull, plotting, I'll show the power of the heavenly archer. Just one shot and the glory is mine. But he still wasn't sure. Damn it. Get closer to be certain. He moved closer to the barrier that had been created without noticing. A bit closer. Man in black gave a smirk. One more step. Namgung was deep in thought, while Udamdiok beside him was startled by the sight. He quickly shouted to stop him. No! Stop! He gritted his teeth and cursed. That bastard again. The foolish man in black still thought he was great. Truly someone who didn't know his limits. I know you're trying to hog the credit. That boss is going down. He hurriedly drew his bow and fired. Going down by my hand. Damdiok wanted to rush forward but was too late. That idiot had stepped into the barrier. The system alarm blared. You have entered the labyrinth boss room. Sacrifices will be chosen randomly. The barrier around him shattered, fragments falling like glass. He stood frozen in shock. What suddenly happened? His entire body was covered in blue light. Namgung whispered, Damn Diok, look at your body. He didn't notice, only staring up in shock. This is... The man in black panicked and called for help. What's going on? Someone save me. Saw Namgung. Diok rushed in front of me. He hesitantly called out, Guild leader. He angrily scolded. You fool! Do you have any idea what you've just done? Seeing the tense situation, Udamdiok reminded them, I don't think now is the time to argue about who's right or wrong. The crazy bull had now loomed up in front of everyone. Its eyes were bloodshot and full of rage. The crazy bull roared, the sound piercing through everyone's eardrums. Udamdiok and Namgung had to grit their teeth and endure it. As for that black-clad man, he was trapped inside a pinkish-purple barrier. He sat dazed for a moment, then jumped up and pounded on the barrier, screaming frantically, What is this? Let me out. Get me out of here. Each of the crazy bull's footsteps caused the floor to cave in. Namgung was somewhat panicked seeing this. Without making him wait long, it gave Namgung a blow that sent him flying for a kilometer. He scrambled to his feet. Drawing his axes, he commanded, Spread out the formation. Don't panic. Everyone, stay calm. Namgung directed the support team while wielding his two axes. You must follow the current tactic. Take your positions while I distract it. The crazy bull raised its hand to strike down, but Namgung was quick enough to dodge it. Just as it was slamming its axe into the empty ground, he took the opportunity to rush in. Namgung shouted, using all his might to slash at the bull. The support group cheered. The battle is going well, as expected of our leader. The impact is terrifying. We don't stand a chance of jumping in. Udamdiok watched intently. Couldn't help but praise. Great fighting. The guild leader is truly on another level. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed. However, Namgung face darkened as he muttered under his breath. Damn it! He looked at the crazy bull, which was unharmed after the slash. Are you kidding me? Namgung face turned pale. It felt like he was hitting a block of iron rather than flesh. Udamdiok suddenly shouted a warning. Watch out! A powerful force rushed past his face. Namgung feet were lifted off the ground. He was sent flying far away. Namgung tried to use his axe handle to break. Now he realized it wasn't that it couldn't dodge, but that it didn't need to. He clutched his injured arm. With just a light swing, he looked at the crazy bull, silently calculating. One slip up and it's over. Namgung shouted. Everyone, deploy the encirclement formation. The support group quickly moved to their positions. Everyone went into a defensive stance, listening to the orders. Gather information while dodging. We must find its weakness. Udamdiok stood behind, silently evaluating. Decisive orders. He truly is a veteran warrior. He looked at the crazy bull. But that seems to be the best way for now. Udamdiok saw the crazy bull still standing still. It didn't even bother to rush in, as if distance didn't matter. Lightning surrounded its muscular arms. He realized in shock. This is... Udamdiok, called the image of the god. Thor was exactly like this. Thor's power. Namgung roared an order. It's about to do something. Stop it. Everyone rushed at the crazy bull simultaneously. An opening. This is the chance. Udamdiok frantically tried to stop them. No, it's dangerous. Before he could finish, Namgung collided directly with it. His face was tense. Damn it. Seeing its arm about to strike down, he knew he had made a mistake. Udamdiok rushed up and kicked the crazy bull right in the face. He glanced over. The crazy bull's head tilted to one side from the kick. Its eyes glowed red with rage. Udamdiok was shocked when he saw that look. A burst of power exploded, and he realized, damn it, it's too late. The entire room shook from the explosion. Everyone was sent flying in all directions. A trembling hand touched the barrier, unable to believe it. The scene of the crazy bull slaughtering everyone appeared. The leader had been defeated. The support group looked at the fool pounding on the barrier. Two people discussed, "There's no way across this boundary. Damn it. I've never seen this before. We have to support them." The other was apprehensive. "How? You saw the leader was defeated. Going in there is certain death." The two kept talking back and forth. Udamdiok's hand poked out from the rubble, cursing silently. "Damn it. This crazy bull. No matter how hard I try, I can't even leave a scratch." He collapsed, refusing to accept his fate. Life had just begun to show a glimmer of hope after receiving his talent. Could it really end so pointlessly here? His hand accidentally touched something. Udamdiok struggled to get up, the corner of his mouth curling up. "That's right. There are still a few things I haven't tried." Udamdiok smiled, slowly standing up. Dying like this would truly not be peaceful. From the dust in front of the crazy bull, a figure gradually emerged. He gripped his sword with determination. "I won't give up and just sit here waiting to die." Udamdiok swung his arm, creating an extremely impressive trail of light. Murderous intent emanated from the crazy bull's glowing red eyes. The sword reflected his image as he rushed up. "Get ready. I'm not dying without a fight." The system panel appeared. Swordsmanship talent has been activated. Udamdiok stood there, long sword in hand, facing the massive bull-headed monster. Under the thin mist, only its blood-red eyes were visible. It stood waiting, holding a large long-handled axe. Meanwhile, Namgungdiok lay on the ground, covered in wounds, looking into the distance with difficulty. "It's no use. My axe couldn't even scratch it. How could a novice with a sword take it down?" I wanted to tell him to run, but I couldn't. Namgungdiok spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, young man." The bull-headed monster roared, raising its sharp claws and rushing toward Udamdiok's small frame, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across, tearing through the darkness. Namgungdiok's eyes widened in shock. The three black-cloaked figures in bizarre masks were also stunned. The leader even raised both hands as if surrendering. The bull-headed monster opened its red eyes wide in astonishment. He stepped quickly across the tiles. The monster stood motionless as Udamdiok glided past and appeared behind it. Clang! One of its horns was severed and fell to the ground. At first, it seemed like a gamble, but Udamdiok's gaze was steady. But the moment he picked up the sword, the monster screamed in agony as blood sprayed from its wound. Golden sword trails surrounded it as Udamdiok walked steadily. "I can definitely take it down." Udamdiok clenched his fist. Although it was his first time holding a sword, he felt like it was a part of his body. Udamdiok was extremely excited, laughing out loud. "Am I a swordsmanship genius?" The bull-headed monster turned back in rage with its severed horn. Boom! Its massive foot crushed the tiles, sending debris flying everywhere. The bull-headed monster bared its teeth and rushed toward Udamdiok's back. He turned his head and glanced at the monster. The monster reached its muscular arm forward. Suddenly it froze, a wave of pain surging through its arm. The massive arm slammed onto the floor, covered in slashes with fresh blood spraying out. His face clearly showed pain. It stood still, its hands still on the floor creating a large crack. It was surrounded by countless golden sword trails interlaced with red streaks. Without anyone noticing, Udamdiok had moved behind the monster. Namgungdiok lay on the ground, mouth agape in shock. 6 precise strikes in 1 second? No, it's 7. I can't even keep up. The image of Udamdiok holding a sword with an overwhelming aura appeared in his mind. He originally had no ability, yet his techniques were so masterful. Namgungdiok's face darkened. However, Udamdiok stood there, knees slightly bent. In the distance was the monster's wound-covered body. Tisk! His gaze was sharp. Still too shallow, not enough damage. This bull's hide is ridiculously thick. The bull-headed monster glared with blood-red eyes, its teeth clenched. The white-haired man in the mask clutched his head and screamed, "We can't defeat that monster at this level. We're going to die here." Namgungdiok glanced at the black-clad man flailing in the distance with contempt, thinking that the boy's recent attacks were comparable to South Korea's strongest swordsman. Namgungdiok furrowed his brows, silently acknowledging his talent. The problem was the sword. The blade was chipped in several places and looked ready to break, its tip pointing toward the ground. Udamdiok raised his sword, gritting his teeth in tension. After just a few swings, it was already about to break. His face clearly showed worry. He couldn't use it much longer. He had to hit the bull's weak point. Udamdiok held his sword and rushed forward at his maximum speed. The bull-headed monster swung its massive fist at Udamdiok. He nimbly spun around to dodge that powerful punch. The punch slammed into the ground. Taking the chance, Udamdiok swung his long sword at the bull-headed monster, putting all his strength into one strike. SS rank combat talent. After the slash, he turned back to look at the monster in shock. Still hadn't budged? Udamdiok reacted quickly, pointing the sharp sword tip toward the bull-headed monster's bright red eye. Before it could realize, he thrust his sword as fast as a flash. The monster closed its eyes in fear. Just as planned, Udamdiok delivered a kick straight to the bull-headed monster's face. Unable to defend itself, it was kicked upward by him, blood spraying from its nose. Phew, he let out a steady breath. Caught the sword. Then he flipped, aiming straight for the monster's neck to deliver a thrust. SS rank swordsmanship talent. The monster's eyes showed extreme terror. Udamdiok was still upside down in midair, his face showing clear shock and confusion. Boom! Wind swirled around as a powerful pillar of white light shot straight into the sky, the ground cracking to form a large crater. Udamdiok landed, kneeling on one leg to balance, holding his long sword tightly to block the stones flying toward him. Crack! Udamdiok's expression turned grim as the cracks on the blade grew more numerous. He silently calculated. This sword had reached its limit, and martial arts weren't working on it. The next strike would be the last chance to hit its weak point. The bull-headed monster stood over the large crater, weapon in hand, casting a fierce glare at the opponent. Udamdiok showed clear surprise. Very soon after, he broke into a triumphant smile. The monster stood there, repeatedly firing lightning bolts at Udamdiok. He stood still, looking straight at it, his hair flying wildly as lightning bolts streaked past. There's a way. Namgungdiok, lying nearby, was also affected by the battle. He opened his eyes and realized this was the skill the boy had used earlier. As if discovering something, his eyes widened in surprise. The space suddenly turned dark, and a brilliant golden aura radiated from around Udamdiok. Namgungdiok was shocked. Is he planning a preemptive strike, to face it head-on? Atmosphere was extremely tense. On one side was Udamdiok with his dazzling golden sword. On the other was the bull-headed monster with its cold blue axe. The sword couldn't withstand the immense power, so more cracks appeared, and fragments began to fall. Namgungdiok struggled to stand up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He froze, recalling Udamdiok's words. What if I could attack without looking? Namgungdiok turned to the white-haired man sitting and clutching his head in fear. Hey you! He turned back to look at him in confusion. Namgungdiok smiled suggestively. I've got something good here. It's time for you to shine. Want to try? In the distance, Udamdiok still held his sword, looking forward warily. He placed his hand on the blade, silently calculating. Raised his sword with a cold gaze, determined to unleash a fatal blow this time. On the other side, the bull-headed monster also glared and gnashed its teeth at him. In an instant, two furious and fiery gazes met. The ground cracked, creating a tremor as earth and stones flew in all directions. Udamdiok rushed forward with lightning surrounding him. Lightning bolts struck the ground repeatedly, creating small craters everywhere. Udamdiok sped off, leaving behind a pitch-black trail, dotted with a few brilliant golden sparks. The bull-headed monster also swung its axe and rushed in, leaving a blue trail of light. The two sides collided, the clashing of weapons sending debris flying. Udamdiok, with a cold gaze, swung his blade high. Under the powerful slash, the monster, the bull-headed one, was hit and roared in pain. After that slash, the sword also shattered. Udamdiok looked at the blade falling to the ground in shock. He watched as the remaining hilt in his hand dissolved into pieces. At the same time, there was the bull-headed monster's scream of agony. He loosened his grip, the hilt falling to his feet. His face darkened. Is it already shattered? While Udamdiok was still dazed, before the broken sword, the bull-headed monster gathered its strength to counterattack. In the midst of the crisis, a hand appeared holding another sword high. In the distance, a familiar figure was waving. He held the sword high, a provocative smile on his face. You're finished, you crazy bull. White-haired man took aim, threw the sword, and shouted, Catch this rookie! Udamdiok caught the sword just in time and thrust it straight into the monster before it could act. Outside the teleportation gate, the crowd waited in suspense. The monsters hadn't come out for 5 hours. Report immediately if there's any change. Suddenly, the brown-haired man with the microphone turned his head and noticed something. He pointed toward the gate. Oh, someone's coming out. Udamdiok walked out with Namgungdiok on his shoulder, smiling brightly. There's light, we're out. Behind them, the black-cloaked group helped each other out. As if remembering something, Udamdiok turned and asked, But how did you know I'd catch the sword thrown from behind? Namgungdiok laughed. I didn't know. I just remembered you saying you could strike without looking. So I took a gamble and threw it to you. Udamdiok scratched his head with an awkward smile. Haha. I almost became a human skewer. Thank you anyway, sir. Namgung Diok shook his head in denial, causing Udamdiok to look at him in surprise. He turned to him. You were the one who saved us all. The men in black smiled at the still-dazed Udamdiok. A hand rested lightly on his shoulder, pushing him forward. What are you doing? Udamdiok started, looking at the crowd below. Namgung Diok crossed his arms. Everyone is waiting. You're the hero of the hour, so say something. Udamdiok was surprised. I'm the hero of the hour? Namgung Diok smiled and nodded in confirmation. He suddenly paused as dark memories flooded back. A man looked down upon his whole life, mocked by those in suits for having no talent. He clenched one hand while holding his phone in the other. An image of his small self bound by thousands of chains appeared. A face screaming in agony, then quietly slumping in helplessness. That's right. I am different now. The corners of Udamdiok's mouth trembled with emotion. Clenched his fist and raised it high into the sky. Below, thousands of people raised their hands in response. They looked toward the gate and chanted his name. In the silent night, the skyscraper stood still, with only a few rooms still lit. In the hospital lobby, nurses worked diligently across from patients waiting for their turn. Udamdiok gently pulled back the curtain, looking at the person lying on the hospital bed. His tense face gradually relaxed. Thank God. Mom is okay. Suddenly, a nearby TV caught his attention with an interview of the hero who cleared the downtown dungeon. On the news, Udamdiok looked confidently into the camera. A reporter held out a microphone, asking about his methods and feelings during that dangerous situation. A barrage of questions left him flustered. What's your name? Where are you from? Which guild do you belong to? Dazed, Udamdiok could only smile and tell everyone to calm down. Udamdiok let out a weary sigh after the interview. He adjusted his expression, asserting that his origin didn't matter. He fought to protect his treasures. The news ticker read, Who is the new face of the Sungun Guild? Would the government criticize the association for the delayed response? Udamdiok blushed and quickly grabbed the remote to turn off the TV, too embarrassed to keep watching. Phone notification rang, making Udamdiok turn his head. They even caught this? On the cracked screen was a photo of him fighting. These pedestrians were terrifying, filming instead of running away. Suddenly, Udamdiok's eyes widened in shock. A notification appeared. The lowest-ranking god's fame has increased. Divine power exceeds 100. What? He rubbed his chin and thought. Wasn't divine power a requirement in the recruitment notice? This was it. Another notification popped up. You have exceeded 1,000 divine power. Would you like to unlock a new occupation? Udamdiok didn't hesitate and clicked agree on the notification. Unlock it immediately, of course. A new notice appeared. Security manager for Hephaestus. Requires 1,000 divine power. Note. The upcoming work will be very stressful. Scrolling through the notice, Udamdiok smiled with satisfaction. Even a security manager position is quite complicated. Huh? He sat on the swivel chair and stretched his limbs. I'm so tired lately. I want to go home, rest, and write the report for next week. Suddenly, a bright red notification with an exclamation mark appeared. 3 gods are applying for this position. This is the last chance. Udamdiok pulled the notification closer in shock, his eyes wide as if he were seeing things. What is this? He clicked the apply button without hesitation. No way. This simple job must be mine. A beam of blue light shot out from the room in the skyscraper, streaking across the dark sky. A series of piercing screams echoed through the air. Udamdiok lay on the cracked, dusty ground with a dissatisfied look. Couldn't they give me a gentler landing? After complaining, he observed his surroundings. The large hall had many stone pillars and torches, with a fireball above where firebirds were gathering. I think I've come to the right place. This is Hephaestus's forge. Udamdiok wiped the sweat from his face and groaned. It's so damn hot. It's like a sauna. Didn't Hephaestus install air conditioning? Suddenly, a large arm grabbed his neck from behind. Are you the new guy? Udamdiok glanced back warily. The other person greeted him with a smile. Nice to meet you. I am Hephaestus, the master of this forge. He broke free from his grasp, stepped back, and bowed respectfully. I am Udamdiok, the security manager candidate. Hephaestus laughed loudly. Haha. Is this how humans greet people? Udamdiok broke into a cold sweat, worried if he had heard his complaints earlier. He should have greeted him properly from the start. Hephaestus smiled, rubbing his chin as he evaluated the person before him. Hephaestus spoke. As discussed. He smiled friendly. His large, sturdy frame and tan skin added to the smithing god Hephaestus's majesty. Udamdiok flinched when Hephaestus suddenly spoke. Mountain god, is your love for humans so great that you'd risk your life fighting in Thor's dungeon? Udamdiok stammered. Well, about that. Hephaestus laughed. Haha. No wonder that hothead Thor likes you. You've got guts. Udamdiok scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, thank heavens, maybe he didn't hear what I said clearly. Before he could sigh in relief, Hephaestus's next words terrified Udamdiok. Daring to tell me to install air conditioning in the forge? You've got nerve, don't you? He bowed 90 degrees sincerely. I'm sorry, sir. Hephaestus ignored him and turned to walk away. Enough with the greetings. Now, let me explain your job. Udamdiok's face darkened, feeling like he was standing on his head. Hephaestus raised his hand to summon a horn as large as a forearm from thin air. Its ends curved like buffalo horns. It'll be easier to visualize in person. We need to meet them first. He put the horn to his mouth. This is going to be a bit loud. Hephaestus held the horn in his mouth, puffing his cheeks to blow with all his might. The blaring sound of the horn made Udamdiok cover his ears tightly, his eyes darkening as he shouted in discomfort. Thump, thump. A series of footsteps echoed as 3 figures rushed in from outside. Upon entering the hall, the 3 knelt on one knee before Hephaestus respectfully. We have arrived, Lord Hephaestus. He stopped blowing the horn, looked down at the kneeling trio, and cleared his throat. Hephaestus placed a hand on Udamdiok's shoulder. This is the god holding the manager position today. Let's have a round of applause. A burst of applause followed. Yes, welcome. We always follow your orders. Udamdiok scratched his head and smiled. Ah yes, thank you. I'm not used to working in a forge, but I'll do my best. Hephaestus laughed. No need to be humble. Even a newcomer can do this job well. Udamdiok cheerfully agreed. Yes, I hope it's as you say. Suddenly, Hephaestus leaned close to Udamdiok's ear and whispered behind his hand. Those guys are good but hard to manage. Their attitudes are problematic. Arguments and fights might break out during work. His whisper made him imagine a small golden dog fiercely baring its fangs. Is that so? Hephaestus recalled being busy carrying stone pillars and returning to find the necklace on the table gone. The necklace I prepared for Freya last week has vanished. You should pay attention to this. Freya is the goddess of love and beauty. Udamdiok was surprised. Oh, Lady Freya? Someone dared to steal even that. Hephaestus held his forehead in helplessness. That's why I've had a headache for the past few days. A man with black hair and beard knelt on the ground with his eyes closed. They seem a bit strange, don't they? Hephaestus packed his things into a cloth bag. I'm taking a day off to climb Mount Olympus. It seems you've heard too many cries for help today, but just in case, I'm giving you this. He threw a gray cloth-wrapped object toward him. A notification showed a wooden club, Hercules's club made from an olive tree, a replica of the club used to defeat the Nemean lion, capable of hiding identity and has a 10% stun rate. Udamdiok clasped his hands behind his back. Hephaestus gave instructions to the men in black, leaving Udamdiok in awe. Damn! This club is overpowered. In several rooms, there were signs of survivors. Hephaestus smiled and raised his hand to summon a spatial portal. The priority now is to rescue the survivors. So, he sternly arranged the formation. Maintain a defensive stance upon entry. We don't know their exact locations, so limit wide-area attacks. Take good care of my forge, mountain god. The portal gradually closed, emitting a blinding golden light that made Udamdiok cover his eyes. Wait, you haven't told me what my mission is. Why leave me here to fend for myself? What should I do now? Hephaestus gave a meaningful smile. Why do you care? Udamdiok felt a chill down his spine. In the darkness behind him, 3 demonic faces with sharp teeth appeared, staring at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Hephaestus's voice echoed in his head again. Everything will be fine if you're stronger than them. They're just a bunch of weaklings, so be confident. I'm off. The door closed, Hephaestus's figure vanished, and the room returned to normal. Udamdiok stood rooted to the spot as a hand holding a hammer slowly approached from behind him. Sweat trickled down as Udamdiok forced an uneasy smile. Haha! Didn't we already greet each other? The man opposite him had a fierce face and pale eyes that glared at him under the dim light, looking extremely threatening. Udamdiok's eyes widened in shock as the memory of receiving the club flashed back. So he knew this would happen, which is why he gave me Hercules's club. Udamdiok smiled confidently with a challenging gaze. Haha! Can't you dwarves calm down a bit? He crouched, ready for action with a determined look. I just received a top-tier weapon. Udamdiok stood tall, his right hand firmly gripping the wooden club that radiated intense power. Don't blame me if I accidentally hurt you. His other hand was casually in his pocket, ready for battle. Udamdiok stood still, holding the wooden club, his expression unchanged and his smile intact even as 4 black gun barrels pointed straight at his chest and head. He tilted his head slightly, a drop of sweat rolling down his tense jawline. Opposite him, a rough hand slowly brought a glowing red cigar to its lips. Bearded man's eyes gleamed blood-red in the thick darkness. "What are you doing? The shift ended long ago." Another voice chimed in. "Don't be grumpy. Stay a while, and I'll share the money with you once we sell this." Udamdiok slowly opened his eyes. "What's going on? Am I still alive?" Udamdiok saw 2 burly men facing each other. The bearded one said, "This is an item from Lord Hephaestus, originally intended for Goddess Freya. We'll be rich if we sell this bargain." With sweat beading on his forehead, Udamdiok gritted his teeth in fury. "These bastards!" Behind him, his hands were tied tightly to a pillar, making his wrists red and swollen. He sat on the floor, scanning the room once. 2 men approached, the bald one with a thick beard frowning. "That kid woke up sooner than I thought," the red-haired one whispered. "That tranquilizer gun was strong. Could this idiot be a god too?" They looked at each other suspiciously. Even while tied up, Udamdiok leaned slightly. "You've got a lot of nerve." The 2 men immediately froze, their gazes toward him turning uneasy. The atmosphere suddenly turned a suffocating red. "Do you think you'll be safe after doing this to one of the 12 Olympian gods right in his own forge?" Udamdiok's eyes flashed with power. The 2 men turned pale, the first one. Udamdiok's voice was low and sharp as a blade. "This is your last chance. Untie me and end this before it gets worse." The air felt still. The 2 men looked at each other, sweat pouring down, trying to appear calm while their arms visibly trembled. 2 men burst into fits of laughter that echoed through the room, lasting as if they had just heard the most ridiculous thing ever. One clutched his stomach, eyes tearing up from laughing too hard. The other threw his head back, his hair flying in the air. The atmosphere grew tense, caught between wild laughter and a disregarded threat. Udamdiok's eyes widened in shock as they spoke with contempt. "Do you think mentioning Hephaestus will scare us? If we were afraid, we wouldn't have dared to do this in the first place." Behind him, another accomplice leaned through the racks and tools, whispering, "Brothers, I've got the valuables. Get ready to leave quickly." Amidst the darkness and large stone pillars, the 2 replied, "Yeah, got it. I'll give this brat another tranquilizer first, then catch up with you guys." While they weren't paying attention, Udamdiok slowly moved, pulling out a small knife hidden in his sleeve to cut his own bonds. Once the other left, the red-bearded one with the bandana and the bald one with black hair turned back to Udamdiok. They sent such a useless idiot as an employee again. Seeing him sitting with his head bowed toward the floor, the other became even more smug. "I didn't think it would be this easy either." Udamdiok bowed his head, his gaze darkening as his mouth curled into a smirk. "You will regret this." The burly man with the thick beard standing before him showed no fear, staring coldly at him. 2 men burst into laughter, the red-bearded one mockingly faking tears. "Boo-hoo, we're going to regret this." The bald one with the black beard laughed so hard he teared up. "That was a spot-on impression." Udamdiok's smile widened, his expression full of menace. "You've got a lot of nerve." Behind him, the bonds had been successfully untied. Udamdiok slowly drew his wooden club, gripping it tight. "I told you." The red-bearded dwarf with the bandana and the bald, black-bearded dwarf stared at him blankly. Not letting them react, Udamdiok rushed forward, swinging his club and sending them flying. He roared in fury. "You'll regret this, you bastards." After venting his anger, Udamdiok tied up the 2 bruised, unconscious, white-eyed dwarves together. To ensure they couldn't escape, he wrapped them in multiple layers of rope. Finished, he looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. "This should be fine." Udamdiok stood straight, waving his hand. "You forced me to use force." He looked smugly at the trembling ones in front of him, thinking, "These guys are really pathetic." He tucked the dagger back into his sleeve, sighing, "Good thing I asked for this that day." Thinking of that, he recalled the image of the girl pulling her hood down slightly to advise, "It's best to carry a sword with you." Udamdiok thanked her silently. "Good thing I remembered those words. I must thank her next time." Suddenly, he turned his head, surprised to discover, near where the 2 were tied up, something was sparkling with a pink light. That is, a pair of hands pouring blocks of shiny metal out of a chest. The bald, shirtless dwarf held one hand on a chest full of sparkling platinum-like blocks. He cupped his other hand to his mouth like a megaphone, craning his neck and shouting, "Boss, we've finished loading the minerals." After that, other places also reported in turn, "We've also taken all the armor." Done. The boss sat deep in thought, chewing a cigar, arms crossed over his chest. "Yeah." Suddenly, a yellow-bearded dwarf shouted, "Let's move out, everyone." The two bald dwarves were drooling greedily at the platinum-glowing minerals, but were reminded. You drooling idiots, focus now. When the others had gathered, the yellow-bearded dwarf pointed toward the man standing on the platform. Our boss Red Fist has something to say. In the direction the yellow-bearded dwarf pointed was a man in a white shirt, fists clenched. His muscular body looking down majestically from above. A subordinate of the god Hephaestus, leader of the dwarves. The black bandana dwarf holding a cigarette looked down. Listen up, everyone. Red Fist stood on the high platform looking down at his subordinates, who all looked up in unison. He declared loudly, Brothers, we are a tribe blessed with the souls of fiery mountains. In a corner no one noticed, a hand and a tuft of hair slowly appeared, completely different from those around them. Udamdiok hid behind a mineral chest at the end of the line, listening to Red Fist speak, the most talented miners and the bravest warriors. Red Fist roared passionately, emphasizing, We work for bonuses, but our pride is our forging. But have we ever been respected? The crowd below, moved by his inspiring speech, all had tears rolling down their cheeks. Red Fist's eyes darkened, chewing his cigar, his expression fierce. The master of this place, the god Hephaestus, has humiliated us. Today, let's repay the humiliations we've suffered. Revenge on Hephaestus. Red Fist clenched his fist and raised it to the sky. The crowd below followed suit in unison. Revenge on Hephaestus. Revenge on that god. Udamdiok, hiding behind the chest, heard everything, his face serious. What's wrong with this bald army? There are as many of them as ants. He started to worry, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, how do I? He accidentally bumped hard into the lid of the chest in front of him. The chest lid slammed shut with a loud noise, and the space fell silent. All fierce gazes turned toward Udamdiok. Good morning. Unfriendly gazes poured onto him, and everyone raised the guns they were holding, making his back soak with sweat from anxiety. A series of gunshots rang out, and Udamdiok quickly ran behind a pillar. Udamdiok crouched, hugging his head behind the stone pillar. What kind of dwarves use guns like this? Bullets whizzed past through the chaotic scene, dust swirling thick. Dwarves aimed their guns at Udamdiok and roared angrily. Who called us jelly beans? Their eyes bulged, faces twisted from being insulted. Red Fist stepped forward arrogantly. The dwarves pointed their guns at the pillar Udamdiok was hiding behind. Did you escape from the guards? The bald dwarf standing nearby bowed to report. Looks like the guards were defeated. Red Fist lifted his head and took a puff of his cigar, and through the rising smoke, he declared, Hey, low-ranking god. From now on we're cleaning this place out. Udamdiok, hiding behind the pillar, jumped in fright, tilted his head to look out anxiously. Red Fist made an offer. The one who has a grudge against us is only Hephaestus. It has nothing to do with you, and surely you don't want to die, so I'll give you a choice. Taking another puff of his cigarette, he continued. 1. Help us take everything here and become brothers. 2. Get out of here and pretend nothing happened. Udamdiok glanced sideways, silently calculating. Red Fist threatened again. You'd better consider carefully. You wouldn't make a stupid choice for a few coins, would you, low-ranking god? Udamdiok clenched his fists. Ugh. Udamdiok calculated. If I run away now, my reputation will plummet. Hephaestus's image appeared with a look of contempt. He calls himself a mountain god but only knows how to talk. Thor would be disappointed. I misjudged him. His eyes widened blankly, not daring to imagine further. Udamdiok bit his lip anxiously. Then I won't be able to find work later. Can't let that happen. I worked so hard to get this ability. No, before that, Hephaestus will kill me if he sees the whole forge stolen. Udamdiok shuddered, imagining being tied up, gagged, with Hephaestus holding a hammer and saying, I'm out of iron, you replace it. Escaping his imagination, Udamdiok glanced at the dwarves. Red Fist was leisurely smoking on the mineral chest lid. The yellow-bearded and black-bearded subordinates were losing patience. He hesitated between fighting or being killed by Hephaestus. Udamdiok cried internally. Damn it. I thought this was a great part-time job. What the hell is this? He smirked bitterly. The world is truly cruel to me. Red Fist raised an eyebrow, leisurely smoking his cigar, smoke curling around his face. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. Seeing Udamdiok raise his hands and his club high to show sincerity, stepping out from behind the bullet-riddled pillar, Red Fist was satisfied. All right, you've made a smart decision. He added, low-ranking god. Udamdiok grimaced in annoyance. Being called a low-ranking god over and over was really irritating. Suddenly he spoke up, startling Red Fist. Sorry, I want to ask one thing. Aren't you Hephaestus's assistant? Udamdiok stood below, looking up at Red Fist to question him. Why go this far? If Hephaestus finds out, do you think he'll let it slide? He lowered his voice. Although I'm not sure. Seeing no reaction from Red Fist, he continued. Hephaestus is one of the 12 Olympian gods. Do you not know what happens when he gets angry? He threatened. He'll burn you alive and throw your bones to Cerberus in hell to chew on. Damdioc suddenly raised his volume with a fierce expression. Are you bastards really not afraid of divine punishment? Bang! A gunshot rang out right by his ear, making him flinch. A bullet grazed his finger, tore his collar, and embedded itself in the wall behind him. The yellow-bearded subordinate, cigar in mouth, pointed his smoking gun at Damdioc. Shut your mouth, you dog! How dare you talk nonsense? You don't deserve to be spared. Damdioc shrank, clutching his cheek, eyes welling up with tears, trembling. The yellow-bearded dwarf raised his gun to shoot. I'll kill you right now, you brat. Damdioc dodged bullets wildly, but Red Fist spoke up to stop him. Wait! The yellow-bearded dwarf was confused. Boss! Red Fist walked angrily toward Damdioc. He's babbled enough. I can't let this slide. Did you just call that guy the supreme god of the forge, Hephaestus? Damdioc fell to the ground, with a few bullet dents under his feet. He panted from exhaustion. Red Fist approached angrily. You don't know anything, you low-ranking god. He gritted his teeth, the glowing red tip of his cigar standing out against his black beard. I'll make it clear to you one last time before I turn you into worm food. Hephaestus's forging is just trash. Damdioc sat on the ground, eyes wide with surprise, not believing his ears, so he instinctively repeated. Hephaestus is trash? Damdioc was surprised. Hephaestus is trash? Red Fist affirmed. That's right, although he suits a thief's eyes better. Memories flooded back. Red Fist recounted. One day he came to where we lived. At that time, Red Fist was shirtless, admiring a sword he had just made. Hephaestus walked up and complimented. That's a wonderful sword. Hephaestus gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. Do you want to work with me? I will provide everything you need. Ending the flashback, Red Fist was indignant. After following that bastard, we were turned into slaves. Damdioc opened his mouth in surprise. Slaves? Hephaestus turned you into slaves. Images of Hephaestus diligently forging iron, paying full wages, working 6 hours per day, 5 days per week. Red Fist was leisurely smoking a cigar, subordinates playing cards happily. Red Fist complained. In that perfect life, our passion for the craft was torn to shreds. Red Fist shouted loudly amidst the gold and silver, full of resentment. If it weren't for those wasted years, all the wealth and fame would have belonged to the dwarf tribe. This is definitely Hephaestus's scheme. If you don't call him a thief, what is he? Damdioc looked skeptical, completely not understanding what he was talking about. Red Fist chewed his cigar, eyes sharp. When I realized everything, there were no dwarves left in this forge interested in craftsmanship. Escaping the flashback, Red Fist stood among the dwarves with overwhelming momentum. The only thing left for us is the desire to take revenge on that bastard. Damdioc lowered his head, smiling wryly. All right, I understand what you mean. He really is trash. Red Fist raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What? Damdioc revealed sharp eyes. Someone who wants to destroy others because of jealousy over their achievements is indeed trash. Red Fist's expression became shocked and ugly. He reached out, biting down on his cigar. Are you done talking? Damdioc raised his hand to signal a stop when the dwarves with guns advanced toward him. Seeing them stop, he smiled reassuringly. Listen to me first. This is what outsiders will think when they hear this story. Damdioc continued. If you just leave now, you'll only be thieves. Can the great and proud dwarf tribe bear that bad reputation? Red Fist's eyes suddenly lit up. Great master craftsman, proud warrior. Damdioc persuaded, raising his club high. There's another way to take revenge on Hephaestus. I'm holding a weapon he made, and I'm just a lone warrior. The dwarves paused to think, so he provoked. If you consider yourselves great masters, why not put down those toys and fight me with weapons you made yourselves? Seeing Red Fist hesitate, Damdioc smiled. Defeating Hephaestus's weapon is the most legitimate way. If not, just admit he's better and run away. The yellow-bearded dwarf glared angrily, shouting viciously. Damn dog! You're about to die and you're still playing tricks. The yellow-bearded dwarf prepared to draw his gun. Don't listen to him, boss. He backed away in alarm, mouth agape in panic. Yikes! Damdioc cried internally, waving his hands. How did it end up like this? Red Fist's face darkened. Eyes red. Run away? Does this great Red Fist have to run away? The yellow-bearded dwarf hurriedly stopped him. Boss! Red Fist stood there with a determined cigar. Your tongue is smooth, low-ranking god. Udamdiok was moved to tears. Must have taken the bait. Red Fist's sturdy back appeared. Fine. I'll fight you. But you must take responsibility for your warrior title. Red Fist gripped his warhammer tightly. If you can't last long enough for me to prove our weapons are better. Udamdiok looked up with an uneasy expression. Then, because of your insolent words that the dwarves would run away. Red Fist's eyes were cold, gripping the giant hammer in a ready stance. I'll smash your bones into dust. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a deep indentation. Red Fist raised his hammer high with power, his body gliding fast like a mountain. The hammer swing tore through the air, creating sharp waves. The attack rushed toward Udamdiok. Red Fist challenged furiously. Try to block this if you're good. Udamdiok opened his eyes wide in tension, pupils contracting before the suffocating pressure. He put all his strength into swinging the hammer down. Under the dazzling light, he held his club and threw himself to dodge amidst the swirling dust. Udamdiok's face showed clear confusion, eyes wide and blank. He's really crazy. Sweat ran down his forehead. Immediately after, he turned back in surprise. Surprised expression seeing the large pillar behind him smashed to pieces. Seeing his expression, Red Fist was smug. You're surprised, aren't you? He stomped his foot hard, sending dust flying everywhere. Thought you had a chance to win if we put down our guns? Red Fist raised his hammer, his shadow stretching long on the ground. Low-ranking god? But I do have a chance. Udamdiok replied, leaving Red Fist stunned. Udamdiok smirked as if he had predicted it. Don't be too surprised. He swung his club and rushed toward Red Fist with a devilish smile. Red Fist stood stunned, holding his hammer. When Udamdiok was about to hit, he finally reacted. He swung his hammer angrily. Nonsense! The hammer slammed into the floor, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Udamdiok smirked mockingly. Where are you looking? That was just my afterimage. Suddenly he appeared behind Red Fist, swinging his club down. He quickly reacted, bringing his hammer around to block. Once again, Sikyun struck only air. Udamdiok appeared below, taking a combat stance. Sikyun noticed him and frowned. Not bad. Udamdiok smiled. It's too early to be surprised. It hasn't even really started yet. He swung his club hard toward Sikyun. The yellow-bearded one shouted, Boss! The black-bearded one beside him was also stunned. Captain! Udamdiok was surprised to see a clear footprint on his shoulder. Sikyun smiled triumphantly. I told you those tricks were nonsense. Udamdiok was knocked far back, and in an instant, they were a distance apart. Udamdiok stood straight, pointing his club forward confidently. That's the first time I've been kicked by someone wearing shoes. It hurts, but you're not bad. Sikyun gripped his large hammer. Humph, smooth talker. Your combat stance really is strange. He smiled. It would be better if you knew your own strength, little swordsman. Udamdiok was surprised. You knew just by looking at my stance? He glanced at him. Even an idiot would know. I've never seen anyone use a weapon as poorly as you. In Sikyun's eyes, Udamdiok stood in the crimson shadow, his silhouette blurred but full of presence with a terrifying gaze. Your sword energy is extraordinary. Even I got goosebumps. Sikyun excitedly tore off his torn shirt. How long has it been since my heart beat this fast? Who knew I'd meet someone equal, or even stronger, here? Two subordinates stood still, unable to believe the truth before them. The yellow-bearded one was stunned. Unbelievable, the black-bearded one added. That bastard is as strong as the boss? Udamdiok's eyes widened in surprise. Sikyun spoke. I sincerely apologize for calling you a low-ranking god and underestimating you. His tone became formal. To show respect for your strength, the torn piece of clothing was thrown to the ground. Red light surrounded Sikyun. He gripped his hammer seriously. I will use my full strength. Udamdiok was unafraid, beckoning with his hand. Bring it on! Sikyun rushed toward Udamdiok with his hammer, dust rising violently behind his feet. He stood still, raising his club in a defensive stance. Sikyun raised his hammer high and brought it down on Udamdiok. He did not change expression, gripping his club tightly in anticipation of the blow. The weapons collided, creating a loud sound. Sikyun grimaced, gritting his teeth and pressing down hard. Udamdiok remained calm, bracing himself steadily. He tilted his club to deflect Sikyun's hammer. Then he leaped high, his sharp gaze turning to strike down at Sikyun's shoulder. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly counterattacked, raising his hammer toward Udamdiok. The weapons touched again, and the two were face to face. Their gazes sparked, their mouths grinning with excitement. The dwarves watching the battle cheered loudly. Is this a battle between the strongest? The yellow-bearded one widened his eyes. My heart is beating like crazy. The black-bearded one opened his mouth. This sound is like... It's like... The two said in unison. The battle was intense, sparks flying everywhere. Udamdiok and Sikyun brandishing their weapons. Sikyun opened his eyes wide. The sound of the forge! His eyes were moved. The vibrations in the air. The yellow-bearded one's eyes welled with tears. The roar of iron. Images of iron hammers striking iron to create sparks appeared. The familiar sounds of the forge. Fire swirling. The flames from his hammer. Udamdiok shouted, surrounded by fire. It's like it's blowing up our souls. Sikyun's two subordinates exclaimed in turn. Sikyun smiled contentedly. It's just like the soul of a blacksmith. Udamdiok's words echoed in his mind. Someone who wants to destroy everything out of jealousy for the achievements of those more talented is truly trash with a rotten character. I couldn't refute it because accepting my own incompetence was always easier than blaming someone else's talent on the day I received the invitation from Hephaestus. Hephaestus excitedly pushed the door open. This is the forge where you will work. Standing before Hephaestus was the black-bearded one. Beside him was Sikyun. Next was the yellow-bearded one. The three of them filled with amazement and joy. The profound emotions and great ambitions that we, frogs in a well, had when exposed to the outside world. Sikyun with a burlap sack on his back. His eyes filled with admiration looking at the gem-encrusted sword placed on red cloth. It only made us realize our own shortcomings more clearly. Sikyun suffered, tears rolling down as he polished the ordinary iron swords. Scattered in the dark space. What pathetic story. Everything that happened after leaving that place. Fragmented images and his wrongdoings slowly flooded back. It was all a waste of time. The flashback ended just as the hammer in Sikyun's hand was knocked away by Udamdiok and fell to the ground. He regretted it, tears rolling down. Is this truly entirely my own failure? Sikyun stood still, smiling contentedly, closing his eyes and waiting for Udamdiok to swing his club. Blinding golden light erupted in front of Sikyun as if to swallow him whole. Large hand gently blocked the club. Hephaestus appeared between the two, his hand blocking Udamdiok's club as it was about to strike near Sikyun's eyes. He shouted, "Stop right there!" Udamdiok looked up in surprise. Hephaestus questioned, "I haven't been gone long, and everything is already in chaos." Sikyun was also silent, sweat beginning to run down his face. Hephaestus continued, "I thought I had entered the wrong house." Hephaestus darkened his face looking at the two, then growled, "I really want to hear your report on what is happening." After the fight, the ruins and debris scattered around made the scene truly miserable. He continued to criticize, "I know you were fighting, but look at the mess you've caused." Hephaestus rubbed his chin and lowered his voice sternly. "But that's enough. Now." He looked toward the silver ingots scattered on the ground and demanded, "Explain that pile." The immense pressure from Hephaestus looking down made Sikyun's sweat pour down. Still in that threatening voice, he asked, "Tell me what happened?" Sikyun had completely collapsed by now, ready to accept any punishment. To prevent the other dwarves from being punished, he quickly knelt before the god of the forge and took all the blame upon himself. "I caused this myself. My tribe has nothing to do with this." This sudden action surprised the group of dwarves because it was different from what they had planned. Everyone shouted, "Leader! Boss!" Hephaestus also felt something was wrong. He frowned and glared back. "You caused it yourself? Then may I know the reason?" Deep down, Sikyun understood that he could be punished for this wrong decision. However, his tribespeople were not at fault for anything other than placing their trust in a useless leader. He thought while recalling the admiring gazes of everyone in the tribe looking at him. When Sikyun was about to confess that he was preparing to rob the forge, before he could finish his sentence, Udamdiok stepped forward to stop him. He patted Sikyun's shoulder lightly and took all the blame upon himself. "Ah, about that." Udamdiok stepped forward, scratching his head shyly as he walked. His whole body radiated the aura of a protagonist. "I made him do it. Haha. Sorry for this mess." This action left Sikyun, who was kneeling behind him, extremely surprised, his mouth hanging open. It turned out there were still good people in the world, but he still said, "Low-ranking god, what are you saying?" Udamdiok didn't care, just doing what he needed to do. His excuse left the god of the forge extremely surprised. He sneered and asked back, "You? Although I trusted you with protecting the forge, give me a satisfactory explanation." His power made him only tense up. "Haha. Well, but with the protagonist's superpower," Udamdiok pulled a sparkling necklace from somewhere, then negotiated. "For now, please look at this first." The god of the forge saw it and was surprised to recognize it. "It is." Then he returned the necklace to the god of the forge, making him regain his excited mood. "You found it?" Udamdiok still kept a gentle attitude. I remember you said you lost it. Upon seeing this scene, Sikyun was terrified. That is definitely the necklace I gave to the guards. The more he thought, the more he spiraled into a mental crisis. If that guy says he found the necklace on them, then it's not just me who will be punished. The god of the forge's voice still rang out. But where did you find it? I looked everywhere and couldn't find it. He stammered, not having heard the end of his answer. But Leader Sikyun had already determined it was over. Who would have thought he would answer? Leader Sikyun helped me look for it. Because the monitoring job gave me quite a lot of free time, I asked him to take everything out of the warehouse to check. His people are quite small, so after searching every nook and cranny, he found it. This answer left everyone who heard it stunned, bewildered, and falling backward. Udamdiok still kept a casual tone, turning back to look at him still kneeling, asking, "Is that right?" Sikyun was still confused. About this, the god of the forge Hephaestus also had some doubts. The god's attitude made the atmosphere tense and suffocating. Suddenly Hephaestus laughed loudly, easing the atmosphere. "Haha. Anyway, you helped me watch the forge and even found the necklace. I couldn't ask for more." As if a burden had been lifted, Udamdiok breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm very glad." The god of the forge Hephaestus stepped forward and touched his shoulder lightly. His voice was filled with joy. "Udamdiok, you are a good lad." Hephaestus kept a radiant, encouraging smile looking at him. "Now I understand why I like you." Receiving the praise, he was shy. "Yes, thank you very much." Then he turned toward Sharon. "And this hammer." His impulsive action made Sharon look at it in surprise. Who would have thought? Hephaestus continued to praise Sharon. "I was worried you would lose your motivation and neglect your work as a blacksmith. But surely this was no longer necessary." Saying that, the god raised the hammer high. The aura shining on it was as brilliant as the stars. He continued to introduce. Its sound colliding with the god's hammer reached the peak of Olympus, but it didn't even have a scratch. Hephaestus returned the hammer to Sharon. He declared, "It's still no, it has become." The god's majesty made Sharon go from one surprise to another. His emotions poured out like a waterfall. The god's words made him remember forever a weapon even more powerful than before. As if touched by a point of emotion, Charon's tears flowed. His eyes sparkled looking toward Hephaestus. Hearing the offer, "I look forward to the sound of your forging hammer. Let's continue working together." Sharon was moved. "Yes, my lord." Then the god turned back to Udamdiok. A sparkling aura radiated out. Moreover, god of the forge, his voice rang out making him a bit shy. "Yes." From the teleportation gate, he instructed. "Sure enough. I was right to trust you with the job. Not only did you complete the monitoring job well, but you also helped me find the necklace." Then from the teleportation gate, the god Hephaestus took out a mysterious box. As a blessing reward, "Here, take this." God introduced it while putting his arm around Udamdiok's shoulder. "We're brothers, so let's just leave it at that, because you worked even better than I expected. Take this gift as an expression of my gratitude." Udamdiok saw the gift before him and he drooled. His eyes sparkled looking at the gift, and he thought to himself, "This is truly crazy." This reward Udamdiok knows is similar to the one received when completing an S-rank quest. "I thought I would only get the club as payment. But what is this?" Joyfully, he quickly took the gift before it could be taken back. He excitedly replied. He smiled from ear to ear. "Then I will gladly accept it. Thank you very much." However, when he opened the box, the smile on his face quickly faded. At this moment he realized what was in the box. "Isn't this just a tiny little monster?" Seeing him a bit disappointed, the god of the forge hurriedly explained. "You fool, look closer." Udamdiok was still listless looking toward the gift. "It's a fox cub. It's cute, but you giving me a pet is a bit." The god of the forge Hephaestus then hugged the white fox. His smile looked a bit disdainful, looking at him. "So you don't want it?" After that, the god of the forge whispered some ancient characters to the fox. And that made the fox understand. It immediately transformed into a sparkling silver sword carrying power. While Udamdiok still hadn't grasped the situation, the god of the forge sighed regretfully. "What a pity! Why didn't you want something like this?" Udamdiok was still confused, stammering back. "It can transform into a sword?" Hephaestus broke into a sly smile, his eyes squinting fully mischievously. He replied, "It's not just a sword, you know." God introduced more uses of the fox. Whether it's a sword, a scythe, or a spear. This is the essence of weaponry. It can transform into any weapon in the universe, as long as it's the same size as this fellow. In other words, this fellow is as precious as the goddess's treasure. After the weapon transformation introduction, the fox chirped and returned to Hephaestus's arm. The god of the forge revealed a disdainful face, along with the fox also arrogantly mocking him. It's so wonderful, what a pity. Without wasting words, the god of the forge turned his back and left. The fox even waved goodbye to him. Since you don't need it, I can't force you. I'll give it to the dwarves. Seeing the fox's value, Damdiok quickly changed his tune. He approached the smith god with a flattering tone. How could I refuse a gift you've offered? Hephaestus, having foreseen the result, wasn't surprised. Didn't you say you didn't need it? Changed your mind. Damdiok racked his brain to invent a new excuse. Not at all, I only refused once out of politeness, sir. Saying that, he quickly knelt and stroked the fox's head to curry favor. I'll take good care of it. Gently picked up the fox, admiring it. Hee, you're so beautiful. The more he looked at the white fox, the more captivated he became. Since you're white and so soft. All right, from today on, I'll call you Bexiol. The fox seemed to like it, happily licking his face. Ha, you like it, don't you? Suddenly, the smith god reached out his arm. He cast magic on the fox. O treasure of the moon goddess Selene, I transfer ownership of the moon fox to you. Just after the incantation, Damdiok saw the fox return to his side and asked the smith god, Did it work? Of course, it belongs to you now, and I'll give you the item I kept in the warehouse. Finished, the smith god smiled brightly and said goodbye. I have work to do, so let's part ways here. He carefully advised, Take care on your way back. Damdiok smiled happily. Thank you for your concern. A while later, after gathering the items he liked, Hephaestus opened a portal for Damdiok to return. Suddenly, Sikyun approached and called out, Good thing you haven't left yet. Full of confusion, he wanted an explanation. Why did you help us? You knew we intended to eliminate you if you got in our way. You were just being used, so why? He didn't mind those words and simply replied, I know. As he spoke, he recalled the past. I see that we have similarities between the me of the past and you all. That answer surprised Sikyun. Similar? Was that the only reason? Damdiok didn't linger, walking toward the portal. If there's anything you want to repay, don't worry, I'm not asking for anything. He turned to look at Sikyun. After all, aren't we living to help each other? His words were profound, like a life lesson. And if it were Hephaestus, perhaps he would have noticed from the start. He just chose to overlook it for you. Damdiok finished speaking and stepped through the teleportation portal. Goodbye, I'm off. At this moment, Sikyun silently memorized the name Damdiok. Once he was gone, he bowed respectfully. On behalf of the entire tribe, thank you. Although the stain on our lineage is hard to wash away, I hope one day I can repay this kindness. Sincerely, thank you. Under Hephaestus's guidance, they quickly returned to work with overflowing enthusiasm. Now we'll work all night. Don't stop hammering, turn up the heat. Scene shift to the bustling streets on Earth, where skyscrapers shimmered with lights. Damdiok was dragging a heavy sack. The place he visited was the Hunter department store. He exclaimed excitedly, Time to make some money. He was JB, in 37, who had been a hunter manager since he was young. In a dapper suit, he held a glass of red wine, standing by the window gazing at the stars. Just last week, he became the general manager of the nation's largest hunter store. His face showed clear satisfaction as he enjoyed the wine. High spirits, JB, muttered. Since attaining this top position, I should put the past behind me and live elegantly like an aristocrat. He constantly adjusted his attire. My tie is crooked. I can't let myself appear substandard in front of others like this. With a look of disdain for the world, he thought, Status defines a person's essence. In this position, I deserve to be treated most elegantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me, may I ask? However, reality was not as he wished. The call, Hey, made JB infurious. In the sanctuary I have established, why is there such a rude person? Turned out to be Damdiok in a miserable state after working. On his shoulder was a pile of items along with Bexiol. I came to sell a few things. Looking at his appearance, JB judged. A beggar dares to step foot in here? The more JB looked, the more he judged. Is this beggar really a hunter? His pet is tiny. Furthermore, he doesn't have a single piece of armor on him. After observing for a while, JB sneered. I know what this is. Just some fools deluding themselves into thinking they're hunters, picking up trash from empty dungeons to sell. But those were just his private thoughts. He still had to serve the customer. Yes, welcome to the hunter office. I will guide you, please follow this way. Yotbi led the way, introducing as they walked. This is the item appraisal center. The end of the hallway, JB inside, considering his duty done. He pointed toward the appraiser with disdain. Here, Give the things you picked up to him for appraisal. The elderly appraiser said happily, Now I will appraise your items. The sack Damdiok brought was finally opened. As soon as he held the old weapon, the old man nervously stammered, This? Where did you get these things? As if anticipating the situation, he replied gently, I got a few random things from an acquaintance. Standing from afar, Director J.B. In was also a bit surprised. But just as he suspected, J.B. In shouted, I knew it! Random items? You dare bring this cheap, dirty trash here? His shrill voice made Damdiok uncomfortably cover his ears. Immediately after, J.B. In turned to ask the appraiser, Sir, surely he only brought strange junk, right? Tell me. But the appraiser firmly replied, I've been in this profession for 40 years, yet you are the first person to call these things random items. Because these are all high-quality 4-star equipment. A series of items radiated sparkling light, displayed on the table. Hearing that, J.B. In froze for 5 seconds, not believing his ears. Impossible! Yotbi. In looked at Damdiok defensively, his gaze changed. Why does he have such high-end items? Is he a major figure? Where did he come from? I heard there are people who are very humble. After just a moment, J.B. In quickly flipped his attitude, switching to a flattering tone. Dear valued customer, let me lead you to the VIP room. He bowed respectfully, pleading. In the VIP room, the old man proposed, First, I will offer a price. If you sell all of this, you will receive about 3 billion won. Damdiok was treated like an emperor but remained calm. Haha, is that so? 3 billion won. But he quickly realized something was wrong. He paused to reflect. Damdiok was shocked. 3 billion won? He had to cover his mouth to keep from shouting. The pile of equipment Hephaestus called defective products was worth 3 billion won? His actions made Bexiol standing nearby confused. He trembled thinking about the money he would receive, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. The old man continued, That's just the quality value. Depending on the market, you could even get double that amount. Yotbi. And stared at him, calculating, high-quality items, scarce supply, buyers willing to pay any price. The opportunity is right before my eyes. The more he thought, the more determined J.B. In became, clenching his fists. Even if I have to play the flatterer, I must win the right to sell this pile of items at all costs. After a moment of internal struggle, J.B. In stood up and smiled sweetly. Dear valued customer, if you intend to sell these things, then, before he could finish, Damdiok interrupted. All of them. The statement left J.B. In stunned, mouth agape. What was that? Damdiok regained his authoritative air, reaffirming, I will sell them all. Hearing that, J.B. In danced with joy inside. An angel. He is an angel. With this deal, my path to promotion will be even wider. Suddenly, Damdiok left him speechless. Ah, but I don't intend to sell here. I've never seen anyone serve a customer with their hands in their pockets. Now J.B. In 37 became a former general manager, who lost his position after just 1 week in office. A while later, Damdiok went to another store to sell the items. The staff bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. Opening his savings book, Damdiok trembled as he looked at the number he had just received. He silently hoped this wasn't a dream. He walked, tearing up because the balance was so large. I really have money now. I wonder how many zeros are behind this? He thought to himself. Everyone here seems surprised by me too. It must be because I'm dressed so sloppily. Well, that's understandable. I've been struggling everywhere all day today. At this moment, his attention caught a clothing store shimmering with lights through the window. Damdiok smiled. All right, since I've earned a lot of money, I'll treat myself to a gift. Tomorrow I'll visit Mom looking like a good son. Scene shifts to the next day, at the door of hospital room 331 of Damdiok's mother. Inside the room, his mother unexpectedly called his name. My son! He hadn't visited for a long time, making her thinner and a bit troubled. It's been a while since you visited, hasn't it? But this time he brought many gifts, making her flustered. Why did you bring so many gifts for me? The lady in the next bed walked over and turned on the TV. Oh my! You should watch TV occasionally to update yourself on the news. The news broadcasted. You Damdiok, the one who swept the maze dungeon, is evaluated by experts as an outstanding genius, though currently not affiliated with any guild. The lady next to them praised. Everyone is crazy about your son. He's very famous now. The lady continuously praised Damdiok's talent. He shyly scratched his head. Haha, I didn't complete the dungeon alone. The lady continued. What a humble boy. Can I have your autograph before you go? Lying on the hospital bed, his mother asked in surprise, stammering. An autograph? My son. Does he really have talent? Seeing his mother surprised, Damdiok was flustered. Yes, I only realized my talent recently. He thought to himself. Even though that's not everything. He gently explained to his mother. Everything happened so suddenly, so I haven't had time to fully understand it yet. Before he could finish his sentence, his mother suddenly slumped over the table, making him call out in panic, "Mom!" Fortunately, she was just emotional. Mom! Mom is truly so happy. Tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks. Damdiok was flustered. Mom! Why are you crying? The lady next to them also sniffled. It's so good. At this moment, Damdiok realized his mother had always blamed herself because he had no talent. The TV continued reporting. We are back with the latest news about the dungeon. Reporters surrounded him for an interview. Hunter Namgung Diok. Everyone is very curious about this new hunter. Who is he? The old man replied cautiously. I cannot reveal details, but he is the best hunter I have ever known. He is not only a powerful swordsman but also very agile. If not for him, we would not have been able to clear that dungeon. His mother asked in surprise, Oh my God, is he talking about you? Damdiok shyly covered his eyes. Mr. Diok, you're exaggerating a bit. But then he calculated, no, this is an opportunity. The more famous I am, the more divine power I receive, from which I can take on more part-time jobs. I've already targeted a few decent ones. The system continuously notified. Divine power increased based on reputation. Recruitment notice. Exterminate lost souls at Eden Hill. Required divine power, 100,000. Recruiter, Michael. Reward. A golden apple, symbol of the god's immortality. Especially this apple from Eden Hill can. An image of a brilliant golden apple appeared. Looking at his mother who was happily proud, Damdiok thought to himself. It might even be able to cure Mom's illness. Suddenly on TV, the presenter announced, Breaking news! A gate has just opened in Yongin City, Gyeonggi Province. Residents have been notified to evacuate immediately. The image showed a time rift surrounded by thick black smoke. Seeing this scene, Bexiol, usually arrogant, suddenly became afraid and looked for a place to hide. His mother saw Bexiol dive into his shirt and was surprised. Oh my! Isn't that your scarf? Seeing it trembling, he asked worriedly, What's wrong? Damdiok reflexively touched Bexiol's paw. Immediately a black aura impacted, causing his eyes to see a strange scene amidst the galaxies outside Earth's atmosphere. The haunting image left him bewildered. He held his head, wondering, What is this? The news broadcast continued. The association has requested support from guilds. This gate is different from previous dungeons. It doesn't let anyone in. Only monsters pour out. Watching the news, Damdiok had an even worse headache. Pondering the vision he just saw, he quickly left. Bye, Mom. I have to go. Goodbye, Mom. His mother couldn't bear to part. Are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a little longer? But her friend stopped her. He must be very busy. I told you he's famous already. Right at the gate, there were countless monsters. Assassins rushed out. They advanced cold-bloodedly to slaughter innocent civilians. Hunters prepared their combat stances. The Legion captain shouted, This is the third wave. Everyone get ready. Move the injured to the rear, quickly. Above the cliff, a figure gradually appeared. None other than Damdiok along with Bexiol. Their appearance signaled the start of a new battle. Standing from above looking down, he realized. That was the place where the gate was. Below, countless soldiers were trying to fight against the bloodthirsty monsters. Damdiok had a determined look with the fox Bexiol on his shoulder. Both charged into the battle with burning spirit. Let's go! A long-nosed monster was pierced through the chest by a sword, blood flowing endlessly, lying unconscious, unsure if dead or alive. A soldier sheathed his sword, turned to ask his comrade behind, This is the third wave, right? The commander pointed and ordered, Everyone take a short break before the next wave hits. There are reporters here, so mind your posture. A lowly soldier was bewildered when he heard the sound of falling rocks. He looked up above. The figure of Damdiok was reflected in his eyes, but he couldn't see his face clearly. What's that? Is that a human? Realizing something was unusual, he rushed back to report, Sir! The captain angrily grabbed his collar and questioned, Who allowed you to leave the formation? Didn't you hear the announcement about the reporters? You idiot! Oh, afraid. He still pointed in the direction he just ran from, his voice trembling. But sir, look up there, up there. The captain looked, frowning in confusion. What is that? Damdiok was posing coolly, looking toward them. The soldier guessed, I think it's a civilian. The captain froze for a few seconds. Oh, a civilian? In a restricted area? He scratched his head and replied, Yes, sir. The captain changed his attitude, flared up and squeezed his chin tightly, gritting his teeth and glaring as he asked, "Then what the hell are you doing here?" He pointed and shouted, "Go catch him." The soldier hurried off. "Yes, sir." The reporters nearby saw this. The man wondered, "What's going on?" The woman replied, "Looks like a civilian wandered in here." The commander was stunned to see the reporters catching on so quickly. The male reporter whispered, "I heard this team leader was quite capable." The female reporter replied while taking notes, "Yeah, yet he can't even keep civilians out of a restricted area." He suspected, maybe he climbed to that position through the back door? The girl smiled excitedly. "I think this will be an interesting article." The commander's face darkened with anger. He threw his hat aside and left. "These useless bastards." He ran behind the mountain. He muttered uncomfortably, "My teammates get to enter the dungeon, while I'm pushed here. It's crazy. They better promote me soon." He activated the wind speed skill, gained momentum and ran to the top of the mountain. The destination was exactly where he was standing. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" He was out of breath as soon as he reached the top, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing his bald head as he complained, "Damn it! Why does everything fall to me?" Catching his breath, he turned to question, "Enough. Don't you know this is a restricted area? Get out now. You can go elsewhere to film videos for YouTube." Seeing him freeze, he smiled smugly. "Look at this guy. He must be stunned to see a 3-star hunter in real life. He looks scared to death." He rambled on, "I understand you're nervous in front of a 3-star hunter, but if you want an autograph or an interview, I'll help." He replied wearily, "I have business here, so please give me some time." He ignored him, turned to ask Bexiol, "Autograph and interview? Is he that famous?" For the first time being looked down upon, he angrily pulled his arm. "Hey! Do you just ignore me?" He was held by him and couldn't leave. He asked annoyedly, "What's wrong with you?" He cursed inwardly, "Is this bastard kidding me?" He looked up at the sky and laughed bitterly. "Now even a nobody dares to look down on me, just relying on this weak pet?" He threatened, "You must be an unknown hunter wanting fame, but you should know your place, or I'll teach you a lesson." Bexiol gritted her teeth, wanting to pounce and scratch his face. After speaking, he immediately swung his fist and lunged to attack him. But he just needed to tilt his body to easily dodge skillfully. Taking advantage of the momentum, he stuck out his leg to trip him, causing him to lose balance and tumble forward. Pitiably, there was a cliff in front. He screamed in fear. Just a little more and he would have fallen. Just then, he timely grabbed his hand and pulled him back. He hurriedly apologized. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to." But a 3-star hunter swinging his fist so recklessly. He was surprised by his answer, his face changing colors repeatedly. He angrily cursed, "Bastard! You just got lucky. Do you know who I am?" He used divine power to pull him up easily. That action made him speechless for a few seconds. He raised both hands in surrender. "Wait, fighting me is fine, but are you okay? Everyone is watching." Below there was a commotion. "Why is it so noisy?" A reporter shouted. "Are they fighting up there? Get a close-up." Unable to take the humiliation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard! You did that on purpose, didn't you?" The female reporter looked up and wondered, "Hey, he is..." The male reporter realized, "Yes, it's him, the one who conquered the labyrinth dungeon with the Golden Guild. Hunter Udamdiok." He was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. "What? This guy is Udamdiok? The best hunter that even Namgung Diok acknowledges." He stood high up looking down, hands in his pockets, smiling. "We've attracted their attention." He waved to the reporters. "Reporters, take good pictures, because there's good news coming for everyone." He turned to him, his voice cold. "Oh, what did you say earlier? A nobody looking down on you? Want to teach me a lesson?" He fell to the ground in fear, his arrogance gone. I mean, he emphasized. "Open your eyes and watch what a nobody can do." He trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. Reporters were still observing the situation above. While he still didn't fully understand his words, "Wait, what do you mean?" He didn't answer, but together with Bexiol jumped off the cliff, in front of the surprise of everyone. The place he was heading to was the gate that not just anyone could enter. He just touched it lightly. A gate opened immediately. Those below were covered in dust, covering their noses and coughing violently. The female reporter exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" He watched his every move in astonishment. The gate was a phenomenon that appeared 10 years ago, different from dungeons where there were only weak monsters and would disappear on their own after a while, so it was usually handled simply like a traffic accident. Although scholars warned, No one paid attention because humans could not step through the gate. People were buzzing. Did he just walk through the gate? The system announced. Confirming information. Result. Lowest ranking god. You can enter this world. The system warned. You are entering the other world. The eye of the abyss is watching you. The other world appeared before his eyes with a bleak mountainous landscape. I was right. This is the gate in Bexiol's memory. So a god can enter, right? Many questions remained unanswered. He pondered. Why can't humans enter the gate like a dungeon? He said dungeons were created to challenge humanity. He recalled Thor's words. Your job is to build challenges that humans can overcome. He began to explore this place. First, let's look around. Suddenly, a red barrier appeared, blocking his path. He was startled and wondered, what's this? He reached out to touch it again. A warning appeared. You lack divine power, cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. He froze. He kicked the barrier. The warning sounded again. You lack divine power, cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. Still didn't give up, lunging hard at the barrier. The warning sounded loudly. You lack divine power, cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. He repeatedly threw himself at it, and the warning kept repeating. You lack divine power, cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. He screamed helplessly. Damn divine power. How can I get out of here without divine power? He went from smashing things to lying down and throwing a tantrum. After throwing a tantrum, he sat cross-legged, looking indifferent. Okay. It seems I have no other choice. He jumped up. Then I only have one goal. His expression became cunning. He instructed. Bexiol, follow closely. He looked toward the dark cave nearby. I saw it when I first arrived, but I just didn't want to go in yet. He looked into the pitch-black cave. The path was rough and difficult, then made a decision. Might as well go meet the master of this gate. Udamdiok walked on without seeing the end, panting tiredly. The sounds of monsters occasionally echoed. He had defeated countless low-level monsters but still hadn't seen the boss. He stepped on the corpse of a monster. Where do they all come from? He was frustrated because he walked forever without seeing an end. I thought killing the boss would be enough like other dungeons. But there isn't a single clue. This place is completely different from a dungeon. Perhaps monsters in dungeons are programmed like machines, while these seem to have their own consciousness. Seeing a monster running away, he praised, that's fast. Touched the stone wall. Divine power will definitely increase when entering the gate. If so, I must keep it. While he was off guard, a giant monster appeared right behind him. When he realized it had already launched an attack, he nimbly dodged. A loud explosion rang out. Boom! He stood firm and observed the boss. Not bad. Finally revealed. Gatekeeper boss. The monster was angry, its body several times larger than a normal person, holding a sword 100 meters long. He saw it drooling profusely, eyes only showing whites. Wait! It looks a bit. It lunged to attack him. Here it comes. But he waited and waited, and it still hadn't arrived. He gaped in astonishment. So slow! His excited expression suddenly deflated. So disappointing, are you sure you're the boss? Carrying the name boss but not cautious at all. While he muttered, it swung its blade down. He easily blocked the sword with his foot, causing it to break in two. It held the remaining half of the sword, scratching its head in confusion. Not understanding what happened. Huh! He called Bexiol to transform into a sword, then gently slashed across its chest, leaving it unable to react. It was so slow it didn't even know why it died, then fell to the ground. Couldn't believe everything was that simple, looking at the boss lying motionless. What the hell? Is that it? He picked up a dry branch nearby, sat down beside it, and rested his chin on his hand. The other hand used the branch to poke the monster's face as if playing. No notification at all. Is it really dead? Or is it faking death? If it stays like this, no one will believe I cleared the gate. He picked up the sword, his eyes shining as a new idea struck him. I have to create the evidence myself. YouTube taught that core extraction must start from the heart. He used the sword to slash one line after another, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. He hesitated excitedly. Here or here? Oh, cut here. That's right, waves of blood just kept spraying out. He hit something and hurriedly took it out to look with joy. Found it. Even though the monster was unconscious, it couldn't escape the horror. He really is a devil. He flipped it over and wondered. Why is it so black? I heard cores are usually like gemstones and sparkle. He frowned, feeling like it was moving. The black lump was getting bigger and bigger, making him terrified and throw it into a corner. Why does it look so scary? He used the sword tip to poke that black thing. Did I do something wrong? Is the cursed soul of the goblin dead? Bexiol in sword form also startled and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" He used the sword to lift it up, making Bexiol scream in annoyance. He also felt apologetic. "Sorry, Bexiol." The system notification appeared. "Core collection. The gate will disappear forever," he exclaimed in surprise. Bingo! Turning to where the reporters were standing recording footage, now that place had been cordoned off by police. Inside were the cracks leading to the gate. Police were trying to stop reporters from pushing to get information. Some reporters loudly interviewed, "Did someone really enter the gate? What is going on?" A middle-aged woman with short hair and a red bow was questioning incessantly. On this side, reporters continuously asked the commander questions. He waved his hands around, eagerly answering. He flew straight into that gate. That woman seemed to lose her composure. "Shouldn't we have stopped them? It will be very chaotic if this is announced." "Is that all? No way, the academic world will be criticized for spreading false information." But on this side, the old professor was looking something up. With an annoyed expression, he just silently listened to the woman speak without offering an opinion. Among the famous dungeon investigators, the secretary pushed his glasses and asked, "Chairman, what are your orders?" The old man with white hair and beard immediately replied, "Let's wait and see." Even dignitaries from the Hunter Association were interested in this event. The middle-aged blonde man smoked while asking about the hunter who entered the gate. The woman was arguing heatedly with the professor. "If anything happens from now on..." Suddenly, Udamdiok poked his head out to greet. "Oh, so many people." Just as expected, all eyes turned toward him. The buzzing and interviews became lively again. "That's the person who came out of the gate. Oh my God. How did you get in there?" He was surrounded by the crowd to the point he couldn't escape, only able to smile and reply, "Let me get out first." The woman looked in astonishment as he walked out safely, thinking to herself. He went through the gate as easily as hula hooping. Just stepping outside, he closed his eyes to enjoy the fresh air and exclaimed, "Oh, the air outside is so pleasant." A series of cameras pointed at him. Reporters quickly asked questions. "Where are you from? Did you really go inside the gate? Are there monsters in there? Are you tricking us?" The questions came one after another. He raised his index finger with a cool look. No, that's not the important issue. The important thing is, from now on." He stopped mid-sentence, looking mysterious. "Everyone can close that gate on their own." The reporters were stirred up again. Destroy the gate? Getting inside was already a miracle. How can it be destroyed? Does that mean gates can be cleared like dungeons? Tell us more specifically. He turned around, secretly smug. "Good, the reaction is excellent." He smugly lifted his sword, showing everyone what he had collected, and introduced. "This is the core I obtained from the boss guarding the gate. Open your eyes and look carefully." All camera lenses focused on him. He snapped his fingers and threw it into the air. Right then, it began to change size. "Let me show you all something interesting." He used his sword to unleash a series of interwoven slashes, cutting it into small pieces. They shattered and fell to the ground. The gate also began to fluctuate. It suddenly exploded and shattered into tiny pieces, causing everyone to gasp in amazement. The gate? Unbelievable. It has disappeared. He enjoyed everyone's admiration, secretly smug. "This aura is truly wonderful." The woman cherished the gate fragment, full of regret. "I thought I had seen everything in my life of studying gates. This scene is truly too shocking." The reporters' voices rose in chaos. "I have to take a picture. Damn. This is crazy. Put it on the front page now." The woman looked at him blankly and asked, "Who are you?" He was thrilled that someone finally asked this question. "I've been waiting for this." He smiled and replied, "Udamdiok. My name is Udamdiok." Press and media reported extensively on a mysterious hunter who entered the gate. The name Udamdiok quickly became popular nationwide. Many comments appeared online. "Isn't Udamdiok the one who contributed actively in the maze dungeon?" Nickname Zika mocked, "What a fame seeker." Another user named Encouragement replied, "Is this what they call looking stupid but cool? But is he a hunter? Can't find his name." Another wondered, "Did he really destroy the gate? Or is he just acting?" SFGG agreed, "That's a large-scale performance." Someone defended, "Isn't he the first person in the world to conquer a gate?" Udi agreed, "I'm proud that Korea is the first country to do this." The system notified continuously. Divine power is 5,000, increasing very well. Divine power reached 7,000, then 8,000. Divine power surged. "Congratulations Udamdiok, you have reached 10,000 divine power. From now on, you have become a low-ranking god." He scrolled through each notification. "Huh? Seems like there's a very important notification. What is this low-ranking god thing?" Suddenly, A reporter rushed in front of him to interview. Mr. Udamdiok, give us a few words. He was so surprised he shouted out loud. Questions kept pouring in. Since when could you go through gates? How did you get the core to break it? Please answer. Surrounded by a series of microphones, he managed to say, Wait a minute. I just received an important notification. A pair of long legs stepped out of a car. She seemed to be contacting someone. Yes, we just found him. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses hurried over, pushed the female reporter gently and apologized. Excuse me, ma'am. The female reporter who was bumped into was annoyed and snapped. Damn it. Don't push. It's so crowded here, where are you guys going? She discovered someone special. Hurriedly pulled her colleague's shirt. Hey, look at that person. Before she could finish, the crowd stirred again. Sun Gun Guild. Really? Wow, I thought she was a goddess. Being questioned relentlessly, he hurriedly raised his hand to reassure the reporters. Calm down, one by one. Ju So-yoon led the bodyguards, arms crossed like a boss, one hand smoothing her long silky hair, then called out, with an arrogant tone, Udamdiok, the guild master wants to meet you, so now you have to come with us. She was arrogant because she is the successor of the Sun Gun Guild, 7-star hunter Ju So-yoon. Udamdiok was led by So-yoon's people to meet the Sun Gun Guild master. While waiting, he was arranged to sit in a large room. He observed the place and evaluated, wow, truly one of the two largest guilds in Korea. The room is really spacious. He remembered when he first arrived, the bodyguard who led the way had instructed. The guild master is busy because an underwater cave appeared in Okinawa. He will return soon, so please wait here. He followed with a confused look. What's wrong with this uncle, calling people here then going to a dungeon? Back to the present, he sat heavily on the sofa to enjoy, having nothing to do, so he started guessing. Probably saw the news on the way, so called me urgently. But if I stay here longer, I'll probably slip up. Planning to recruit me or something. Truly unexpected that people of that caliber would actually seek me out. He leaned back on the chair, remembering Ju So-yoon's image from the morning and couldn't help but praise. She is the youngest future guild master of Sun Gun, one of the 3 7-star hunters in the whole country. In the prosperous hunter era, she is known to the whole world. If she were an ordinary citizen, she would certainly be a bright shining star. His expression was absent-minded, deep in thought. But it's true, if it weren't for someone of that caliber, how could I have escaped? Those people parted to both sides like parting the Red Sea. But this is also good because I need some free time to review everything. He called the system, status window. The screen appeared. Welcome low-ranking god Udamdiok. You have been promoted. New abilities have been unlocked. Power system, symbol, and title systems have been activated. You want to load the list of selectable titles? He eagerly scrolled through. Titles? Like Thor god of thunder or Ares god of war. Must choose a really cool one. He hesitated, not knowing which one to choose, because each has its own benefits. Which one to pick? Suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw suitable options. Oh, the list of god titles includes God of Fans, God of Mosquito Swatters, God of Water Bottles. He was startled as if electrocuted, screaming in horror. What is this? What kind of god names are these? God of Mosquito Swatters? Don't mess with me. He imagined himself becoming the god of mosquito swatters, holding a swatter to catch each mosquito. He frantically scrolled to see if there was any suitable one. Must find something really cool. An hour later, the corner of his mouth curled up. Found it. Here it is, a high-class title. On the screen appeared, God of Shoe Soles, Sword God, God of Spoons, God of Gloves. An eager expression like catching gold. He exclaimed, Sword God, very suitable for my talent. Alright, select it. He immediately pressed Select Sword God. System confirmed. Do you want to select the title Sword God? He didn't hesitate to press agree. Low-ranking god Udamdiok has been awarded the title Sword God. Magic circles appeared brilliantly. They condensed into a title, then flew in front of him. Then shot straight into his body. As soon as the process of connecting to the body was complete, he felt uncomfortable as if streams of electrical energy were surrounding his body. A moment later, the entire fusion process was finally finished. He panted, drenched in sweat. System notified. Congratulations, Udamdiok. You have received the title Sword God. An unknown goddess has blessed you. He sat on the sofa, breathing a sigh of relief. Just choosing a name is this exhausting. He remembered the struggle when receiving power. Just remembered, when I got this ability I also fainted. The system rang again. You have selected a title. The power system has unlocked. Please select Sword God skills. Series of detailed information was provided fully by the system. For him to see. He intently examined each item, unable to help but be stunned by the immense power beyond expectations. Finally, I have the power of a god, right? It also talks about holy power here. He checked information about sword energy. Convert holy power into a sword. Power can pierce everything. He muttered. Why worry? I don't intend to buy expensive items in the shop anyway. Just leveling up will get everything, although currently I haven't selected any truly overpowered power. Slightly disappointed, he continuously scrolled through the shop. What will my first power be? He exclaimed. Intuition. Select this one. System notified. You have selected intuition as your first power. Your personal profile has been updated. The profile appeared quite detailed. Udamdiok, race human, occupation low-ranking god. Holy power, 10,120. Power, intuition. Talent, martial arts SS, swordsmanship SS. Skills, battle concentration S, boxing E+, darts E, instant acceleration F, counterattack F, horizontal slash F, short hammer B. Intuition skill, unlock sixth sense. He happily hugged the system screen, dancing. Finally looks like a god's profile. I also have more skills, we'll check later. Excitedly looked back at the skills. Battle concentration S, boxing E+, darts E, instant acceleration F, counterattack F, horizontal slash F, short hammer B. While immersed in joyful happiness, a knock on the door outside brought him back to reality. He spoke up. Is that Uncle Duwook? Seol, sitting on his back, retorted. No, he went to the underwater dungeon. How could he be back so soon? He asked back. But other than him, who would look for me? Then curiously went to open the door and asked. Who is it? He was startled and stunned when the person who arrived was Yu So-yun. She was crossing her arms, wearing an outer coat. Seeing him, she spoke up. Can I come in for a moment, Udamdiok? He was still dazed standing there. Not yet reacting, he wondered. Why did you come here? She didn't answer immediately, rummaged for something in her pocket, then replied. Wait a minute. The guild master wants me to give you this. He received the red card she handed over, observing meticulously the tiger image and barcode. She explained it was a special card of the Sun Gun Guild, usable at all facilities. He looked at the card, then glanced at her, deep in thought. Is this part of their recruitment plan? He hurriedly changed his expression 180 degrees, smiled and replied, Thanks. She was stiff, not understanding his intention. He was also awkward and hurriedly explained, Thanks for the card. She didn't react either. Both fell into silence. No one said another word. He was confused, not knowing what to do next. Oh, so awkward. Why is she so silent? Yu So-yun, there's something strange about her. Not wanting the awkward atmosphere to drag on, he put on a forced smile to break the silence. So I will. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly Bexiol's eyes lit up, happily lunged forward, pounced into her arms. Making both surprised, he was shocked by Bexiol's action and shouted, What's that? A few seconds later he reacted, eyes bulging, cold sweat pouring. Bexiol, then turned to her and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, it's a bit naughty. But her reaction was unexpected. She nonchalantly replied, It's okay. She stroked the white fur and praised. This mascot is so cute. Can I feed it? He stared, not believing his ears, but also nodded in agreement. Huh? Ah. Sure. Receiving agreement, she pulled from her pocket a thing like an almond and fed it to Bexiol. It smiled, opened its mouth and bit the nut. Looking at Bexiol and So-yun, he grew suspicious. The other day it didn't care about the nurse. Why does it like you So-yun now? Does it like pretty girls? And what did she feed it? Unable to hold back curiosity, he asked, What is that nut? She looked at him, slightly surprised, answered, Like a nutritional nut, very good. Then looked at it eating deliciously without needing to know what it was. After eating full, it returned to lie on his shoulder and sleep soundly. She returned to her cold demeanor, arms crossed, for the first time actively starting a conversation. Very happy to meet you today. Then she leaned down to say goodbye to Bexiol. See you next time. After ending the conversation, he returned to the room and sat heavily on the sofa. He sighed. Talking to her is really difficult. He tilted his head and asked Bexiol. You seem to like her. Fed once and you bit right away. Are you obsessed already? Suddenly, he sat up and shouted, Wait! He remembered her last sentence. Bexiol. See you next time. He suddenly realized, I didn't tell her Bexiol's name, did I? He left his room, walking down the wide corridor with a faint smile. Damdiok rested his chin in thought. Yu So-yun, what should I do with her? She looks okay, but who doesn't know she's a stalker? So-yun's image appeared, making him hesitate. Bexiol. See you next time. He still frowned, thinking, not knowing what to do next. A series of notifications appeared like mushrooms after rain, making him even more confused. Suddenly a notification appeared as if wanting to hit his eyes. famous part-time job notification has been edited. Damdiok felt bitter but couldn't do anything. What's this? Am I not busy enough? He depressedly clicked to view that job. Notification content. Feed Cerberus. Recruiter. Hades. Divine power. Over 10,000. Description. I'm going on a business trip to Olympus, so I need someone to take care of Cerberus for 3 days. Very easy job, has accident insurance. Salary. 200 Hades. P.S. I'm doubling the salary because no one accepts. My dog doesn't bite. Normally seeing this news people would have run away, but Damdiok is different. Perhaps the salary blinded him. Huh? Double salary? That stalker girl is no longer important. So in an instant, he pressed the confirm button. Even if I starve to death, I must do this job. The moonlight shone onto the pitch-black forest. Perhaps that was the only light source in this place. Unexpectedly, that faint white light was overshadowed by a powerful blue light in the sky. Damdiok held his head. I'm already used to falling like this. Right after, a yellow light blinded him, forcing him to cover his eyes. What's this? Being suddenly shown upon confused him. Who's shining a light in my face like this? Then he looked up and was astonished. Before him was a bizarre-looking figure. Wrinkled skin, eyes wide as if about to pop out, looking more like a ghost than a person. Seeing him, Damdiok screamed in fear. He tried to escape but realized it was impossible because he was on a boat, surrounded by vast water on all sides. The one holding the lantern pointed straight at him. You! Then he said a blunt sentence. You're dead, he explained. This is the river Styx, the place that takes the dead to hell and is a place the living cannot pass through. Hearing that, Damdiok guessed who was in front of him. River Styx? So is this guy the ferryman Sharon? He scratched his head trying to escape. Actually, I came down here on business. Can you help me cross the river? Karen's answer drove him crazy. Not possible, kid. Knowing he couldn't use force, he used words. Then can I meet Hades? This question made Sharon furious. What? Someone like you dares to call his name directly? He continued to tease. Of course I'll call him Hades, what else should I call him? Or should I call him Lord of the Underworld, Your Majesty? Sharon angrily grabbed Damdiok's shirt. Do you want to die? Conversely, he remained calm. Weren't you the one who provoked me first? Sharon gripped his scythe tightly. I already warned you. Right after that he swung his scythe up. Turn back now. He glared threateningly. Many low-ranking young gods like you have died on this staff already. But to Damdiok this threat wasn't worth listening to. What? You're really mean. Knowing he was being looked down upon, Sharon was furious, as if he'd eaten 10 chili peppers at once. Nonsense. This is your last chance, kid. Turn back. Damdiok just smiled contemptuously and raised his middle finger. Seeing that, Sharon couldn't restrain himself anymore. Insolent. Without saying a word, he lunged straight at him, intending to slash him. Fine, I will kill you. He was just millimeters away from touching. The opponent, the thing he least expected, was that the opponent had dodged the blow. Then a call rang out. Bexiol. Sharon saw he missed, so he was even angrier than before. He swung his scythe wildly. Die obediently and you will be able to sit on this boat legitimately. But precisely because of those aimless strikes, Damdiok easily read his attacks. Even caused Sharon to slash himself. Sharon's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. How? How can you wield something like that? Knowing exactly what the opponent was confused about, Damdiok was delighted. What? I guess that myth is true, huh? Do you recognize this club? The guy obviously wasn't stupid enough not to know what that club was. Of course that's Hercules' club, right? The mortal who defeated me and crossed the river while alive. This guy was intending to say something else, but before he could finish the sentence, Damdiok used that club to hit him on the head a few times. Damdiok found this gatekeeper too annoying, so he used the club to shut him up. You talk too much. I'm busy, go quickly. As for the other guy, for some reason, after being bonked on the head a few times, he became quite gentle. Then you at least have to pay the fare. Seeing the opponent showing signs of resistance, Damdiok asked a question that made Sharon tremble. What? Sharon, hearing that question, could only sadly swallow his tears. Sit. Let's go quickly. Amidst that dark night, that faint moonlight was truly the lantern guiding the boat. The boat kept going on and on. Finally, the boat reached the shore. Damdiok knew it, so he smiled and thanked Sharon. Thanks a lot. Naturally, he didn't know that the guy behind him had secretly raised his scythe to ambush him. You fool, you will die instantly if you are careless in the underworld. He swung the scythe high without hesitation. Die. But indeed, man proposes, God disposes. At the very moment Sharon thought he had achieved his goal, suddenly, the power of the sword god, intuition, was activated. Thanks to this power, Damdiok escaped death by a hair's breadth. His eyes widened. He must have been very surprised by this new power. Damdiok was bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. So, this is the power of intuition? My body reacted faster than my thoughts. As for Sharon, who was a tiger a second ago, turned into a cat the next second. Ow! Damdiok turned around and sent Sharon a very affectionate smile. This won't do, I have to beat you up. Sharon could only scream in fear. He trembled like a leaf, tears welling up when he saw Damdiok approaching him. Wait! Not making the opponent wait too long. Damdiok handled this obstacle in a flash. Whoosh! A failure wasting his time. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Are you the one who came to take care of Cerberus? That was the voice of an extremely beautiful girl. She had golden hair like the sun, along with eyes so beautiful that anyone who looked into them would be mesmerized. She hesitated. Are you the one who came for the part-time job? The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, flashing a very radiant smile. That was the goddess of the underworld in spring, Persephone. She warmly welcomed her guest, who was also the person hiring him for the upcoming time. Very nice to meet you. My husband is very angry because no one accepted the job. Luckily there's you, otherwise he would have left it to me. This charming appearance made Damdiok blush. Yes, I am Damdiok. He even mistook the other person for the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. If the other person hadn't called Hades her husband, he might have actually thought so. Aphrodite? No, if she's Hades' wife, it must be Persephone. Persephone kept that smiling expression. Let me lead you to Cerberus's place. Let's go. The path became darker and darker. But seemingly because she was too used to this, Persephone had no fear at all. She could even comfortably chat with Damdiok. It's very far. Before, we used to call it right to the front. But my husband said not to do that anymore. Damdiok found this very confusing. Why? Persephone was no stranger to these types of questions. Half the people who come here run away as soon as they see Cerberus. So he thinks they must at least be good enough to defeat Sharon to be able to tame Cerberus. Hearing this, Damdiok understood the reason. So that must be the first test. Actually, he himself was a bit worried about his upcoming mission. It's understandable because in mythology, Cerberus is a terrifying monster also known as the jailer of the underworld. It's really unsettling. But when thinking about his own abilities, boom, no more restlessness. No, don't worry, I'm the great sword god. Even if it's Cerberus, it's just a dog. Persephone was very puzzled by the other person because she didn't know what he was thinking that made him so fired up. After walking for a while, both of them arrived. Persephone announced, "We're here, it's right in front." In the darkness, something large and pitch black was gradually appearing, but the scarier thing was that it didn't just have one, but 3 heads. It had extremely sharp claws, feeling as if those claws could kill anyone whenever it wanted. That thing appeared before Damdiok with eyes literally burning red. Along with that, drool was dripping profusely. It must have been very hungry. Upon seeing this creature, the first thing Damdiok thought was, I'm done for. Then that recruitment notice appeared once again. While Damdiok didn't know what to do other than flash a bright smile, Persephone's call startled him. Mr. Damdiok, are you okay? Damdiok replied extremely fearfully, because actually he was scared enough to wet his pants. Yes, haha, I'm fine. Persephone of course didn't know that, so she remained nonchalant. These are some instructions on how to take care of the dog written by my husband himself. Please read this before starting work. Perhaps this is a quite new concept for Damdiok, because normally no one has time to write dog-sitting instructions. Instructions, you say? He received the instruction paper from Persephone. That's right. There's no way he would make him watch that thing without preparing anything. He excitedly opened that paper and silently thanked his boss. Hades, you really had a plan ready, didn't you? Life, who knows what to expect. Right when opening the paper, a series of warnings about this Cerberus hit Damdiok's eyes. I don't understand what Hades was thinking to assume his dog was very well behaved amidst dozens of warnings like that. Things like getting injured when feeding, then a bunch of cases needing special attention like when Cerberus is guarding the underworld gate, lying down, standing, sitting, and many other states. Frankly speaking, you need to be careful full-time when taking care of this dog if you want to return alive. It's truly incomprehensible. By now Damdiok understood all too well why half the people ran away when they saw Cerberus. Because he himself wanted to do so more or less. Are you kidding me? Better to tell me to die right away, it would be quicker. Persephone surely wasn't strange to this attitude, so she was still very warm. The daily schedule is also written on the back, please check that too. My husband wrote it himself, so everything is clearly regulated. Damdiok looked confusedly at the paper he had just thrown down. Daily schedule? That schedule made him even angrier. Even though it was just eating and walking, the problem was these things could only be done in the underworld. Not to mention how to take this monster for a walk obediently. Damdiok furiously tore the paper in half. Stop joking. How do you think I'm supposed to take that thing for a walk? You told me I only needed to feed it in the recruitment notice. Is this a systematic scam business, or what? Well, it is a scam indeed. Persephone offered him a piece of advice. It would be fine if you changed your mind and turned back even right now. But oh my, her following words were no different from a threat. But I'm a bit worried. The previous worker was caught by Hades when quitting and was dragged straight to hell by my husband. She even described the scene back then. My husband definitely tore him apart. It was truly too gruesome. I cannot tell anymore. Seeing Damdiok's wide eyes and sweat-drenched face, she stopped telling it. Oh my, I shouldn't have said that, should I? Now you should go, hurry up. Damdiok looked back at the poor paper that he himself had torn in two. Then he sighed, shaking his head. Now what else could he do but tape back the torn pieces? Haha. I made a slight mistake while trying to cheer myself up. What should I start with? He must be regretting his choice a lot now. I miss my mom so much. Really shouldn't trust places claiming easy work and high pay. Persephone told him he could start with the thing mentioned most in the instructions. Feeding the dog. So, please start by feeding Cerberus. Do you see the minor goddesses transporting carts of meat into the warehouse? Looking at that huge pile of meat made him feel extremely lost. Should I join them? That's a lot to look at. Persephone said something that Damdiok knew if he didn't follow. The price to pay would be very high. In addition, he also tears apart those who intentionally deceive him. Damdiok carried the huge slabs of meat on his shoulders to Persephone. I brought it here, now what should I do? Persephone saw that and was very satisfied. Very good. She instructed him, you can throw it piece by piece to Cerberus. That three-headed dog, which looked so terrifying a few minutes ago, had now turned into a puppy obediently waiting for its owner to feed it. Its eyes shone brightly, drool dripping profusely when seeing food in front of it. Its growling now made Damdiok much less afraid. Oh my, it growls really fiercely. Did it really turn into a dog in front of food? Right after that, he was hit by a pile of mud thrown at his head by it. Persephone had to try to hold back her laughter at this scene. But couldn't hold it for long either. Ha ha ha, this time it really is an interesting worker. Damdiok, meanwhile, looked extremely displeased. Persephone said while unable to stop laughing. It's no use trying to teach them. Cerberus only listens to my husband. The three-headed dog didn't see food for a long time, so it was getting impatient. Where's the food? Give me the food quickly. Damdiok by now had realized a harsh truth. Now I understand why no one took the job. He angrily picked up a piece of meat. Then threw it straight at that dog without mercy. Screw you. Here's your meat. But instead of hitting its mouth, it hit the eye of one of the three heads. The other two heads ignored their friend who had just had its self-esteem hurt and just rolled around laughing. Damdiok pretended to be concerned. Oh my, I'm sorry. I forgot to control my strength. Then he threw two pieces of meat straight at the other two heads to teach them a lesson. You shouldn't laugh at your friend like that. But who would have thought he was the one who got taught a lesson by that dog? They roared angrily and gradually advanced toward Damdiok. He didn't care much, even though now they had stood right in front of him, because they were chained. Damdiok knew that well, so he liked teasing the dog more than ever. He looked at them with a smirk and eyes full of contempt. What can you do if you're angry, especially when you're still chained up like this? People have a saying, never underestimate others just by their appearance. That saying was truly true in this case, as Cerberus didn't take much time to break that dog chain. Now Damdiok was very scared, but still had to find a way to calm that monster down. Be good, wait a second. Looking at that pathetic chain, Damdiok could only exclaim, huh, it just broke the chain like that? Immediately after, the three-headed monster lunged to attack him. Although he managed to run away, he still couldn't avoid getting injured. In complete contrast to Damdiok, Persephone was extremely calm. Wow, so this thing can break too? Damdiok felt the goddess's reaction nerves seemed to have stopped working. How could a normal person be that calm? This is no time to be admiring it. Without a second of hesitation, he pulled Persephone to run with him. Run. Damdiok looked back at that dog. That crazy dog tried to bite me just because I teased it a little. The state of his arm also made Persephone somewhat worried. Is your arm okay? But perhaps this wound was nothing to him, or he was trying to endure the pain. I'm fine, it just grazed the skin. He felt extremely uneasy about the workplace safety here. Before that, why was that chain so easy to break? Even if there's no warranty on construction, there should be a limit. However, Persephone was just as confused as he was. This is also the first time I've seen it like this. Cerberus caught up to them faster than Damdiok thought. Damn it, it's too fast. Split up and run. But Persephone remained very calm. No, you should stay near me. That statement raised a huge question mark in Damdiok's head. Why? The other party replied very confidently. I may look like this, but I am the wife of the god who rules the underworld, you know. As long as I am here, it won't attack indiscriminately anymore. However, it's true that you shouldn't count your chickens before they hatch. That monster didn't listen to her at all. Damdiok shouted loudly. It's doing exactly that. Persephone herself was also very surprised. It's doing that? At this point, he had no other choice but to ask for Bexiol's help. Upon hearing this command, the beast on his shoulder throughout the journey gradually transformed into a weapon. He swung that weapon up. At the same time, he also jumped high. Damdiok glared defiantly. Try biting this, you mangy dog. Then he slashed straight at that dog. But while he wasn't paying attention, it raised its claws to attack him from behind. And it succeeded. Damdiok looked absolutely miserable after that attack. But it seemed he was still holding on. Damn it, why is it so strong? The monster still aggressively charged at him. Persephone screamed in terror. Damdiok, get out of there quickly. She terrifiedly called out to him. If you fall into the river Styx, it will catch and eat you right away. Damdiok. At this moment, a series of hands appeared behind Damdiok, but he was no longer conscious enough. Damn it. My mind is fading. I can't hear anything she's saying. Persephone turned pale. He doesn't seem to hear me. What should I do? She tried to order the beast. Cerberus. Stop. Seat. I told you to stop. It seemed to have no effect, because it kept advancing toward Damdiok. Listen to me, you mongrel dog. Not only that, she was also pushed aside by it. Cerberus. You. Dog kept approaching Damdiok. He despaired. Damn it, I came to feed the dog, but ended up becoming its food. However, he was still very resilient. Like hell, I'll accept this. Then he pushed himself toward those hands. Just before that beast ate him. I refuse to die like this. Persephone screamed in terror. Damdiok. However, he had disappeared. A thought appeared. Damn it. Why is it so cold? Damdiok's body was sinking deeper and deeper into the freezing water. I can't even lift a finger. He even thought desperately. Am I dead? Then memories of days past appeared one after another. Like a long film. Feeling like floating in a dream. Everything that has happened to me until now. And all the time I worked so hard. My whole life. Could it be that this was all just an illusion? I still want so many things in the god shop. Still haven't bought a single thing. It feels like my memories are also floating along with my body. This must be the life review scene before death that people always talk about. In the water, a blurry Bexiol appeared. Don't come here. Bexiol, at least you must live on. After trying for a while, Bexiol finally touched its master. It seemed like it intended to give him CPR. But no, it didn't do that. Instead, it gave his nose a love bite, making him startle awake. Not only that, it heartlessly bit his nose until it bled. Damdiok wanted to groan, wanted to cry because it hurt so much, but being underwater, he was helpless. He looked behind him and realized a bunch of hands were clinging to him. They were even squeezing his neck. What is this? A consciousness. He gradually lost consciousness, to the point where Bexiol's cries couldn't be heard clearly anymore. Damn it, should have. But just before being pushed to the other world, Bexiol managed to transform into a weapon. And Damdiok swung that weapon up high, intending to slash off those hands. He was even able to activate the skill, Dwarf Hammer. This helped him escape from the pincer grip, but there was still another problem waiting for him. Can't breathe. There was no other way. He had to try to surface as quickly as possible to avoid drowning. Luckily, he succeeded. Thanks for watching the video. He hurriedly climbed onto the bank, almost went to the grave. However, just as he got onto the bank, a giant shadow appeared before his eyes. It was Cerberus, and it was still waiting to eat him. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, it bit his entire head. Anyone who witnessed this scene would surely lose sleep for several nights. Damdiok screamed in pain. But he realized something wasn't right. Shouldn't he be dead by now? An incomprehensible line of text appeared. River Styx effect is gradually taking effect. Time limit, 1 hour. So that was the effect of the River Styx. It has the effect of granting immunity to effects like poison, stun, bleeding. In short, it's immunity to all physical attacks, or can be understood as temporary immortality. Damdiok's eyes widened. What is this pile of notifications? The whole pile of new information overwhelmed him. River Styx effect. Greek mythology tells that if you bathe in the river Styx, it is said you can become an invincible warrior. The goddess Thetis dipped her own son into the river Styx to turn him into the mightiest warrior, but only the boy's heel, where the goddess held him to keep him, did not touch the river water, and later it became Achilles' fatal weakness. Now Damdiok suddenly remembered one thing. Wait, I was just submerged from head to toe. A thought suddenly appeared in his head. Does that mean my body is immortal? Persephone naturally didn't know about this effect, so when she looked from the outside, she only saw that dog biting his head quite comfortably. This horrific scene scared the soul out of her. She tried to pull him out. Damdiok. But no matter how hard she tried, it had no effect. Are you still alive? Let go. You disgusting monster. The monster finally let him go. Perhaps because it saw he was too tough and couldn't swallow him, it gave up. Persephone hurriedly ran to him. Are you okay? The sight of both him and Bexiol unconscious with bodies covered in saliva made Persephone extremely terrified. Truly miserable. Hearing that, Damdiok also woke up. How can you treat someone who just returned from the dead like that? How cruel. Persephone felt extremely guilty. You're awake? I'm sorry. I couldn't help at all. Seeing his condition wasn't too bad, Persephone was also more relieved. But, are you still okay? But she still wondered, how did you survive falling into the river Styx? Damdiok hurriedly cleaned his body while answering, oh, it's so dirty. I just escaped on my own. Perhaps it was the first time seeing this case. So Persephone was very surprised. You escaped from there on your own? He found it normal. Yeah, just swung the hammer. She was even more surprised. Swung a hammer? I've never heard of this before. While Damdiok wasn't paying attention, that dog secretly bit his hand. Then it dragged him away. Persephone still screamed, Hey, Damdiok! It seemed that the monster also realized something wasn't right. Damdiok was too fed up with the useless attacks, so he yawned. Yawn, are you done yet? Not only that, he also took the opportunity to tease it. What's wrong? Is my meat a bit tough? What is this? It's not even enough to scratch an itch for me. Haha. Persephone was stunned. Even a low-ranking god could hardly hold on after Cerberus's bite. Don't tell me it's an immortality blessing. Damdiok smirked with a face that was both provocative and handsome. Hey, I offered it right to your mouth. If you can't eat it, that's your fault. Done eating, how about a stroll to digest, puppy? The three-headed monster saw Damdiok teasing it and was extremely furious. Besides its scary appearance and threatening growls, it couldn't do anything else. Damdiok looked at it with half an eye. Humph. You know it's useless, but you still growl? Growl again and I won't let you go for a walk. That dog heard that and was stunned. Hesitating for a moment, it finally sighed and gave up the intention to attack him. Then it turned away elsewhere. Damdiok realized this dog was not like ordinary dogs. So you're completely different from the dogs at the pet store. Anyway, it was a monster guarding the gates of hell. Comparing it like that was really lopsided. Then it bit the broken chain. After that, it retracted its scary gaze, sticking its tongue out waiting for a reward. Damdiok was also helpless before this dizzying change. Huh. Where did that scary appearance from before go? Why is this three-headed monster now as obedient as a puppy? Its eyes are even sparkling. Damdiok sighed. Anyway, you're still just a dog. Is this really a Greek mythological monster? Damdiok was reconnecting the broken chains with Persephone's guidance. Hold it here. Suddenly Persephone said a confusing sentence. Please forgive me, Damdiok. She asked him because Cerberus hadn't been for a walk in a long time, so please try to go very slowly. It seemed he had done this many times, so he was very confident. I can do it, don't worry. I'm an expert part-timer at a pet store. People call me the commander of dogs. Before he finished speaking, the dog dragged him away at a terrifying speed, making him dizzy. Hey, wait a minute. Not only that, his chin even kissed the ground. Even rocks hit his ears too. To put it bluntly, he was being dragged by a dog. Despite his screaming, the dog continued to drag him along, not knowing where it would go. Suddenly, there was a notification. Obtain skill gale when reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Oh, so this dog runs as fast as a car. Damdiok read it and his eyes blurred. What the hell is this? Persephone had been running after him all this time. What are you doing? She found it confusing why he didn't use divine power to strengthen his body. He didn't understand what she was saying. Huh. But there was something even more confusing. Wait. How can she keep up with the speed? Persephone still yelled. I said use divine power to strengthen your body. Cerberus is too strong. But the question after that made him confused. Why don't you use divine power? The reason he was confused was because, use it? Isn't that just a type of stat? Can it be used? He asked her while still being dragged by Cerberus. How do I use it now? This question stunned Persephone. Don't tell me you don't know how to use divine power? But his answer made her even more confused. I really don't know. This was beyond her expectations. Absurd. How can such a thing be? But he was still honest. Really? I really don't know how to use it. The dog continued to run at a terrifying speed, making Damdiok's face twist. Yua, how long does it intend to run? Persephone still miraculously kept up with him. Remember the feeling whenever you use power. Damdiok didn't understand anything. How am I supposed to know when you say that? But she didn't care, still urging, hurry up. Damdiok started to focus his thoughts. The feeling when using power? Now that I think about it, it automatically activated during the battle with Sharon. This time Persephone instructed more specifically. Imagine it like a picture. Think that you are controlling the divine power in your body. Damdiok closed his eyes. Picture, controlling the flow of energy. Then he slowly opened his eyes. His hands gripped the chain tightly. His feet stomped hard on the ground. Cerberus widened its eyes in surprise. He had stopped that dog. There. Thanks for watching the video. Perhaps even he couldn't believe it. Does it really work? Persephone was extremely satisfied. Very good. Like that. Focus divine power on the part you want to strengthen. Cerberus bit the chain tightly and moved forward. Damdiok was also dragged along. Tisk! It's pulling the chain. Gritted his teeth. Damn it! He tried to understand Persephone's words. A part of the body, especially the latter part. Focus divine power on it. His hands were trying to jerk the chain back hard. Damdiok used all his might to pull it back. Be good, stop. Persephone witnessed this scene with wide eyes and an open mouth. Perhaps she had never thought this would happen. Cerberus was finally dragged to the ground. A thud echoed, tearing through the space. You Damdiok ordered. That's enough walking for today, let's head back. But if Cerberus listened so easily, it wouldn't be a monster. You Damdiok knew this well. Humph, you want to resist? He flashed a sinister smile. Then I'll have to handle this my way. Hearing that, the dog immediately powered down, turning into a puppy right away. Persephone must have tried very hard not to burst out laughing. She offered praise. Is this your first time using divine power, and you've already achieved this much? Persephone was very satisfied. It seems I've hired a wonderful part-time employee this time. Damdiok began to suspect. Thinking back, it's strange. It's obvious she's very strong. So why didn't she intervene? Even a low-ranking god like me could do it. Curiosity stirred. He asked, May I ask you a question? She replied warmly, Sure. He went straight to the point. Why don't you go near Cerberus? The follow-up surprised her even more. I'm sure you could easily control it. Persephone replied reservedly, Because there are certain restrictions. You Damdiok didn't understand what restrictions someone like her could have. Restrictions, she explained. As you know, Cerberus is the hellhound guarding the gate. It is responsible for preventing lost souls from trying to return to the human world, as well as protecting this place from curiosity from the other side. Then she said something that startled you Damdiok. And I am one of them. Persephone smiled brightly, her eyes shining. One of those who wants to return to the human world. The three-headed dog appeared ferocious with flaming eyes and sharp teeth. One head was even drooling as if it wanted to devour someone alive. Before it were countless arms raised, trying to escape the chains that bound them. Persephone explained further. Cerberus is the Hell's Guard. It blocks souls wanting to return to the mortal world and those curious enough to intrude. You Damdiok was startled by Persephone's next words. I am one of them. She looked at him affectionately. One of those who wants to return. Morning in the underworld felt like late night, with a gray sky covered in dark clouds. In the distance, birds flew toward the full moon, the atmosphere more eerie than Halloween. On the way back, he walked slowly along the ground. He looked at Persephone walking ahead and pondered. In short, she is heavily restricted and can't do anything to Cerberus. She can only handle creatures Hades allows, like me. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling information. In mythology, Hades kidnapped and locked Persephone away because he was infatuated with her beauty. I thought it was a myth, but it turns out to be true. Looking at her back with hair golden and flowing like a stream, he thought to himself, she must have been here for a long time. It's truly sad. He clenched his fists, resolving, no, forget this sense of justice. Her husband is Hades, Zeus's brother. Even if I pity her, her husband could crush me like an ant. What can I do? He lowered his eyes, suddenly realizing his own inability. What could I possibly do? Suddenly, Bexiol perked its ears, raised its tail, and yipped, catching his attention. Oh right, Bexiol jumped onto him, yipping noisily in a sulky manner. He was flustered because he had forgotten it earlier. I completely forgot, sorry. Cerberus lay limp, letting him drag it along, creating a long furrow in the ground. It flattened its ears, closed its eyes, and didn't bother looking around anymore. A while later, they returned to Cerberus's spot. He was still pulling the chain, with Persephone and Bexiol walking beside him. After being dragged back to its den, something suddenly made it wary. It raised its head high, its gaze alert, no longer looking lifeless as before. He crossed his arms, staring blankly as it bared its teeth and growled fiercely. What's wrong with it all of a sudden? Persephone explained. It's chasing the dead. It may look like that, but it takes its job very seriously. That's why I can't sneak out. She stepped toward the sharp stone pillar and reminded him. Tie it to the pillar and the morning work is done. He wrapped the chain around his hand, shrugging and thinking. A goddess guarded by a dog? Hades must be very difficult. He still obeyed, pulling the chain toward the pillar and muttering. Why does he keep a dog that only listens to him? Suddenly, a notification window appeared. Intuition skill has been activated. A stream of blue energy flooded into his eyes. He could see through objects and saw something glowing brightly inside the stone pillar. Is there something inside the pillar? What could it be? He wondered. It doesn't seem to be a living thing. Is it some kind of item? Should I check it out? Thinking and doing, he focused energy into his fist. Just as she turned around cheerfully and said, Morning work is done. Now let's prepare for the afternoon. She was startled and screamed loudly, You damnediok! Without a word, he threw an energy-charged punch, shattering the stone pillar. She yelled, What are you doing? He calmly pulled out a circular object with sharp spikes, looking exactly like the dog collar from Tom and Jerry. Her face froze, but when she saw the object clearly, she was also extremely surprised. He scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling sheepishly. Ah, sorry, it seems there was something inside. Information about the item he found appeared on the blue notification window. Cerberus's collar. This is Hades's collar used to train Cerberus. When worn, Cerberus will obey you. He held the collar out in front of him. She clasped her hands together, stuttering in disbelief. He actually hid it here? She waved her hands, speaking rapidly because she couldn't believe he could do it. No matter what, I couldn't find it. How did you find it? He scratched his cheek, not daring to accept the praise because this wasn't due to his own ability. He replied, Ah, perhaps it's intuition? Ah. After a few seconds of awkwardness, his face returned to normal. When he learned the collar's function, he still couldn't believe it and asked again, But is this collar really that amazing? Holding the collar in his hand, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It seemed he didn't fully understand the world of gods and Cerberus's power. Hearing his question, she raised her voice to explain. Of course, Cerberus is the symbol of the underworld. Controlling it means controlling the entire underworld. Bowing his head to look at the collar back and forth, no matter how he looked at it, he still blurted out, To be honest, it just looks like a normal dog collar. Finally, he realized this was the owner's property, so he held the collar up and exclaimed, Then I probably can't use it, right? After all, it's Hades's stuff. If I could use this, the work would be as easy as pie. Persephone brought her finger to her lips, thinking without saying a word. After a long while, it seemed she had found what she wanted and replied calmly, It's fine. Hearing that, his attitude changed completely, happily asking back, Really? She closed her eyes, calmly placing her hands on her hips and speaking as if anyone could use the collar. It's not forbidden to use. My husband often told me to try and find this collar. Lowering her eyes slightly and sighing, she continued muttering. He said if I found it, he would let me train Cerberus. He smiled with interest, his heart filled with joy. It seemed she needed to have a clear talk with her husband. Regardless, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to reduce the difficulty of this job. Approaching the three-headed dog Cerberus, he excitedly held up the large collar, the other hand in his pocket, arrogantly calling out, Hey, come here. Let me put the collar on you. It lowered its head, looking at his attitude and hearing his tone, its nostrils snorting. Its eyes were still slanted upward, showing no sympathy. Seeing Cerberus's defiant attitude, he calmly asked, Huh, you still haven't realized you're no match for me? Then he flashed a smile that was both radiant and arrogant, emphasizing further, You still haven't woken up to reality? His insult made it angry, its eyes glaring fiercely. But of course it couldn't resist for long. Even if it's a hellhound, when beaten, it's just like any other dog. He gave it a thorough beating, making it tear up, nose bleeding, and body covered in bruises. Finally, it obediently let him put the collar on. That heartless guy grinned and praised, Oh my, it looks good. Wouldn't it have been better if you were obedient from the start? Suddenly, he smiled wickedly, the corners of his mouth curling up as an interesting idea popped into his head. He immediately transformed into Satoshi from Pokemon, turned his cap backward, pointed forward, and shouted, Cerberus, I choose you. Immediately after, he continued ordering it to do whatever he thought of. Sit, lie down. Responding to his commands, it obediently carried them out perfectly. He shouted one more time, Roll. The three-headed dog immediately curled its four legs and rolled back and forth like a roly-poly toy. Its three faces were indescribably bewildered because it didn't even know why it was doing that. Looking at it, he couldn't help but laugh delightedly. Ha ha ha! It really works. You're actually cute. Hearing him laughing and praising, it shyly faced the wall. What a humiliation for someone with 3 brains to lose to a human and be made into a laughingstock. He stopped laughing and ordered, "This is the punishment for biting and dragging me. You just keep facing the wall and reflect until I tell you to stop." Seeing its obedient posture accepting punishment without a single growl, he laughed wide-mouthed with delight. At this rate, this job will be as easy as pie. Standing from afar watching him laugh triumphantly, but Goddess Persephone looked strange at this moment. She approached, tapping her fair finger on his shoulder and calling, "Manager!" When he turned back to boast, "Goddess Persephone, see? That dog can't do anything to me." Just then she touched her finger to his cheek. Her mouth muttered a spell in an ancient language. From that touch, successive magic circles appeared. He asked with wide, astonished eyes, "Goddess Persephone?" Immediately after, he felt he had no strength left and collapsed. Looking down from above, she said, "My husband gave Cerberus 2 tasks. He looked up, squinting at her. Her voice remained even and emotionless. "One is to manage the dead who want to escape the underworld, and the other," narrowing her eyes slightly, she narrated as if talking about someone else, "is to manage Persephone." Hearing that, he understood her feelings and desires, so he didn't reply, only thinking about his own condition. "What's happening? I'm so dizzy." Under the effect of the magic, his vision blurred. He could no longer see her face clearly, only hearing a clear voice, "Sleep well, manager." She turned to leave but left behind a promise. "I will return before my husband arrives, so don't worry." Perhaps he had been hit by a sleep spell that rendered him unconscious. Her figure and words faded away. "So just sleep well until then." In his stupor, he slowly realized a few things. That's right, to Hades, the most important thing isn't the underworld. His heavy eyelids forced him to shut them tight and sink deep into sleep. However, his subconscious couldn't help but angrily curse. "Damn it! I can't." A while later, he was woken up by a familiar sound. His eyes slowly opened, and the scene and the person waking him became clearer. That person was none other than Bexiol, his snow-white fox. With dazed face from being sleepy, he called its name, "Bexiol." His eyes suddenly opened wide as he quickly remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. Immediately after, he bolted upright. "Oh my God! Did I just fall asleep?" He panicked. "Where is Goddess Persephone?" But when he looked around, only he, Bexiol, and the good boy Cerberus, who was being punished facing the wall, remained. Swallowing his saliva, he thought, "It's over." His face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out when he thought about being torn apart by Hades. I'm done for this time. But no matter what, he had to try to stay calm to save the situation. He asked himself, "How long have I been asleep?" Immediately, the blue notification window appeared. Looking quickly at the information, Styx River effect, time remaining 5 minutes 20 seconds. He realized he hadn't slept long, so he hurried off, not forgetting to order, "Guard the gate, Cerberus, I'm off." Bexiol quickly jumped onto his shoulder. He ran quickly toward the river to stop her and thought, normally, the goddess cannot leave the underworld because Cerberus guards it. The long, narrow path with dense trees made his heart burn. If Hades finds out Persephone escaped because of me, he'll beat me to death. He looked around in a panic. Where did she go? I must bring her back as quickly as possible. Necessity is the mother of invention. He realized he had a new skill. Learned Gale skill. Speed 100 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes. He exclaimed, "It's fortunate I just got this skill." He immediately applied that skill to his legs. Gale skill activated. Depending on the user's physique, this technique can be significantly upgraded. Applied with abundant energy, his eyes widened, looking straight ahead. He quickly accelerated to test the flexibility of this skill. It was truly astonishing. He dashed out of the gloomy forest, leaving only streaks of light. Both he and the spirit creature pressed their lips tight while moving, their legs like they had engines installed, zooming away like a gust of wind. He looked back at the distance he had just covered and was startled. Wow, that's incredibly fast. He knelt on one knee, looked up ahead, and calculated. This time, let's try activating the skill with divine power. Immediately, a stream of energy surrounded his entire body, looking extremely cool. Surprisingly, with just one jump, he left the ground. He flew high, surpassing the treetops of the dense forest, making his view much more open and clear. Thanks to that, he spotted the target he needed to find. In the distance, there was someone standing on a boat in the middle of the river. He cheered joyfully. Found you. It was goddess Persephone trying to steer the boat across the river. He had to be faster to catch up. The water parted on both sides of the boat. Under her power, the vessel surged forward rapidly. Beneath the bright moon amidst the gloomy mountains and forests, she looked as if she were glowing. As the boat neared the opposite bank, a sound from below caught her attention. What was that? Traveling on this river, besides water, it could only be rocks, she muttered. Did I hit an underwater rock? But just as she worried about hitting a rock, someone suddenly lunged up from the water, startling her. That dangerous figure only poked his head up like a drowned corpse, wet hair hanging down to cover his eyes, reciting, "Why the rush, why the haste, to trip on a rock and get tangled in a vine?" The person was the manager. Instead of blocking the path normally, he chose to dive into the water and pop up to scare her. He shouted, "You were the one who said no one was allowed to cross the river Styx." He lunged in front of her aggressively. "Then why are you doing this?" Caught in the act, she hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to see my mother again." Hearing the word mother, he suddenly thought of his own mother. He softened his voice. "You should have considered this beforehand, shouldn't you?" She lowered her eyelashes slightly, standing silently as she listened to him. But just a few seconds later, she snapped her fingers and winked, becoming mischievous. "Don't worry. My husband won't be back for 2 more days. This is a secret. I've never been caught before." He froze instantly, realizing he had worried for nothing. He exclaimed, "What? This isn't the first time." As they were busy talking, neither noticed the boat had struck a rock, causing them to sway. Damn it, the boat was quickly cracking apart. A large hole appeared, causing water to flood into the boat. He gasped, "What the hell is this?" Persephone was equally astonished. Looking toward the shore, he realized that at this rate, the boat wouldn't last until they reached the dock. A notification window appeared, reminding him, "Styx effect remaining. 15 seconds. In the middle of the vast river, they didn't have many choices left. It seems there's no other way. He knelt down, pinching his nose tightly to avoid choking on water. The splash, he jumped into the river, sending water spraying everywhere. A few seconds later, he surfaced, nearly suffocating. He took the opportunity to take a deep breath, reached out to grab the side of the boat. He shouted, using all his might to push the boat toward the shore, "Hold on tight!" Finally, both people and one beast reached the shore safely. She led him to a secret cave located on this side of the river, a place filled with warm light. This place made her feel much more comfortable. It was wonderful to see her stretch comfortably with a face full of happiness, in complete contrast to his dumbfounded, helpless expression. Finally, he spoke up. "Can you promise me one thing?" She turned back and replied, "Promise what?" He frowned, instructing her. "After visiting your mother, we must return immediately, no ifs or buts." She winked happily in response. "I told you I've never been caught. You worry too much." But he still wasn't reassured. "If I get caught now, I'm a dead man." Seeing him still full of worry, she pulled his hand and suggested, "It's okay. If you're worried, just come with me." Sunlight still shone shimmering on the treetops. The scenery was truly beautiful. Seeing her run into the cave and call him, "Over here," he puzzledly asked himself, why do Greek gods always live in caves? As they both went inside, her joyful call rang out, "Mother!" The person in front was Persephone's mother, the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. Hearing the call, she turned around. Seeing her blonde daughter running toward her, she immediately stood up, unable to believe her eyes. "Oh my God!" she replied quickly. "It's me!" She hurriedly cupped her face and asked, "Oh my child, are you really my Persephone?" She confirmed immediately. Who else could it be but me? After confirming it was indeed her daughter, the two of them rushed to hold hands and lean their foreheads against each other, incredibly happy. Witnessing this atmosphere, he quietly wiped his nose and thought to himself, "Look at them. It seems I've become a third wheel." But suddenly he noticed something. Right at his feet was a patch of glowing, snow-white flowers. He suddenly remembered that in mythology, when Persephone was kidnapped, all plants withered due to Demeter's sorrow, creating winter on Earth. He was very considerate, knowing what he should do next so as not to interrupt their happy moment. "I have work to do, so I'll take my leave." Hearing that, she glanced at him. Persephone asked, "Aren't you going to supervise me?" He waved his hand while walking away. "I'll meet you at the riverbank at 8 o'clock. The goddess understood he wanted to create private space for the mother and daughter, so she called out, "Damdiok!" Hearing his name, he turned back. She hugged her mother in joy and smiled radiantly at him. "Thank you." The gray sky signaled that it was beginning to get dark. After a while of working diligently by the riverbank, he happily looked at the boat. "Great! It's fixed. However, when he looked at his phone and saw it was past 8 o'clock, he muttered, "She should have been here by now." Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, touching a flower lightly, causing the petals to scatter. Thinking it was her, he turned around happily. "Ah, you're here." But when he realized the person who appeared was someone unexpected, his face went blank, his whole body turned to stone, and his voice choked. "Well, that's it." It was Hades with pointed ears, wearing a neat suit. He stared at the flower he had just picked and asked coldly, "Where did such an insolent part-timer appear from?" Immediately, his intuition skill activated with countless red danger notifications. Finally, a death notification appeared. "You are definitely dead." He didn't bother looking at him, just used magic to make the flower vanish into the wind, then asked again, "Persephone, where's my wife?" At this moment, he was truly terrified, sweat pouring down, his internal monologue screaming. "I'm shaking just hearing him. Could it be Hades? Why did this old man come back so early?" While he was still trembling in terror, Hades had approached right in front of him and asked for the third time, "Have you lost your mind?" He continued grumbling while he still stood there like a statue. "I don't understand how someone like you found Cerberus's collar and helped Persephone escape." Suddenly he changed his attitude, slowly raising his hand toward him. "But never mind, the reason doesn't matter. Godi." Hearing those three murderous words along with the reaching hand, his eyes widened to the max in fear. His pupils dilated, staring fixedly at the deathly fingers approaching. Just as his hand was about to touch his face, a loud shout rang out. "What are you doing?" Both turned around instantly to see her standing with hands on her hips, scolding, "Why are you attacking an innocent god?" Although he withdrew his hand, he hadn't fully let go, and asked her, "Where have you been?" She quickly ran over and said, "You were the one who assigned him to find Cerberus's collar, weren't you?" She angrily pointed at his chest and shouted, "We found it. What more are you dissatisfied with?" Realizing he had blamed the wrong person, he cleared his throat and replied, "All right, but you shouldn't have left without saying a word like that." Crossing her arms and glaring at him, she pouted, "Stop it. I only left for a moment to visit my mother." He lowered his eyelids, feeling aggrieved. "But you still should have told me." She felt shy at his concern. "Do I have to say everything? Do you take me for a child?" Hades explained awkwardly, while Persephone glared and teased him. Watching Hades try to explain himself to his wife, he wondered, even Hades is whipped by his wife? He realized he was a romantic husband, devoted to his lover when he saw him blush and say, "I was just worried about you." He thought boldly, "Turns out this guy is quite cheesy, huh?" Seeing he was still there, she didn't find it convenient to handle family matters on the spot, so she said, "We're not done yet. We'll talk when we get back." Then she conjured a gift box. She handed it to him. "Take this, it's an extra reward." Surprised to receive a gift, he took it in astonishment. "Ah, yes." Hades spoke up. "You're letting him go? What did you give him?" She frowned at him. "He did a good job, so I'm rewarding him." "You're so petty." Finishing, she used her finger to touch his hair lightly, making him startle and squint. In contrast to Hades's dejected look, Persephone winked happily to say goodbye. "I'll pay you through the system. Don't hang around this area anymore." Immediately, a beam of light shone straight up into the gray sky and brought him back home. Back in his familiar room, dioxide. "Since I started working part-time, I've nearly died several times. It seems the more I work, the more my lifespan decreases." Looking at the gift box in his hand, he was curious. But he gently untied the ribbon and muttered, "A goddess giving an extra reward without hesitation. I wonder what's inside." When he opened the box, a brilliant golden light shone out from within. Inside were two types of fruit, a golden apple and a purplish-pink fruit. A notification window appeared. "Forbidden fruit. Helps distinguish good and evil. Golden apple. Symbol of immortality. Grants eternal life." He was overjoyed because this was what he had been searching for so long to save his mother. "Golden apple. If I have this, Mom can. This fruit is perfect for Mom." But he hesitated. But how can a human eat fruit from the gods? Although he was holding the golden apple, he was more curious about the forbidden fruit emitting that black smoke. He cautiously used 2 fingers to lift it up. He observed it and asked himself, "Is this the forbidden fruit? Should I try eating it?" Coming to the hospital, an excited voice rang out. "It's truly a miracle." The doctor, holding the medical record while rubbing his bald forehead, was astonished. "The cancer cells have completely disappeared. How is that possible?" His mother was equally surprised. "Is that really true, doctor?" The doctor pushed up his glasses, carefully re-examining the tracking log, and confirmed, "Yes, although modern medicine still cannot explain this phenomenon." His mother burst into tears, not expecting she could recover from her illness. He placed his hand on her shoulder to encourage her. I told you everything would be all right. He put his arm around his mother to help her stand, secretly smiling with satisfaction. The golden apple has taken effect. Recalling earlier, he had processed the golden apple into juice for his mother to drink to preserve its effect. His mother saw the beautiful color of the juice and asked, What fruit is this that's so fresh, son? She wiped her tears from emotion. He happily coaxed her. The doctor said you can be discharged. Let's go home, Mom. Afterward, he quickly completed the discharge procedures and called a taxi to go home. He opened the car door and let his mother get in first. But when he told the driver, Sir, please take us to Gwangwaman, the driver appeared surprised. The driver said they had to take a detour. He was confused. Why is that? Going along Uedo Park is the fastest way, sir. The taxi driver realized he hadn't heard the news and asked, Haven't you heard anything? That area is having a disaster. The news is full of it. He turned up the radio, and an announcement rang out. News from the Uedo Park area, near the newly appeared dungeon. He listened intently. A cylindrical dungeon has just appeared. Residents are evacuating. Hunters are gathering but are facing difficulties due to traffic jams. Suddenly, his mother grabbed his shoulder and called, Damn Diok. He turned back to look. She said affectionately, I can go by myself, you hurry and go there. He smiled happily. They need you there, don't they? I really want to see you appear on TV. He agreed and got out of the car. She leaned her head out to advise, Don't push yourself too hard, my son. He waved and replied, Yes, don't worry, Mom. The sky was dyed with golden-orange sunlight, the sun gradually disappearing behind the high-rise buildings. He headed toward the giant cylindrical dungeon with striking features on its surface and marveled. That dungeon looks really intense. He shielded his eyes from the sun, smiling confidently. Looks like I have to work through the night again. He stood proudly and called out loudly, Ready, Bexiol? Let's go. Before entering, he wanted to check the divine shop, while Bexiol had already climbed onto his shoulder to get its bearings. Gently pressing the familiar blue screen, the current balance was 12 ingots. Suddenly a notification appeared. Your profile is being upgraded. The resume appeared with full information along with a new title, Cerberus Tamer. Finding it strange, he read this new category carefully. Cerberus Tamer title, King of all dogs. You have tamed this gatekeeper dog. From now on, all dogs will obey you. He froze. King of all dogs? He laughed and cried, thinking of the scene where he would go around preaching that there are no bad dogs. Suddenly a young man's voice rang out. That person is over there. Thinking he had been recognized by reporters, he turned his face away, stuttering, You guys are mistaken, but they ran past him to get to you, So-yoon. Reporters surrounded her, asking about the dungeon conquest rate and the reason she took on this mission herself. Watching that scene, he felt a bit embarrassed. Turns out they were looking for you, so. Not me. Scared the hell out of me. She looked at them and replied coldly. The Sun Gun Guild will do its best. I refuse to answer any more. Despite the reporters' pleading, she ignored them all. He thought to himself, wow, she just completely blew them off. He pulled his hat down and told himself, no more time to stand here, I have to hurry and follow. While Yu So-yoon was the one commanding this dungeon attack, walking beside her was a guy in a cloak without a hood. He followed her closely through the dark corridors, where the chatter of the rookies rang out. Those guys must be hiding well in some corner, right? Yeah. They're probably preparing a surprise attack. The attack of those dogs isn't scary at all. They're just big overgrown puppies, right? One of them grinned broadly, nudging the person next to him. Huh, just the other day he got his butt bitten, and now look who's talking big. Haha, that guy got angry and argued back. What? Did you see it with your own eyes? Seeing his colleague blow up, he just grinned mischievously. Suddenly, Ju So-yoon raised her hand to signal. Silence. The smirking guy saw this and whispered to the one bitten by the dog. Ah, we spoke too loudly. The other replied, It's because you keep talking nonsense. At this moment, Ju So-yoon's assistant spoke up to ask, but she didn't answer or react. He stared at her back, thinking, what's wrong? She's acting so strange today. He recalled the first day he met her. Though quiet, she wasn't the type to get upset over trifles. Had she seen something to make her look like that? Suddenly, the dark corridors lit up with torchlight. Immediately after, noises echoed from within, accompanied by a blast of evil energy blowing outward. This drew the attention of all the rookies from the Sun Gun Guild. She announced, They're coming. A giant dog appeared ahead, sticking out a long, disgusting tongue. Oh, more accurately, it was a whole pack of ferocious dogs. The sight made the rookies and the assistant gape in shock. One of them shouted, We weren't told they would appear here. Perhaps the assistant recognized the pack, as he gritted his teeth. Hellhounds! Just a scratch from their venomous fangs can kill a person in 10 minutes. The pack appeared, all looking equally aggressive. As if to prove the assistant's thoughts, drops of venom began dripping from their tongues, evaporating on the ground like acid. These were the monsters with the most terrifying venom. Drawing the blade from her back, she said, "Quite a tough opponent." She stared at the monsters and ordered, "Those not skilled in close combat, fall back." Hearing the order, the rookies and the assistant drew their swords, ready for battle. "The rest of you follow me." Suddenly, a bark rang out, but in a human voice. The assistant turned and yelled at the rookies. "What was that? You still have the mind for jokes." One person calmly replied, "It wasn't us this time." He pointed forward. "I think that sound came from the dogs over there." The human voice mimicking a dog continued, "Woof woof woof. Over here." Behind the ferocious hellhounds, a faint figure appeared in the middle. His eyes widened in shock. "What? That person tamed the hellhounds." Seeing him petting a dog, the assistant wondered in fear. Is he a humanoid monster or a demon? He quickly regained his composure, calculating that since the enemy was unknown, either case would be very unfavorable. He quickly stepped forward to shield her. "Guild Master, please step back." Seeing her calm face, she likely knew who it was but stayed silent to let him confront them. He looked straight at the person and shouted, "You bastard! Show your face!" He swung his sword at the opponent. "Are you a humanoid monster, or some kind of demon?" Immediately after, he stepped out. "Calm down. Can you lower your sword?" He glanced at the man and said coldly, "My puppies will get scared." The assistant was stunned. "Eh? Human?" Just then, another hellhound approached from behind her. He saw it immediately. He rushed forward and activated the C-rank skill, Gale. He sped toward her, bypassing even the assistant. He glanced over, furious at failing to protect her. Damn it! He was helpless, watching him grab his guild master's hand, only able to shout, "Guild Master!" Seizing the moment, he threw a powerful punch toward her. His target was the hellhound trying to sneak attack Ju So-yoon. A painful punch to its head brought tears to its eyes as he scolded, "Zeki, bad boy, don't bite them." Suddenly, it sat on the ground, wagging its tail like a house dog. A notification appeared. Title: Cerberus Tamer activated. Number of dogs following you, 32. Condition: direct physical contact. The scene shocked the assistant. "He's not attacking?" She looked at him with a cold expression. He seemed to notice something too and looked over. He still held her hand tightly, recognizing her bracelet. He wondered, "This bracelet?" Then he gave her a bright smile. "We meet again, Ju So-yoon." Right, he remembered seeing it on a goddess. That bracelet was exactly like Persephone's, no doubt about it. He glared at her and asked, "Ju So-yoon, why do you have that?" As he pressed her about the bracelet's origin, she interrupted, "How bothersome, Mr. Adam document. Besides, many people are watching." He subconsciously replied, "Huh." He added, "I find you quite bold." Only then did he realize his posture. Looking at Snow White's face, it was definitely shipping them since it liked Ju So-yoon too. Kneeling on one knee and holding her hand intimately, he quickly explained, "No, wait, it's just a misunderstanding." No matter how he shouted, no one believed him. A rookie cleared his throat. "A proposal in a dungeon?" The assistant blushed with excitement, taking photos. He protested in vain. "It's not like that. Stop taking pictures." A moment later, he connected his mind with the hellhounds. He began to order, "All right, babies sit." They immediately obeyed, sitting down in unison. To the rookie's amazement, he smiled and pointed. "Numbers 1 to 10, dig that area. The rest, provide support." He added, "Safety first." As soon as he finished, both man and dog saluted, ready to carry out the mission. The assistant froze in confusion. What the hell did they just do? While they were still confused, the hellhounds rushed off to their task. In the spots where they dug, glowing red crystals began to appear. One barked to inform its master. This cute bark caught the assistant's attention. He went over to pet its head and praised, "Oh, good boy, just leave it here." The assistant was dazed as another dog walked by with a red crystal in its mouth to show off. "No way!" He cried out in shock. "Am I dreaming?" She silently observed every move he and the hellhounds made, offering no comment. She approached, arms crossed casually, and asked, "What an amazing ability. Where did you learn it?" He spun around to look at her. He thought in confusion, "Don't people think this is an innate talent? Why does she know that I learned this ability?" He stood up and replied, "I didn't learn it. I was born with it. By the way, I want to ask about this bracelet." She listened intently as he continued. Is it yours? She raised her wrist, replying in confusion. Of course it's mine. Are you wondering why I'm wearing it? He quickly stepped closer. Where did you buy it? Seeing her silence, he repeated crossly. I mean, where did you buy it? He narrowed his eyes at the bracelet and thought. Unexpectedly, this unique vintage design. It's identical to the friendship bracelet Persephone mentioned. He leaned in for a closer look. Why does Ju Soyun have it? I thought she was a dangerous stalker. Who is she really? He demanded seriously. Why won't you answer me? She lowered her eyelids slightly, replying simply, bought it online. At the same time, he activated the forbidden fruit effect to determine the truth. When she said she bought it from the internet, the system confirmed, matches target's intent, telling the truth. She looked at the bracelet and said, if you like it, I'll send you the link. The notification remained unchanged. She was telling the truth. That made him break into a cold sweat. He forced a smile, in a sycophantic way to save face. Oh, really? Great. I'd love to wear this bracelet too. Hearing that, everyone including the assistant except for her, wanted to vomit imagining him wearing that bracelet, drooling and puckering his lips for a kiss. How horrific. The rookies added, making him blush. Did you hear? He wants to wear that feminine bracelet. So he did all that to the guild master just for a bracelet? Gross. He thought. I must be too sensitive from traveling between worlds. I overdid it and now I'm seen as a pervert. The more he thought, the more his mood sank. At this rate, my image will hit rock bottom. A moment later, he decided to change the subject to save himself. Come here, you dangerous stalker. I'll expose you. He laughed sinisterly. By the way, how did you know Snow White's name before? Did you investigate me? Haha. His smile vanished when she replied. Huh? Oh, I just heard people talking at the gate. I heard someone say, let's go, Snow White. His face went blank as the notification confirmed again. Matches intent, telling the truth. The atmosphere between them became extremely silent. A moment later, his brain started working again. Telling the truth? Oh, her intent was real. He was stunned. Wait, so I've been acting like a madman all this time just because of a misunderstanding? Damn it. Fortunately, a loud explosion from a nearby room cleared the tense atmosphere for him. A bright red monster appeared, looking like a muscle anatomy model. It was the dungeon boss, and it roared. You weaklings dare enter my domain, you're seeking death. Its 4 eyes flashed a ferocious red light. It laughed. What fools, you will pay with your lives. But immediately, it took a full punch to the face from a human hand. It was none other than Adam Document. He was venting his anger, killing the boss instantly. Shut up! The others couldn't believe their eyes. He took down the dungeon boss that easily? He beat it to death with his bare hands. After the fight, he stood with hands on hips, panting. Meanwhile, they were still staring at the boss's mangled corpse on the ground. Covered in green blood, he stepped forward and placed a hand on the assistant's shoulder, affectionately. Hey, don't tell anyone I came to this dungeon. He continued immediately. And of course, what I said is also a secret. Got it? Haha. The assistant broke into a cold sweat from fear. Yes, I'll pass on the message. After getting the promise, he quickly went to put his arms around the other rookies, threatening. Forget everything you just heard. She glanced at him and then at the bracelet on her wrist, wondering why he cared about it so much. Outside the dungeon, a large crowd of people and reporters had gathered as usual. As soon as they saw Ju Soyun's group emerge, the reporters clamored, Ju Soyun is here. He quietly followed behind the rookies. Reporters continued to fire questions. Please share your experience clearing the dungeon. Was it that easy? She calmly crossed her arms and listened to their interview. She replied that she was the one in charge. I'm glad no one was injured during the plan. Meanwhile, he took advantage of the reporter's distraction to sneak away. He thought to himself, I don't know all the hardships of hunters because I was suddenly gifted talent to become one. But, in his mind appeared the massive building where hunters gathered for testing. He explained further. To be a hunter here, everyone must pass an official exam. Since hunters have extraordinary power, guilds need to manage them. Therefore, hunter information can easily be found on the internet. He recalled his days working for the gods. Since he wasn't an official hunter, he couldn't deny sneaking into the dungeon through the gate. No one knew his information either. If public opinion continues to worsen like this, my reputation will surely be seriously affected. Pulling his hat down lower, he walked quickly. I'll leave Ju Soyun here and get away fast. While trying to squeeze through the crowd, someone intentionally blocked his path, causing him to bump into them. He proactively apologized. Let me through. He grinned and asked, You Damdiok, you're you Damdiok, right? Being called by his full name startled him, leaving him speechless and unable to answer immediately. Seeing his reaction, the man was pleased to have identified the right person. A mocking laugh rang out. "Oh, haha! It really is you." He looked up and saw a young man in a floral shirt over a t-shirt, lifting his sunglasses. He sneered, "Hey you damdiok! Why is talentless trash like you hanging around here?" He spoke very loudly, drawing the reporter's attention. Someone asked, "Hey, did you hear that?" Another replied, "That's you damdiok." Buzzing gossip broke out as the two continued to stare at each other. But why did he call him talentless? From the news, I don't believe he's that incompetent. He lowered his gaze in silence, wondering who was calling his name. Lost in thought, he was slapped hard on the shoulder. "Haven't seen you in a long time, and you won't even greet me?" Seeing his silence, he leaned in close. "You've gotten tougher, haven't you, you damdiok?" Recognizing him, he immediately snapped to and cursed inwardly. "John Young Hack, this bastard. Why is it him?" He recalled the past. The guy was a stain from his school days. A world not controlled by God but in the hands of those with money. He had once been beaten until his face was swollen, lying sprawled on the ground, eyes puffy with pain but still trying to look at him. That guy just smoked and laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, you idiot! Let's go!" He grabbed the hand resting on his shoulder and lifted it off, calmly silent. But now things were different. He had a plan to overcome these bastards. Facing him, he smirked coldly. "You haven't changed at all. Did your wealthy family teach you to have such a foul mouth?" Those words stunned him, and he stared at him with wide, frog-like eyes. "What did you just say?" He yanked his hand away, his voice full of jealousy. "Ha, are you? A bastard like you? Planning to act arrogant just because of some empty reputation?" He used his hand to push the brim of the hat he was wearing askew, his manner mocking and flippant. "I saw the news that you wiped out a few dungeon mazes and destroyed a gate." He smirked and continued in a sarcastic tone. "But it's all useless. You're just—" Before he could finish, he snatched his hat away and laughed maliciously. "You bastard, you're just a talentless loser. If you're going to lie, at least find something believable." "Ha ha ha!" The reporters were drawn in by his booming voice. "Wiped out a dungeon? Destroyed a gate? Tell me something I can believe. How could trash like you pull that off?" As he spoke so loudly, everyone heard, and what he feared happened. The crowd buzzed. "Did you hear that? Is he lying about wiping out the dungeon? No wonder there's no info on the hunter web. Is he really talentless?" He frowned uncomfortably. This is big trouble. While he was still hesitating, a savior appeared and slowly approached. She snatched his hat back from the hands of that hateful rich guy. Both of them stared in surprise as Ju So-yoon brushed the dust off his hat. Then she handed the hat to him and said, "Take it." Seeing her action, the rich guy tilted his head and asked, "Do you have some deal with Ju So-yoon? Why are you protecting talentless trash like him?" He shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Being talentless doesn't make someone trash. Besides, can you take responsibility for your words?" Her answer made him even more annoyed, and he shouted, "Responsibility for what? Do you even know him?" "I know him all too well." He pointed straight at him. "He's just a talentless idiot." Suddenly he realized she was looking at him. She kept looking at him without saying a word, leaving him unsure of what she wanted. Looking at her, he wondered, does she want me to do something? But she kept staring, making him guess to himself, maybe she wants me to prove it. This shouldn't be hard. Under everyone's gaze, he was full of confidence and moved his feet lightly. Then, he leaped onto the roof of a nearby bus. Witnessing that scene, he widened his eyes and gaped, unable to believe his eyes. The stubborn rich guy still stubbornly argued back. The more surprised he was, the louder he shouted, "Huh? You can't have talent like that. You bastard. You're just talentless trash." Hearing him ramble and curse made him tired. Not wanting to waste time explaining, he picked his ear and sighed, "I don't need to deal with him. It's just a waste of time." Saying that, he waved goodbye to leave. "I'm going." Despite him being furious and cursing repeatedly. "Where do you think you're going?" "Hey!" He turned off his 5 a.m. alarm. After yesterday's clash, he decided to go to the headquarters because he realized after the incident with John Young-hak, he needed a hunter certificate as soon as possible. He bent down to tie his shoelaces. He thought, luckily I knew there was a hunter exam on Docto, so I secretly made a plan. However, just as he stepped out of the house, he saw a car waiting. Curiously approaching, he saw the car window roll down, revealing Ju So-yoon's face. She asked, "You're going to the hunter exam, right? Get in the car." After a while of traveling, they both arrived. Stepped out of the car with a friendly attitude, leaving Baek Seol for her to take care of. Getting here was smooth. Thank you. The place they arrived at was a large island, covered in lush green trees. What didn't expect was that the hunter exam area was crowded, packed tight like sardines. Ju So-yoon went with him, but she was affectionately petting Bexiol. Seeing it seemed to enjoy it, he blanked out, wondering why she followed him here. Slightly confused, he asked if a guild heir was really that casual. Today she was dressed very simply in a white baseball cap and black jacket, hugging Bexiol affectionately and saying, "I'm not busy today." He was surprised because she usually used honorifics. He asked, "Wait, why are you speaking like that all of a sudden?" She naturally replied, "You're the same age as John Young-hak, right? So we're the same age. Why can't we be friends?" A blue notification appeared. Target approach purpose. Good. Hearing her explanation along with the confirmation notification, he thought, great. What else can I say? Suddenly there was an announcement from the speaker. Number 1117. Please proceed to the physical exam area. He said to her, "It's my turn, I'll be back soon. Please take care of Bexiol for me." At this moment, she was giving it seeds to hold with its two front paws, looking very cute. Observing all her actions, he still found it hard to trust her completely. I know she definitely has a reason for coming here. She continued feeding it seeds, ignoring his gaze. Other than that, she didn't do anything suspicious. The purpose shown was good, so there probably wouldn't be any problems. The speaker announced, Number 1117, we are starting the exam. Note that you must only use equipment provided by the organizers. A while later, he had changed into the organizer's uniform and was moving his sleeves to see if it was comfortable. The speaker, like an instructor, announced, Start lower body strength test. He moved into position and grabbed the handle to lift the weights. He had just started lifting when the speaker continued. Number 1117. Increase difficulty to maximum. He gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in surprise. What the hell? It's just starting. Straining and focusing on his arms, he cursed this miserable exam. Is this what you call a basic physical strength test? A sarcastic voice rang out. That's why you should know your place. Haha. A red notification appeared. This time warning. Target approach purpose. Evil. He muttered maliciously. It's a whole ton, normal people can't lift that. He recognized this dirty voice. It was John Young-hak. He pointed at the clock, laughing flippantly. Hurry up if you're smart, my friend. If you can't lift it, you're out. He angrily gritted his teeth and called his name. John Young-hak. He exhaled to regain his composure. At first I intended to get the license and quietly leave, but he silently activated energy, focusing it into his legs. While he was still mocking, trash like you should stay in the trash can, understand? He decided to reveal his true strength, successfully lifting the 1-ton weight block. The speaker announced, lower body strength, 6 stars. He leisurely used one hand to lift 4 weights. The speaker rang out again, upper body strength, 6 stars. Full body strength, 6 stars. He passed the test by pulling 3 giant wheels with a chain wrapped around his waist. He continued to pass the whack-a-mole test with absolute precision. Speed, 6 stars. Hearing the series of success announcements, he was completely terrified, unable to believe his eyes. No way! He furiously grabbed the competition manager by the collar. Shouted, Stop it immediately! The manager stammered, I'm sorry, sir. We cannot stop it without a technical error. He angrily pushed the manager down, screaming, And you say there's no error? Do you see that as normal? Finishing the first exam, he relaxed and listened to the summary. Number 1117 completed the physical exam. Upper body, 6 stars. Lower body, 6 stars. Combined, 6 stars. Flexibility, 4 stars. Full body, 5 stars. Agility, 5 stars. Reflex, 6 stars. Please move to the next exam room. Next area was a glass cage building located on a wide rocky outcrop jutting out into the sea, completely separated from the mainland. The examiner stated, Welcome, potential hunters, for completing the first exam excellently. He continued warmly, This exam will evaluate an indispensable element of a hunter, teamwork. Saying that, he pressed a button. The round stone under their feet sank, dividing the candidates into random teams. His team had 4 people. The examiner reminded, Note, you must not use equipment other than what we provided. He looked down, countless yellow eyes of monsters were staring up. The examiner continued, Killing monsters of other groups will not affect your team's score. As soon as they saw humans, the catfish-headed monsters couldn't contain their excitement. They roared with strange, monstrous cries. Croak! Then they all jumped simultaneously. They rushed up to attack preemptively. One aimed straight at the bald candidate, leaving him unable to react in time. But he also quickly raised his sword to block its attack. Thinking he would hold out, he was suddenly kicked hard by it, pinned tightly to the ground. The monster roared excitedly, intending to swing its sword and slice the bald guy in two. Seeing death near, he closed his eyes tightly, raised his hand to cover his face, and cried for help in desperation. At the same time, he also quickly rushed over. Luckily, he had jumped out in time to block the sword descending from the monster. Then he told the other candidate, "Can you stand up?" He knocked away the monster's sword and said, "I'll handle this one." Immediately, he counterattacked. He put all his strength into stabbing the sword hard into it. The stab created a hole, causing it to die on the spot. Not stopping there, he heard the scream of his teammates, "Get away!" Many other catfish monsters were attacking, causing his teammates to be overwhelmed. He knelt on one knee, brought his sword back into a stance, deciding to destroy the catfish monsters in a single move. Saying as doing, he used extreme speed to unleash a sword strike that finished off countless monsters. Witnessing that scene, the blonde girl in the team exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell was that?" The monster corpses lay scattered. Another replied, "Did number 1117 kill them all? Thanks to him, we passed the exam." Contrary to their joy, John Young-hak appeared on an energy circle above the monsters. Seeing him getting stronger, he was jealous to the point of red eyes, gritting his teeth loudly. He decided to use a blood-red potion bottle and shook the liquid in his hand slightly. Then, he poured it straight into the mouth of the dead catfish monster. It immediately came back to life with eyes marked by extremely terrifying bloodshot streaks. It rushed in to attack. The system displayed a red warning. Intense killing intent detected. Looking around, he saw the catfish monster rushing to attack him. He immediately raised his sword to block the blow. Because it had been enhanced by the red potion, the monster easily knocked him far away. While he was trying to hold out, his teammates shouted, "Damn it! One is still alive!" The scream drew its attention. It turned its glowing red eyes toward them. It immediately changed direction and rushed over. In just a blink, it grabbed the blonde girl, then slammed her head hard onto the ground. The remaining teammates, including the bald guy, were also quickly taken down by the monster. It roared gleefully with glowing red eyes full of killing intent. Everything happened so fast it left him stunned. "No!" While he was worried about his teammates, a voice rang out, "All candidates except number 1117 have failed." He looked up to see John Young-hak mocking, "You can't score without teammates? Still want to continue?" He cursed silently, "John Young-hak, this bastard." He smirked, "I told you should play at your own level." He trembled with anger looking at his teammates. I knew this wasn't right. He had used these dirty tricks just to make him fail. Therefore, he silently decided to pick up his sword. He sat up high, resting his chin, and asked, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Not planning to give up. Seeing him silent, he provoked him. "Without teammates, you're useless." He shouted, "Shut up." Immediately after, he activated his divine power. He focused his strength into his whole body and replied, "I will definitely." In just a split second, he slashed the monster to pieces, proving he could become a good hunter. But that wasn't the final goal. He sheathed his sword. He immediately destroyed all the remaining monsters to save everyone. "I'll handle them all." The sword tip touched the ground, ending the conquest. He repeated, "I'll handle them all." He stood amidst the monster corpses. Even without team points, there are still individual points, right? I've reached 200 points. He looked up at the two of them, smiling and asking, "Right?" The old examiner and John Young-hak standing on the energy circle were extremely surprised. Knowing he couldn't cause trouble, the old examiner announced, "The result of the second exam is..." Suddenly an alarm siren rang out. "Emergency announcement. Everyone is required to go to the shelter immediately." A large tsunami had appeared near Dokdo Island and was heading this way. Hearing the announcement, everyone in the arena, including John Young-hak, panicked. The siren rang continuously. Everyone hurriedly fled from the arena. Water poured through the holes in the ceiling. He frowned. "I need to know what's happening." He took a leap, causing the blonde guy next to him to be surprised and step back, almost falling. "What is that?" John Young-hak was startled and fell, screaming, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? That's dangerous." He jumped out through the circular exit above, then turned his head in surprise to look back at where he had just escaped from. Fierce waves surged forward, shattering the solid water-blocking walls. He widened his eyes, watching, sweat pouring down his forehead. "Is that a tsunami?" He thought to himself if he didn't stop it, everyone would die. Everyone was running away in chaos, screams echoing everywhere. While confused, a notification appeared. Received reward from Persephone. He was astonished. A reward. He excitedly checked the reward and prayed, "Give me something a bit useful." He rejoiced, eyes shining as he exclaimed, "Wave slash!" SS rank wave/skill can cut a tsunami in two. Received 200 Hades coins. Bexiol rushed over, bit his shirt, wagged its tail, and rubbed against his leg to signal him. He stopped, asking in surprise, Bexiol, why are you here? Where is Ju So-yoon? Another wave barrier broke, and water poured in. He clicked his tongue. Forget it. Gotta prepare now, Beckel. He ordered Bexiol to transform into a sword. He raised the sword, activating the new skill. A golden stream of power surrounded him. Wave/SS activated. He took a stance and swung a long sword stroke, instantly cutting the tsunami in two. He happily enjoyed the result. I did it! But the joy didn't last before a bucket of cold water was poured straight onto his face. The siren sounded again. All candidates are requested to move quickly to the nearest shelter. Second tsunami is coming. Repeat, move to the shelter immediately. He worried, sweat pouring down. Why again? Can I stop it again? The sky gradually turned clear blue again. The gentle sea ripples seemed to dance to the music of nature. He and Bexiol looked at the poetic scene, but his heart was full of unease. Is this the calm before the storm? A new notification appeared. Poseidon is recruiting a repair team for the underwater palace because the cracked shield is causing tsunamis. Apply now. He pondered. So the tsunamis are caused by the divine realm? If it's not fixed, the disasters will continue. I have retrieved the item that the dwarves stole. Persephone always tries to escape when she has the chance. Gods are truly troublesome. He changed into new clothes and pressed accept. Good grief. Gotta go if I want to live. He arrived at a magnificent underwater palace, where schools of fish swam around decorative moss reefs. While observing a statue, a man's voice shouted from behind, Hey! He startled and turned around. The other person changed his attitude immediately upon seeing him. He grinned cheerfully, giving a thumbs up. Is that Lord Hephaestus? The burly Hephaestus stepped forward and patted his head. Knew we'd meet again. He was annoyed but tried to endure it. He looked at Bexiol on his shoulder and exclaimed, Oh, the moon fox has grown this much already? Bexiol looked unhappy, turning its face away and ignoring him. He was dejected. Does it still not like me? He explained. It's just shy. But he also wondered why it liked Ju So-yoon so much. He changed the subject. But why are you here? Hearing the question, he turned back with a face still smeared with tears, then adjusted himself proudly. Stupid question. How can there be repairs without a blacksmith? You came just in time. I'm short on people. He explained seriously. Now I will go over the current situation before we start. Gestured to him. Look this way. Please subscribe to the Ginmigo channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. She replied. They must have been created by the gods. What are these gates? Suddenly, Bexiol, which had been pretending to sleep, woke up. It seemed to have discovered something, so it sat up and rubbed against his face. He didn't understand its intention, frowning and shouting, What's wrong with you all of a sudden? At this moment, he also noticed something unusual. What? The area around the gate. It seemed an extremely strange phenomenon was appearing. A sudden tornado attacked. He stepped back and raised his hands to shield himself. He was complaining about this troublesome divine realm when Hephaestus shouted a warning. I'll deal with it, hold on tight. Getting sucked in there means you're done for. Before he could finish, Bexiol was pulled inside by the suction force. He screamed, Bexiol, trying to stop it from being sucked in. Immediately, he used his power to create a blazing magic circle. From inside the circle, a giant arm appeared, connected to him. Hephaestus threw a punch, and the giant arm immediately lunged forward, the main target being that strange gate. He exerted himself to control the arm, creating a zone of fire beneath the gate, cursing non-stop. Witnessing that scene, he was astonished by the god's power. Good heavens! A true high-ranking god is on a completely different level. He was stunned to see black smoke covering the space that Ju So-yoon had just created. An arm with sharp claws reached out from inside. Following that, thousands of fishman monsters jumped out one after another. Their faces looked extremely ferocious. He froze. Even a god's gate has monsters? He cursed in annoyance and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a long sword appeared. He shouted loudly, Take the sword! I'll block the gate. The monsters are up to you. He took the sword, muttering, Thought I was going for repairs. Why am I always so unlucky? He charged forward with spirit, screaming, I really need extra pay for this. He eagerly destroyed the monsters and began counting. 1. System notification. Intuition skill activated. He sensed one attacking from behind. Its punch made dust fly everywhere. But the attack was too slow, so he easily dodged it. He was suspicious. No way. I used divine power and it still endured it? It aggressively took slow, heavy steps. Wherever it stepped, the ground seemed to crack. It advanced aggressively toward him. Disgusting Olympus scum. I will tear you to pieces. He realized something strange but didn't know what it was. Exclaiming in surprise, "What? Can speak? This guy is not right. Aren't monsters from gates always the weaker side?" He looked at the monster in front of him, which had 4 fangs bared, drool dripping, and eyes showing only whites. He gripped the sword in his hand to defend. He looked at the crowd of monsters standing in front with various postures, stammering in confusion. "This seems dangerous for me." From behind, a series of rapid footsteps made him pay attention. Turning his head to look back, he saw an army of fishmen identical to the monsters from before rushing toward him. He was panicking and planning to attack back, but they brushed past him, rushing to fight the monsters emerging from the gate. A chaotic battle was unfolding. He just stood on the side observing the situation without participating, wondering, they are the same kind, yet they are fighting each other? Suddenly noticed a blue trident tattoo on their shoulders. I guess they are reinforcements from Poseidon. I was worried about having to face them alone, because they are very strong. A fishman monster with a red mark on its shoulder took advantage of his distraction to launch a surprise attack. But thanks to activating his intuition ability, he could easily detect it. Waiting for it to get a bit closer, he just used one kick to send it flying away. But if it's one-on-one with each of them, I can do it. Just as he swung his sword, the system notified. Activated horizontal/E, vertical/C. He swung his sword using vertical/C right at its head, but it blocked that attack. He was a bit surprised, gritted his teeth, and focused all his strength for the next attack. It wasn't a coincidence that it blocked his first strike. Even using divine power, all he could do was scratch it. He continuously slashed at it, but it was completely unharmed. He had to admit they were truly too tough. Now it was its turn to counterattack. The fishman finally spoke. "Humph, playing with you until now has bored me too much." Its expression looked corrupted. "Stop resisting and die." He wasn't having it either. Raised his sword to gain momentum and attacked first, answering contemptuously, "Really? Then try blocking this." Activate skill Wave Split. He unleashed his high-level skill. But the one he wanted to destroy wasn't just this one. His target was all the monsters emerging from that gate. When he unleashed that strike, the other monsters were equally stunned. They all stopped their ongoing battle and simultaneously turned to look this way. The nearby pillar was also affected, making a cracking sound. Then it cracked. It didn't take long before the pillar was broken in two. Their bodies or heads were slashed in two, as if some source of power sent them flying away before they fell to the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he didn't forget to provoke them. Who's next? They were beaten to a pulp by him, to the point where they were unrecognizable. But they still didn't know their place, angrily cursing, "Damn it, bastard." They all rushed forward screaming, "Kill him!" He didn't bother, activated his divine power, and excitedly replied, "Come on, my technique is coming." While excited, the system warning sounded again. Alert! Not enough skill points for Wave Split SS. The smile on his face vanished. Huh? What? In the middle of the climax, he was put in a bad mood by the system, angrily throwing a tantrum. Hey, everything was going well. They had rushed right up to him. Die! But now was not the time to ramble. His eyes were about to pop out, screaming for mercy in desperation. Wait, I surrender. I surrender. But they didn't care, and were about to finish him off when a bullet from nowhere hit its arm. It glared to see who dared to ruin its fun, growling and retreating. A rain of bullets poured in, while he was collapsed on his knees, then hurriedly scurried away. The person who arrived was Duovets. He was holding a gun, aiming at them. Rotten fish! Who do you think you're messing with? He turned to see who saved his life, secretly glad he kept his miserable life. He was clenching a cigar, face darker than a pot bottom, using his mouth to pull the pin on a grenade and throwing it at them, his voice full of implication. Fish is best when fried. The grenade had just left his hand when it immediately exploded, a terrifying sound shaking the entire ground. He gasped in amazement. Duovets! He stepped in front of him, his expression completely changed from before, grinning. Turns out I was late. What a pity. After raising his hand to shield his body from the power of the grenade blast, he realized one thing. The monsters didn't suffer any damage from the power of the grenade. They were still alive, but they feared the pressure of Duovets's group more. The dwarves, they had arrived. Duovets was sitting leisurely, smoking a cigar on a wooden crate, holding an iron hammer. Two assistants stood behind, each holding a different gun, revealing bulging muscles and solid abs. The fishman monster angrily redirected its attack toward the group, growling, "Humph! Filthy rats! I will tear you to pieces." As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly lunged to attack. An assistant without a shirt, revealing a huge belly, darkened his face and aimed his gun at the monster approaching to challenge. "Come on if you dare, you rotten fish!" He opened his eyes wide when he saw what the monster was holding in its hand, stunned and falling backward. A rock. While he was distracted, it threw the rock in its hand straight at the hand holding his gun. However, he quickly used his gun-holding hand to block it, not letting the gun fall, then painfully cursed, "Damn it!" He aimed the gun at it again. Before he could pull the trigger, it jumped up and kicked him straight in the body, sending him flying away, a shrill scream ringing out. The other two were also extremely stunned, turning their heads to look at their teammate who had just been defeated. Duovets tilted his head to the sky, angrily exclaiming, "What a pain!" He didn't give it time to repent, hurriedly grabbing his hammer and rushing toward it. Surprised by this action, it stood like a statue, eyes bulging. He used the Warhammer skill, a single blow defeating the monster in a heartbeat. He also stared in amazement, exclaiming, "Dwarf hammer is truly incredibly strong. With just one blow the monster seems to have been buried. It was hit and formed a large hole. Now that I think about it, when I fell into the river Styx I unconsciously used that skill. Could that be my skill?" He opened the system search, Dwarf hammer skill. Immediately the information returned in great detail. Dwarf hammer, skill points 5, a hammer using skill of the dwarves. He looked through the information, happily realizing it didn't require too many skill points. It was perfect. Note: skill points allow the use of stronger skills in battle as well as their frequency, functioning similarly to stamina points. It is a stat corresponding to MP and HP. While thinking the monster was dead, it surfaced and grabbed Duovets by the neck, gritting its teeth and growling, "Got you, you little bastard!" He was choked, unable to breathe, grabbing its hand and struggling but couldn't escape. Fishman monster swung its hand to finish him off, mouth screaming, "I will kill you!" Seeing the situation was not good, he rushed to rescue Duovets, activating the skill just exchanged from the system. Skill activated, distracting its attention. "Hey rotten fish, you're the one who has to die." He was excitedly swinging his sword when unfortunately the system warning sounded. Skill cancelled. Equipment unsuitable, can only use this skill with a blunt weapon. He hovered in midair, the sword lightly touching its head as if scratching an itch. He was dazed and confused, not knowing who he was or where he was. "Ha!" The monster, annoyed that its fun was ruined, turned around and punched him hard in the stomach. He could hear the sound of bones cracking. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him. As he struggled to get up, he thought to himself, "Is it not working because I'm not holding a blunt weapon? Damn it, I don't have Bexiol to transform into that weapon right now." He reached up to wipe his mouth. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Staring at his own arms, "Wait, now that I look at my hands, they could count as a blunt weapon, right? If my combat skill is SS rank, couldn't I use the dwarf hammer skill with my bare hands?" While he was lost in thought, Duovets had already been beaten until he spat blood. He gritted his teeth, trying to support his injured body. "Damn it, I don't have time to hesitate. I'll trust my combat skill." He rushed forward like a gust of wind. But the monster was sharp enough to spot him. He punched straight at its chest with his bare hand, but it grabbed him. Its face was full of contempt. "Daring to come and offer your life?" He seized the opportunity to use his fist, activating the dwarf hammer skill. Because the monster was too arrogant, he beat it into the afterlife. After dealing with one, the system screen displayed a notification. SS rank combat skill activated. Dwarf hammer B has leveled up to dwarf fist A. He stared at his fist, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. "Awesome!" Bexiol also rushed to his side. He lifted it up to check it all over, asking anxiously, "Bexiol, is my Bexiol hurt anywhere?" It smiled and shook its head vigorously to answer him. He raised both fists, now equipped with golden gloves, and ordered, "Now then, I'm counting on you, Bexiol." He immediately lunged forward and punched the merman monster standing nearby right in the face. He spun around and kicked its chest hard, sending it flying far away toward its accomplices. However, just as they caught their comrade, he punched toward them again, taking down all three at once. Giving them no time to rest, they were sent flying high into the sky before falling down, screaming in pain. He looked at the pile of them in front of him, flicked his wrist slightly, and muttered, "Humph! Looks like I can handle these guys now." Meanwhile, over by the gate, the dark black energy kept rising. Hephaestus was struggling to hold it back, shouting in shock, "Why is the power increasing so suddenly? Everyone, hold on tight." Its suction also made the sea waves become more violent. Just as he arrived behind him, he asked about the situation. What's happening? He was nearly exhausted, sweat pouring down, and hurriedly explained. The gate. I can't control it anymore. Swirling tornadoes were erupting, their power sucking those nearby into the center. Even the merman couldn't escape the fate of being sucked in. Screams of terror rang out endlessly. Ah! Save me! He raised his hand to shield himself from the dust and smoke of the tornado, narrowed his eyes and asked, if it's already breached the gate and is rampaging like this, we'll all get sucked in. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted when he saw him get sucked into Hephaestus! Hephaestus! Thanks for watching the video. He could only helplessly watch his people get sucked inside. Even Hephaestus. What do I do now? Just as he didn't know what to do next, the system notified him that it had detected an extremely powerful aura. And following that, other notifications appeared continuously. Danger.
Danger. Danger.
Because some figure was trying to escape from the gate in the sky. It didn't take long. That black aura quickly descended to the ground and formed the body of a man holding a trident. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at him, and asked in a cold, authoritative tone. You dare mess with my subordinates? You vermin! His eyes gradually turned red. He bared his perfectly white teeth and gave a creepy smile. When the man with the trident stood proudly in the distance, the merman soldiers were excited, dancing and cheering. Lord Poseidon! Lord Poseidon has stopped the whirlpool. The crowd was stunned, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing, standing still like statues. Seriously? Is that really Poseidon? He hurriedly grabbed a merman's shirt to ask clearly, wait! Although the merman confirmed it, he still felt something wasn't right. Looking at this gloomy man radiating terrifying death, was that really Poseidon? The merman also wondered. Now that you mention it, he seems a bit strange. He agreed with that point of view. Looking closely, he was a bit different. Then who is he? He observed the man meticulously and assessed. This feeling of dread and that threatening tattoo are exactly like the things carved into the merman coming from the gate. Plus, my intuition is screaming. He clenched his fist in alert. He's very dangerous. He remembered the look on his face when he first arrived and threatened him. You dare hit my subordinates! He was using his trident to concentrate the water, creating a giant water sphere. At this moment, he also noticed the abnormality of that guy, quickly dodged, and shouted to warn the merman soldiers. He's about to attack. Be careful. He skillfully controlled the water flow. From that water sphere, countless beams of light shot out at extreme speed, decapitating the merman soldiers in an instant. He lay flat on the ground, gritting his teeth, struggling to dodge his attacks. Everything around was covered in blood. The fishy smell of blood hit his nose, making him wince in discomfort. The man himself stood proudly, his hair fluttering. He covered his face with his hand, his arm trembling as if he were crying. Disgusting trash. But actually, behind the mask, he was wearing a creepy smile. He hid in a corner to observe the situation. His intuition told him, he is a monster I can never defeat. Suddenly their eyes met. His eyes became sinister, he grinned. Still one piece of trash left. He pointed the tip of his trident, releasing a massive source of power toward him. He realized he had been spotted, so he didn't need to sneak away anymore. Jumped up, quickly running for his life to dodge the attack. Damn it, he saw me. It's okay, I just need to use Gale. Thinking his doing, he focused his divine power into his legs and activated Gale. Praying in his heart, as fast as he could, he ran for his life. However, in just a moment he was standing behind him. He leaned his evil face close to his and threatened. Where do you think you're going? Die, trash from Olympus. He pointed the trident, just millimeters from his face, ready to finish him off instantly. His eyes widened as he thought, no, damn it. Thinking he was about to kick the bucket, he closed his eyes and waited for death. But no, he waited and waited but felt nothing. Only hearing a loud explosion. Then, he immediately opened his eyes in shock to see he had been knocked in another direction, causing the wall behind him to collapse, creating a large hole. Lord Poseidon had actually appeared, smirking and saying something cryptic. Humph! Neptune, you fake. He knelt on the ground, looking up at the person standing in front of him, his face dazed after escaping death, not understanding what had just happened. He used his bare hand to grip the trident pointed at him. You think you can keep me, Poseidon, forever? He saw Poseidon had escaped, initially a bit confused but quickly regained his composure and replied, Poseidon, don't be ridiculous. I am also the god of... Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't take it anymore and punched him in the face, sending blood and spit flying, dislocating his jaw to one side. Shut up, you bastard. The name Neptune you're using was originally mine. Understand? Let me add some knowledge. The Greek god Poseidon was once called by a name that might have originated from the Italian language. This god was called Neptune by the Romans. He was furious, landing another blow on his other cheek. How dare you impersonate me? He didn't give up, grabbing his long hair, pulling it hard, making him tilt his head back in pain. Angry, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You bastard, daring to pull hair and fight dirty." He was also grabbed by Poseidon and demanded, "Retract what you just said." Sat in a corner, eyes wide watching the show, exclaiming, "I never thought I'd witness a battle between top gods." Poseidon didn't back down. "Want to challenge me? Let's end it all today." He immediately accepted the offer. "Fine. Bring it on." He watched the scene of the two grabbing each other's hair, neither willing to let go, thinking, "Oh, they're fighting like children. That's surreal." Poseidon, having his hair pulled as if about to cry, cursed angrily, "You fake. I must destroy you today at any cost." He was the same, grinning, "You're all talk. Isn't this your 78th failure?" Reminded of that humiliation, he smiled triumphantly. "That's why today I've hired a powerful god." Above their heads, a black vortex appeared. He saw the scene and spoke up, just in time. He looked up to see who was about to appear, then turned back to the other two, thinking, "A god that Poseidon hired himself? How strong must that god be?" Hephaestus used both hands to open the gate that had sucked him in earlier, stepping out leisurely. Those monsters used this dirty tactic. He saw him step out and thought, "Hephaestus, right, if he's here." Just as he stepped out, his eyes suddenly rolled back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and roared, "You think just that can take down this body? I killed them all completely. Maybe I'm in the most pain having to fight after such a long time." He looked at his appearance, darkened his face, frowned and thought, "Can he do it?" He was heavily injured but still tried to instruct him. "I'll leave the rest to you." Yusoyun and two others also jumped out of that gate, replying yes. He was surprised when the person who appeared was her, stuttering incoherently. "Yusoyun?" And the rest of the people trapped behind that gate all came out. So-Yoon immediately snapped her fingers. A beam of light slashed through, causing the gate to split in two and crack into thousands of pieces. Poseidon saw this scene and laughed happily, unable to close his mouth, and he stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes, screaming in agony. "No, my gate," then turned to threaten. "That's not enough to fight my subordinates. You dare do that to my precious gate?" As soon as he finished speaking, he created a water sphere to attack her. He saw that and screamed in horror. "Watch out, Yusoyun." He waved his hand, and a beam of light with terrifying destructive power flew out. Still screaming endlessly, "Run away!
Danger!"
However, she ignored his warning, standing motionless, watching the beam of light flying toward her. When it was close, she created a blue sphere. She pulled her sword back to gain momentum and jumped high, slashed a few times around him, and landed coolly. He stood watching her dance around him, glared and reached out to grab her, but he was faster, lunging forward to block with his sword. Stopping him, she glanced over but said nothing, cold as a statue. He felt something was wrong. His body moved on its own. Surely his intuition was broken. He was angry all this time with nowhere to vent, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Are you vermin all getting in my way? Aldi." He pointed his trident straight at him, but he didn't react at all. She saw that and reached out to grab his collar, throwing him backward like throwing a sandbag, then threw a palm strike at him. Hephaestus seemed to have fully recovered, aggressively stepped forward, throwing a punch without holding back at all toward him. But before the fist could touch him, he was faster, jumping away to dodge, retreating to the back to defend. While he was cursing without paying attention. "Humph! Bastard!" Then another god appeared behind him. He quickly cast his spell, creating a large explosion. Meanwhile, she pretended to be angry, turned away, and scolded him. "Why do you keep jumping in without thinking?" He felt a bit guilty and asked, "Tiske, are you annoyed by my help?" She turned back, looked at him coldly and questioned, "Do you think something like that could hurt me?" He didn't know what else to say, swallowed his pride, and thought, "She's so arrogant, but I can't retort because she's right. That's the power of divinity after all." She didn't continue that topic, switching to talk to Hephaestus. "You returned faster than before. Neptune is about to fly into a rage." He looked gloomy, walking slowly like a soulless person. Suddenly he burst into laughter. He heard their conversation, full of suspicion. "Faster than before? Yusoyun? Who exactly are you?" But not giving him time to think aimlessly, she hurriedly reassured him. "I can tell by your face that you're curious about many things. I'll tell you when everything is over." Then he took out an exquisite-looking bottle and threw it toward him. Take this. He took the bottle, not knowing what was inside, and hurriedly looked it up. The system immediately sent him information. Due to lack of information, the explanation will be incomplete. Potion. Uses the power of potion to increase the user's divine power. Her voice echoed from afar, instructing, drink it and focus on the fight. He kept staring at the potion bottle, hesitating. She added, you must be the one to finish Neptune. He looked up at her in shock, confirming, what? She rushed forward, leaving only one sentence. I'm leaving this to you. He wanted more information and called after her. Wait, at least explain it to me. And before he could finish, she was already far away, fast as a squirrel. He clutched his head in frustration. I'm going crazy. Why did everything happen so suddenly? She rushed in without saying much, wielding her knife and slashing at him repeatedly. However, he didn't seem to have a single scratch, so she aimed for his legs to attack. Just then, Hephaestus also rushed in to attack with her, and the place he aimed for was the face. A powerful explosion occurred. He lay motionless on the ground, but everyone knew he couldn't be defeated so easily, so they were a bit wary and didn't dare act recklessly. The mage god wanted to finish him quickly, jumping up to deliver a fatal blow to his head. Suddenly his arm moved again. He grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground, knocking him unconscious instantly, turning the tide spectacularly. Hephaestus rushed in but fared no better, getting beaten to a pulp. His eyes widened in shock, his face terrified. No way. They were taken down instantly? Which monster does Yu So-yoon want me to finish? Poseidon, who had been missing until now, finally appeared. Frowning, his expression said it all. I'm annoyed and unhappy, so don't provoke me. Neptune, has he finally been caught? He had no confidence at all, thinking, what can I even do to him? I can't. He kept denying his own ability, backing away, and accidentally tripped over a stone, making a noise that caused him to be discovered. He had completely blackened, glaring at him with murderous intent and contempt. Low-ranking god, you destroyed my body before, now I will tear you apart. With that, he looked like he was about to explode, frowning and screaming, creating a purple water sphere in his hand that radiated immense power. He stood frozen in place without any thought of running, his hands hanging limp as he waited for death to come. Seeing his appearance of surrendering without regret, Yu So-yoon rushed over and pushed him away. What are you doing standing there? In his eyes, the image of him still remained. Startled, he blurted out, huh? Yu So-yoon, covered in scratches and blood, collapsed to the ground unconscious. Neptune showed no mercy for the lady. He walked over leisurely and stepped on her as if stepping on an ant. His face turned sinister. How foolish. If you had run, you would have lived. Did you really think a miracle would happen if you saved that bug? The bug he just mentioned was him, the one she had pushed aside. Stuttering, he called, Yu So-yoon. Why did you? She had regained consciousness, trying to crawl her painful body toward him. Her voice was weak, of course. However, not giving the two of them time to chat, he stepped hard on her shoulder, causing her pain, her whole body trembling. That guy is much more wonderful than you think. In the end, you will die at the hands of the inferior god you look down on. He didn't expect her to value him so much, hurriedly protesting. What are you saying? How can I win against a demon like that? Although her body was in agonizing pain, her eyes shone with confidence, smiling to encourage him. You can do it. I believe in you. The system screen displayed the text. The opponent's intention is completely good. Memories buried deep in his mind suddenly rushed back. The days of being isolated by friends, with no one to play with, only able to endure and walk home alone. Talentless. The future was decided from the moment you were born. Those born with special talents. Though living among them, I had to experience a completely different life. On that lonely road home from school, my mother's figure stood at the end of the alley, smiling and waving to welcome me home. However, there was still one person, my mother. The only one who believed in me, who said talent wasn't everything, thanks to her encouragement. So I tried my best not to be left behind. And then came the day I was burdened with my uncle's debt and the only person who believed in me. While I was enlisting, one day my mother came to see me. She knelt down crying and begging. She apologized, saying it was her fault I had no talent. Because of her, I realized those words of comfort were just to soothe her guilt. The emotions I had then weren't anger or sadness. The only thing I felt was relief. Isn't this better? Now I can give up. No one believing in me means no one will be disappointed anymore. The excuse that I worked so hard for nothing now makes me loathe myself. I ran away once. Back then I had nothing. But I broke free from those chains, the past suffering, to enter this world. You were granted a power you wouldn't dare dream of. Here, You also met companions who always believe in you and stay by your side during hard times. It's different now. There are people who believe in me. I have a chance. An announcement rang out. Blessings are enveloping your body. He took the potion bottle So-yoon gave him earlier from his pocket and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. The system announced again. Divine power is surging within you. He threw the empty potion bottle to the ground. His whole body regained its vitality, calming down with confidence. You So-yoon, you really are strange. He decided that this time he wouldn't run away anymore. He rushed like the wind to her side, picking her up and placing her in a safe spot. Rest, I'll be back soon. He was shocked, not realizing when he had slipped past, and then jumped down from behind for a sneak attack. But who was he? He detected it immediately. Summoning his sword, Bexiol, turning around and pointing the sword tip at him. Just a bit more and it would have hit his eye. He quickly tilted his head back. The sword grazed his face. He felt his body overflowing with power. Like this, I'll have a chance. Both of them rushed in to trade blows. Neither would give in, both thinking they could defeat the other. Explosion after explosion rang out. Seeing his fearless attitude made his blood boil. Look at that brat, don't get cocky just because you got a little stronger. Trident in his hand flew out and knocked his sword away. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth, realizing one thing. It's true I've grown stronger, but the power gap still remains. Damn it, even so, I can't be pushed back. He thought of you So-yoon, who was injured and waiting to be treated. He raised his fist, using divine power to punch him straight in the mouth. How could he have expected him to be so bold? He punched him until his teeth and lips were a bloody mess. He unleashed all his strength, seizing the moment to vent all the anger he had suppressed for so long. Faster, must be faster. Even faster. He punched repeatedly, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Blood splattered from his body like rain. His eyes were filled with hatred. Thudding sounds rang out continuously. Don't give him a chance to breathe. He was trying to hold him off until Bexiol returned. He was beaten dizzy, screaming in pain. Suddenly, he threw his head back to gain momentum for a counterattack. His eyes were murderous. A fireball erupted from his mouth. He stopped, kicked him, and then retreated. He concentrated power in his hands again, shouting at him. This time I will kill you. He was a bit frightened that he could recover so quickly. Just then, Bexiol also returned. A shocking explosion occurred. He was blown away by its power. But fortunately, Bexiol formed a shield to catch him. He regained his strength, watching him manifest a giant arm. The trident also appeared in his hand. He glared at him, responding with contempt. Do you think locking me up like this will work? Poseidon suddenly roared. Water dragon strike. Immediately, a giant blue dragon appeared. Face looked very fierce. It lunged at Neptune, who was about to act, opening its large mouth to swallow him whole, splashing white foam everywhere. The seawater surged, sweeping him away. From the sea foam he gradually emerged. He looked like a grilled fish, battered and exhausted, fuming with rage. Same old trick. He created a dazzling sphere, his tone impatient. Fine, I'll end it all. He created a violent sweep. He looked toward him, wondering what was happening. He swung his sword, preparing to counterattack, his heart full of doubt. His heart full of doubt. These gates weren't created by the gods. Even a fool could understand that. Being treated like a prisoner for a lifetime, this is the first time I've received sincere trust, so I can't let her down. While he was fighting him, she, who was unconscious, also woke up. Just swung his sword, a dazzling light emitting from the blade, slashing him in half. The system announced, Congratulations, you have defeated the forgotten god Neptune. An unnamed goddess smiled at your victory. You have completed the evolution condition and received power from Neptune. A series of announcements appeared. Moonfox has reached level 1. He was stunned, unable to believe it was true, panting. I did it. But that blow had drained all his energy. His eyes gradually blurred and he passed out. He slowly opened his eyes. A blurry image of Poseidon gradually appeared clearly before his eyes. Seeing that, he sat up abruptly and asked in confusion. Poseidon sat calmly in his chair, answering nonchalantly, You're awake. While you were unconscious, I healed your wounds and restored your clothes. He looked over himself and saw that his wounds had completely healed. But he suddenly realized his arms wouldn't move because they were tied behind his back. He thought, My hands. He sat with his legs crossed, continuing. First, I want to say that I am extremely grateful to you for defeating Neptune. However, putting that aside, let me ask you this. While he was sitting on the floor, his arms were exhausted from being tied. He paused for a moment, glancing at him. He cherished the power sphere, enjoying the abundant source of power. Thanks to you defeating Neptune, most of the power has returned to me. However, a part was lost when you delivered the final blow. It's strong enough to rebuild the world order or plunge it into chaos. The system emitted a warning signal. Intuition has been activated, detecting murderous intent. Subject's intention is full of malice. He glared, his eyes burning red with murderous intent, questioning in a low voice. So I ask you, what do you plan to do with that power? His whole body exuded a dark source of power like a demon from hell, making him, sitting below, not understand what was going on. The system also provided more information. Poseidon's talent, Eye of the Deep Sea, is seeing through you. He felt the malice in those words, a chill running down his spine, thinking, it's the Eye of the Deep Sea talent. Is he testing me? Lying randomly to him is definitely not a good idea. Moreover, with this murderous intent, he'll likely kill me if he's not satisfied with the answer. After thinking carefully, he slowly explained, from the beginning, I didn't target Neptune for his power. But if you allow it, I will do my best to become a god that everyone must acknowledge. He was startled, repeating his words. Everyone must acknowledge? He was thinking in his heart. It felt like looking at his former self, as innocent as observing a newly born god. He smirked and replied, you're quite frank and honest. That troublesome gate has been destroyed, and I've luckily met an intelligent god. There's no reason not to celebrate. He excitedly stood up and ordered his subordinates to prepare a banquet. At the party, groups of merfolk gathered to chat busily. A blue-haired god holding a wine glass laughed and said, earlier, that guy. The white-haired goddess raised her wine glass to her mouth and took a sip. Around them, merfolk guards were also indispensable. He had been released and was walking around as if looking for someone. Suddenly, he found the person he was looking for and went over to So-yoon. She was standing with her arms crossed, observing the bustling party, all alone. He stepped up and spoke. There you are, we need to talk. She only turned and glanced once without answering. He still didn't give up, continuing to ask. You So-yoon, just who are you? While he was talking to her, Baek-seol suddenly became excited upon seeing her and immediately lunged into her arms. He wanted to talk about something important with her, yet it abandoned him to go to her. He shouted angrily, Hey Baek-seol, at such an important time, why are you? Come back here quickly so I can talk to her. She was also a bit surprised by its action, but still reached out to catch and stroke it like a pet. Meanwhile, it didn't care about his words at all. Lying in the beauty's arms pretending to be asleep, he stood with his jaw dropped, speechless, wondering internally. Look at her, acting all high and mighty just because she leveled up a bit. You don't even care about anyone else, so why do you like you So-yoon? Suddenly, a blue-haired girl bumped into him but didn't bother to apologize. Following her, a crowd of beautiful girls approached and surrounded her, their faces showing clear admiration. In just a moment, other girls blocked his path, leaving him no time to talk to her. Staring blankly at the scene, one of the girls happily asked, You So-yoon, what are you doing here? He stood outside, trying to push through. Hey, I was in the middle of talking to her. Whether intentional or accidental, the elbow of the girl in front rose and hit him right on the cheek. He screamed in pain. Hey, wait a second. The girl's voice from earlier rang out. Thank you so much for last time. Another girl continued. I saw how you handled the gate. He still wouldn't give up, trying to negotiate with the other girls. I was talking to her first. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. Then a man's voice spoke up. There you are. He was startled to discover it was Poseidon. He cheerfully wrapped his arm around him and lifted him up to carry him away. Before your shift ends, we have a lot to talk about. He was like a fish on a chopping block, struggling in vain, shouting, No, I refuse. Girls surrounding her scattered when they saw Poseidon approach, leaving her all alone. But she didn't come to intervene, just stood there watching as he was carried away. He began to entice him. Straightforward, I like that. Want to work under me? She mouthed to him, We met earlier than expected this time. But in this life, let's succeed together. He was carried away, screaming, and then disappeared from sight. She opened the system, providing full information. You So-yoon, human, occupation mid-ranking god. Symbols, god of reincarnation, god of rebirth. 1869th reincarnation. Talents, clairvoyance, holy power 376,500.
Martial arts, spertecnives, illusion arts, archeries, marksmanships, talkings, architectures, plum blossoms word tecnives, whisper of the devils, perfect assuracies, golem's shields, angel wings a hailing be.
Titles, hero of Shao village, demon king slayer of floor 30A, golem conqueror. God of reincarnation, god of rebirth, 1869th reincarnation. She whispered, This life, it took forever for the shift to end so he could return to the human world. It was located on a lush island surrounded by the sea. What a picturesque landscape. The words of the person handing over the certificate still echoed in his ears. Well done, you have passed all your tests. Congratulations. Here is your hunter certificate. He finally passed the entire exam, holding the 6-star hunter certificate in his hand. Proudly thinking, finally got it, my hunter certificate. Not to mention a 6-star rating on the first try. Hunters across the universe are classified by stars. This classification system starts from unranked to 9 stars. Currently in Korea, there are number 9-star hunters, and there are only 13 hunters above 5 stars. This means the pressure of being a 6-star hunter is unimaginable. John Young-hak was being dragged out by 2 burly security guards, shouting loudly, "No, never. Dare to enter gates and dungeons without a certificate. All of that, are you really just going to let a criminal go like that?" He startled, turning his head to see that murderous look on his face. Thinking to himself, he's still the same, quite furious at my success. He was still struggling to break free, the 2 guards threatening him. He screamed, "Let go, I'll kill you all." He turned away, ears aching, sighing wearily. What a pathetic bastard. My ears can't take it anymore. While walking, he suddenly looked at Bexiol sleeping soundly on his shoulder, wondering, oh, Bexiol seems heavier. Has it grown bigger? Now that I think about it, Bexiol leveled up too. Maybe it will keep growing and one day become independent. He remembered the times it and Yu So-yoon were together. Bexiol seems to really like Yu So-yoon too. Nah, no way this cute little guy would do that. How could you follow her? He rubbed his cheek against it, enjoying the soft fur, asking, Bexiol, you like me more than Yu So-yoon, right? While he and it were playing, she walked up wearing sportswear and a hat, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Your spirits seem good, but that won't last long. Follow me. As promised, I will tell you everything, the things you need to know and the things that will happen in the future. About the end of this world, Ragnarok. Sunlight shone brightly on the trees on both sides of the road. The car was speeding down the mountain road. Sat in the car, wondering and asking, no matter how I think about it, I still find you very strange. He put his hands behind his head, looking at Yu So-yoon who was driving. Who are you? Really? She was focused on driving, turning to look at him and replying, is that what you're wondering about? She slowly recounted that a year ago, the part-time job window for the gods suddenly appeared before my eyes. Thanks to those rewards, I became stronger and became a mid-ranking god, then gained the talent of clairvoyance. He eagerly asked back, clairvoyance? She nodded, yes, clairvoyance, though I don't know everything. But I have seen a terrifying vision that a war between the gods will soon break out. The names of the gods vary according to mythology, like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. He listened silently, not missing a word. People often assume those are just different names for the same god. But they are actually different gods, unlike the gods who exist thanks to human worship. The gods forgotten in the past will return to reclaim their names. She paused for a moment and continued, they use gates to strengthen themselves. Gates are places ancient gods used to develop their power. After they regain all the energy within them, they will clash with the current gods to reclaim their names, and eventually Ragnarok will break out. Hearing this, he was shocked and amazed. Wait, the human world has gates too, right? She confirmed. That's right. She explained further. So that humanity has the power to resist. Dungeons were created in a form similar to gates to train humanity. He remembered the mythological words. It is time to create experiments for humanity. These are training areas for humans to prepare for disaster. Replied angrily, training areas? Since dungeons appeared, countless people have been injured or even died. Yet dungeons are just training areas? During the time they were created, the gods should have interrupted. You've already seen Neptune, you should understand. Neptune retreated because he hadn't focused his full power. Yet he was already that strong. Gates are places even gods can barely resist. The more energy gods concentrate, the harder it is to prevent disasters at the gates. It is a heavy burden for humanity. For gods preparing for the end of the world, the difficulty is just as great. She hesitated. If Ragnarok breaks out, there won't be any gods to protect the human world. Clearly, humanity still knows nothing about this. They only believe that the appearance of gates is as normal as traffic accidents. She focused on driving and hypothesized. If an existence like Neptune appeared in the city, the entire surrounding area would be destroyed instantly. He understood, so that's it. Now all the pieces have been connected together. The appearance of dungeons, talents, skills similar to divine powers, and items dropped after killing monsters, all like a game. All are the final gifts the gods have given to humanity. He clenched his fists angrily, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Do humans still have to survive on their own? If gods can't even stop the gates, how can humans do it? Her eyes looked steadily at him through the rearview mirror. I will help you. In the future I see you can do it. You have faced gates and protected the world. So I will do everything to help you become that person. She pulled the brake to stop the car. We arrived. He was startled. Oh, we're here? He opened the door and stepped out of the car. Sorry, I was too distracted to notice. He turned his head and smiled. Thanks for the ride. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he saw a crowd of reporters waiting. Breaking news. New 6-star hunter Yu Damdiok. Reporters rushed to surround him. Oh, it's Yu Damdiok. A reporter asked for permission. Can you give us an interview? He turned to her. Hey Yu So-yoon. Are we in the right place? I think you brought me to the wrong place. He said angrily. Hey, didn't you say you would help me? System notification. Fame increased. Divine power increased. While he was surrounded by the press, she drove away, leaving him behind. He shouted after her. Come back here, Yu So-yoon. 1 month later, on television. Everyone look. That's Yu Damdiok, the 6-star hunter who completed 3 dungeons in 1 month. This time too, he completed them without any casualties. As the person who completed the most dungeons this month, he has accumulated items worth millions of dollars. Turned off the TV, laughing mockingly. Being too famous isn't good either. This is a way to increase divine power, but reporters keep clinging to me just because I'm a 6-star hunter. He flopped onto the sofa and sighed. Suddenly he sat up. Besides that, Bexiol, do you know you have a fan club too? Even though you don't do anything, you're famous too. Bexiol didn't care, rolling around playing by itself. Just then, Yu So-yoon's voice rang out. Then you should try working hard. That fame will soon become power. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door. The upcoming battles will be much harder. Like the ending from the prophecy, if there is no belief in the future, and if you worry until you collapse, then the coming future will be even more terrifying than we imagine. So, will you still face that cruel fate? The system displayed the question. Your divine power has exceeded 25,000. Do you want to accept Apollo's request? Yes. He wondered. I don't know what to do, but the end of the world, that's not fair at all. He decided, now I understand. I won't sit idly by and wait anymore. She smiled. I knew you would say that. Both stepped into the teleportation circle. Strange characters appeared. Let's go, to the world of part-time employees for the gods. Apollo snapped his fingers. His long hair flew in the wind, he stood posing coolly. Welcome, my little chicks. It's an honor that you are working part-time for me, Apollo again. Yu Damdiok was brought to Apollo by the system. Seeing his posturing, he exclaimed in surprise. The sun is right in front of me. It's so bright. Apollo replied with a smug smile. Humph, of course it's bright. It represents me, after all. He couldn't help but react to his excessive confidence, just smiling wryly. Ah, yes. He laughed gleefully. You think so too? Huh? The sun chariot is also beautiful because it resembles me. It has smooth curves like my body. Even so, it still doesn't match my perfection. His lip twitched when asked. Have you heard about how perfect I am? Yu So-hyun just sighed wearily. He boasted again. Since I was born, I have become increasingly perfect. After the greetings, she steered the sun chariot. He sat beside her, lamenting. How can he praise himself non-stop like that? So narcissistic. Thank God it's dawn. She gripped the reins, her voice sarcastic. I almost want to punch him. Contrary to her, he seemed interested. Even so, it's fun. Isn't it? She was confused. What's fun? Is still dungeon construction work or dog training? Doing something worthy of a god's title would be better. He was happy. When will I have the chance to pull the sun again? He understood his meaning, asking seriously. Hey, you don't believe this is the real sun, do you? He was honest. I know at least that much. She explained. This is just a fake sun created from Apollo's ability. They fly in the sky and rotate in sync with the sunrise time. Internally, he thought, honestly, I knew that. But damn it, since I didn't know, it's okay to cry too. Being exposed like that wasn't fun anymore. He made a wry face. Then why is he doing this? She looked at him and then turned to look at the sun. She looked at humanity looking up in awe at the sun chariot passing by. That's because if he does this, people will believe in and worship the sun god. In this way, it increases his divine power. That's how Apollo became the sun god. He held the reins, eagerly. What? Isn't this a scam? She was calm. It is a scam. He's just a swindler who swallows people's trust. She closed her eyes to reassure him. Even so, there's no need to worry. Just focus on the work. You remember the reward for this part-time job, right? She took the reins, urging the horses faster. So let's quickly finish this tough part-time job, making the horses startle and neigh a few times. He enjoyed the atmosphere. praising. You So Yoon, you drive really well. Have you driven a horse-drawn carriage before? She confidently admitted. Of course, I've done this job countless times. I could do it with my eyes closed. He was amazed. What, this isn't your first time doing this job? Paulo didn't seem to recognize her. She was surprised by his reaction, breaking into a cold sweat. Most of the time he reacts slowly, but this time he's too sharp. He's gonna say I'm lying. She blamed Apollo. Of course, he can't remember because he only cares about himself. Even after coming here countless times, he still doesn't remember. Carriage sped through the air. The two were so busy talking they didn't notice the hairy monster blocking the path. It charged straight at them, and they quickly dodged around the carriage. A pack of brilliant hairy dogs with bodies burning hot to the touch. They came on their own without provocation. They didn't intend to attack but let the carriage pass. He received a notification. Beast intuition skill has been activated. Those dogs continued to tail them, refusing to give up. He whipped the horses, shouting anxiously, "What are they doing all of a sudden?" He turned back to look, noticing nothing unusual. Strange. There aren't usually any sun wolves on this route. He was shocked. Sun wolves? Are those like hellhounds? Notification. Special skill leader of dogs has been activated. She stood up. I'll fight them, take this. Before she could finish, he protested. No, let me fight them. You damdiok, this is above your level. If you touch a sun wolf, you'll be burned to the bone. He was firm. To become as strong as the prophecy says, I must be able to handle these wolves. Bexiol transformed into a sharp sword. He took it and jumped off the carriage. He jumped onto the carriage. Before fighting the sun wolves, he shouted to reassure her. Besides, I have a plan. He swung his sword toward them, but they easily dodged. Whirring filled the air. He raised his sword. Watch closely how I win. Another sword strike flew out, making them roar in pain. The wound wasn't too large, but it was an opportunity for him to attack. He rushed at the nearest one and grabbed its head. Black smoke billowed from his hand. He felt the heat from its body. It's cooled down, but it's still very hot. The system appeared. Sea God's power blessing of water waves will envelop you. He was puzzled. Sea God's power? The heat is gone. All right, I can do this with this power. He placed his hand on the dog's head, activating the leader of dogs skill. Notification. Special skill leader of dogs activated. Number of followers, 33. After activation, the aggressive dogs became as obedient as if enchanted. He smirked. All right, just one more. She stood on the carriage edge, watching him tease the dogs like he was playing with Bexiol, her eyes wide with speechless shock. She sighed in relief, memories of the two of them since they first met flashing through her mind like a movie. He really was interesting. When she first met him, he was just a clown who didn't know how to do anything. No matter how difficult or arduous it was, he kept moving forward. To others, it might seem like meaningless growth. Images of him fighting monsters to complete missions. She couldn't help but appreciate his ability. Twice, thrice, then hundreds of times. He still worked hard, bit by bit. You damdiok, you've always developed yourself relentlessly to achieve this much after 1,869 failures is no small feat. She straightened her clothes, smiling firmly at her prophecy. No one else, he was the only one who could kill that thing. I was reincarnated solely for that purpose. Meanwhile, he was stroking the wolf's soft fur while it licked his hands. He ordered, All right, Sun Wolf 1 and 2. You two stay by my side and help me chase the rest away. The two wolves obeyed, following behind him, waiting for orders. The two wolves stood on either side of him, baring their teeth at the rest. They weren't afraid of any of them. After receiving his command, Go, my little puppies! They immediately charged forward. They rushed at the others, opening their mouths to bite them frantically until they bled, refusing to let go. He stood behind, watching them tear each other apart, and said, You're confused because your friends suddenly attacked you, right? He raised his sword to attack, a sly smile on his face. I guarantee you'll be friends again soon. The wolf, attacked unexpectedly, was sent flying with wide eyes, followed by another one. He sat on a wolf's back as the notification rang out. Special skill leader of dogs has been activated. 2 more were hit, and he shouted excitedly, 2 more! Now you have 40 followers. The number of wolves following him grew. Riding the momentum, he pushed forward. All right, let's tame the rest. Notifications appeared. Congratulations, your followers have exceeded 40. A sub-skill of the special skill leader of dogs has been unlocked. He was taken aback. A sub-skill? A notification explained. Leader of dogs, Howl. You can now gather all tamed dogs. They will obey whatever you say with absolute loyalty. Sitting on a wolf's back, he scrolled through the notifications, imagining, I can gather all the dogs I've tamed? Besides the tamed ones, the current hellhounds aren't very useful. But what if I summon them? Watching them fight would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? He was having dark thoughts when she interrupted. Hurry up and tame the rest. The scariest thing isn't them being alone. It's when sun wolves feel threatened. They merge into one. Her words snapped him back to reality. But it was too late. They had merged into a giant wolf and charged to attack. It just opened its mouth once, and a giant fireball shot out, rushing forward and backward. Even the wolves he tamed turned tail and ran from that power. He was surrounded on both sides, not knowing what to do, when a out explosion occurred, causing the sun god's chariot to be charred black and snapped in half. Thick smoke and dust covered everything. She was riding the horse from earlier. So annoying. You got distracted at the most critical moment. He was dodging the flames, calling for So-yoon. She glanced at him reproachfully. I really can't take my eyes off you. If you've realized it, hurry up. We don't have time. She grabbed his collar and pulled him onto her horse. He was still worried about his mission, struggling. Wait, So-yoon, what about the sun chariot? She struggled to pull him up behind her, explaining. Both that giant sun wolf and the sun chariot fell into the village. He gasped. Ah. She patiently explained to him. I didn't want to say this because you'll just start thinking nonsense again. The moment the giant sun wolf appeared, the surrounding villages were in danger. So, evacuating the villagers is the top priority. Since those fire wolves appeared, they had been destroying everything. They breathed fire, burning the village and causing everyone to flee in panic. Fire spread wherever they went. Some couldn't run fast enough and died instantly. Heart-wrenching screams filled the air. They spared no one, sweeping through everywhere. A girl accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. He approached with his sword and said gently, Go hide, hurry. Explosions continued to ring out. The girl was stunned for a moment before rushing to find shelter. He rushed like the wind to face it directly. He leaped to attack, but he seemed outmatched, struggling to hold on for a chance to stab his sword into its belly. Ambushed, it flared with rage, its eyes glowing blood-red. It opened its mouth wide like a cave, and if he slipped up even a little, he could be swallowed at any moment. He smirked as if he'd found its weakness. Even if the sun wolves merge, I'm sure you stand no chance against Cerberus. Its mouth was about to snap shut on him, yet he didn't flinch at all. Fear? Staring at that drooling mouth with sharp teeth, he ordered, Hold it down, Cerberus. He raised the sword in his hand to the sky, his gaze firm. Now it's time to end this. A terrifying explosion occurred. An old man shielded his eyes from the dust, staring coldly at him, a stranger, and asked the person behind, Who is he? Appearing from the sky and taking down that monster so easily. She didn't hide his identity. He is Damdiok. The man gasped upon hearing the name. Ah, she repeated. That person, no, that god's name is Damdiok. The old man watched his silhouette from afar, the hero who saved everyone, leaning on his sword and enjoying his achievement. He frowned and muttered, Damdiok. She smiled, her voice a bit envious. Good grief, he's hogging all the glory. Meanwhile, he was happily crossing his arms, with Bexiol playing on his shoulder. He praised Cerberus, the wolf he'd tamed. Well done, you're being very good now. So, shouldn't you take responsibility for your battlefield? It didn't object and quietly went to clean up the mess. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something. Clenching his fists, he shouted in a rage. Hey, you lot over there! You dare slack off while I'm not looking? Startled, they quickly stood up and got to work. After everything was settled, he slumped onto the nearby grass and complained. I swear they'll slack off again if I don't watch them. The white-haired old man approached and greeted him politely. Lord Damdiok, we truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts. On behalf of the village, I wish to give you this gift. He was flustered when the man called him a god. Moreover, the man knelt to pay respect, leaving him fumbling, not knowing how to handle the situation. He panicked and told him to stand up. It's fine. This happened because of our carelessness anyway. So please stand up. He looked up but still refused to stand, replying, No, it's because the gods cared for us. We sincerely thank you for your mercy. So, from now on, we will express our gratitude to you every month with a prosperous sacrifice. He began praising him to the skies. Long live Lord Damdiok! Long live Lord Damdiok! When he looked up again, he had already bolted, nowhere to be seen. He cried out, Oh Lord Damdiok! Oh dear! Where did you go? Oh my! He fled in fear to a deserted spot, leaning against a pillar and panting. So-yoon, what kind of nonsense did you spread to make everyone act like that? Anyway, I'm in trouble. The scene was in a dense forest, and he complained again. The chariot is completely destroyed and unusable. The artificial sun was also eaten by the sun wolf. There's still a week left for Apollo's part-time job. What should we do? She wasn't worried at all and replied simply, "What do you mean, what? We just need to make a new one." He stood up awkwardly to face her, firing off questions. "Make a son? Who? I don't have a creative bone in my body." She looked up at him and denied it. "Not you." She looked away and said cryptically, "It's someone you know very well." The person she was referring to was Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Udamdiok and Soyun had just left the village and were discussing asking Hephaestus to make a son. Udamdiok mused, Hephaestus? Suddenly, Udamdiok asked her, "You must have a lot of money, right? That's the only way he'd make a son." Soyun replied indifferently, "Money? I don't have any." Her words left him a bit embarrassed. Udamdiok snapped back, "Are you crazy? No matter how close you are to Hephaestus, asking him to make a son without pay is..." Soyun cut him off. "Just be quiet and follow me." Udamdiok was irritated by her words. Walking behind her, he shouted, "How on earth would he agree? I bet Hephaestus will refuse. Let's make a wager. The loser has to grant the winner one wish." Contrary to his thoughts, Hephaestus's reaction was the opposite. He burst out laughing and agreed immediately. "Haha, sure, of course. I owe you countless favors, so this is nothing." Hephaestus continued laughing and said, "Just give me 3 days." Standing at a distance, Udamdiok looked surprised that Hephaestus agreed so easily. He thought, what does he owe her to agree to make a son for free? The scene shifted to outside the palace, with Soyun in front and Udamdiok behind. Udamdiok spoke from behind her. "You said you wanted to talk? What's so important that we had to come here?" Soyun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "You said the loser would grant the winner a wish, right? Before I tell you what I want, I have to say this." Udamdiok was a bit surprised but replied, "All right, what is it?" He thought, why is she creating such a scary atmosphere? Soyun turned back seriously, crossing her arms. "Udamdiok, to prevent the predicted end, the war between gods, you must start gathering priests." Udamdiok repeated in surprise, "Priests?" Soyun explained to him, "Once a low-ranking god's divine power exceeds 50,000, they will gain the god's call ability. That ability allows you to summon priests at any time to fight by your side." Udamdiok asked her skeptically, "You're joking, right?" Udamdiok retorted, "I can't just go around waving a knife, claiming I'm actually a god. I'm not even a real god." Soyun looked at him with a serious face and said, "Even so, you still have to do it. You can't stop the war alone." Soyun continued to explain, "But you can gather priests from other dimensions. In the prophecy, you will stop the war together with 12 priests." Udamdiok touched his forehead, slightly confused, and said, "Wait, I can't process all that information. Not just 1 or 2 but 12 people." Udamdiok stood facing her and asked, "What do you mean by other dimensions?" The wind whistled, carrying leaves along with Soyun's voice. "For now, you can only work part-time on this continent. But," Soyun continued to explain, "if you keep accumulating divine power, you will soon be capable enough to work part-time in other dimensions." Udamdiok thought to himself, "Other dimensions? Working for Greek mythology is already exhausting enough." Soyun's voice still echoed, but the scene shifted to a classroom with a white-haired boy. She said, comforting him because she knew he was worried, "Don't worry too much. The priest in our dimension and they will be very happy to help you." Suddenly, Soyun changed her expression, smirked and said, "Oh, you did say you would grant one wish of mine, didn't you? I just remembered." As the sun shone from the other side of the mountain onto the ground, the people looked up at the sky in unison. The people on the ground knelt and bowed. One man among them looked up at the sky. The man looked up at the sky and wondered, "Udamdiok? Who is that?" The long-haired man turned and said, "Oh, don't you know? That's the god who defeated the sun wolf in the neighboring village." They looked up at the sky as a chariot passed by with a sign hanging on it. One of them said, "It seems God Apollo treasures that person a lot, which is why he hung his name on the chariot like that." Meanwhile, at the front of the chariot, Udamdiok's face was flushed with embarrassment. Udamdiok turned and shouted at Soyun, "I know you want to raise my divine power, but this is too embarrassing." Although he said that, Soyun's face remained calm, as if she didn't care. Soyun looked at him indifferently and said, "You said you would grant anything, didn't you?" Soyun started speaking again. "Our goal is to unlock the god's call ability through this part-time job." As Soyun and Udamdiok drove, there was a large source of yellow magic power behind their vehicle. Soyun continued, "In the remaining time, we must raise your reputation as high as possible." Udamdiok retorted, "Then don't do it like that. Early morning light shone through the window into the dark room. Udamdiok sat on the floor and opened the system window to check. The board read, SS rank marksmanship skill, successfully purchased. Udamdiok looked at the system screen and smiled. He thought, all right, this will help me in long-range battles. Udamdiok recalled the battle with Neptune and thought, before, I only had the wave slash skill, so facing Neptune was really difficult. If there had been any mistakes, I might have lost my life. Udamdiok's finger touched the system screen, pressing the status section. Now, I should check the divine power I've earned. Udamdiok stared at the system screen and said, I really lost sleep because of that sign. Udamdiok exclaimed in surprise, huh! The system board clearly showed the items. Your divine power is 50,011. The second item is God's Call ability unlocked. The third item is only those filled with fear can register as a priest. Udamdiok opened his eyes wide. His body trembling, mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. He thought, what the hell? Why did the divine power increase this much? Did that freakish thing really work? Udamdiok didn't expect that sign to help him increase divine power so quickly. Suddenly, a figure peeked out from behind the system board and said, what are you doing? Apollo's sudden appearance made him jump, and he shouted, ah, you scared me. Contrary to Udamdiok's surprised expression, Apollo laughed happily. Apollo smiled, reached out a hand to help Udamdiok, who was still sitting on the ground, not yet recovered, and said, the main system won't let others peek, so why are you flustered? Udamdiok finally calmed down and grabbed Apollo's arm. He thought, main system? Is he talking about the system board? Udamdiok laughed awkwardly. Ahaha. Yes. Apollo kept his smile, looking at him with affectionate eyes, and asked, right? Did anything happen? Udamdiok answered Apollo. A few sun wolves attacked us, but I took care of them. What he said made Apollo exclaim in surprise. Oh. Apollo covered his mouth and laughed. Those troublesome wolves? Very good. Apollo put his hands on his hips and smiled gently. Then I will give you a special service. And a little gift too. The system sound rang out, received Apollo's self-healing skill. Udamdiok stood still, closing his eyes to let Apollo transfer magic power. Udamdiok looked down at his palm. Self-healing? Apollo held his head and laughed heartily. Yes, you only receive that skill if you work part-time sincerely. Apollo laughed while saying, there are dozens of gods who want the skill but can't get it. How about that? Ha ha ha. Apollo's laughter woke the little fox on Udamdiok's neck. Udamdiok rubbed the little fox's head. Oh, Bexiol, you're awake? While you're awake, lend me your power for a bit. The little fox opened its eyes and chirped. 7 key. A stream of golden energy from the little fox turned into a small knife in Udamdiok's hand, making even Apollo exclaim. Udamdiok used the knife to make a cut on his finger. He thought, first I should test this skill. The system displayed a notification. Activate self-healing skill. The wound on his finger slowly healed. He thought, it's quite slow, but it can heal completely. Udamdiok looked at the healed wound and exclaimed, that's pretty cute. Little fox Bexiol licked the healed wound on his finger gently. Udamdiok smiled affectionately. Bexiol, are you licking my hand because I used you to cut myself? Bexiol looked at his wound and chirped worriedly. Apollo leaned down to look at Bexiol. It's a mythological creature that can turn into a weapon? Impressive. Bexiol, in Udamdiok's arms, growled at Apollo as if about to bite him. Taming skill, right? Udamdiok stroked Bexiol to calm it down, while remembering the other two animals, the hellhound and the sun wolf. Yes, I guess so. Udamdiok looked at Apollo and asked, why do you ask? Apollo replied dejectedly, there's been a rather troublesome issue lately. I'm thinking about how to raise it. Apollo stroked his chin dejectedly. I'm so tired of it constantly biting and chewing on my son. Apollo's eyes lit up. I'm thinking about how to raise the sun wolves. Before Apollo's surprised, open-mouthed gaze, Udamdiok summoned the sun wolf. Apollo thought, I have never heard of any god capable of taming a sun wolf. Apollo admired Udamdiok stroking the sun wolf. He exclaimed, a low-ranking god who can do what other gods cannot. Apollo watched the sun wolf happily resting its head on Udamdiok's hand. Can you teach me how to tame them? Udamdiok laughed. I don't know. Udamdiok said a condition. Well, alright, but I have one condition. The condition is to teach me archery. Most people see Apollo as the sun god, but he is also the god of art, music, poetry, and archery. Scene shifts to the edge of the forest. Apollo summoned an arrow in his palm. Focus your power into your fingertips to create a bow and arrow. Apollo drew the bow while explaining for Udamdiok to observe. Keep your breathing steady and draw the bow. Lock onto the target and shoot. Apollo finished speaking and released the arrow, which flew away swiftly. Apollo's arrow pinned a falling apple. Apollo turned back and smiled. That's it. Easier than you thought, right? Udamdiok stammered slightly. Is it that easy? Udamdiok broke into a cold sweat while witnessing Apollo shooting the bow. He thought, I underestimated him because of his ungodly actions, but what caught Udamdiok's attention was the very long distance from which Apollo hit the target. He exclaimed, these must be things only a god can do. Contrary to Udamdiok's expectations, Apollo's archery exercises were very harsh. It had been a month since Udamdiok was taught by Apollo in the divine realm. After much ceaseless effort over a month, he finally practiced successfully. Finally, I understand what archery is. Udamdiok recalled his previous learning methods and battles. Until now, the only way to hone skills was watching YouTube, or copying the movements of dwarves and underwater palace soldiers. Udamdiok thought while putting his coat back on. Learning skills from a god is truly very different. Udamdiok thought about combining his skills. If I combine the skills I have, along with the skills learned from the god, if I can do that, I will reach new heights. Udamdiok looked up at the clear blue sky, determined. Soyun appeared from behind. It's time to go back. Soyun's face was still expressionless, holding the little fox Bexiol in her arms. There isn't much time left until you meet the first priest. Udamdiok turned back and smiled. All right, so where's Apollo? I want to say goodbye to him before I leave. Soyun was emotionless. He's busy playing with the sun wolves. In their minds, an image of Apollo happily playing with the sun wolves appeared. Udamdiok laughed. He must be very close to them. Udamdiok said triumphantly. There's one thing I learned while working at an animal cafe, which is that all dogs can be tamed by treating them well. Soyun frowned and retorted. You're very lucky if that method works. What if it doesn't? Udamdiok waved his hand. Then just keep trying until it works. Soyun grimaced. You should think about the consequences. What if something big happens later? Contrary to Soyun's grimace, Udamdiok was cheerful, as if sure of victory. Goodness, you worry too much. I've increased my divine power and learned new skills. Nothing could be better than that. Elsewhere, in the gloomy and cold underworld, Hades spoke. Is the news you told me accurate? Hades stood before a large window looking out. Behind him, the butler replied, Yes. I have checked many times before coming. I am certain Cerberus was summoned to another world without your consent. Hades's face was expressionless, but his words were full of frustration. How dare you? Glass in front of Hades shattered before the pink magic power radiating from him. The room, already dark, became even gloomier due to Hades's magic power and anger. He spoke, his eyes full of rage. No matter who he is, I will kill him. Hades's pink magic power broke the window frame, carrying his angry voice. He will have to taste it for daring to offend me, the king of this underworld. That day, the sky was clear blue, and a skyscraper appeared with a large SG logo. This was the Sangun Guild. The system notification rang continuously. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Large broken logs fell, dust flying everywhere. Another notification appeared. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Continuous slashes caused pieces of wood to fly everywhere. It turned out Udamdiok was practicing swordsmanship by himself. Udamdiok, drenched in sweat, stopped and glanced at Soyun, who was standing there scrolling through her phone, holding a cup of coffee. He chatted. It's fortunate that I can practice here. But hey Soyun, are you sure that priest is planning to come here? She was still intently looking at her phone, not caring about him. Wait a little longer. He glanced at the scattered wood. I've been practicing swordsmanship by myself for a whole week now, because I'm practicing alone. Swordsmanship and divine power take a lot of time to progress. Shouldn't I spend this time finishing part-time work? Are you listening? Soyun sipped her coffee, searching for something on her phone, ignoring whatever Udamdiok said. Suddenly she spoke. Found it. He turned sharply. Found what? Did you find that priest? She walked away, calling back. Oh no, I found a part-time job. You wait here, I'll be right back. He panicked. Huh? You went to find a job yourself? Then I have to go too. Soyun stopped, glanced back, and refused. No, you have to stay here. Udamdiok felt abandoned, his hair slightly messy. He shouted, You're planning to be selfish and do it alone, right? Where are you going? Soyun calmly continued walking. I have something to do. It's long and hard to explain. He stomped his feet, angrily shouting toward the door like a child. It's been a whole week and haven't seen anyone. How can you be so confident telling me to keep waiting when we don't know when he'll appear? Working part-time is better than waiting like this. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind him. He smirked at him with a contemptuous voice. You're poor, so you really like working part-time, huh? Heh. With anger still lingering in his eyes, He curiously looked back, thinking to himself. This annoying voice, could it be? Young-AK stood with his hands in his pockets, a large dog chain wrapped around his hand, wearing a Hawaiian-style floral shirt and black sunglasses. He laughed contemptuously. Too obvious. You pretended to be a hunter, but now things are difficult, so you're trying to find work. Huh? He was startled. Young-AK? He approached Udamdiok. Keep trying, clink clank. The dog chain was still wrapped tightly around his wrist. He walked while saying, good calculation, haha. Incompetent people should do their proper jobs. He looked at Young-AK with a dazed gaze. Again. Don't you get tired? And why are you at the Sangun Guild? I thought you were from another guild. Suddenly he was startled. His eyes darkened. Sweating. Wait a minute. Could it be? This guy surely isn't that priest, right? Damn it, please don't. Young-AK's face clearly showed confidence mixed with a bit of mockery. He was smug. Oh, you came here and still don't know? He glared through the black glasses. Today there is a taming competition. Boom. Looking down at Bexiol, he mocked. What do you plan to do with that useless cat? Just like its owner. Bexiol looked at him with disgust, wanting to jump up and scratch his face to pieces. He called out his pet, a large, muscular dog with black fur, wearing a spiked collar, growling and ready to attack. He smirked, head held high in arrogance. I brought this one back from a dungeon in Germany. It's crossbred with the deadly bloodline of a hellhound. You need something like this to win. He walked over and patted Damdiok's shoulder, grinning ear to ear. Stop causing trouble. Go do your part-time job. Today is an important day. I don't have time to deal with you. Haha. He felt disgusted and wanted to teach him a lesson. Weighing his thoughts. A taming competition? Scene shift to the performance. Amidst the audience's cheers and jeers, the host shouted, right now, the score for contestant number 9, Young-AK. The auditorium exploded. 39 points. This is the highest score recorded in the history of this competition. The dog lay still on the floor, completely relaxed. As for him, his hair was slicked back neatly, wearing a smug smile, his hand clenched, certain of victory. He winked, smiling as if half his face was paralyzed, thinking to himself, with this, I'll score a few more points. Turning to look at his imposing father standing below the stands, he thought smugly, taking this opportunity, I will show my father how amazing his son is. Brief introduction. His father is John Gun-AK, chairman of South Korea's #1 guild, Iris. He stood sternly watching his son on stage, while he still thought smugly, I will definitely prove I deserve to be the successor of Iris. The MC continued the program with a flustered face. Now for the final contestant. To describe this person, lately he's been the hottest topic in South Korea. Introducing, contestant number 10. Lost in thought, he was startled and turned his head curiously. A massive beast's paw stomped down, its fur a fiery reddish-orange with sharp claws, looking powerful and fierce. Surrounding that paw was a raging, brilliant golden flame. Damdiok was dressed simply in a dark long coat, his expression cold and calm despite the chaos around him with the audience's jeers. Bexiol was like a fire fox, its entire body covered in fiery reddish-orange fur, radiating magical flames and mystical light. Young-AK's mouth hung open in shock, showing extreme astonishment. The MC's voice rang out. We will begin evaluating Damdiok's taming skills. Mouth agape. I've been a judge for many years, but this is the first time I've seen this creature. The male judge was equally shocked, holding his paper and shouting, a fire-breathing hound? This is a new breed that has never appeared before. It's sure to cause a storm in this competition. Young-AK was boiling with rage, his face flushed red, gritting his teeth. That bastard. Damn. A pat on the shoulder made him jump. That pat was from Damdiok, returning the favor from earlier. The pat made him stagger. His voice was full of provocation. You were very excited at the beginning, weren't you? Bexiol now put on airs, draping its paw over the neck of that pug-faced dog. The dog sat obediently like a puppy. Young-AK was trembling. Damdiok whispered into Young-AK's ear. You keep acting tough, but it's useless. Do you think that pug-faced pet can help you win? He gritted his teeth. You bastard. Your face. He grabbed Damdiok's collar and shouted in his face. Why do you always show up to block my path, you jerk? John Gun-AK rushed over like a rocket. He wore a powerful white cloak and shouted. If you still want to compete, shut your mouth. Still not sober yet. Only now did he fearfully let go. Turning to face him, his voice trembling. Father, it's not like that, he said in a stern voice. Enough, Apollo, shut up immediately. Immediately after, he looked toward Damdiok. His voice gentle. That kid caused trouble. On his behalf, I apologize to you. He bowed politely. It's okay, he thought, inwardly happy. I never thought I'd meet him here. John Gun AK, the leader of South Korea's largest guild, Iris. He smiled gently. He patted his shoulder, chatting gently. You've matured more than last time. Long time no see. Damdiok replied politely. Yes, same here. Yoongake's face darkened, boiling with rage when he heard his father chatting with Damdiok. Just ignore him. Scene shift. A flower pot was thrown and shattered into pieces. Curses flew up. Damn it. Yoongake was the one who threw that flower pot. He stood panting like a dying dog. He clutched his head and shouted. Ugh. Father is always like that. Always comparing me to that name. It has nothing to do with me at all. Damn it, F. His eyes were bloodshot, furious, glaring as if they were about to explode. Since that dog appeared, nothing has gone smoothly. Gurium, holding a game console, smiled mockingly and asked, Why so angry? Haha. He continued asking, Are you angry at someone? Yoongake said reproachfully, WTF? Why are you late? Gurium, in a student uniform, his blue hair flowing smoothly, eyes glued to the game screen, replied, I was playing a game. Today is the end of the event. Boiling with rage, he vented his anger on Gurium. You lunatic, you broke your promise to father just for a game? He glared at Gurium, thinking to himself. Father spoils him a little and he thinks he can do whatever he wants. These two bastards are both the same. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Wait. Thinking of a plan, he smirked. That's right, bastards should tear each other apart. That afternoon, white clouds floated by, illuminated by the sunset, feeling soft and peaceful. In the guild building lobby, an excited voice rang out. Hey you So-yoon, do you know what happened while you were doing your part-time job? Standing next to So-yoon, he excitedly told the story, but she didn't seem very interested. You should have seen Yoongake's expression at that time. He looked like he'd lost everything. Ha ha ha. His hair was slightly messy, eyes wide, his smile becoming increasingly inhuman, his voice excited. Oh my god. It was so refreshing. So-yoon still stood still, coldly saying nothing. Suddenly she glanced behind her, whispering, He's here. Damdiok was still busy scrolling through the system, happily asking, Huh? Who? The system suddenly notified. Intuition activated, detecting killing intent. Gurium had been standing behind them since who knows when. His hands were in his pockets. On his back he wore a sword. He spoke up, You're you Damdiok, right? Before they could turn around, Gurium slowly reached behind his back to draw his sword. Mumbling, Ugh, you've already seen my brother's ugly side. Damdiok just barely managed to glance over. Gurium was still mumbling, Don't hate me too much. And boom, he drew his sword and slashed, plunging the whole world into white smoke. He smiled, his light blue hair falling down, highlighting his handsome appearance. His voice low, It's nothing personal. You are Iris's best hunter, Baekvan. Yoongake sat on the sofa, leaning his head against the wall, looking very relaxed. He muttered, Baekvan, the most talented member of Iris and the one who receives the most love from father. Thinking of Baekvan sitting nonchalantly on a pile of corpses, he couldn't help but praise. He was born with SS rank innate swordsmanship talent, an amazing genius, only 10 years old and already mastered swordsmanship. With his arrogant and violent personality, he would beat his opponents until they were nearly dead. Even though he was young, the blood of a demon had flowed in him since childhood. The smell of fresh blood was no longer strange to him. Therefore, he earned the nickname White Demon. Thinking of this, Yoongake couldn't help but smirk. This time, you will definitely have an unexpectedly fun experience, you Damdiok. Scene shift. Damdiok had blocked the attack from Baekvan. Baekvan was a bit surprised to see this, but immediately, he swung his sword again to continue the attack. Damdiok's hair fell down, covering his forehead and eyes. He looked up, eyes half closed, with a mocking voice. If this is all your sneak attack amounts to, you've disappointed me. Damdiok lunged to attack with blinding speed, making Baekvan sweat a little. Damdiok shouted, John Yoongake told you to come here, didn't he? Baekvan immediately counterattacked, swinging his sword with great power, his posture decisive and powerful, sending stone debris flying everywhere. After being countered, Damdiok assessed Baekvan's strength. So I have a rough idea of your level now. Baekvan was quite surprised by Damdiok's ability. He had never fought anyone who made him feel this much difficulty. A wound had appeared on his cheek from who knows when. He lowered his head, his face darkening, unable to help but praise, You're interesting. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat, startled to discover the wound on his cheek. His voice gradually became emotionless. Ha! I intended to end this quickly. Damdiok stood opposite, holding a black sword in a defensive stance. Beck Van was angry, holding a sword with a brilliant red color running along the blade, shouting, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." Immediately, a ray of light flashed past Damdiok's hand. He fearfully dodged to the side, but a few strands of hair were still cut off. Beck Van flipped in midair, right hand gripping the red sword tightly. White streaks flashed past at extreme speed, as if about to dive down. Damdiok was startled, trying to dodge the blow by turning his body extremely quickly. Boom! The scene was torn apart by Beck Van's extremely powerful attack. Stones shattered. Damdiok was blown away. The attack swept across the entire ground and space in front. Damdiok was blown away, hair messy. He was slashed across the face, blood splattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth in horror. This guy's movements, not letting him think long. Beck Van flew in midair like a rocket, closing in straight to his face. Beck Van's eyes were blood red, weighing, right hand or left hand? Which hand should I cut off first? The two gazes met. Damdiok fell into thought. Damn it, he's a tough opponent. He even reached the first condition. Thinking of So-yoon's words, the first condition is to make them fear and respect you. So-yoon's eyes at that time seemed to hide something. There isn't just one way, but the easiest way is to show an overwhelming difference in strength. Beck Van lunged forward, shouting in anger. Try opening your mouth to brag again, you bastard. He landed with a ground-shaking stomp. Beck Van swung his sword, slashing across Damdiok's shoulder, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Beck Van's landing wasn't very gentle either. Damdiok glanced back in pain, angry and confused. Damn it, how can he be better at swordsmanship than me, the sword god? Does that make sense? How can I make him respect me? He gritted his teeth in pain, but Beck Van didn't seem to want to stop, continuing to swing his sword to fight. A slash caused Damdiok to continue being blown backward. Pressing his advantage, Beck Van, like a madman, continuously lunged with his sword, the continuous slashes making Damdiok only able to retreat and dodge. Damdiok seemed to think of a plan, his eyes lighting up, thinking to himself, facing him with only a sword in hand is tough, but why must I fight only with a sword? Beck Van was still attacking very focused and fiercely, continuously swinging his sword carrying a cold blue energy. Damdiok drew his sword to defend, a yellow energy ring surrounding his sword, but somewhere he was still a bit passive. Suddenly, Beck Van, busy attacking, was startled, eyes wide open. Damdiok unexpectedly put away his sword and raised his iron arm to shield himself. He smirked, eyes determined. Beck Van was extremely panicked. What is that? System notification appeared. Skill activated. He grabbed Beck Van's sword tightly, making Beck Van unable to move. Immediately after, a punch from the heavens landed straight on Beck Van's cheek. He couldn't defend in time. Eyes wide open, seemingly shocked into silence. Damdiok threw the punch with his entire body strength. A thunderous blow that made everything explode. This punch is called the Dwarf Hammer Punch. That afternoon sunset was very beautiful. The sunlight shone down on the guild building gently and deeply. Below the building, the battle was still ongoing. Stones shattered into pieces. Damdiok shouted, "Wow, this lunatic." Beck Van took the punch full in the face. His face darkened. His head bent back like a broken reed. Damdiok gripped the sword, the other hand still punching, but he seemed quite surprised. You can withstand that blow? Beck Van's cheek was dented from the punch, tearing up like he'd just been bullied, gritting his teeth and whining. Shut up? A swordsman using fists like a coward? Damdiok smirked gleefully. There is a realm that cannot be reached by using only a sword. If you don't know this, you're still just a child. One side of his cheek was swollen. Beck Van refused to lose, shouting, Shut up. I just lost my guard. Certain of victory, Damdiok pressed his advantage, advising gleefully, Really? Then should we continue? I hope you won't lose your guard again. Beck Van started to feel scared, but it seemed his ego was higher than the guild building. His voice not very strong. Yeah. Very next second, remembering the punch from earlier, Beck Van trembled like a child scolded by his mother. Sweat dripping down, trembling, he cried out, Wait! But it seemed too late. The continuous punches rained down, making him cry out in pain. Scene shift to night. The night sky was quiet with clouds and stars. Modern high-rise buildings stood out among the surrounding buildings. The city was brightly lit. This was Damdiok's house. Continuous footsteps rang out. Damdiok sat with legs crossed on the sofa, eyes closed, arms crossed. Bowing his head, he asked So-yoon, who was pacing back and forth. I left a message that if he was angry, he could come find me. Will that bastard come find me first after I beat him up like that? Thinking of the afternoon scene where Beck Van had to take a beating, his face swollen and distorted. So Yoon calmly replied, with others, maybe not. But if it's Baekvan, I'm sure he will come to find you first. Damdiok looked up, eyes weary, complaining, Ha! Why do I feel like this is even more tiring than working part-time for the gods? He furrowed his brows, eyes very tired as if he hadn't slept for a week. You said I have to satisfy 3 conditions? A brief explanation. To recruit a priest, you must satisfy the following 3 conditions. First, you must make them fear and respect you. Second, you must make it clear to them that they will become priests. Finally, they must accept everything and swear to become your priests. Damdiok scratched his head. Why are these steps so complicated? Yoon reminded him that is why, even after unlocking God's Call, most people still cannot use it. Damdiok wondered, then why don't you use it? You're a mid-ranking god, so you must have unlocked God's Call a long time ago, right? Your power should be more than enough. Hearing his question, she just lowered her head and said nothing. She turned toward the window facing the night city and whispered, due to some special circumstances, I cannot use it. His silhouette sat on the sofa, but his head, somewhat arrogant, was reflected in the glass. Why? What circumstances? Behind the hazy city lights, she bowed her head in silence, an emotion unspoken. Seeing her attitude, Damdiok suddenly felt guilty, thinking to himself, what is this feeling? Should I not have asked? Breaking the terrifying silence, she suddenly spoke, I won't tell you, because I'm lazy. Outside the door, someone's hand was timidly reaching for the doorknob. Inside the room, he shouted, You! Outside, the hand gripped tighter, trembling, seemingly hesitant about whether to enter. Damdiok glanced at the door and realized, oh, he's here. He shouted out, what are you doing? If you're here, come in, don't just stand there. Baekvan outside jumped, not thinking he had been discovered. Baekvan shouted back inside, shut up. I'm just here to ask you this one thing and then leave. Got it? Damdiok sat on the sofa laughing heartily, looking very expectant. Baekvan, still in his school uniform, didn't enter but stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, asking, hey, what exactly are you? Are you a martial artist? Or a swordsman? Damdiok remained calm, sitting on the sofa, and called back, you saw it, didn't you? I can be both a swordsman and a martial artist. The answer made Baekvan, who was leaning against the door, jump. He was furious, kicked the door open, and stormed in, gesturing wildly, nonsense. There's no genius who can master both fields. He rushed right in front of Damdiok and aggressively asked, swordsmanship or martial arts, which one is it? Damdiok sat calmly with his legs crossed, a smirk on his face, his eyes challenging. Well, if you don't believe me, we can have another match. Hearing Damdiok's challenge, Baekvan immediately chickened out, dropping his aggressive posture, trembling as he backed away. So scared he stuttered, wait a minute, I didn't come here to fight. He calmed down, glancing fearfully, I just want to analyze the reason why I lost. Damdiok lowered his eyebrows, looking a bit arrogant, his eyes sharp, a triumphant smirk on his lips. You really don't know why you lost? Stood up and said slowly, you lost because... Damdiok stood straight, speaking in a playful, teasing tone. I won't tell you. Baekvan shouted in frustration. Why not? Damdiok leaned in close, making Baekvan shrink back in fear. His voice was stern, like an older brother teaching a younger one. If you ask with that rude attitude, who would want to tell you? He suddenly gave a not-so-nice smile. If you really want to know, then how about this? His face was full of cunning, his smile wide. His eyes lit up with amusement. He continued to tease, try saying, I love you, brother Damdiok. Please accept me as your disciple. Baekvan was stunned. His emotions shifted from anger to anxiety. He seemed to be struggling mentally, unsure whether to follow that ridiculous request. In a moment of extreme emotion, Park Gurium, with his messy hair, seemed to want to hide the part of himself that was trembling. Choking up, he said, I spun around and stomped his foot. Angrily, he suddenly shouted as his emotions erupted. I'd rather bite my tongue and die. Forget it. I'm leaving. Yet, Damdiok behind him just let out a mocking laugh, teasing him. Every step Park Gurium took was as heavy as a large rock. His emotions seemed to reach a climax, causing his teeth to clench so tightly that not even a fly could get through. He couldn't believe he actually wanted him to call him brother. The image of the damned Damdiok was deeply etched in Gurium's mind, making the fire within him burn intensely with endless resentment. I spent 10 years calling Damdiok that idiot brother. Now he wants me to call someone I've never met brother? Don't joke around. He stomped his foot, cracking the floor, and just as he was about to leave, a voice called out, Huh? You're leaving? What a pity. It turned out to be Damdiok, who said in a calm voice, I was thinking about teaching you martial arts secrets. If you had those, you'd probably be perfect. What a pity. What a pity. His moss-green eyes narrowed as he looked at Park Gyurium with satisfaction, thinking, for the sake of his pride, he rejected the reason why he lost. But Gyurium, who was walking away fiercely, suddenly stopped because of Damdiok's nasty provocations. His steps were still trembling, perhaps because he had hit his weak point. Beck Van must have realized that himself. Combining swordsmanship and martial arts would bring great effectiveness in combat, and he needed it to become stronger. Damn it, it's already bitter enough, why does Damdiok have to poke at it like that? Doesn't he have anything else to entertain himself with? Forget it, just pretend this conversation never happened. He noticed sweat rolling down Gyurium's arm and thought, people like him need to be teased a little. Gyurium's suffocatingly suppressed anger flared up in his eyes, hidden behind his cold blue hair. His clenched mouth seemed as if Damdiok had cornered him to the limit of his endurance. Even though his heart was unwilling to admit it, his throat still had to force out the two words brother. It was a shard of glass tearing through the pride in his mind. I don't know why that Damdiok still deliberately forced out a fake, triumphant smile, trampling on his self-esteem and making Gyurium's blood boil. What was that? It was too quiet. I didn't hear anything. That anger was like a raging sea in a storm, yet it still choked in his throat. His eyes trembled, but he tried to swallow both the humiliation and his last bit of pride, thinking, phew, okay, let's end this quickly. Park Gyurium clenched his hands until his knuckles turned white. He forced a smile, his hands tensing until his nails dug into his skin. A silent vow was carved. After I master martial arts, I will trample on Damdiok. That bastard. He raised his head and uttered a sentence he probably hated from the bottom of his heart, like a knife cutting into his heart. Brother Damdiok, please accept me as your disciple. Damdiok, standing behind him, let out a mocking sneer. He approached Park Gyurium, faking a friendly voice with an affectionate look, and placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, little brother, if you want, I will teach you martial arts secrets. I don't know why this damn guy kept deliberately poking at Park Gyurium's anger, uttering the word brother without shame. Before that, this older brother wants to ask you for a favor. Under the deep blue water, like loneliness compressed deep in the bottom of his memories, he drifted silently, when suddenly a hand reached out, trying to grasp something that didn't belong to him. After becoming a student, there were a few conditions to turn him into a priest. Coded data gradually appeared along the cold blue background, and the words were like commands from a supernatural system. The first condition, making him astonished, had succeeded. The world did not operate by ordinary logic but by the laws of supreme beings. As a proxy for a god, he could pass through gates and the worlds of the gods. Park Gyurium continued to hesitate when I mentioned that he would have to dedicate his life to the god. I was worried it was a bit unreasonable, but he was suddenly taken aback, mouth agape at my thoughts. It's just like in a game, isn't it? And surprisingly, Beck Van accepted it very easily, and just like that, the priest's oath was completed without any obstacles at all. Park Gyurium was silent for a while, as if words no longer had any value. In that moment he clenched his fist. A punch was thrown without mercy, tearing the space into pieces. Ironically, this time heaven didn't help him. That seemingly powerful punch missed in his imagination, making Gyurium feel so embarrassed in front of Damdiok. He laughed out loud, making him want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Alright, no, that's enough for now. Gyurium sat on the ground, both disappointed and angry, yet he still received encouraging praise from Damdiok. You're doing quite well. Gyurium scratched his head, asking poutingly, is that really true? Damdiok encouraged him. Yeah, why would I lie? Damdiok paused for a long time. Damdiok thought. Besides that, his learning ability is much better than I thought. He couldn't believe Gyurium's absorption ability was beyond normal. Did he learn it just from that one punch? In the moment Damdiok recalled his cool appearance. Back then he had punched Gyurium and turned away like a CEO. But he was shocked to realize that in just a short time, Gyurium could stand there and replace him. At this rate, he would soon be able to perform the dwarf hammer punch. Damn, this guy must be afraid that the younger brother will surpass the older brother, so he's being mean and turning away, not teaching Gyurium anymore. Now, link everything you've learned together. Then we'll take a break. His plot twist made Gyurium gape. Again? Park Gyurium was shocked, wiping the sweat rolling down his cheeks with his hand, hesitantly glaring at Damdiok. You're really strict with your teaching. Bitter because that damn Damdiok had spurred the determination within him to stand up after his pride was extinguished just now. Park Gyurium narrowed his eyes, looking ahead as if he saw the gate of success, rising after his fall. A system message rang out. Your priest has acquired the skill combination 1 to 2. Park Gyurium powerfully delivered blue strikes that tore through space like the blade of pent-up anger. The young man was like the embodiment of speed, strength and awakening beyond human standards. The system's voice rang out once again. Your combat power has increased slightly. Damdiok smiled proudly. Although the conditions were quite difficult, the priest system was still quite good. When he becomes stronger, I will also become stronger. Twilight descended like a thin silk sheet covering the city. The last light of the day shone gently on the glass of the high-rise buildings, making them sparkle as if gilded, creating a brilliant visual symphony. Suddenly, a desperate scream came from the training room. Why? Why? It turned out to be Park Gurium. He was screaming to the heavens as if the whole world was turning against him just because the plan he held in his hands seemed to have collapsed. Why can't I go to the dungeon I plan to attack? Park Gurium's screaming was heard so much that Damdiok was also fed up. I heard there would definitely be skill ancient scripts there. He exclaimed, I told you already. Do I have to repeat myself? Park Gurium opened his mouth and shouted in Damdiok's face. What? War of the gods. Fine. Stopping the war is also very good. The screaming got louder every day. His frantic anger was clear on his face. He frowned like a monkey, making Damdiok terrified and shrinking back. But then I should go into those dungeons even more, right? Why do we have to go to those harmless gates? Damdiok sighed and thought. I didn't tell him the whole story, so it's understandable he'd react like that. This must be how Yu So-yoon felt. I was like that not long ago, too. Damdiok bowed his head, hair disheveled, and comforted him. All right, calm down. He stood up straight, looking sternly at Gurium, speaking clearly as if an older brother was instructing. Listen carefully. We will go to the gate to see when the war of the gods will happen. We must also get items from other worlds. That is the mission of... He was explaining it nicely to Gurium, but he jumped down Damdiok's throat, shouting like a child. Ah, forget it. I don't care. If I have to go to the gate, I won't go. Damdiok's eyes widened, recalling So-yoon's behavior, and he began to understand Yu So-yoon's actions. In his association was the image of her scolding him. Just follow me. In reminiscence, he drifted without returning to reality, reaching out to grab Gurium by the throat, making him groan. Why, you bastard? I told you to go, so just go quickly. Suddenly, the image of Yu So-yoon appeared right there with shiny blue hair and sharp eyes looking at Damdiok gently as if hypnotizing him, saying, everything will have a solution. Change. On a sofa, a hand is holding a gaming console, playing a game with satisfaction. A voice rang out happily, and on the electronic screen appeared images of cute cats along with clean text. What? I've beaten this game already. It turned out to be Park Gurium, who had just been taught a few lessons by Damdiok, and now was lying sprawled on the chair, glued to the gaming console. Yet he was still wondering if they had arrived there safely. He glanced up and down with a bit of skepticism. I should have followed them. Then, who knows what poked at him, making him angry once again. That sullen face and the arm throwing the gaming console away in a fit of anger created a slash across. No, why do I have to worry about things like that? I thought very carefully and paid a lot of money to collect information about that dungeon. A magic circle appeared like a magical snowflake carved in icy blue light. It was not just a summoning tool but also contained pent-up anger. Echoing within it was his scream. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Amidst the magical light pouring down like a flood, Gurium roared in anger, as if wanting to pour out all his accumulated grievances. Does he know how hard I had to work to find it? You might have noticed that blue light suddenly flashing across your face, wondering where it came from. It was still the room bathed in golden afternoon sunlight, but now it sparkled even more with blue flashes in a small corner. Park Gurium suddenly vanished, and now Damdiok and Yu So-yoon stood before him. The instant teleportation left him stunned and dazed. Damdiok spoke. Oh. Ignoring Gurium, who stood there dazed like a confused cow, Damdiok turned to So-yoon and spoke with admiration. You can really summon him from anywhere? This ability is amazing. Haha. In a fit of rage, Gurium immediately shouted at Damdiok without understanding the situation. What? What's going on? Conversely, Damdiok calmly blocked his mouth. What do you think? I summoned you with my divine power. Damdiok advised. Calm down and catch that thing. Hearing this, Gurium froze. Behind him, a monster approached as if to devour him. It was the embodiment of primal horror in swirling, gloomy purple darkness. It had a single glowing eye and razor-sharp teeth bared in a terrifying roar. Gurium quickly stepped on the dark gravel beneath his feet and ran toward the monster. Gray smoke, symbolizing youthful and intense power, radiated from his feet. Using his accumulated experience and determination from training, Gurium drew his sword and beat it. With a few triple-slash moves, that terrifying monster from hell vanished. That magnificent sight made Damdiok, standing behind, exclaim because it was so cool, I'm impressed. However, as if Gurium had solved the problem, Damdiok turned away with a useless air and a dismissive wave. Good. Let's go clean up the rest. Gurium felt disrespected and used as a scapegoat, so he shouted angrily, Seriously? What is this? No, I'm not going. Damdiok smirked. Fine, stay there then. I'll just teleport you. System voice suddenly rang out. Your priest will be summoned before you. Fine, I'll go myself, so don't do that again. Under the thick, shroud-like darkness, dark blood soaked the navy blue ground. Thin, thread-like streaks of blood branched out, reflecting the faint light with a cold metallic sheen. It turned out to be Damdiok with a majestic expression, stepping on a monster and gloating. Phew! That ended quite quickly. The monster collapsed in a pool of thick, dark blood. Its final breath vanished in a muffled groan at the back of its throat. Park Gurium stood up after his great monster kill. With bloody hands, he looked at Damdiok. Bexiol also performed the martial arts skills I taught him. While he was proud of his achievements, Damdiok's voice cut in. Do you really like that dwarf hammer punch? Making Gurium walk back and forth and kick the monster's pitiful face. Damdiok replied. That's not it. If you're done researching the gate or whatever, let's go. I need to play games. Damdiok held a purple stone, its rough surface reflecting the dark magic light it constantly emitted, and warned. How can we just leave? We've only just begun. He crushed that teleportation stone with a flick of his finger, releasing a cloud of purple magic smoke. He said, We only stopped by the gate. The real destination is somewhere else. In that moment, Park Gurium once again stood on an icy blue magic circle. He could be sent anywhere, much to his shock. The ones holding the miraculous power of the circle were Damdiok and Yu So-yoon. They were covered in a mysterious blue light. In the center, shimmering magic characters twisted, emitting condensed energy. Their hair fluttered gently in the magic wind, as if becoming one with the powerful circle. The entire scene was bathed in an enchanting blue light, both mysterious and solemn. Damdiok said, You heard it. Park Gurium felt like a test subject controlled by Damdiok, which fueled the fire in his soul. This bastard Damdiok. Damdiok, Yu So-yoon, and Park Gurium jumped out of a blue power hole right in the city center. As soon as they arrived, Gurium acted like a brat, as happy as if he'd found money, looking everywhere and shouting, This is the magic world. Gurium's eyes scanned from the clock tower to the busy buildings, his face unable to hide his excitement. Damdiok was the complete opposite. In this strange place, he seemed overwhelmed, standing there with a blank face, muttering, This place is far different from what I imagined. Unfortunately, So-yoon heard him. She looked at him with a mix of shock and contempt, like he was a country bumpkin, and asked, How did you imagine it? Looking out over the vast city with countless modern high-rises built close together, Damdiok asked So-yoon helplessly, But how do you want us to find a new priest in this huge place? I don't even know her face. But So-yoon's attitude was indifferent, as if it wasn't her business. She slightly raised her head and reassured Damdiok, It's easy to find. After saying that, So-yoon looked at Saron's image on the system board and continued the introduction. That's her. Adele Saron, 27 years old, awarded Best Actress in a magic film. After reading Saron's shocking profile, Damdiok was so stunned his jaw dropped. He frowned, unable to believe his ears, and shouted, An actress? Why would someone so famous want to be my priest? Without letting Damdiok stay surprised for long, So-yoon turned and sternly reminded him, Focus, the remaining priests are hard to find. Contrary to So-yoon and Damdiok's feelings, Gurium's eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of a celebrity. He gave Damdiok a thumbs up and kept urging, Brother, this looks fun, let's go. So-yoon was like an expert at killing the mood. Seeing Gurium so happy, she must have been annoyed because she mocked him. She's not simple like him. Gurium was furious at the insult. He glared and shouted, Did you just call me easy? Then Gurium clenched his fists as if about to start a fight with So-yoon. He kept shouting like a stray mad dog. You think I'm easy because I let things go easily, right? Fine, let's settle this now. But he was only brave for a second. The next second, he was lying face down on the ground, his whole body trembling like a vibrating machine. So-yoon stood to the side with a dark expression, glaring at the foolish Gurium on the ground while dusting her hands. Damdiok, watching from the side, was frozen in shock, his mouth agape. Damdiok didn't dare rescue his brother, only standing nearby and muttering comfort. Hey, I told you. So-yoon is much stronger than me. Gurium was gifted 2 large bumps on his head, and his face was covered in scratches. He lost completely and, hearing Damdiok, replied obediently, I'm sorry, I won't be so impulsive from now on. After beating Gurium up, So-yoon returned to her cold, serious girl mode. She looked at Damdiok and said casually, Don't worry about finding her. And So-yoon continued to tell Damdiok about Saron's schedule. According to the prophecy, Adele Saron goes to the magic school every Friday. Hearing this, Damdiok was curious and asked, "In this world, do 27-year-olds still go to school?" Soyun glanced back at Damdiok and replied coldly, "No, Adele Saron is a special case. Find out the rest yourself. Now follow me, we need to go somewhere." The scene shifted to the Magic Academy. It looked like a castle, plated entirely in gold. On top of each building was a giant diamond, looking like something borrowed from a billionaire. As soon as Damdiok stepped into the academy gates, he bowed 90 degrees and greeted loudly, as if he'd never greeted anyone before. "Hello. My name is Damdiok. I'm starting school today. I hope to get along with everyone." Damdiok bowed while his face darkened with embarrassment. He kept frowning and cursed in his head. Damn it, going to school at this age. Could it be that when Soyun said she'd be away for a part-time job, she planned all of this? This is school, not a movie set. Why am I so embarrassed? But what Damdiok didn't expect was the gossip about him reaching his ears, leaving him shocked. "Hey, is that him? The total failure who enrolled through the principal's recommendation letter." The entire atmosphere turned red. Damdiok stood stunned in the center of the gossip. Around him were laughter and judgmental whispers. It was pitiful. "I even heard that, in the evaluation, his mana was 0. Haha. Hey, he'll hear you." Having to endure all those insults, Damdiok didn't resist at all. He just stood still, clenching his fists. He thought, this place is no different. It's terrible. But he wasn't someone who didn't feel annoyed. Damdiok's face darkened. His gaze was like he'd take the head of anyone who bumped into him. Damdiok stood there scowling and continued talking to himself in his head. It feels like everyone is divided by skill level. But the teacher arrived just in time to break the unpleasant atmosphere. He clapped his hands to get the students' attention, not forgetting to remind them, Now, everyone, quiet." Then the young teacher turned and gave a gentle, angelic smile, saying to Damdiok, "There are many empty seats, so you can sit anywhere. Everyone, get ready." Despite the teacher's welcome, Damdiok didn't seem any happier. His face remained dark. He muttered, "Ah, yes." Then, he started walking. While walking, he talked to himself in his heart. "I already have a spot in mind." He still walked with his hands in his pockets, his face dark as if he were being forced to study. He kept thinking of his plan. "If we have the same body issues, we'll usually get along. So I'll sit next to Saron." While thinking, Damdiok fixed his eyes on Saron's face as she sat alone with her chin in her hand at the last table. He approached and spoke, startling her. "Can I sit here?" But Saron replied with a cold attitude. "Do whatever you want." She replied while turning her face away, refusing to look at Damdiok. As soon as Damdiok sat down, he turned with a grin and started chatting rapidly with Saron. "Thanks. Let's get along. By the way, do you know where the magic training room is? This is my first time here, so I don't know anything." Haha. But Saron contemptuously closed her eyes and turned away, signaling to Damdiok, "You talk too much. Shut up." But Damdiok naively didn't get the hint or just awkwardly scratched his head, trying to keep a forced smile while continuing to babble. "My next class is there, but this is my first time here." His mouth acted friendly, but it was all part of his plan. First, he'd use small talk to start a conversation. He didn't expect part-time work to help in these situations. Damdiok's oblivious babbling continued like a parrot in Saron's ear. "By the way, the meeting room is really big, do you?" Damdiok kept talking without noticing that Saron was already secretly annoyed, gritting her teeth. But at this point, she couldn't take it anymore. Saron slammed the table with both hands and stood up right in front of Damdiok, making him jump in shock, not knowing what was happening. Saron frowned and glared at Damdiok. She didn't forget to remind him of his place. "Don't act like you're close to me. You probably think just being in the same school means you can be friends with a celebrity, right?" After reminding Damdiok that being friends with a celebrity isn't easy, Saron arrogantly told him to get lost. "If that's the case, can you please get lost? Otherwise, I can't focus on studying." Damdiok was insulted to his face. Then he was stunned and stammered, "Ah, sorry." In his head, he only thought, "I ruined the first conversation." Bell kept ringing ding-dong incessantly, causing a headache. Damdiok still walked alone in the academy hallway with his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless, muttering to himself, "This is trouble, I have a magic class." Then he looked up at the area sign, scowling and shouting to himself, "Where is Area A?" But suddenly, as Damdiok was walking, Saron's assistant's voice made him freeze for a few seconds. "Adele Saron, do you still remember your promise? If you can't graduate this year." The assistant stood face to face with Saron. "Then you'll have to quit school and continue acting." Faced with the assistant's determined attitude, Saron was extremely annoyed. She frowned and shouted, "Ah, I know." She said she knew, but the assistant didn't give up and continued to ask her. Damdiok, being tactless, stood outside leaning against a statue, blankly eavesdropping on Saron's conversation with her manager. That talkative manager continued incessantly, "I know that, but you're still stubborn. Your mana scarcity cannot be cured." Suddenly, the old professor's voice rang out. "Now, everyone, feel your mana flow and imagine a flame." As he spoke, sparks suddenly appeared in the air, continuously gathering into a large flame. Then, those powerful flames flew toward the human-shaped targets placed in the middle of the schoolyard. The old professor demonstrated and continued nonchalantly. "After that, you will be able to shoot a fireball." Damdiok, standing behind and observing the whole time, was shocked with his mouth wide open. Seeing the old professor's top-tier performance, Damdiok was so intrigued he raised his eyebrows. He exclaimed with wide eyes and an open mouth. Seeing him make it look like a piece of cake, Damdiok decided to imitate him. He smiled smugly, raised his hands slightly, and muttered to himself, "All right, then I'll." Then he spread his 5 fingers and shouted, "Fireball!" But of course, a fireball didn't easily shoot out from Damdiok's hand like that. But Damdiok never lacked determination. He switched to using both hands to summon the fireball. Each pose had a different tone. In the first pose, Damdiok screamed like a lunatic, "Fire! Ball!" Seeing it didn't work, he switched to Son Goku's Kamehameha pose and groaned, "Fire! Ball!" Seeing it still didn't work, he turned into Spider-Man shooting webs. Damdiok also stopped shouting fireball, and changed to another phrase, "Go fire!" But of course, none of the poses worked. Realizing his actions looked no different from a moron's, Damdiok felt embarrassed and confused, breaking into a cold sweat. He still tried to smile calmly to hide his shame and muttered to himself, "There's no way that method would work. I thought Damdiok would feel ashamed." But it seemed his face was thicker than a tire. Damdiok suddenly raised both hands, doing crab poses, fan dancing, and kung fu panda moves. He flailed around while talking to himself. "To be sure, I'll try other poses too." Though he said that, Damdiok thought to himself, "I tried using divine power instead of magic to see if it worked. Magic must only work with mana." His classmates saw Damdiok standing in a corner flailing his arms like a junkie and collectively clutched their stomachs, laughing out loud at him. They stood behind, pointing at Damdiok and asking, "Uft, what on earth are you doing?" Damdiok, hearing someone ask him, was startled and glanced back slightly. But instead of getting angry and cursing back, Damdiok just looked back at them with a disdainful gaze and replied curtly, "Can't you see?
I'm practicing magic."
Hearing that, the jerk laughed even louder than before. He laughed until tears welled up, drooling as he laughed. The noise from that group caught Saron's attention, making her frown in annoyance and glance back to see what was happening. The guy's laughter still rang out, laughing like crazy. "What the hell? Haha. Before coming here, did you work at a circus? Haha." Suddenly, while the guy was still standing there mocking and teasing, Saron darkened her expression and quietly approached Damdiok. Then, just as she arrived, Saron called out, making Damdiok, who was arguing, startle and glance back. Saron wanted to talk to Damdiok but didn't want anyone to see, so she walked past, bumped into him, and muttered just loud enough for him to hear, "I have something to say. Stay in class after school." As twilight began to fall, the sky was covered in a beautiful peach color. Inside the academy, Saron stood before the window, one hand on her hip, eyes closed, and spoke to Damdiok. While her eyes were closed, Saron suddenly opened them, frowned, stared at Damdiok, and began to interrogate. "You don't have mana, right? Watching you practice is uncomfortable. Why don't you give up magic?" Hearing that, Damdiok became annoyed. His face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes at Saron as if he were about to lunge and cut her tongue out. As if he had held it in for too long, Damdiok didn't hesitate to unleash a barrage of sarcasm at Saron. "Don't you find it pathetic to vent your own complaints onto others?" Saron was shocked, her eyes widening, upon hearing Damdiok's stinging counterattack. Then she felt guilty and turned away, refusing to look Damdiok in the eyes, stuttering as she tried to appear calm. "What are you talking about?" Damdiok pressed his advantage, bluntly asking a question that pierced straight into Saron's pain. "You have mana scarcity syndrome, right?" Game over, the secret was exposed. Saron froze upon being found out, but Damdiok's taunting voice still echoed in her ears. "It's a rare disease that prevents the sufferer from using mana, no matter how much mana is in their body." Saron finally reacted, trembling and hesitating, barely managing to ask, "How do you know that?" Mana scarcity syndrome, a rare incurable disease, was the most terrible illness that shattered her dreams. That was why, when someone in the same situation appeared, Damdiok's pitifully confused face appeared in Saron's mind. Instead of feeling empathy, she felt hatred. His appearance only reminded her that no matter how hard she tried, she could never become a grand mage. Then Saron's voice rang out. But I still continue. She was like a cup overflowing, bowing her head and screaming as if she had never screamed before. I've had to endure it time after time. I've tried endlessly. Damn it. The image of that obnoxious, unreasonable manager appeared in Saron's mind along with his condescending words. How much longer do you intend to act like a child? You have to know when to give up on things that don't suit you. Saron helplessly knelt on the floor right in front of Damdiok. She brought her hands up to cover her face tightly and continued to mutter. I vented it all on you. I'm truly pathetic. Suddenly, while Saron was collapsing, Damdiok opened his mouth to say something with a near-zero chance of success. I will help you use magic. After saying that, he naturally changed his attitude. Damdiok smiled brightly and started negotiating with Saron. But I will also need your help. Is that okay? Seeing Damdiok acting as if he were mocking her, saying something nearly impossible, Saron was so angry she looked up and shouted, Didn't you hear me? No matter how hard I try, I can't. Even introductory magic is hard for me. What can someone without mana like you do to help me? Being insulted for having no mana. No different from a useless person. Damdiok still calmly raised a finger and nonchalantly declared, 1 week. He held up one finger and smiled gently. Just trust me. Look how reliable I am. He didn't forget to declare to gain Saron's trust. At that time, I will show you that I can use magic. Saron still glared at Damdiok with a disdainful look and shouted, even laughing scornfully. 1 week? Don't joke. Why don't you try using introductory magic first before saying that? Facing Saron's intense attitude, Damdiok maintained his calm and confident appearance, bluntly turning to ask, Is that so? Then want to bet. Beside the wall behind the garden were Soyun and Damdiok. Warm sunset light shone down, covering the space at that moment. The two of them were standing facing each other. Soyun spoke first. You told her you would learn magic in 1 week? Her eyes were closed, her eyebrows furrowed. Soyun displayed a helpless expression upon learning of Damdiok's plan. She brought her hand to her head as if she were getting a headache. Where do you get that confidence from? Damdiok replied with a blank face, his eyes wanting to avoid her, so he glanced elsewhere. I also know it's a bit impulsive, but at that moment, there was no other choice. If I didn't do that, I would be looked down upon. You should see her personality. Soyun fell into deep thought, bringing her hand to her chin to think, her face tense. But this is the only way to get her attention. She only has interest in magic. She was still very hesitant, her thoughts unfinished. Even so, learning magic in 1 week. The idiot Damdiok's face remained blank. He smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to scratch his head, saying, Isn't there a prophecy about me learning magic in 1 week? Abilities related to magic are not sold in the divine shop. It takes a long time to acquire mana and use it. Soyun's gaze softened. Even in her past life, it took her 3 months. Naturally, it's a different story if we do hidden work. Within 2 months, the forgotten god of magic, Carlos, will appear. The image of the city sinking into a sea of fire suddenly appeared in Soyun's thoughts. When he arrives to destroy this magic city, the magic god Vermal will immediately post a recruitment job. The system board also suddenly appeared in her mind. Job posted by Vermal, urgent request to help prevent destruction caused by a gate. One of the rewards will be magic ability. Soyun crossed her arms like a cold female CEO and said, Ha! But there's no other way besides getting magic ability. Hearing that, Damdiok was quite surprised, his face blank. He pleaded with Soyun. Can I? How? Soyun brought her hand to her mouth to think. If I say too much, it will affect his development process. So let him accept it gradually. She mused. Within 2 months, the gate will explode and the forgotten god Carlos will appear. Damdiok imitated Soyun, also pretending to bring his hand to his mouth to think. Just as he heard her continue. When that happens, you will accept the part-time job posted by Vermal. So tell Sharon to wait for 2 months. This is the best way. Damdiok suddenly smiled slightly, truly mysterious. He looked at her radiantly, confidently saying, Is it necessary to do that? I think it will be effective immediately. Soyun heard that way of thinking and it was quite something. Her face frowned, questioning Damdiok. Why did you come to that conclusion? Damdiok closed his eyes tightly, crossed his arms, and lifted his chin with a sophisticated look. Don't worry. I've calculated everything. He pointed to the sky and said, You said that these days Vermal will post a part-time job if he thinks the city is in danger, right? Soyun asked back. Then, her face suddenly turned pale when hearing Damdiok say, We pretend to be monsters from the gate. Wouldn't that make him offer the job? Soyun still had a blank face, frozen stiff. What? Soyun's gaze calmed down. She didn't know what else to say, only muttering, You! Beautiful magic cities appeared. everywhere filled with light. The magic world is very complex and selective. Until Damdiok's 1869th reincarnation, everything remained the same. However, this Damdiok, So-yoon suddenly smiled slightly, not understanding why he had to act so mysterious. She thought to herself, seems different. Moreover, besides that, So-yoon returned to her initial emotional state. She closed her eyes again, crossed her arms and said gently, I think that plan will be difficult. She seriously warned Damdiok, if you aren't careful, you will die. Hearing that, Damdiok still smiled brightly, brushing off So-yoon's worry. Ah, no problem. Damdiok pointed straight at So-yoon's face, happily saying, and So-yoon, you have no emotions at all. You will be the one pretending to be a warrior, not me. After all, you are the strongest among us. So-yoon's face remained in that indifferent state, but she brought her hand up to grab Damdiok's finger, and a startled cry rang out afterward, hey! At Vermal's temple, countless priests and mages gathered at the foot of the temple. Sunlight flooded everywhere. Damdiok had arrived here, his face pensive as he observed, looking a bit foolish. More than I thought. So-yoon sighed wearily. The kid Gurium put on a face like soldiers about to be squeezed dry by their seniors, looking extremely depressed. Damdiok still smiled and said, it's normal. All right, I'll hide here so you guys go cause a ruckus. The kid felt like he had been tricked, so his face turned red with anger. Gurium shouted at Damdiok with extreme dissatisfaction. Hey, you said we would fight a god, right? How did it turn out like this? Damdiok could only raise a finger to signal the kid to be quiet. His face panicked. Sure, who said we would fight? I only told you to act as bait. Gurium still gritted his teeth and roared. It's the same thing, you're telling me to go die, aren't you? Suddenly, Damdiok turned into a demon to discipline his subordinate, looking very scary. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down. Do you want to die out there, or die by my hand? Seeing that, Gurium immediately bowed his head, standing straight to obey his cunning older brother. I'll go and be right back. Damdiok, seeing his goal was accepted, lowered his voice. Wouldn't it have been better to say that from the start? Be careful not to get caught. Gurium stepped closer to the temple. A priest nearby had discovered Gurium's unexpected appearance. The priest instinctively pointed his magic staff toward Gurium, who was approaching step by step. He shouted loudly, Who's there? Do you dare attack this place? Gurium still walked slowly toward him. He drew his sword and gripped it firmly. He grumbled about the priest in front of him. He's so condescending. Priest, my foot? This is a slave, if anything. Priest loudly warned Gurium, while summoning flames on his staff. Stop. If you take another step, we will attack. The priest's warning was still loud. I'm warning you, if you take another step, we will attack. Gurium didn't bother paying attention to what the priest in front of him was rambling about. Can you shut your mouth, little man? He gritted his teeth, thinking, both of them are looking down on me. Suddenly, Gurium activated speed and dashed forward. Seeing Gurium so stubborn, the priest widened his eyes, intending to release his first attack. He shouted the name of the technique, Firestorm. As soon as the priest's words ended, a swirling vortex of fire rushed straight toward Gurium. The kid remained calm, not showing a hint of fear. Just wait and see Damdiok So-yoon. Only seen through the fire, a slash cut through the priest's magic. Truly cool, he seemed to just stand there and swing his sword once, his face without a hint of emotion. Damn it, having been cool for only a few seconds, the kid went crazy again as if someone bit his butt, shouting loudly, I am the great Bekvan. Once I master swordsmanship, you will all have to bow before me. He rushed toward the priests as fast as lightning. He furiously called out their names. Damdiok, So-yoon, die. The system window continuously displayed notifications amidst Gurium's strange cry. Attack. Notifications popped up one after another. Your priest has acquired Fire Slash. He has begun to understand fire resistance. He has learned Fire Slash. Damdiok stood outside watching, his face blank with silent admiration. He even created a new skill, truly a genius. Young Gurium was starting to show off. He raised his hand, creating a small sphere emitting a mystical golden light. All right, should I finish this up? System skill notification. Roar. Gurium calmly summoned 3 fire wolves to attack the priests ahead. The wolves were extremely aggressive. He didn't forget to remind them. You guys, just play around, don't go biting anyone. The priests were terrified upon seeing this. They shouted out loud. Monsters are trespassing into the temple. They screamed. Barrier. They created a magic shield, trying to protect the temple's territory from Gurium's aggressive fire wolves. They kept lunging forward to destroy the shield, despite the priest's fearful screams. Don't let a single one enter the temple. One priest was trying to call for reinforcements, But before he could finish his sentence, So-yoon approached him as fast as a blade. Call for backup. Monsters from the gate are not just one, but two at once. So-yoon swiftly took down two priests at the same time. Her face still showed absolutely no emotion. The priest fainted and fell to the ground. In the distance, So-yoon's back could be seen as she walked away. He glided back, muttering, "Faster than I thought. I was worried because you said this was a powerful god." The scene was quite desolate. Patches of fire were still burning here and there. Ryam and Saron gathered in one place, doing a fairy ending, after stirring up the priests. Auntie Saron stood coldly in one spot. As for young Gu Ryam, he was squatting, holding his scabbard like those big shots in school. He looked truly cool. He even said disdainfully, "What? Is it over already?" The crowd standing outside looking at the ruins didn't know what to say. He was completely frozen. Young Ryam poked the priest lying there with his scabbard, complaining, "Isn't your guard a bit too weak?" The crowd, seeing no change, looked confused, wondering if someone should have appeared by now after all this. A figure slowly approached the crowd from behind. He still knew nothing, sitting cross-legged and wondering, when will Vermal finally arrive? Vermal stepped out from the forest, dressed in the vibe of a cosmic-level scholar who sees through the mortal world, wearing a single-lens monocle. His voice startled the crowd. "What are you all doing?" Damdiok glanced back, slowly scanning. He thought, "Damn it, does it have to be from this direction?" He spoke up. "Who are you?" Vermal looked down coldly, like a domineering CEO. He was probably annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Vermal said sternly, "I asked first, what are you people doing here?" Damdiok was scared, nearly losing his soul. Sweat poured down his face. He silently reassured himself, "Stay calm. If he wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already. He probably doesn't know the situation yet." Vermal kept his gaze fixed on the slippery kid in front of him. Damdiok quickly shifted the blame to his companions, laughing to hide his embarrassment. "Some crazy people are attacking the temple. I just came out to see what was happening. When things like this occur, since we're all gods, wouldn't we be interested in such things?" Vermal replied sternly, "Are you underestimating me?" He grabbed Damdiok's face, staring wide-eyed at him, and spoke rapidly. "Indeed, the temple is being attacked in broad daylight. But do you think you and I are on the same level?" Damdiok's cheek was squashed by Vermal's hand. He still tried to explain, "No, of course not. How could that be? That's not what I meant." Vermal's eyes suddenly lit up. That idiot Damdiok still laughed foolishly in his hands. "Ha." Suddenly, Vermal's attitude changed as if nothing had happened. He placed a hand on Damdiok's shoulder and said gently, "Your clothes are covered in dirt. Stand up." Hearing that, Damdiok trembled in surprise. "Huh? Vermal returned to a cheerful state. He smiled slightly, straightening Damdiok's collar with both hands. "My language was a bit rude. Sorry for being impolite." Damdiok replied insincerely, "Oh no, it's fine." Damdiok looked dazed. Vermal continued talking. "I was just checking if you were telling the truth, and I don't sense any ill intent. You're a god who has nothing to do with me." Damdiok replied with a stupid face. "There's no way I'd attack the temple in broad daylight." Meanwhile, So-yoon recognized Vermal while he was chatting with Damdiok in the distance. "I guess I made a bit of a bad first impression. Haha. But it's okay." So-yoon softly called his name, Vermal. After chatting, Vermal began to deduce, while Damdiok remained very guarded behind him, feeling like he could run away instantly if Vermal made a move. "So those are monsters appearing from the gate." So-yoon and Ryam stood there quite bewildered, with the fire behind them still burning as if oil had just been added. Young Gu Ryam's face was pale with worry as he asked, "Who is that silver-haired guy? Doesn't he look a bit dangerous?" So-yoon suddenly grabbed Ryam's collar. "We're jumping. Get ready." The kid didn't understand yet, stammering, "Huh? Boom." That fierce So-yoon exerted all her strength and jumped, causing the ground where she stood to shatter. So-yoon rushed off like the wind, her face still cold and emotionless. Dragging behind her was Gu Ryam, who was screaming loudly, "Let go." The two disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a streak of light. Seeing this, Vermal calmly said, "Oh dear, they've run off. It will be hard to catch them." Damdiok stole a glance at Vermal, thinking that he didn't seem to have any intention of chasing them. System window suddenly appeared behind Damdiok. "I shouldn't let my guard down yet. If he chases them, I'll press it." On the system window, it was already set. Spatial teleportation, location, South Korea, targets, Baek Van, Ju So-yoon. "Do you want to use 2,300 divine power points for spatial teleportation?" There were a few reasons why Ju So-yoon agreed to this plan. Vermal sat at his desk in the room. A green butterfly was perched on his hand. One reason was Vermal's personality. He didn't like fighting and his only interest was in miscellaneous research. Vermal returned to chatting with Damdiok. Forget those two. So, where are you from? Damdiok replied briefly. I'm from South Korea. Vermal put his hand to his mouth, looking pensive. South Korea? I've never heard of it. Another god said they were from America. I wonder if it's the same dimension? Hearing this, Damdiok suddenly felt uneasy. America? Is there an American who has a system like me and Ju So-yoon? The two stood before the sun-drenched temple. Their robes fluttered. Vermal continued. God from another world, I have a favor to ask. The tree canopy cast shadows over So-yoon, Damdiok, and Vermal. Sunlight still filtered through the leaves here and there. The two stood facing each other.
Damdiok wondered. A favor?
He confidently puffed out his chest, his face bright as he accepted. If it's about suppressing the gate, just leave it to me. Seeing this, Vermal closed his eyes and gave a friendly, pageant-like smile. Haha, truly reliable. But that's not what I intended to ask. A deceitful purple butterfly was about to land on his finger. Vermal continued. They say there are evil things inside the gate. But even the smallest insects have their own stories. Collapsed buildings, overlapping each other to create a desolate scene, appeared through his words. The temple can be rebuilt. If you meet them again, just punish them a little and let them return. Vermal looked at the butterfly on his finger, smiling to himself like a loner. He ignored Damdiok, who stood dazed in front of him listening to his endless chatter. They are actually living very sad lives. Damdiok's face soured. He let out a sigh, a thought crossing his mind. I can understand why he lost despite having all that power. Based on Ju So-yoon's prophecy, it seems Carlos knows Vermal's personality very well. He assassinated Vermal and left a serious wound. And if he isn't stopped soon, this entire dimension will be swallowed by the gate. The deceitful butterfly couldn't stand Vermal's rambling and flew away. I know how he can talk so much. Damdiok curiously watched the butterfly, while Vermal across from him still hadn't stopped. That's why I want to ask you to integrate with the people and teach them magic, about the monsters pouring out from the gate. To me, it's as natural as a butterfly flapping its wings. But the dark silhouettes of a man and a woman appeared, corrupted with wicked red eyes. Vermal still hadn't run out of mana, his mouth continuing to rattle on. They are like a storm of despair. If the monsters from the gate become as powerful as before, there's no way they'll be able to cope. This time, it was Vermal's turn to look miserable. Seeing his friend's long face, Damdiok was taken aback. Sweat poured down as he glanced aside as if avoiding something. Vermal lamented. I'd go myself, but I have to repair the temple. Ha! When will it ever be finished? Images of priests lying scattered on the ground appeared through Vermal's grumbling. I don't know who's alive or dead. Someone's magic staff is even broken. A few were crawling up, helping each other stand. I would ask my priests, but they... So, will you help me? Damdiok's eyes lit up like car headlights when he heard Vermal mention a reward. Of course, there will be a reward. You must help me teach magic. So, I will help you use magic easily. Damdiok felt like he'd struck gold and immediately accepted with confidence. Of course, this is my specialty. Just leave it to me. Seeing that enthusiasm, Vermal smiled brightly. Really? Then I'm counting on you. I'll notify them so you can work freely. Weather was clear and beautiful. In the backyard of the Magic Academy, wizards gathered as thick as ants, whispering and gossiping with each other on the lush green grass. Two students, a boy and a girl, were walking and chatting happily. The impulsive boy asked, thinking back, I haven't seen him lately. The mean girl laughed and asked back, who? That talentless guy? The girl looked smug, closing her eyes and talking nonsense, while the boy beside her, looking like a mole and clearly mean-spirited, waved his hands around. He realized he had no talent and left early. Too bad, right? Seeing his despairing face when he couldn't use magic was so funny. Seeing these two idiots making a noise by bad-mouthing others, a long-haired man with his arms crossed reminded them. His face looking as uncomfortable as if he'd been constipated for days. Everyone, be quiet. A blonde female student nearby looked over with an annoyed gaze, likely bothered, as the teacher's voice continued to shout. Focus on the class. The blonde student turned and left, her hair shiny and wavy. As she walked away, she thought, I had to leave the set for this. Of course, what was I expecting, like a fool? Suddenly, a foot stepped forward accompanied by his voice. Ah, has the class started? Damdiok, with his hands in his pockets, approached the mean students looking cool. He appeared like a cold CO among the inferiors who only knew how to gossip. His appearance stirred up the atmosphere, making it much noisier as the students mocked him. What? He's here? Look at how nonchalant he is even though he's late. On this side, the teacher's face was scrunched up, his eyes dark as he stood silently. Other students were still chatting away, but arriving at this exact moment, this professor is very strict about punctuality. The professor gnashed his teeth in anger. Oh. Suddenly, the old man's attitude changed 180 degrees, looking incredibly fawning. His face looked like it was about to melt as he rubbed his hands together like a puppy around its master. Oh my, high priest, you're here. Damdiok smugly closed his eyes, enjoying the old man's reverence, and smiled slightly. Sorry, there was traffic, so I'm a bit late. The students who were bad-mouthing Damdiok earlier were shocked to the core. They were probably swearing in their heads as they all stared wide-eyed. The teacher continued to fawn. Oh dear, no need to apologize. It's my fault for not coming to greet you personally. The professor pointed all 5 fingers at Damdiok, who was smiling proudly beside him, and introduced him to the students. Everyone gather around. The high priest respected by Lord Vermal Damdiok will personally teach us a magic class. Applaud. Damdiok looked as proud as a peacock at his future students, smiling like a domineering CEO. The students' faces all went blank, many of them bitter. Seeing his dear students' faces looking like trash, Damdiok asked provocatively. It's been a while since we met. What's with everyone's expressions? Am I the only one who wanted to see you? The mole-faced boy who badmouthed Damdiok earlier now bristled at the professor upon seeing his target now standing there about to be his teacher. Professor, what are you saying? Seeing the kid acting crazy toward him, the teacher broke into a cold sweat and stood agape, speechless. The boy roared like a beast, his face looking as if he were about to tear the old man apart. How could that bastard teach us anything? He pointed at Damdiok and screamed at the top of his lungs, while Damdiok looked like he was wondering what this idiot was doing. Everyone knows he has no mana and entered through the back door. What could someone like that possibly teach? Hearing his idol being insulted, the teacher also shouted back at the boy, his face tense. You idiot! How dare you raise your voice like that? Damdiok stood beside him, coldly acting like he didn't care about the brat. I'm fine, calm down. The professor's voice was still booming, while for some reason, whether from hunger or not, this insolent kid bit his glove. He threw the glove he had just taken off at you, Damdiok. But Damdiok remained completely unfazed, his confident demeanor unchanged. I'll take care of this. The student still roared, pointing straight at you, Damdiok and the professor, as if about to explode with rage. I will prove that this guy has no right to teach us. I demand a duel. Damdiok's expression showed slight annoyance, thinking, this guy's going too far. The student, meanwhile, still screamed like a madman. I'll help a talentless person like you sober up. The sky was still clear blue, sunlight covering the tree canopies and school walls, making the scene bright. Under that tree canopy, you Damdiok stood before the student. They were in a duel, and the student had already taken a stance to unleash his first move. You Damdiok confidently boasted a few words, seemingly having victory in hand from the start, his expression utterly CEO-like. I'll be generous and let you go first. The student's face was still contorted in a scowl. He gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze glaring at you Damdiok, who was trash-talking in front of him. Come on! It's really coming. The student unleashed his first move, his eyes wide, his mouth agape as he shouted the name of the skill. Mighty Flame! A fireball with considerable destructive power appeared, and soon after, a huge flame shot towards where you Damdiok stood. But it didn't make him flinch or waver. He raised his hand, creating a seal in the air right in front of him. A giant flame was gently blocked by the seal. You Damdiok smirked slightly as if saying, You kids are still young, bark less. The student was utterly shocked. His eyes bulged, unable to believe what he had just seen. The giant flame from before was now only as big as a tiny marble on you Damdiok's finger. His gaze made anyone who looked at it feel their hair stand on end. It was truly overwhelming. He smirked menacingly. It's my turn, isn't it? After speaking, you Damdiok flashed a sunny smile, looking incredibly innocent. He pointed his finger towards the student, preparing to unleash a new skill. A brilliant ray of light emerged from his finger, enveloping an area. Remember to block it, okay? You Damdiok's memory replayed once more, from when he heard Vermal say, no matter how talented you are, using high-level magic from the start is very difficult. That's why I will share some of my power with you. Back to the duel. The flame shot from you Damdiok's finger was several times larger than that kid's flame. Now this was what you call giant. Its destructive power would surely be terrifying. The other students were utterly shocked once again, all with mouths agape and eyes wide. The light from the flame illuminated their faces, making them pale white. The student who directly received you Damdiok's attack was also utterly shocked, his mouth agape, his hair standing on end. It was unclear if he had peed himself, but he seemed truly terrified. He was so scared that tears streamed down his face, his eyes wide, his mouth screaming in supplication. Stop! I was wrong! Seeing this, Udamdiok flicked his finger upwards, and the flame, in turn, changed direction and shot straight into the air, forming a perfect right angle. The flame unexpectedly created a huge explosion in the air. If that guy had taken the full hit, even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Udamdiok's finger was still pointed upwards. The explosion made his hair fly, a truly impressive sight, with a smirk on his face. The student seemed utterly terrified, sitting slumped on the ground, looking up at Udamdiok like a kindergartner seeing a bogeyman. His face was drained of all color, his tears not yet dry from fear. Udamdiok asked, "Have you come to your senses now?" Oh my, Udamdiok's face now looked so sly and wicked. The word triumphant was clearly etched on his smirk. Pass the word to anyone else who has a problem with me. From now on, this useless person will be teaching you all. After witnessing Udamdiok's spectacular performance, many students probably had a different view of him. The professor also scurried over, ready to flatter. In the distance, another female student watched. Truly a high priest. I never imagined he could use a level 8 magic circle, which no one here can do. Udamdiok looked dumbfounded. Thank you? But, aren't you going to teach? Tyrone stared at him in a daze, her face looking lost, stammering. Really? A small hand slammed down on the table with a thud. The owner of that hand seemed super angry. She screamed, "Are you kidding me? You want me to agree to these terms?" Tyrone leaned her hands on the table, looking disgruntled and furious. Opposite her, Udamdiok looked dumbfounded with fear. Calm down. Park Gurium, sitting behind him, was completely unfazed, playing his game with satisfaction. Great. Cleared the stage. Udamdiok's face clearly showed his exasperation. He glanced at Park Gurium, thinking, that kid seems to have it too easy. This reaction. Meanwhile, Tyrone still chattered on, pouting. How can I calm down now? Do you take me for a fool? Tyrone looked as if she wanted to devour the man in front of her. Her face was contorted in a scowl. Udamdiok waved his hands wildly to justify himself. All right, calm down and listen to me. I'll slowly explain everything. Finally, Tyrone calmed down and sat. Her face still looked incredibly sulky. Phew. Udamdiok forced a smile, trying to explain. But before that, tell me, which part don't you like? Tyrone still screamed, everything. She seemed even more furious after hearing him justify himself. Tyrone's face was like a madwoman, roaring, does that even make sense? I have to come whenever you call? I also have to dedicate myself absolutely to you. Isn't this a slave contract? Tyrone still didn't stop raising her voice, looking as if she was about to chew Udamdiok's head off. You call yourself a god, but how are you any different from those scoundrels? Udamdiok's face turned ashen. He was terrified, but still tried to add a few words. It's just like a job. Now Udamdiok put on an indifferent expression, annoyed. Anyway, I wouldn't call you for trivial matters. I just need your power to prevent future catastrophes. A sphere of light enveloped by blue streams of power appeared as he spoke. And the battle will happen. I will do everything I can to help you overcome mana scarcity and learn magic. During this, Tyrone seemed to regain a part of herself. Her eyes widened as if awakening. Tyrone asked suspiciously, You'll help me cure my illness? Even when millions in gold can't fix it. It turned out that the crazy Udamdiok was just bluffing about his abilities. He forced a smile, patching up his words. No method yet, but I'll do my best. Tyrone went furious again. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, You're a scammer, aren't you? Udamdiok's face went blank, looking somewhat comical. Tyrone still didn't stop. If it's just talk, then I can also call myself a magic god. Udamdiok's face remained blank, unable to argue. Suddenly remembering, he called you So-Yoon. Hey, So-Yoon, is there any way to cure her immediately? You So-Yoon didn't even glance at him. She replied coldly and concisely. No. You So-Yoon's gaze subtly darted behind her, a myriad of thoughts in her head. It's impressive that he could use magic so quickly and get here, but convincing Adele Tyrone is always difficult. A star in this world also has weaknesses. Tyrone still sat sternly with her arms crossed on the table. Her eyes were still filled with anger and resentment. That's the mana scarcity. You So-Yoon advised coldly, and Udamdiok also turned to listen. Give her more time. The teacup rattled on the table. You So-Yoon hadn't finished speaking. There's still time before the gate explodes, so I'll teach you magic gradually. Tyrone and Udamdiok sat opposite each other. The space felt as if some kind of gravity was pressing down, making everything heavy. A red-haired man's eyes suddenly became serious. What? A spatial rift opened in the sky. plunging a column of crimson energy straight into the ground. Everything was dyed a deep blood red. Everyone in the room was also surprised, curiously looking out the window. What is that? Yoon suddenly became anxious. No way, there was still a month. Why? Carlos is already here. The sky was dyed red by the light from the giant pillar of light in the distance. The scene was utterly chaotic, and monsters, appearing from who knows where, filled the entire sky. Everyone below was terrified. Screams and shouts to run echoed everywhere. What is that thing? Mom! Mom! Where are you? Run! Saron gripped the railing, looking towards the giant crimson pillar of light in the distance that was stirring up the entire area. What? Her face clearly showed her shock, utterly stunned, drained of all color. What's happening? Damdiok was also panicked, continuously asking Yoon a million questions. What are you saying? What do you mean that's Carlos? You said there was still time before he appeared, didn't you? Are you sure that's Carlos? Yoon wasn't flustered but couldn't hide the worry on her face. No doubt about it. In the distance, Saron was screaming when she saw the two of them still standing there. Why aren't you running? Yoon worriedly thought to herself. Carlos has never appeared this quickly. Even the Sun Wolves were like that. It seems this life is somehow different, but for now the outcome will still be. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared behind her. Damdiok, holding a golden sword, was coldly domineering, saying nothing. Seeing this, Yoon anxiously turned back, asking, Hey, why did you draw your sword? You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? He switched to his cold CEO mode, turning away, ignoring Yoon's nagging behind him. Carlos is on a completely different level from the unstable Neptune from last time. If you act rashly with this turn of events, I'm not sure what will happen. Damdiok didn't look back, only gently replied, Anyway, nothing will be solved if we just sit here and wait, right? The system window appeared. Urgent recruitment request. Requires individuals with over 50,000 divine power. Stop Carlos and the gate. Requester, Vermal. Damdiok suddenly rested his sword on his shoulder, turning back to show Yoon half of his face. Damdiok smiled as if saying, It's okay, silly girl. I'll take care of the whole world. His confidence was clear in his eyes. Let's go. It's our part-time job. Strong warriors were confronting extremely fierce monsters. Countless beasts were being cut down. Damdiok was also in battle. He sliced off a monster's head. His face was emotionless, incredibly cool. At distance were Saron, Yoon, and Park Gurium. They also fought alongside Damdiok in the battle. He still held his sword firmly, starting to get annoyed because the monsters were too bothersome. Humph. These guys never end, do they? Yoon looked over and said a few words. It's truly a miracle that he could reach this level with the value of his name. He is a god who never asks for anything and is also the strongest god in this world. Damdiok dumbfoundedly acknowledged. My power is only 1/50th of Vermal's. I realized that when I taught the students last time. At this moment, Yoon and Saron jumped to the ground in front of Damdiok and continued. Since we don't know the situation, let's temporarily stop the monsters from pouring out of the gate. Yoon looked more like she jumped down than the blonde girl because no one jumps down headfirst like that. She continued speaking to Damdiok in front of her, with Saron awkwardly standing up beside them. Even if events change, Vermal will be able to resist Carlos on his own. Yoon suddenly looked super dangerous, incredibly eerie. Behind her, a super huge explosion suddenly occurred. Damdiok's face changed color. He unexpectedly asked, What? Carlos and Vermal should be nearby. The warriors, fighting enthusiastically, suddenly stopped to listen to a voice echoing through space to the gods blocking the gate. Listen to me, the situation is not good at all. Vermal, somewhere mysterious, sent his message to the battlefield. Cut your hair. You can't even see your face. It's shameful. But I should revise my request. Abandon everything you are protecting. Saron's face went blank in shock when she heard Vermal say, The people, I will save them. Both Park Gurium and Damdiok were utterly surprised by that strange, undefined voice. Both their faces were blank with confusion. What? There's a voice from somewhere. Yoon, is this? Yoon was also looking up at the sky, looking lost. It's a message from Vermal. Suddenly all the warriors simultaneously moved in one direction, and Saron kept turning around, not understanding what was happening. Even Damdiok left in silence. Saron, seeing this, panicked and asked with her mouth agape. What is this? What's happening? Where is everyone going? Vermal just ordered us to retreat. Hearing this, Saron again looked dumbfounded with surprise. What? Damdiok still stood with his back to her, like a CEO. Saron asked suspiciously. What do you mean retreat? Then, The scene at that moment was horrifying. It was as if a third world war had just swept through this village. The sky was red like fire, the walls were also in ruins. People lay scattered on the ground. Monsters still hovered in the sky in the distance. Saron's words were not yet finished. What about our village? And those who haven't escaped yet? Yu So-yoon, standing behind Saron, was still cold as if lost in thought. It's different from the prophecy, so I can't be sure, but the space will be destroyed by Carlos. Hearing this, Saron again looked dumbfounded, her face frozen stiff. Rain began to fall. The sky now as gray as Saron's heart. She seemed unable to believe what she had just heard, unconsciously asking repeatedly, "Lies. You're lying, aren't you?" Yu So-yoon and Park Gurium stood motionless in the rain like two clotheslines. Yu So-yoon continued, "I'm sorry, but Carlos is not someone we can face." Seeing her hopes constantly dashed, Saron wished to hear a different answer from Damdiok. She anxiously grabbed his collar and yelled, "Damdiok, can't you do anything? There must be a way anyway." Saron still clung tightly to his collar, and Damdiok could only helplessly turn his face away, avoiding her gaze. "I'm sorry." She suddenly let go. Saron seemed to accept that her last chance was extinguished. She collapsed to the ground, saying in a daze, Why does everyone give up so easily?" The image of young mages struggling against monsters appeared through Saron's words. Gods or not, there are people still fighting people, still helping each other stand up in the rain. More specifically, in the clutches of death. Damdiok suddenly froze when he heard her mention him, his face completely wet from the rain. "Damdiok, you said you were a god? A god who saves people." The image of another Damdiok, reflected on the water's surface, appeared in his mind. Damdiok began to tear up, his eyes as if something was about to overflow. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Please!" In Damdiok's imagination, he was kneeling and begging himself in the pouring rain, "Please, please save!" Back in reality, the one pleading was Saron. Damdiok seemed to see himself through her. Saron was still helpless and imploring. He was silent for a long time, but his hand, which had been loose, clenched tightly. Saron was still utterly dejected, her face buried down, saying nothing. Suddenly a strange blue light appeared before her eyes. Damdiok's voice rang out, "Summon the god shop window." Damdiok extended a hand, intending to summon something to help the poor, delicate girl. Soo-hyun called out anxiously, "Hey you!" Damdiok remained super cool and indifferent. It's true, being righteous for a girl always looks cool. He didn't bother with Soo-hyun's reminder beside him, just coolly replied, "Don't worry, Soo-hyun, I'm not going to die." His finger touched the purchase button on the system panel. Meaning, for those who don't know. Without a hint of regret, Damdiok added, "I didn't think I'd have to use Vermal's value so soon." The system windows appeared one after another. Legendary Harkwin Lion Armor. Effect. When worn, defense increases by 500%. Legendary Harkwin Club. Effect. 100% chance to stun any living creature. Note. Only effective against leaders. Due to wearing the Harkwin set, both attack and defense increase. Equipment adjusted to fit. Soo-hyun was furious, yelling at Damdiok, "You idiot!" Saron beside him hadn't even dried her tears yet, her face blank, still unable to process what had just happened. Damdiok had donned his new armor, looking incredibly majestic. He turned back with a smile that made the women freeze. He lightly dropped a cool line, "Take care of the others, Soo-hyun." In another development, the rain still poured like a waterfall. Vermal suddenly coughed up blood. Looking down from above, he appeared quite pathetic. That perspective belonged to some purple-haired guy, laughing and screaming as if possessed. "Quahaha! You think this ordinary rain will wash away my dark power?" The demon with evil bloodshot eyes, his body covered in a hard rock layer. His chest glowed a deep red like lava. He was madly screaming, "It's disgusting to think I was once your student." In the pouring rain, Vermal struggled to stand, his face grimacing, one hand wiping the blood from his mouth. As he wiped, he lectured a bit of philosophy. "Even if you are lost, have you forgotten your place and my teachings, Carlos?" Dark clouds still covered the sky, rain pouring down. Carlos continued to argue with his teacher from above, his mouth wide open. "Don't make me laugh. How can you not understand that you and the people here are the ones who are lost?" Oh my, what a shock. Carlos suddenly transformed from a demon into the father of demons. Terrifying. He laughed like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. Red-black dark power flew from his clenched hand. He still screamed, "Why don't you be more ambitious? Isn't that the instinct of a magic user?" Carlos, except for his face, looked like a Winx princess transforming. He spread his arms wide, creating countless dark spheres in the air. dyeing an entire area red. He continued relentlessly, the path to pursuing higher power. He tensed his body, drawing his limbs in like a frog in the air. At the same time, those deadly spheres suddenly shot down to the ground like rain, creating terrifying explosions. Carlos, still in the air, continued to ramble. Look here. This is true magic. Vermal's body was now covered in wounds. Bloody. He still tried to condense a blue sphere of power to counter his corrupted former student. His teacher was furious, his face wrinkled like a dried grape, yelling, "Your dark magic exists only for destruction. That is not the right way to use magic. If you are a god, you should only use magic to help humans." Having said that, Vermal launched the enormous stream of power directly toward the dark spheres raining down from the sky. When that power stream collided with the spheres, it spread out like an octopus, and sky-shattering explosions were created because of it. Carlos looked as if he had victory in hand, his face still utterly evil and delighted. He continued to argue with his teacher. Of course, no matter the purpose. He continued to unleash attacks with terrifying power. From Carlos's two hands, a stream of power like a giant blood-red ribbon shot toward Vermal. He still roared like a mad dog, but by using this dark magic, the red light from his power dyed Vermal's hair. He was in a dire situation, terrified. Vermal's hands were still raised to block, but the blue light from his power was swallowed by the dark red. He cried out in pain. Vermal helplessly thought he couldn't endure. Then, suddenly a giant fireball appeared in the sky before Carlos. He was still laughing gleefully, but unaware that he was about to be beaten because Damdiok had arrived. Suddenly the entire sky was covered by that flame, so fast that even Vermal couldn't grasp what had just happened. Carlos seemed lost in a sea of fire. A figure slowly stepped forward, saying, "You think you've won? It seems a bit difficult with just you, doesn't it?" Vermal's glasses were completely shattered. He looked up in surprise at the strange man. "You are." Damdiok wore the god's armor. In his hand was the fireball that had just scorched the sky. His eyes were captivating. So cool the ladies could only swoon. Such a CEO vibe. Reinforcements have arrived. The rain still hadn't stopped. Realizing Damdiok's presence, Vermal anxiously yelled, probably thinking he was still a novice. "Why are you here? Didn't you get the notice? At your level, you can't do anything to Carlos. I don't have any more divine power to give you. Leave this place now." Damdiok replied emotionlessly, "I didn't come here for payment." He continued, "After all, the reward for this mission isn't worth the lives of the people." Hearing this, Vermal's eyes softened a bit. "You!" Damdiok drew his bone-white sword, his face brimming with confidence. "I have a plan." Carlos still laughed maniacally in the air. "Quahahaha! What is this tiny flame, Damdiok?" Damdiok and Vermal stood there like statues, listening to Carlos mock them. "Is this your new disciple? You must be truly desperate, huh?" He prepared a new attack. The dark sphere condensing in Carlos's hand grew larger. He still laughed like a madman, screaming, "All right, you two can burn to death together." Seeing danger approaching, Vermal created a giant blue barrier in the sky, hoping to block Carlos's upcoming attack. Carlos's darkness rushed straight toward Vermal's shield, looking like it was about to swallow that fragile protection. Vermal strained, gritting his teeth to keep the barrier from breaking. He called to his friend beside him, "Damdiok, god of Korea, I can't hold on much longer. Do you have a plan?" Damdiok still held his sword firmly. He yelled with extreme seriousness, "Just once. I only need one chance to focus an attack on him. One strike, then we can neutralize his power." Suddenly Vermal noticed the sword in Damdiok's hand. "Could it be that weapon? I can create a moment. However, I don't have the power to protect you from dark energy." Damdiok's feet became steadier. "Enough!" The system panel appeared, activating skill. Gale. Damdiok flew up close to Carlos, sword still firmly in hand, preparing to strike the demon nearby. Carlos was still excitedly destroying Vermal below. Damdiok yelled, "I have a trump card too." Slashed down with immense power, hitting Carlos. The impact created a sky-shattering explosion. While slashing, he finished his sentence, "Hidden here." Suddenly Damdiok's face went utterly blank, stunned by something. Damdiok was shocked to realize his sword had only collided with Carlos's dark aura, which always surrounded his body. He stared blankly, while Carlos laughed eerily. Damdiok's face changed completely. "Damn it, with my power, I can't even lay a finger on him." Suddenly, dark energy surged, surrounding him, looking like it was about to swallow Damdiok. Carlos in front was motionless, as if his battery had died. And that guy laughed maniacally. Hee. Vermal looked up. Damdiok had been completely swallowed by Carlos's darkness, turning into a giant sphere next to him. Carlos covered his face, laughing madly. Quahahaha! What do we do now, Vermal? Carlos mocked him triumphantly. Vermal remained silent. Your student has turned to ashes. Vermal was seen muttering something, probably a spell. Suddenly, dozens of light chains appeared in the air, tightly wrapping around Carlos from behind. He was a bit surprised, but, trying to save face, still yelled, Restraint magic? You think you can tie me up like this? Vermal's face became serious. With this magic, I can only buy a few seconds, but that's enough for him. Damdiok unexpectedly escaped the dark sphere. Water bubbles also suddenly appeared. He swung his sword toward Carlos. The system panel appeared. Neptune's blessing activated. Damdiok grinned like the Soviet Union during a wheat harvest. The water bubbles grew more numerous. Carlos now began to fear. He was utterly shocked when he glanced at Damdiok's current location. How could? The system panel continued to announce. Effect. 100% chance to stun any living creature. Note. Only effective against leaders of a certain type. Damdiok landed a fatal blow on Carlos, sending him crashing violently to the ground. The strike carried immense power, creating an earth-shattering explosion. On the ground, Carlos was kneeling, looking as if he were dead. Around him were shattered rocks from the recent explosion. Damdiok quickly landed not long after. He approached Carlos, looking sternly at the demon before him. Carlos's eyes were still bloodshot. Vermal watched silently. Damdiok suggested to him, Let me finish this, Vermal. Vermal fell into contemplation. His eyes filled with sorrow. He spoke softly, as the rain continued to fall. Memories suddenly flooded Vermal's mind. At that time, Carlos was sitting against a tree. Vermal watched him from afar. Rain pouring down. Vermal confessed, The day I met him, Carlos wasn't like this. Carlos's face then was utterly haggard, as if drained dry. His eyes looked indifferently at Vermal. He was cursed with a dark fate no one would wish for. Carlos's eyes were weary, but they were once so beautiful. Vermal continued, But he also possessed a talent everyone craved. Why is this rain so long? Vermal still mused, standing behind Damdiok, recounting Carlos's past. That's what I thought when I personally taught him magic. Images of Vermal and Carlos happily learning magic appeared through his words. I must change this child's destiny. No one but I, the greatest god. Looking back, that was truly an arrogant thought. Vermal blamed himself for inadvertently helping him gain dark power. He revealed his true nature. I couldn't bring myself to kill him, so I exiled him. From an innocent boy, Carlos became a monster possessing dark power that could destroy everything. Vermal turned his back to Damdiok. He still reminisced about his past with his beloved student, even knowing that one day he would return to kill him. Damdiok looked back. Vermal. The sky had gradually returned to its original clear blue. Vermal still mumbled about Carlos. If I had guided him on the right path sooner, things might have been different. If I hadn't taught him dark magic, I would always embrace and live with those regrets. Sun had returned, shining brightly after the clear blue clouds. Vermal hadn't finished speaking. However, now it's probably time to leave everything behind. Until the very end, Vermal still didn't agree to kill Carlos. Perhaps he still had faith in him, or perhaps he still couldn't let go. Damdiok stood there, bored, having to leave the prey at his mouth. He sighed heavily. I've become stronger, but I've never felt this bad. The system window appeared, announcing, You have succeeded with the final blow, absorbing the power of the forgotten god, Carlos. Moon Wolf Level 1, Moon Wolf Level 3. Moon Wolf's sealed skills have been unlocked. Using skill, dark energy can be expanded as proficiency increases. Damdiok raised his hand. Carlos was in his hand. The red-black dark power now belonged to him, Carlos. Damdiok contemplatively looked down at the black and red flame in his hand. Just like how I used Neptune's blessing to save myself, I'll have to use the power of an evil god when needed. Park Gurium appeared out of nowhere, curiously looking at Damdiok's new power, appearing as curious as a child. Wow, that's amazing. What's this black flame? Damdiok quietly smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Gurium was still yelling in his ear. Teach me too. The system window appeared once again. Switch to default armor. Damdiok suddenly clenched his hand, and the flame was no longer in his hand. He gently refused the kid. Later, the kid, being refused, scrunched his face up like a monkey's butt. No idea why Gurium rolled onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Damdiok's face was like, What the hell, kid? The kid kept yelling with his mouth wide open. No, why later? Right now. Teach me right now. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the kid's collar and pulled him up. A seemingly annoyed voice said, "Shut up!" The kid, startled by being pulled up, almost shrieked, "Ah!" Park Gurium angrily looked up and yelled at Sarone. "What's with you, suddenly? What are you doing?" Sarone put her hands on her hips and scolded the kid. "Stop whining. You should be worshipping him. He'll teach you when he has time." Damdiok started to act cheeky. His face was smug, and every word he said made Sarone freeze up. "Oh, are you just realizing it now? That I'm a cool and brave god?" Suddenly, the girl blushed crimson like a ripe tomato, embarrassed, stammering like a cute, shy Japanese girl, to the point of being nauseating. "What do you mean by cool? Anyway, you are very brave. Anyway, because you proved it, I now know you weren't deceiving me." Seeing this, the kid Gurium behind her had a dumbfounded look like, "What the hell is this woman doing?" Damdiok suddenly became cheerful. "So what do you mean?" As if understanding his intention, Sarone turned her face away, reluctantly agreeing to the previous compromise. "It's a ridiculous contract, but if it's to be a priest for a god like you, I'll give it a try." Hearing this, Damdiok smiled, thinking, "This investor is really interesting." Sarone glanced at Damdiok and softly said, "However, I still plan to stay here for a while longer." She placed her hand on her chest and seriously continued, "I've realized that if I can't use magic, I'm useless. That's why I'll find a way to make myself more useful." Vermal stood to the side, gently smiling at Sarone. "Then I can help with that." Sarone seemed startled, jumping up. She excitedly addressed him, "Lord Vermal." Sarone was extremely excited, bowing before Vermal. "It's truly an honor, Lord Vermal." Vermal stood upright, still gentle. "Haha, I must repay the god you trust, mustn't I? So I'm glad to be able to help him in this way." As if sensing an ominous sign from So-yoon and the kid Gurium, Damdiok quickly pushed the two behind his back. So-yoon seemed curious, looking at Vermal, while Gurium's face was like a little devil. Damdiok said in a panic to the smiling Vermal, "You're scaring me. Hey, run away quickly." So-yoon remained calm. "No need, it was just a fleeting glance, so he probably won't remember." Damdiok was still panicked. But safety comes first. Sarone was still happy. So-yoon's gaze still followed her. "Anyway, everything is fine now. We don't have a cure for mana scarcity syndrome, so she'll be useful if she stays here." Park Gurium had his head pushed down by Damdiok, who was talking to the girl. "All right, let's go before we get caught." His face looked like he was about to swallow his older brother. "Ah, don't push my head down. So, let's go home." The system window displayed a notification. Using 2,300 of Damdiok's divine power for spatial teleportation. Suddenly, Damdiok's eyes widened in shock as he looked at what was in front of him. "What?" He stepped forward. Beneath his feet was shattered ground. "What is this?" In front of Damdiok was a desolate, ruined landscape, with fires raging everywhere. Everything looked as if it had just gone through a fierce war. What terrifying forces awaited Damdiok now? The scene was chaotic, with large buildings severely damaged, shattered glass, and walls riddled with holes as if they had just been attacked. Beneath a building, a creature with a bizarre eye shape appeared. It emitted a piercing sound and rapidly descended to the ground. As soon as it landed, a lion with fiery red fur and bloodshot eyes rushed out to attack. It bit off one of the creature's wings, causing it to lose direction and fall to the ground. A blue notification appeared. "Skill activated. Roar." Suddenly, Damdiok ran out, his face surprised. "What's happening?" It wasn't just one of those creatures, but many. They hovered in front of Damdiok and seemed to have no ill intent. On the contrary, they were worried about their comrade lying under the lion's claws. Damdiok asked anxiously, "Where are all the hunters and military?" As he spoke, a snake-like monster appeared from behind a wall, stealthily lurking and stalking them. The snake monster suddenly lunged at Damdiok, baring its sharp fangs as if to devour him alive. His face changed color, but it came too fast for him to react, and he froze in place. So-yoon rushed forward at incredible speed, delivering a powerful and decisive slash to the monster, sending it crashing to the ground and instantly defeating it. After the slash, she landed lightly as if what had just happened was simple. Damdiok slowly turned to look at her. The two stood talking with ruined buildings in the background. So-yoon's face showed worry. "Everything is happening faster than expected." Damdiok looked at her blankly. "What are you talking about?" So-yoon frowned, sweat trickling down her beautiful face. "This isn't a dungeon outbreak. It's a gate explosion." Damdiok stood amidst the ruined buildings, thick with smoke and dust. He looked around with a doubtful gaze. "A gate explosion? This is at least equivalent to a C-rank dungeon outbreak. If she's mentioning a gate, then could it be?" As if reading his thoughts, Ju So-yoon turned and glanced at him with a mysterious look. That's right. It means the forgotten god of this place has grown stronger. Udamdiok was stunned, his mouth agape. Eyes narrowed, his gaze as if the whole world was collapsing. No way. I only just got 2 soul items. Ju So-yoon's face remained cold, but she tried to reassure and uplift Udamdiok. Don't worry. I don't sense any god's presence nearby. She stammered on. So now. Suddenly, a large helicopter was flying towards everyone. The sound of the large rotor blades was so loud that everyone had to look up towards it. The helicopter slowly descended closer to the ground. The wind from the rotor blades made Udamdiok's hair fly. He stared intently at the helicopter, his eyes not leaving it for a second. At this moment, his body seemed to exude an overwhelming aura. A man leaned out of the helicopter. He was dressed neatly, seemingly belonging to an organization or company. You are Udamdiok, Ju So-yoon, and Bexiol, right? We are from the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. Please follow us. They were led to the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. It was a large building with an admirable shape and height. Everyone gathered completely and sat down. A woman's voice suddenly spoke, making everyone turn their eyes towards the man. I'm sure everyone understands why we're here. It was a man with dark orange hair. He wore a neat suit with a red tie as an accent. The wrinkles on his face showed his extensive experience. He stood up, his face serious. There have been 12 consecutive gate explosions in the area, the highest mortality rate ever recorded. However, how did the responsible hunters react? Below, Park Gurium and Chairman Cheon Gun-ak were staring intently at the man, looking very focused. Beside them was the man who had appeared on the helicopter earlier. The man continued. Most people either didn't respond, or were extremely slow. The man from the helicopter earlier was the Iris hunter, Kim Gupcheon. He gently adjusted his tie and glanced around. His sharp gaze made everyone shiver. It's sad to hear you say that, Chief. While the orange-haired man stood up in annoyance, the Iris hunter, Kim Gupcheon, continued to retort. Such consecutive gate explosions have never happened before. What has the Gate Management and Maintenance Office been doing all this time? You believe that gates were not a threat and let everything happen today. This moment, the orange-haired man cut off the other man with an extremely irritated expression. Are you blaming us? Suddenly, a large hand wearing a white glove slammed down on the table, creating a terrifying sound that cut off the argument. This inadvertently made everyone sitting nearby jump. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak was the owner of the table slamming earlier. He abruptly stood up, speaking clearly to stop the other two, despite the startled gazes of those around him. Both sides, stop! He looked at everyone with a serious and firm gaze, stating his opinion. This is not the place to criticize each other. Instead of arguing, we should find a solution for this incident. Whatever the cause, the hunters here today should not ignore the nation's disaster. 2 of the seated hunters suddenly turned away anxiously. Sweat trickled down their faces as if they were the ones being referred to. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak continued to scold. However, out of 18 hunters, 12 were late. The Iris hunter, Kim Gupcheon, pushed up his glasses with a helpless expression. I don't deny it. That's right. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak abruptly turned and walked away. He spoke as he walked, his white attire from head to toe accented by a black belt wrapped around his waist. He looked very imposing and elegant at this moment. That's why I propose. He walked past a map hanging on the wall and suddenly slammed his hand on it, making it seem to dent. He shouted tensely at everyone. Everyone here, unite and launch a wide-area assault on the gates. Everyone in the room seemed to agree with the idea just presented. A woman loudly exclaimed, That's a good idea, I agree. The brown-haired man sitting next to her also added, If Iris acts, there's no reason to refuse. Udamdiok sighed with a puzzled expression. He thought, they don't care about the chief at all. Iris really has a certain fanbase. Udamdiok abruptly stood up. He spoke clearly to the others. Thank you for listening. If we're just talking about killing monsters, I'll act on my own. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak walked past him. His face was always serious and somewhat annoyed. Gruff. He spoke to Udamdiok. Act on your own? May I ask why? Udamdiok looked at him with sharp green eyes and replied, I am the only one who can properly enter the gates. In his mind appeared the scene of 2 gigantic black holes hovering in the sky, slowly swallowing the city below. The sight was terrifying, just like the end of the world, making anyone who thought of it shiver. Thoughts raced through his head. This is only a temporary solution. If an attack similar to what happened in the magic world occurs here, no one in this room can stop it. The only answer to all of this is to stop the war between the gods. The Iris hunter, Kim Gupcheon, angrily stood up, his hand clenched into a fist, slamming it on the table. He was so furious that wrinkles appeared on his face. He cursed, "That arrogant bastard." Everyone in the room tried to calm the hunter down to de-escalate the situation. "Chairman, ignore him. That's right, he acts superior just because he's a 6-star hunter. He's just a kid who thinks he's special, nothing more." While everyone was noisy, from outside, someone's feet were frantically running towards the room. It seemed to be a staff member from the organization, his face pale with panic. He stammered, announcing to everyone, "There's a big problem." He spoke anxiously and hesitantly. "Incheon Airport, a gate exploded." Udamdiok and those sitting nearby, hearing this, immediately showed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. The announcement made everyone shiver due to its severity. It completely wiped out the entire area. The modern airport scene is now mercilessly destroyed by some force. The staff member continued to announce, "We cannot determine the casualties." Udamdiok broke out in a cold sweat. He was so astonished that his mouth hung open, and he thought, that level of destruction? Could it be caused by a god? In the magic world, there was a powerful god helping us. He stood frozen, glancing at the panicked people on the other side. He was equally worried and thought, but with the current situation, we can't do anything with this force. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out and tugged at his shirt, startling him slightly. The person was Ju So-yoon. Udamdiok exclaimed in surprise, "Ju So-yoon." She quickly spoke to calm him. "Calm down." She looked at him with an unchanging cold face. "There's nothing to worry about. The incident in Incheon wasn't caused by a god." After she finished speaking, a blue panel appeared with the content. "Their intentions are good." When Udamdiok saw this, his mood improved. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Udamdiok suddenly spoke, asking the dark orange-haired man. His words cut through the silent space. "Chief, can a 6-star hunter call for an aircraft?" The chief also replied, "Suddenly? Why not?" But, hearing this, Udamdiok spoke, "Let's go deal with this gate." After his words, the scene revealed a gigantic purple black hole hovering in the city sky. It was so large that it seemed capable of swallowing the city in just a few seconds. When everyone arrived at the airport, the sight before them was terrifying. There were many gigantic cracks on the ground and countless airplane wrecks. Vehicles lay scattered everywhere on the ground as if they had just been brutally attacked. The scene was so devastated that if no one told you, you wouldn't know it was once a modern airport. Suddenly, 2 wolves with bloodshot eyes and dark fur rushed out to attack the monsters. They tore the monsters' bodies apart, leaving them unable to resist. The 2 wolves slammed the monster to the ground with terrifying speed, creating a cloud of smoke. Udamdiok saw the scene and mused, "I only used a little divine power to summon Cerberus, yet, I need to finish this as quickly as possible and get back to training." He turned and walked away, head bowed, hands in his jacket pockets. Behind him, the sounds of monsters still echoed. He wondered how Saron's mana scarcity syndrome was progressing. From behind Udamdiok, a strange figure appeared, dressed in pure white, stalking him from behind. He continued walking, unaware, thinking, "I should prepare thoroughly before I go." Suddenly, a blue sign appeared with the message, "Intuition activated." Udamdiok suddenly felt uneasy, as if his intuition was warning him. He spun around, glancing back with wary eyes. He thought, "What was that?" Udamdiok slowly turned back, his face etched with worry. He thought, "Someone is watching." Before he could finish the thought, a flash of white light streaked across his face. The white light rushed forward with terrifying speed. Suddenly, Lee Seolhwa appeared, dashing out to block the ray with her sword in front of Udamdiok, protecting him. Udamdiok exclaimed in surprise and looked worriedly at Lee Seolhwa. A large man with long orange hair, 2 strange horns, and bandaged eyes appeared. He was not human but a type of monster. He looked at Lee Seolhwa and threatened, "Don't get in my way, Lee Seolhwa." Lee Seolhwa frowned unhappily at him, her hand still gripping her sword. "What is the meaning of this sudden appearance, Baron?" He turned back to Lee Seolhwa with a cold expression and continued to threaten. "Do you think you can steal a mystical creature from the underworld and get away with it? There will be no second chance. Step aside, or if you block my path, you will also die." Ignoring his threats, Lee Seolhwa quickly advanced, holding her sword to his throat, subduing him before he could react. Lee Seolhwa held the sword close to the man's neck and gazed at him with sharp, cold eyes. At this moment, she had successfully threatened him and made him freeze. "Do you really think you can do that?" Lee Seolhwa continued to threaten him as he had just done. "You are the one who should leave. This is your last chance." Suddenly, a purple aura enveloped his body. It was his power. He said arrogantly, "What a foolish choice. Do you think you can protect that trash who summons mystical creatures from hell whenever he wants?" Enjoy your freedom. Your true nature will soon be revealed by Hades himself. As the man's words ended, feeling the purple smoke advancing towards him, he recoiled in horror. Suddenly, the man vanished in a disgusting purple smoke, as if rising from hell. His voice still lingered, sending shivers down everyone's spines. I eagerly await to see what punishment you receive from the underworld. Lee Seol-hwa and Udamdeok stepped back to avoid the smoke. At this moment, in a room surrounded by square tiles, Park Gurium and Udamdeok were training enthusiastically. This training session was a bit strange because only Park Gurium was lying exhausted on the ground. Udamdeok was his trainer. Seeing that he couldn't take it anymore, Udamdeok reluctantly said, "All right, that's enough for today." Park Gurium let out a tired groan. Udamdeok remarked sternly, "But your movements have been a bit slow lately, haven't they?" Park Gurium remained sprawled on the floor, unable to get up. He complained, "Do you know how long we've been training? 17 hours already, since 5 a.m. Udamdeok only just realized, "Ah, has it been that long? I have something to take care of, so I'm leaving first. Clean this place up, then do whatever you want." Park Gurium gasped in alarm. "What? You're leaving all this for me and running off somewhere?" Udamdeok turned and walked away, his back looking very cool. "I'm going to destroy a gate. Don't even think about following me. It'd be troublesome if people saw us together and thought I was involved with Iris." Behind him, Park Gurium watched him go. Park Gurium still stared at the door Udamdeok had just exited. He was deep in thought, plotting something. He leaned back, his eyes reflecting a puzzled expression as he looked up at the ceiling. He sat up abruptly, his face turning cold yet still retaining a gentle quality. What happened at Incheon Airport that made him rush off like that? If I ask, he'll just evade the question. He even treats me like a priest. I'll just go home and play games. Park Gurium was about to leave. He suddenly thought of Udamdeok's terrifying face, his eyes wide, his mouth twisted into a cunning smile, uttering a threat if he didn't clean up. "Oh, you haven't finished cleaning this place yet?" Just thinking of this, Park Gurium shivered, sweat dripping down. After a moment of thought, Park Gurium finally decided to pick up the broom and sweep the floor. It seemed he was afraid the scenes he had just imagined would come true, so he cleaned diligently. As he swept, he comforted himself. "I'm not cleaning because I'm afraid of him. That's right, this is part of the training." He looked quite comical yet somewhat adorable at that moment. Suddenly, a large man walked in. He wore a flashy orange shirt with a floral pattern. As soon as he entered, he questioned Park Gurium, who was struggling to clean. "What are you doing?" Park Gurium, thinking it was Udamdeok, grumbled, "What? You're the one who told me to clean this place." The person who just walked in was John Young-hak. He wore sunglasses, hands in his pockets, looking cool. "So you really are here." Park Gurium now realized it wasn't Udamdeok, so he politely said, "Oh, it's you." John Young-hak was furious and rudely unleashed a tirade at Park Gurium. "You bastard. I've been looking for you all over Iris and couldn't find you. Why are you cleaning this training room? You're an Iris member, and you're doing this kind of stuff? At least not this. Don't you know how much your father values you?" Park Gurium, still holding the mop, replied with a mocking expression, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Who cares about such trivial things?" Park Gurium continued, "Besides, stop giving me orders. I'll be staying here for a while." After he finished speaking, John Young-hak looked at him with terrifying anger and yelled, "Damn it!" He continued angrily, "I told you to go humiliate Udamdeok, not follow him around like this." Park Gurium continued to reply with a disdainful expression, "Oh, I don't know. I'll be staying here with brother Udamdeok." John Young-hak's face was so angry that wrinkles appeared. "What, brother Udamdeok? You're calling that dog brother? You haven't called me brother, even after knowing me for 10 years. He angrily pulled Park Gurium's arm with great force to get his attention. John Young-hak forced Park Gurium to follow him, giving him no other choice. "Stop working. Come with me. Father ordered you to participate in the gate destruction plan." Park Gurium was reluctantly dragged along. "Aish, damn it. I already said I don't want to." John Young-hak continued to drag him away. "Shut up right now. Don't you know that just staying here is defying orders?" Park Gurium suddenly cursed, "Motherfucker." John Young-hak was stunned, unable to believe what Park Gurium had just uttered. "What? What did you just say?" Park Gurium coldly pushed his hand away and glared at him with threatening eyes, as if he were a different person. "Let me go." Suddenly, a sound came from behind John Young-hak, startling him. "Wow, look! Amazing!" An LED screen was showing an image of Udamdeok with the title, "Udamdeok has destroyed a gate." The presenter was describing the situation. "Is that armor a divine artifact? He truly is on another level." Everyone watching the program exclaimed in admiration. What kind of skill is that? That black flame. He has swordsmanship skills and can even use long-range attacks. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Only John Young-hak and Park Gyurium stood still, watching intently. Park Gyurium proudly boasted to John Young-hak, making him grit his teeth in anger. See? Brother has so much more I can learn from. Why should I follow you? Park Gyurium turned and walked away, not forgetting to mock John Young-hak one more time. I'm leaving. Haha. Don't look for me. Those words made him just grit his teeth and stand still, his body trembling with anger. He stared at the TV screen showing Yu Damdiok and thought enviously, Yu Damdiok? Why are you always ahead of me? Damn it, why don't you just die? On Yu Damdiok's side, he was relaxing, picking his ear, and seemed to sense someone mentioning him. Achoo! Is someone talking about me? Lee Seolwa looked at him with a puzzled expression. You're so carefree. Have you used your brain at all? Yu Damdiok replied. No, my ear just itches a bit. Lee Seolwa sat on the nearby bench and discussed their plan with him. This place looked truly romantic with its cherry blossom trees. We don't know when Hades will appear, but is it all right for you to casually destroy gates like this? Yu Damdiok stood beside her with a serious demeanor. Becoming famous will increase divine power. I'm also protecting more people. It seemed the place they were standing was a park with many people passing by. Yu Damdiok proudly said, Is there any reason I shouldn't do good deeds? My divine power is already 90,000, almost reaching 100,000. Lee Seolwa also joined the conversation. If you want to increase divine power, part-time jobs would be better. That would also be a better option to avoid Hades's gaze. She said while sipping a can of water. This will only make Hades angrier. We should go to another dimension and become stronger there. Yu Damdiok looked at her, puzzled, a little surprised. What? Are you just going to keep running away? If you do that, Ragnarok might catch up first, Lee Seolwa. So what's your plan? Yu Damdiok said casually. No plan needed. If he wants to meet me, I'll go meet him myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Seolwa was so surprised that she spat out her water. She didn't expect him to say something like that. Lee Seolwa yelled at him. Hey, you idiot! Are you crazy? If you meet Hades, you'll just die. Yu Damdiok stretched, using a teasing tone to provoke Lee Seolwa. Oh, did I almost make you choke on your coffee? She looked at him sulkily, looking quite adorable. Stop joking around like that. Explain it, you're confusing me. Yu Damdiok looked at her with a cool expression, pointing to the sky. We just need to find a place where he can't kill us if we accidentally run into him, right? Lee Seolwa crossed her arms over her chest, wearing a jacket, looking like a true wealthy lady. Where is that place? Yu Damdiok. The Banquet of the Gods. A sign appeared. Part-time employee recruitment #29. 034. Employer. Name. Divine power. At least 90,000. Experience. New workers accepted. Description. Hall service, kitchen assistant. Time. Negotiable. Payment. 100 gold. Paid daily. Message from employer. It's time for the feast. Scene change. Towering mountains stood close together, looking majestic. At a glance, this place could be thousands of meters high. At the peak of Mount Olympus, the Temple of Olympus had a colossal building with steps leading inside. In front of the building, a large torch symbolized the temple's passionate energy. Inside the temple, a room was filled with tables of food, including meat, fruits, and vegetables. Around them, beastmen were preparing food. It seemed this place was about to host a grand feast. For everyone, hurry up. The feast starts in less than an hour. The person continued to give orders while everyone was carrying baskets of fruit. These are fruits and vegetables sent by Demeter. Prepare them meticulously. Park Gyurium and another priest stood preparing fruit at the table. They were constantly tormented by the beastman's orders. Once you're done, deal with the things in front of you too. While the two of them were struggling with work, Yu Damdiok suddenly jumped out with a comical expression. Teasing, hear that? Good luck. When they saw Yu Damdiok, they lost control and rushed towards him to complain. Their faces a mix of anger and misery. Park Gyurium. You said you had something important, so you called me here. Brother, I was playing games. The other priest was also angry. I was filming. Yu Damdiok calmly covered his face so they wouldn't yell at him. Goodness, you two are such boring priests. He suddenly spun around to face them and used his reasoning to persuade. Doing this is to prevent Ragnarok and save the world. The two of them were unconvinced by his absurd argument and retorted. How? By peeling onions. The old beastman from earlier walked over, interrupting everyone, and announced, The banquet begins, hall servers, come out now. Yu Damdiok quickly replied, Me, I volunteer. Park Gurium and the other priest sat restlessly in despair, constantly complaining. Park Gurium ruffled his hair. I knew this would happen. The other priest slumped to the ground. I must be crazy to agree to become his priest. Udamdiok walked away with a mysterious expression, thinking about his plan. Thank you, my priests. It's all thanks to you too. All right, if everything goes according to plan, everything will be resolved. In the hall of the gods' banquet, many guests were chatting lively. Many people from various places came to this banquet. Suddenly, someone walked into the banquet. Someone nearby quickly noticed. The person who walked in was none other than Udamdiok, holding a tray of wine. Everyone began to murmur and discuss. He's wearing lion armor to the banquet? That's right, he really looks like Hercules. Udamdiok looked around the room and thought, Hades isn't here yet? Even though Yu So-yoon said she was very worried. I know this plan will work. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck. Huh, who's this? That person was none other than Apollo. He smiled and said to Udamdiok, Isn't this my lovely disciple? Your fashion sense is really cool. Udamdiok gave a forced laugh at Apollo. Haha, long time no see, God Apollo. Suddenly, another person approached them from behind. He said, That's right, you're doing part-time work again, that's quite interesting. The person who appeared was God Poseidon, the god of the sea. He walked towards Udamdiok and Apollo, smiling. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I didn't expect us to meet again like this. Do you still remember my offer to become my knight? Udamdiok quickly replied, Ah yes, Lord Poseidon. Long time no see. Apollo rubbed his chin, looking at Poseidon and saying, Poseidon, I was talking to my dear disciple Udamdiok first. Poseidon still had a smile on his face as he retorted to Apollo. Apollo, how about you give us some privacy? I have a lot to say to this low-ranking god. In the banquet hall, the guests buzzed when they saw Udamdiok talking to Apollo and Poseidon. I've never seen that god before. Who is he? Another person added, He seems to be a low-ranking god. But why is he so close to the high-ranking gods? Is it okay to just stand and watch like this? Before them was the sight of Apollo holding one of Udamdiok's hands, and Poseidon pulling Udamdiok towards himself with the other. Apollo spoke up. I started talking to him first. Udamdiok, being pulled from both sides, began to panic and cried out, Wait! Poseidon was not to be outdone, pulling Udamdiok forcefully and saying to Apollo, Let go, I was first. While Udamdiok was in an awkward situation, another person approached, laughing loudly from behind. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time, and you're still full of life, aren't you? Udamdiok seemed to recognize the person behind him. He thought, that voice. Udamdiok was overjoyed as if he had found a lifeline, calling out loudly, Lord Thor. Udamdiok quickly ran to God Thor, knelt down and said, Are you still well, sir? I sincerely apologize for what happened in the dungeon. Lord Thor burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, you don't need to apologize. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, bringing with him a gloomy purple aura, and spoke in a cold voice. It seems you chose the wrong god to apologize to. The person approaching them was none other than Hades, the king of the underworld. He spoke with disdain, pointing at Udamdiok. You scoundrel, are you digging your own grave? Udamdiok's eyes widened slightly. He thought to himself, Hades. Hades raised an arm, bringing forth a surge of black magic power, ready to attack at any moment. Hades's voice was cold. I don't know what you were thinking, daring to sneak in here, but this makes things too convenient for me. I was just about to come looking for your dog's life. Hades's magic power suddenly enveloped Udamdiok, leaving him no time to react. Veins popped out on Udamdiok's face. His eyes went white as Hades's magic power attacked. He screamed, ugh. In that critical moment, a strong arm grabbed Hades's arm, stopping him. Lord Thor tightly gripped Hades's arm, speaking sternly but with a hint of respect. Don't you think it's wrong for the strong to bully the weak like that? Lord Thor tightened his grip on Hades's arm. Hades said, Kid from Asgard. This is Olympus, not Asgard. Don't meddle in my affairs. Lord Thor still maintained a polite smile as he replied to Hades. Ha ha ha, if I'm not mistaken, the master of Olympus and this entire banquet should be Zeus. Shouldn't it? Immense power emanated from Hades and Thor, enveloping both of them. The entire banquet hall shook from the power of Hades and Thor. Everyone started screaming in chaos. Ah, the supreme gods are about to fight. Everyone run. Suddenly, a trident shot through the air, piercing the wall between Hades and Thor. The one who threw it was Poseidon. He spoke, wanting to mediate between the two. Enough. It's such a beautiful day. Are you planning to shed blood? Lord Thor stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing it to crack. He yelled furiously, What's beautiful about it? Hades is threatening to kill someone weaker than himself. Lord Thor roared furiously. His eyes also went white with anger. You dare to insult me? In Odin's name, I will not let this go. Apollo finally couldn't stand it, standing between Lord Thor and Hades and saying, Hey, this is getting ridiculous. Stop it. Lord Thor didn't listen to Apollo, yelling towards Hades who was turning away. Where are you going? Hades' face turned away in disgust. He snorted, ignoring Lord Thor. The butt of the trident slammed hard onto the floor. Poseidon plunged his trident into the ground, standing in front of you Damdiok to protect him. He said loudly, Enough, Hades, do you only stop when blood is shed? Poseidon's voice rose sharply. Hades' voice became colder and gloomier. A dark magic power enveloped him as he spoke. How troublesome. If all of you wish to die like this, I will grant your wish. As the sun was obscured by the moon, the entire sky turned blood red. Hades' dark magic power enveloped the mountain and the peak of Olympus. It was so gloomy that others looked at it in fear. Dark shadows rushed towards you Damdiok like moths to a flame. He was still stunned and couldn't react in time. There were many screams and loud voices around. Poseidon was also attacked. That magic power enveloped his body as if to devour him, making him exclaim, That madman! You Damdiok was terrified, surrounded by Hades' magic power. He thought to himself, Damn it! I didn't expect things to go this far. Hades' face contorted, his voice icy as he said, Die, you scoundrel! Everything was in chaos when suddenly someone approached, surrounded by lightning. He spoke up. What's going on here? The one who arrived was Zeus, the host of the banquet. Wherever he walked, golden lightning appeared, overpowering even Hades' magic power. Zeus calmly walked to where Damdiok was standing. Zeus frowned and said, I invited everyone here for a feast, so why are you fighting? Why does the underworld dare to climb to the peak of Olympus? This is a celebration, not a funeral. Hades' face remained cold, still with a hint of gloom, as he spoke. You misunderstand Zeus. Damdiok's face became confused as he no longer saw Hades' magic power since Zeus appeared. He thought to himself, Hades' power vanished instantly. What kind of god? Zeus stood in front of Hades, questioning. Misunderstand what? Does your wife know you're up here? Hades spoke up to explain. Someone stole something from the underworld. I'm just doing my job. Zeus was a little bewildered when he heard Hades say he was robbed. Huh? What do you mean you were robbed, almighty Hades? Seeing you so agitated, it must be something precious, right? Hades gritted his teeth, tense. Finally, Hades admitted what was stolen. It's Cerberus. Hades continued. The hellhound guarding the underworld has been stolen. Hades' next words made the gods who had previously protected Damdiok gape in astonishment at that low-ranking god. His words made the gods standing behind Zeus gape and look at Damdiok. Damdiok also stared blankly, mouth agape. At Hades, he thought to himself, Ah, how can it be stolen? I summoned it and sent it right back home. Zeus, at some point, had appeared in front of Damdiok. He asked, This kid? I'm thinking, what kind of god are you? Damdiok was still dazed and replied, Yes? Zeus calmly asked again, What do you represent? Your responsibility. I am the sword god. Damdiok's answer surprised Zeus a little. He asked again, Sword? Sword god? How strange. You seem quite versatile. Zeus's words once again made Damdiok a little confused. Zeus stood up straight, evaluating Damdiok. But looking at you, I already know you're a low-ranking god. Zeus frowned slightly, speaking with a skeptical tone. That's why I find it strange. Even Cerberus growls at me. How did you make it like you? Damdiok could only give a forced laugh and say, Well, Damdiok honestly explained the events related to Cerberus. How he led and restrained Cerberus. How he discovered Cerberus's collar inside a pillar at the entrance to the underworld. The system had informed him of the collar's function. A collar Hades used to train Cerberus. When used, Cerberus will obey your commands. Under Damdiok's bewildered and confused gaze, Zeus held his stomach and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! How interesting! How can a mere low-ranking god cause so much trouble? He was a little surprised, thinking to himself, his reaction is better than I expected. If he helps, the misunderstanding between me and Hades might be resolved. He suddenly became a little interested. So, to resolve this matter, how about the two of you have a duel? Damdiok was so surprised his mouth fell open. He could only utter a desperate huh. The blond man next to him was a little worried. Zeus, that's ridiculous. A duel between a low-ranking god and a high-ranking god. He replied indifferently. Then fight without using divine power. Does anyone have any objections? After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the words. Today's banquet has been ruined by these two. They must take responsibility. The blond man tried to call him back in vain. Wait, Udamdiok was still in shock. His voice trembled slightly. A duel? Beside him were the two gods, Thor and Poseidon. Both were helpless against Zeus's erratic temper. They could only pat his shoulder to reassure him. Hades subtly gritted his teeth. Yes. Then, he turned around, coldly uttering a threat. It seems your death day isn't today. Try to live as long as you can. Udamdiok became even more worried, sweat pouring down him. He wondered, does the shop sell a skill for enduring being beaten? Yusoyun now stepped out from the crowd, frowning. It seems you couldn't resolve things here. I told you you'd be in danger. The two walked towards the exit. Udamdiok asked her. That's true, what now? Yusoyun replied, her attitude somewhat indifferent. What do you mean, what now? We go fight. Udamdiok was slightly annoyed. Hey, you talk as if this has nothing to do with you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you planning to train? I will help you. It turned out to be the Greek god Hephaestus. At this moment, he was smiling at Udamdiok. Come to Ares' arena. I'll train with you. At Ares' arena, sunlight filled every corner, enhancing its wild and magnificent beauty. Hephaestus introduced as he walked. This is Ares' training ground. You'll train here for the next few months. The three walked and chatted happily. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Udamdiok was very happy. Thank you, sir. I didn't expect you to help me. Hephaestus smiled and gave him a thumbs up. No need to thank me. We are comrades. Udamdiok was somewhat speechless but didn't dare to say it aloud. He could only think to himself. I didn't expect the greatest hero of Greek mythology to be so obsessed with his armor, calling me a comrade just because I wear armor similar to his. A rather loud sound echoed from afar, catching his attention. Udamdiok looked towards the source of the sound, where two people, a man and a woman, were fighting fiercely. He wondered. Someone's fighting, who could it be? He secretly marveled. They're fighting so intensely, and it looks very artistic too. Suddenly the blond man fell to the ground with a thud. His face was unwilling. Damn it, I let my guard down too much. The victory hasn't been decided yet. Purple-haired girl pointed her sword at him, gloating. Who told you to let your guard down? If this were a real fight, you'd have died 100 times already. Let's call it a draw, I'm being very kind. Then don't point your sword at my face anymore. Udamdiok was a little confused. Looking at their skills, they didn't seem like ordinary gods. But they weren't at the banquet, so they probably aren't that strong. Suddenly Hephaestus appeared from nowhere, yelling, Ares, did you lose to Athena again? Udamdiok looked at the two bickering endlessly in front of him, too surprised to speak. What? They are Ares and Athena? They are among the 12 Olympian gods and even have war in their titles. Yusoyun beside him was calmer. Meeting such skilled fighters is very beneficial for you. He said nothing, just silently watched Ares, who was holding Hephaestus in a headlock, slightly annoyed. You came at just the right time. Let's see who's stronger this time. Ares' arm strength seemed quite powerful, making Hephaestus immediately cry out, Ah, wait. He repeatedly patted the strong arm clamped tightly around his neck. Let me go, I want to introduce this person to you. Ares now noticed Udamdiok and Yusoyun, frowning slightly. Introduce? Are those two standing over there? Hephaestus rubbed his neck, explaining to him. That's right, because you two have been fighting since morning, you probably haven't heard about the banquet. This is definitely going to be the biggest buzz among the gods for the next few days. Hephaestus excitedly recounted. Today the banquet turned into a marketplace, and one of those two has to fight Hades. Athena and Ares were a little surprised, asking in unison. Fight Hades? Who? Ares now began to carefully assess the two. The girl seemed stronger in terms of skill and power. But that boy, he's strange. I've never seen an energy source like this before. He smirked. Good. I also need someone to train with. He reached for his sword, gripping it tightly, making his muscles bulge. The only way to know someone's strength is to fight them one-on-one. His expression at this moment was very frightening. The tip of his sword pointed directly at Udamdiok and Yusoyun, who were standing there as he sneered. I'll know who's stronger soon enough, only the stronger one gets to train here. Yusoyun reached out and pushed Udamdiok, who was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. He turned his head and asked her, Hey, why did he say only one person gets to train? Yusoyun's face was expressionless. Because I'm returning to Korea. They said they need someone to handle some gates or dungeons or something. Udamdiok reluctantly. Yeah, no choice then. Ares, of course, didn't wait, stepping directly in front of him. So it's you? You have an interesting energy source. He carried a very dense killing aura, making one feel suffocated. He tilted his head, looking at him. Ready? Athena stood behind, slightly curious. But why do you have to fight Uncle Hades? Ares didn't let him answer, cutting him off. That's not important. Given Uncle Hades's erratic personality, it's only natural for him to fight people. As he spoke, he shot forward, kicking up scattered rocks from beneath his feet. But he lunged straight towards him like an arrow. If you want to survive that fight, you'll have to give it your all, understand? With just one strike from him, the heavens and earth seemed to shake, and fragments and rocks were sent flying into the sky. An overwhelming power. In that chaos, Damdiok's figure could no longer be seen. Hephaestus, standing to the side, felt a bit helpless. Ah, it's like this again. Athena's face showed distaste. Honestly, sometimes I don't know if Ares's mind is simple or just stupid. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing the unpleasant scene more clearly. Damdiok was pushed back. The wall behind him cracked open. He couldn't stand firm, only able to kneel on one leg to brace himself. Ares was quite surprised. Humph, at least you're still enduring. Ares began to show some interest. The killing intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Now then. He didn't want to waste words, rushing towards him like a gust of wind, shouting loudly, "Show me your swordsmanship skills." His sword struck down blow after blow, each strike like a divine punishment, too fast and strong, difficult for the naked eye to follow, making him struggle just to parry. Although he was muscular, his movements were very fluid. Seeing him struggle like that greatly amused him. "What are you doing? Are you just going to keep defending like this?" Damdiok was very angry at this moment. He seized the opportunity and rushed towards him. He put all his strength into the attack. A swift and decisive sword strike slashed towards him. Athena was slightly surprised. Oh, he's fighting back. For a low-ranking god, it's not bad at all. Well, even if he has skills. He looked towards the two of them, assessing them. There was a significant disparity in both their strength and speed. A low-ranking god fighting a high-ranking god like that, it was too obvious. Ares's gaze towards him had changed slightly. He flashed a slightly terrifying smile. Interesting. Like a wild beast. He again shot towards him like an arrow, shouting loudly, "Keep going. Continue to entertain me." As expected, with just one blow from him, he was sent flying far away. He retreated in fear, looking at him. "I give up. The disparity is too great. I can't endure it." But Ares at this moment was like a wild beast. Having lost all reason, he growled, "There's no such word as give up in my dictionary. Charge." Athena had been observing the two of them all this time. She was quite surprised by Damdiok. He's lasted for over an hour. Beyond my expectations. Hephaestus also stood beside her. "That's right, but should we intervene? Ares seems to be getting a bit too engrossed in the fight." "No. Just keep watching." She carefully assessed Damdiok, her gaze slightly unusual. Clearly something was changing. Hephaestus didn't pay much attention. It's just Ares going easy on him. That's right. There's no way a low-ranking god could block Ares's sword. Battlefield here seemed quite fierce. The clanging of metal created a rather piercing sound. Unlike what the two people observing idly thought, Ares seemed to be having difficulty. Damn it. How is this happening? The longer we fight, the more this guy learns how to block my attacks. He learns that fast? No way. Ares angrily shouted, "You brat! You're good at hiding your skills." In an instant, Ares's sword was broken in half by him. The strike was too fast and precise. Everyone was stunned by the sight before their eyes, especially Ares, his eyes wide open, but still couldn't believe that he had just been defeated by a low-ranking god. Damdiok, on the other hand, didn't show much surprise, only let out a soft, long breath. Ares rushed at Damdiok very quickly with his sword in hand. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Damdiok thought, thanks to my swordsmanship talent, I understood Ares's skills very quickly. Now I can block his attacks. Damdiok, with a serious expression, rushed at Ares with great speed, causing smoke to fly. You might not understand because you're used to buying legendary skills and items that can be used immediately from the god shop, the true value of talent. The space suddenly became quiet. Ares and Damdiok turned their backs to each other. Ares's sword was broken. He frowned, both startled and angry, exclaiming, "You broke my sword! Have you been hiding your skills all this time?" Ares angrily raised his fist from behind Damdiok, roaring, "If that's how it is, then let's play. Let's see where this goes." With high speed, dust flew everywhere. Suddenly, a hand blocked Ares's punch. Athena stood in front of Damdiok, her face cold. "Ares, that's enough." She, with an icy expression and sharp gaze, then spoke, "Calm down. This is just a petty sparring match." Ares was very displeased that someone intervened in the match and made him stop. He gritted his teeth, grunted, but still complied. Athena looked at Damdiok with satisfaction. "Sword god, your swordsmanship ability truly surpasses ordinary people. Damdiok was sweating profusely, his face helpless. It's not that special, ma'am. Ares didn't even use his divine power, and I was still pushed back. He looked at his hand, thinking seriously. I've only been fighting for a while, and my swordsmanship has already reached a new level. If I can learn from them, then fighting Hades is entirely possible. Damdiok pursed his lips, clenching his fists. He resolved that he absolutely had to learn. He looked at Athena and Ares. Lord Ares, Lady Athena, I have a request. Both of them instinctively turned their heads towards him, listening. With a serious and determined expression, Damdiok said, Please teach me your swordsmanship. Athena's eyes narrowed. Why are you suddenly saying that? Damdiok bowed 90 degrees sincerely. Yes, it is a bit abrupt, but I hope you will agree, no matter the cost. Athena was serious. You yourself know Ares wasn't fighting you with his full power. She seemed to see the determination in his eyes, but the disparity in strength, instead of making him falter, stimulated him. I know why Uncle Hades hates you now. Though Athena was very interested in this stubborn person, she still used Ares as an excuse. I'm also getting a bit bored training with Ares every day. Since you've declared so boldly, don't give up too soon. Okay? Because we are gods of war after all. Don't expect us to go easy on you. Ares, standing beside her, also looked at him seriously. Dust flew everywhere, forming a vortex. Stone soldiers rushed at Damdiok. He cut them with his sword, causing the stone figures to shatter into various large and small pieces. Ares shouted, Hey, rookie, you only have 1 minute left. If you don't defeat them all, they'll revive. Hurry up. Damdiok tried his best, his face starting to show worry and sweat. Damn it. There are too many. I've used up all my divine power. The stone figures began to rush at Damdiok more fiercely, increasing in number. Damdiok's sword hilt began to glow with fire. He swiftly and agilely cut through all the giant stone figures. Ares frowned, his face serious, as fragments of the stone figures flew around him. The broken stone fragments fell at Ares's feet. He exclaimed, What? Ares frowned seriously, his eyes seemingly surprised. Magic. Who exactly are you? Damdiok's face showed surprise, sweating. Huh? What do you mean, sir? I'm just an ordinary god. Ares grabbed Damdiok by the collar with a serious expression. Damdiok's face was panicked and sweating profusely. Ares shouted, What kind of god uses ancient energy? Are you Typhus? Damdiok replied, Huh? Wait, who's that? You've misunderstood. Athena, with a calm expression, said, Calm down, Ares. Why are you getting so worked up? She stood between the two of them, looking at Ares. There's no rule that gods aren't allowed to use magic. It was the gods themselves who granted magic to humanity. Ares angrily shouted, Stop it, Athena! No god uses magic instead of divine power. Only that Typhus uses such useless magic. Damdiok's face was serious as he looked at the two. All right, then I just need to prove I'm not Typhus, right? Damdiok smirked, raising his thumb. A small, circular source of light emitted. No matter how well one hides, only a true god can do this. God's call, summon priest. From the circular light in the sky, 2 people descended. A short-haired boy with blue hair and a long-haired girl with blonde-white hair wearing a uniform. Damdiok pointed at the 2 of them. Summon priest. Is this enough? You too. Ares frowned slightly, asking Damdiok. The 2 people looked at him with confused expressions. Athena elbowed Ares, glaring. See? I told you. You always overreact. Apologize to him. Ares's eyes rolled. He frowned and sweated. Humph, my fault. It's just that Typhus is a very cunning fellow. The blonde-haired priestess angrily shouted at Damdiok. Hey, you haven't cured me yet, have you? You told me if I became your priest, you'd cure my illness. But I see you're just using me to work for you. She snapped. You scammer. When are you going to cure me? Damdiok was helpless. I know. Calm down already. There are very powerful gods here. She grabbed his collar and shouted, Calm down. Calm down, please. Someone stop her. Hephaestus stroked his chin, delighted. Oh, a god who's as close to his priest as a friend. How novel. Damdiok, helpless and slightly annoyed, shouted, How are we friends? Athena smiled. You should have told us you had a priest. A priest's power also represents a part of a god's strength. She laughed. We can also train them. The results will multiply. Ares grinned slyly, tilting his head. That's right. Now you have 3 people. So, increasing the number of monsters 3-fold is fine. What? Their tactical strength also increases. At least increase the monsters by 5 times. Sarone was surprised, breaking out in a cold sweat. She turned her head. Her voice panicked. Monsters. Durium too. Why do I feel like something's wrong? He continued, Who are these people? Damdiok was sweating profusely, his voice anxious. Oh, come on. What's going on? Hey, you too. Athena snapped her fingers. Now then. Red-eyed stone monsters surrounded the three of them. Athena cheerfully said, Good luck surviving. Someone shouted an expletive. What the FCK? My clothes are torn. A month passed. They struggled with the harsh training meticulously designed by Ares, Athena, and Hephaestus. The sky was clear, and golden sunlight shone down. A girl walked over. It's time. Yu So-yoon, with a calm expression, walked over, her hands clasped behind her back. The battle with Hades. Damdiok stood atop a pile of stacked stones. She looked at him, and, Do you think you can win? His face was full of confidence, a smirk on his lips. Don't worry, there's no way I can lose. In a large arena covered in sand, surrounded by high white walls, many people were cheering and shouting enthusiastically. The bustling scene above was completely separate from the tense area below, where Damdiok, Hades, and a peculiar green-haired angel with a cloth covering both eyes stood between the two. Hades, with his hands in his pockets, spoke in a mocking tone. So you dared to stay and not run away. If you hadn't come today, I would have hunted you across all worlds. But since you had the guts to appear, I shall grant you a peaceful death. Damdiok heard this, only looked at him, then remained silent. The angel in the middle spread her wings, flying a short distance above the ground, then said, Now, I, Nai, declare the commencement of the holy war between two gods. Nai smiled and said, Divine power must not be used in this battle. As she raised her hand, she summoned a laurel wreath emitting a dazzling golden aura. That laurel wreath will seal your divine power. This battle will only end when one of you falls. As she spoke, an identical laurel wreath appeared above both Damdiok and Hades. Both of them stared at their opponent with serious expressions. Damdiok already held his sword, ready to rush into battle. Hades also relaxed his hands, preparing for the fight. Now then, good luck. Nai's words seemed to signal the start of the battle. As soon as she finished speaking, Damdiok took a stance, activated his wind glide skill, then charged straight towards Hades's torso. He swung his sword, cleanly cutting a line across his body without any wasted movements. After landing, Damdiok caused sand and dust to fly everywhere in the arena. Damdiok glanced back slightly, thinking, Ares' training is paying off. My swordsmanship skill is now a rank or even higher, even against Hades. Before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly echoed behind Damdiok. You're quite entertaining. He was startled, his eyes wide open. Damdiok was hit with a cut on his neck before he could dodge. Damdiok clutched his neck tightly to stop the bleeding. Hades was already standing there. He said, Is that all you've got? You call yourself a sword god with skills like these? Hades smiled mockingly. Now I shall send you straight to hell. After that, the two of them began to fight fiercely. The spectators in the stands began to argue. A long-haired man with blue hair looked worried and said, Oh dear, that boy is finished. Well, at least his opening was quite impressive. The person next to him replied, Of course, a low-ranking god can't fight a high-ranking god. Well, even though he looks like that, he won't lose. Ares suddenly appeared from nowhere, startling the two people who had been discussing. They turned around and said, Ares, why have you come to watch this boring match? That one is my personal disciple. Of course I have to come and watch. Ares replied calmly. Everyone around was surprised. Disciple? Ares, the arrogant one, took a disciple. He watched the match and said, What comes will come. Basically, I'm curious to see how he'll learn in this battle. Below in the arena, Damdiok was still seriously dodging Hades's attacks. Thought, I've grown accustomed to Hades's movements, but something's not right. A feeling I can't describe. Are you already despairing? Hades's shout cut off Damdiok's thoughts. He continued to shout, Die! Then he leaped towards him. Damdiok simply dodged his attack and continued to ponder. The movements I saw during training were even more intense than this. Damdiok simply dodged his attack and continued to reflect. The movements he saw during training were far more than this. His eyes lit up. Damdiok began to recall, outwardly appearing to use various sword techniques, but the sword's tip. Skill. Invisible sword activated. This skill made Damdiok's sword trace a gracefully winding path, slashing through Hades. He was struck, letting out a grunt, then collapsed to the ground. The entire audience, witnessing Damdiok's victory, looked at each other in surprise. Afterwards, everyone excitedly cheered loudly, while Damdiok let out a long sigh of relief. Appeared from somewhere onto the arena floor, laughing cheerfully. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've felt this happy. He extended his hand, inviting Udamdiok. Next time I host a feast, I'll definitely invite you. We'll have fun then. Udamdiok politely replied, Thank you, sir. But internally, he was thrilled. Last time I came here to serve, but this time I get to attend as a god. So cool. Hades' shout echoed. Who allowed you to invite him, Rot? No low-ranking god has ever attended a feast before. At least a mid-ranking god is required. Rot replied to Hades. Don't cling to those outdated rules anymore, brother. Hades continued to yell. What about our oath on the river Styx? Are you going to break it? Hearing that, Rot awkwardly said, Ahem, indeed. An unfortunate occasion. Hades, hearing the satisfactory answer, smirked with contentment. A notification window suddenly appeared before Udamdiok. Congratulations, your name has become known to the gods of Olympus. Udamdiok finished reading and chuckled in surprise. Huh! In a spacious hall. The upper area was adorned with many vibrant, colorful flags. A lavish feast was underway, with food and drinks on exquisite long white tables. All the dishes on the tables looked sparkling and delicious. Everyone around was talking loudly. Many people gathered in groups, chatting animatedly. Udamdiok stood with his hands propped up in front of a spilled wine glass on the table. He raised a hand to his head and said, I drank too much wine. His face looked tired. Suddenly from behind a pillar, a girl with long golden hair and large round red eyes peeked out, smiling as she called, Manager Udamdiok. He curiously glanced behind him. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The girl ran out, gently sweeping her hair back as she walked and smiled. Udamdiok was surprised. Lady Persephone. I watched the match. You've gotten much stronger since we last met. Persephone walked in front of Udamdiok, clapping her hands together and smiling. Udamdiok awkwardly said, you watched. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble. Udamdiok said apologetically. Oh my, it's nothing. Persephone smiled. I actually found it quite amusing. You wouldn't believe how many times I've told my husband to fix his temper. But he never listens. Humph. Persephone pouted. She suddenly bent down, picked up a wooden box and said, Oh right, take this. It's a gift from my mother. The golden apple. Then Persephone opened the box. Inside was a golden apple emitting a sparkling light. She said all her hundreds of years of pent-up frustration vanished in an instant. She praised you so much her throat went hoarse. Ah ha ha. Udamdiok chuckled awkwardly. But this gift is too precious. I have to go now, goodbye. Persephone said. Yes, goodbye, lady. Udamdiok replied. Seems you're really enjoying the feast. A foot stepped forward. Udamdiok turned around and said, you So-yoon. You came at just the right time. This morning I saw a part-time job listing. Let's go work right away. So-yoon tilted her head slightly, asking curiously, Why leave? You're a special guest at this feast. Why not try asking some people here how to cure Adele Saron's mana deficiency? She continued to ask. Udamdiok smiled faintly. I originally intended to, but the situation has changed. Udamdiok held up the golden apple for her to see. So-yoon gasped in surprise, asking, The golden apple? Where did you get that? Then Udamdiok loudly called out to Adele Saron in front. Hey, Adele Saron! Adele Saron. Adele Saron, who was drinking wine, subtly turned to look behind her, and a summoning circle appeared above her head. Afterwards, she was summoned by Udamdiok to his side. Adele Saron cried out in alarm. She angrily cursed at Udamdiok. You crazy lunatic, you scared the life out of me. I'm right in front of you. Why bother with that summoning trick? Here. Udamdiok unexpectedly shoved the entire golden apple into Adele Saron's mouth while she was still scolding him. She flinched. You crazy idiot. Mid-sentence, Adele Saron paused. She chewed on the apple in her mouth and asked, What is this? A notification window appeared. Your priest, Adele Saron, has been affected by the golden apple. Her mana scarcity has been cured. I feel a warm and gentle energy flowing through me. What is this strange sensation? Adele Saron asked curiously. Udamdiok chuckled, explaining, That's the feeling of mana circulating. Congratulations on your recovery, Archmage Adele Saron. Udamdiok said to Adele Saron, who stood before him with a surprised expression. In Adele Saron's hand was a small white orb, no bigger than a marble. A miraculous red light enveloped her hand. Adele Saron stared blankly at the orb in her hand, as if seeing it for the first time. So this is mana. While she was curiously examining the mana orb in her hand, Udamdiok beside her gently smiled and said, How do you feel? The mana orb sparkled in Adele Saron's hands, so small that she held it carefully, so beautiful. Adele Saron clasped the mana orb to her chest with an incredibly satisfied expression. whispering, "My whole life, I've yearned to see this tiny light in my hands. What the heavens? The little one is so moved she's tearing up." Adele Cerrone gazed at Udamdiok, smiling and speaking, her hand still clutching the mana orb to her chest. "My lifelong dream has just come true. I have nothing to repay you with. But you." Yu So-yoon stood between the two, her expression unchanged. Her face was like, "What kind of unsightly spectacle are you two putting on?" She coldly said, "Let's not say such things for now." She closed her eyes, not bothering to care, but her mouth didn't stop, making Udamdiok beside her look utterly dumbfounded. "The golden apple only opened your mana channels. It'll be a long time before you become a true archmage. The truth is, you're still useless right now." Yu So-yoon continued to speak harshly to the little Adele Cerrone. "I know you're happy, but you should focus on developing your skills first. There's no time to waste." Udamdiok was like, "What the hell you mean?" He spoke up in Adele Cerrone's defense. "How can you be so cold? Are you intentionally trying to discourage her?" Hearing that, Adele Cerrone could only look crestfallen, not daring to protest. "No, she's right." Yu So-yoon continued. "Even so, she looks like an alpha girl, you can tell who's boss." Yu So-yoon looked at Adele Cerrone with a cold, indifferent gaze, gently stroking her head. Seeing this, Adele Cerrone was slightly surprised. Yu So-yoon gently praised, "But I think it's very commendable that you can channel mana as soon as you feel it. Well done." Adele Cerrone was delighted, exclaiming loudly, "Oh really? Thank you, big sister." Hearing that, Yu So-yoon paused slightly and asked back, "Called me what?" I mean, you're as kind as family. I have a lot to learn from you." Udamdiok, standing nearby, could only force a smile. Honestly, sometimes it's hard to hate her. He looked at the two beautiful girls, one dominant and one submissive, chatting animatedly together, thinking, "She really is a strange girl. There are times I can't believe she's my age. How should I put it? She has a very mysterious aura." After his silly thoughts, Udamdiok chuckled and urged everyone to get moving. "All right, we're done here, so we should go, shouldn't we?" Adele Cerrone stood next to the Kid Park Urium, listening to Udamdiok say, "Adele Cerrone, you should return to your world and start learning real magic. We have a new part-time job to deal with." The Kid Park Urium, with his hands behind his head, asked hesitantly, "A new part-time job where?" Udamdiok chuckled faintly as if struck by the wind. "The underworld." The system window appeared. Daily recruitment for the Underworld Forge. Recruiter, Demon God Rukapen. Divine power, over 100,000. Information, just follow instructions. Work hours, 1 day until the forge closes. Salary, random, demonic authority. Note from the boss. The wretched angel scouts will be ground to dust in the underworld grinder. Below Park Urium's feet was a sealed-off area. Many people stood around watching or doing something unknown. Within the fenced-off area was a crack in the ground. The crack emitted a strange pink light, seemingly a gate. Udamdiok had donned his divine armor, ready for battle at any moment. The Kid Park Urium quickly stood in front to scout. Below is a mysterious gate leading to another dimension, I guess. Udamdiok's face looked a little worried and confused. Strange, normally the system teleports workers directly to the job site. But it seems the underworld is an exception. The system works well with other worlds, so why not with the underworld? The system only gives us some directions. TSK, the ground below the gate showed signs of a larger crack. The shaking and the crack grew larger because of it. The ropes wrapped around the fence were also broken. Some guy was also blown backwards. A man in a suit and tie was urgently reporting the incident to someone via his earpiece. "Red alert! Headquarters! Red alert! A medium-sized gate has suddenly turned into a large one." He rushed along the road as if in an extremely dangerous situation, yelling, "Help me!" A trail of smoke was left on the road. Udamdiok descended from above, sword in hand. The man below looked up in panic. He lay flat on the road, his face like, "What do you want, you bastard?" Udamdiok walked past with his cloak fluttering dramatically in the wind. He smiled like a CEO who had just rescued a handsome man. "Are you all right? Get out of here quickly." Seeing that the danger was gone, the man on the ground quickly said, "Thank you." Before Udamdiok was the mysterious gate. It seemed to invite him in. Udamdiok pondered for a moment. "So, I have to go through this gate to reach the underworld?" Behind him were Yu So-yoon and Park Urium, looking cool and aloof. Udamdiok extended his hand into the gate first. "Try to pass through without any casualties." Oh, the system displayed a notification. "You have entered the gate." The three had just passed through the junction leading to the underworld. Before them was a dark and desolate space. Not a single ray of sunlight. Oh, the system again displayed a notification. You have reached your destination. Udamdiok observed the scene before him, falling into contemplation. The destination leads to the underworld, which means these gates are connected to the underworld. So, the forgotten gods might not simply be inside the gates, but rather in the underworld. The scene was desolate and ruined, the space covered by eerie purple clouds, sharp mountains like giant thorns piercing up from the ground. SK. Something appeared behind Udamdiok. Disgusting as hell, it was opening its enormous mouth with sharp fangs, lunging towards Udamdiok. Unfortunately, the underworld's welcoming act for Udamdiok was quite weak. With just a few slashes, Yu So-yoon had cut the monster's body into pieces. Only then did Damdiok realize the monster's appearance. Beautiful Yu So-yoon, holding her blade firmly, reminded the oblivious Udamdiok without changing her expression. Don't get distracted. Clear this gate first. Suddenly, 3 more monsters, identical to the previous one, appeared before Udamdiok. Each opened its mouth, demanding to devour the handsome man before them, making him flinch slightly. But this time they unfortunately caught his eye. Udamdiok looked at them resolutely, smiling confidently and preparing to act. But he still had to grumble a bit. That's right, put those useless thoughts aside for now. Deal with these problems first. A moment later, the corpses of the monsters lay scattered at his feet, weaklings who had been too arrogant now dying like flies. Their blood splattered onto his shoes. Udamdiok stood amidst the pile of monster corpses, cheering himself and his teammates. Great! We've sent all those monsters packing. Udamdiok continued coldly. Now there's only one thing left. He looked up. It's a giant shield. No, a massive barrier is more accurate. It looks like it's made of magic, so it's incredibly sturdy. Udamdiok murmured. The barrier on the other side of this gate. He reached out and touched the barrier. This is quite interesting. Every gate I've been to has this barrier. From his fingertip, an orange-yellow light of fire gradually gleamed, and Udamdiok's face smiled like an eccentric, but his eyes were filled with confidence. Not long ago, I didn't even have enough power to approach this barrier. Suddenly, his hand created a fireball that pressed against the barrier, and the flame began to spread forward. The man next to him still looked majestic, and he excitedly shouted, "But now is the time to lift the curtain." Yu So-yoon's face suddenly turned heavy, as if she was constipated, and she stammered anxiously, I have a bad feeling. It's best if we turn back. Jinwoo heard that but didn't care. He scoffed in protest. What? But we've come all this way. How long do we have to wait for a chance to gain demonic power? Heian was still scared. The underworld is a place where countless demons and beasts roam. The 3 stood amidst the eerie wilderness, chatting animatedly. Look around. There's nothing here. Do you know what that means? It means this is the territory of someone much higher on the food chain. She continued, something no one would dare. Before she could finish, Heian and Jinwoo suddenly noticed something behind them. Just as Heian had guessed, she turned around to check, urgently telling Jinwoo to break the gate. It's too late, Jinwoo. Destroy the gate core immediately. Suddenly, a giant glowing red eye appeared beneath Jinwoo's feet. It opened wide, glaring at him. Who dares? Jinwoo realized the danger. His face filled with terror. So scared his heart almost dropped. The monster stood up behind him, enormous and terrifyingly horrific. Its teeth were long and sharp, its body pitch black and slimy. Most frightening was the huge eye looming right in the middle of its face. It roared at Jinwoo, who stood there, his face darkened with fear. D. Yu So-yoon shouted in panic. Go now, Udamdiok. Suddenly, the monster lunged its horrific, tooth-filled head into the ground, right where Udamdiok had been. The impact was thunderous, sending debris flying. Udamdiok was lost in another world. Beneath his feet, fragments were floating up, revealing a spatial abyss below. Before his eyes was an incredibly mystical starry sky. He looked around in confusion. Where is this? I was just being attacked in hell. Udamdiok suddenly noticed something behind him. 2 children were running past him hand in hand. A long-haired girl rushed by, followed by a boy. This way, hurry! Udamdiok watched the children's backs and thought, who are those kids? They might know where this is. He hurriedly tried to chase them, reaching out his hand to call them back. Wait! Unluckily for him, Udamdiok's foot slipped into an empty gap between the fragments. His entire body fell into a freefall. Blue-black smoke from below began to envelop him. Udamdiok suddenly lost sight in one eye. He landed softly, but this place was entirely different from the previous dimension. Everything was dark and shrouded in thick smoke. The dark energy around him hadn't dissipated yet. Before him was a very strange place. Udamdiok felt dizzy, talking to himself. What? Where am I? What's wrong with this world? Suddenly, his foot stepped on something on the ground. Thinking he'd bumped into someone, he casually said, "Oh, sorry." He probably hadn't noticed the corpse beneath him yet. Then Udamdiok realized it. His eyes widened in shock. The corpse looked exactly like him, lying in a pool of blood. Udamdiok looked at the shirt and found it strangely familiar. This shirt looked so familiar. In the distance, Ju So-yoon was approaching. She had some blood on her, but luckily she wasn't lying in a pool like the other guy. Udamdiok was still in deep shock as he realized something about the corpse. No, it can't be. No way. Ju So-yoon walked past Udamdiok, calling his name in a daze. Udamdiok. She knelt down and slowly lifted the corpse in front of Udamdiok. She kept apologizing.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Seeing this, Udamdiok was terrified. He frantically called out to her, reaching out to touch her shoulder.
Ju-son, Ju-son.
I'm right here. That's not me. His hand touched Ju So-yoon's shoulder. He kept shouting, not understanding what was happening. Where is this? What's going on? Suddenly, he was teleported back to the fragment dimension. His face went blank, thinking, what the hell? Oh God. What was Udamdiok seeing that made him so panicked? He looked around frantically, his face unable to hide his fear. The fragments from below gradually detached and floated up. Each fragment showed an image of him being pierced by 3 swords from behind. His blood-covered face also appeared on the fragments. Even Ju So-yoon was there, sitting next to him and crying. Udamdiok was extremely shocked. He stammered breathlessly, "Hey, what is this?" "You see it now." His face contorted. He screamed because he didn't understand. What on earth is happening? The fragments kept floating up slowly, more and more of them. Udamdiok could only shout helplessly from below, "Stop it!" Boom! Udamdiok opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. He sat up abruptly, coughing violently. Ju So-yoon, sitting nearby, asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Ju So-yoon watched from behind as Udamdiok remained indifferent to her concern. His face was blank. "Yeah, I am fine. Let me rest for a bit." Suddenly, Udamdiok stood up and indicated he wanted to talk to Ju So-yoon. "Ju So-yoon, I have something to tell you." Strangely, the barrier had restored itself to its original state. Ju So-yoon didn't care and turned her back to him. Udamdiok didn't care either and spoke anyway. "I saw you in my dream, Ju So-yoon." He continued, "Are you sure this is the first time we've met?" Hearing this, Ju So-yoon narrowed her eyes, thinking he might have regained some memories. The image of Udamdiok's encounter with the monster flashed through her mind. It was definitely because of our clash with that demon Asmodeus, one of the 72 great demons of hell and a sword king. Udamdiok shouted anxiously as she remained silent. "Hey, say something." Ju So-yoon ignored him, thinking about Udamdiok's 1,000 reincarnations. He had been killed by that demon 1,000 times. It's no wonder his memories are a mess after being attacked. She coldly replied, "I have nothing to say." Udamdiok grew impatient. "What do you mean? Just answer my question." Ju So-yoon remained tight-lipped. "I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything." She worriedly thought about the demon's eyes, the abyssal eyes, as long as they were still staring at them. Udamdiok seemed to give up. She said some meaningless words again. "I only want what's best for you." That phrase again. Udamdiok's face tightened. He didn't understand, but he thought, goodwill doesn't always mean telling the truth. It's probably a white lie, but she doesn't mean any harm. So, fine, I won't ask anymore. You must have your reasons. His words made Ju So-yoon turn back in surprise. Seeing her expression, Udamdiok asked blankly, "What? Are you surprised I'm letting it go so easily?" Ju So-yoon returned to her emotionless state. "Yes, a little." Udamdiok closed his eyes. "Well, it would be a lie to say I don't want to know what you're hiding. But one thing is certain in my dreams, the present, and likely the future." Udamdiok flirted with Ju So-yoon, his face expressionless. "Ju So-yoon, you'll always be by my side, right?" Ju So-yoon still showed no emotion. "Right?" The system window popped up. "The target has goodwill toward you." Boundary shield was still there. They changed the subject. "All right, now what?" "It'll take a lot of power to defeat the Guardian." Ju So-yoon fell into deep thought. "Should we go back to hell?" "No, we can't. Asmodeus is likely still there." Udamdiok shouted irritably when she knew the monster's name. "Hey, how do you know his name? You've met him before, haven't you? You should have warned us." Ju So-yoon remained robotic. She calmly replied, "I didn't know he would appear here. I couldn't." She thought, "Because we always meet him after you become a high-ranking god." Udamdiok grumbled. "Fine, whatever. From now on, we can't rely entirely on your foresight. We need another way." Back in the modern city, the sky was clear and blue. The camera was rolling. Someone shouted loudly. Cut. Udamdiok was on a film set, seemingly working as an actor. A red-haired man, likely the director, shouted, "Come on, Udamdiok, stick to the script." The director looked frustrated. Udamdiok just smiled. The director screamed, "The shield from Midas. The one that blocked the Beastar attack. It's right here in the script." Udamdiok casually replied, "But I did exactly what was written." The mannequin had a massive hole in it. The director kept yelling, "This isn't the script. Don't you see that hole? If that were a person, they'd be dead. We're trying to advertise Midas's special equipment." The director waved the script around, practically begging Udamdiok, "Don't overdo it. Just be gentle." "Got it." Udamdiok looked provocative. He replied mockingly, "Oh dear, I won't do that. Wouldn't that be fraud?" The director's face turned hideous. He said, "What? Fraud? Fine, forget it. You want to show everyone reality? Fine. Don't regret it." A group of men in black entered at the director's command. "Start the action scene." They looked like thugs who only spoke with their fists. The director kept talking. "They're all 5-star hunters from Midas. Since you love reality so much, we'll film without a rehearsal." The director shouted, "Action!" Immediately, the hunters lunged toward Udamdiok. They brandished weapons, intending to teach him a lesson. Udamdiok didn't flinch. He took a light breath, a slight smile on his face, as if he didn't even need to lift a finger. A massive skyscraper stood in the middle of the area. Udamdiok thought, a fake program designed by Midas and Iris to scam rookie hunters. "I'm sorry, but I've decided to use you for my next plan." Udamdiok gave a slight, cool smile, looking like a CEO who held everything in his hands. The director's face went blank, sweat dripping down. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Cut!" Ju So-yoon appeared unexpectedly. Suddenly, reporters swarmed in to interview Udamdiok. "Hunter Udamdiok, do you think teamwork is a mandatory skill for a hunter?" He replied calmly, "No. I think a hunter's value is determined only by their individual strength." Udamdiok continued as other actors adjusted their costumes. "As you can see, no matter how good the teamwork is, a team of weak hunters will always lose to a stronger individual. That's reality." He answered with the confidence of the strong. He glanced back at the red-haired director, who was sighing in exhaustion. "If you call yourself a hunter to protect civilians, isn't getting stronger a given? Teamwork is secondary." He explained further, his face full of arrogance. "I mean, companies that advertise teamwork are useless. Only an individual independent of guilds can become strong enough to protect the country and its people." After his long explanation, the reporter left awkwardly. "Ah, haha. Thank you for sharing your clear views. Next hunter." Behind the bustling reporters, a suspicious white-haired man was on the phone. While later, as Udamdiok stepped out of the building, the stranger approached him. "That was quite an impressive interview, Hunter Udamdiok," he praised. While Udamdiok glanced at him, the white-haired man bowed politely. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Korean branch manager of Midas. Our president would like to meet you. If you don't mind, I'll take you to him." Later, at the Midas president's office, the Midas president was a foreigner with yellow hair and a yellow vest, grinning. "A pleasure to meet you, the most talked-about person lately, the only human to ever enter a gate in history." Udamdiok sat down. "Your Korean is excellent. Why did you want to see me?" The president gave a sinister smile. "I'll get straight to the point. Retract what you said in that interview." Officially, Udamdiok showed clear contempt. He thought, "Damn, this is just like the rumors. Should I do it? There are many like him in the US. Terrible hunters who don't care about the government or others. They call themselves hunters but are just degenerate punks." President added, "If you do, we'll support you with unlimited resources." Meanwhile, Udamdiok thought, as long as they offer a condition worth considering. Finally, he asked the president, "Really? You just want me to retract my words? Give me a script and I'll handle the marketing." The president smirked, thinking hunters were easy to handle. Udamdiok expressed, "I've had my eye on a weapon lately, a sword from Britain. Its name has been passed down since ancient times." The Midas president sipped his tea. "Interesting. What is this great sword's name?" He thought, "We have dozens of 5-star weapons, yet he only asks for one." Long silence followed. Udamdiok's voice rang out, "It's called Excalibur." The president spat out his tea. "What did you say?" Udamdiok laughed. "You said you'd give me anything. Am I asking for too much? Excalibur is the strongest sword on the planet, shrouded in rumors because no one has ever found or seen it. King Arthur's legendary sword." The president grimaced. "Damn, is he crazy? Or does he know we have Excalibur?"
Non. It's impossible.
This information couldn't have leaked. He's just bluffing. He hurriedly wiped his sweat. Haha. I have no idea what you're talking about. Udamdiok crossed his arms arrogantly. I'm just telling you that I know everything. My condition is Excalibur. Think it over. The president trembled. I really don't understand. What do you mean you know everything? His eyes narrowed threateningly. I'm not just talking about Excalibur. I also know the methods you used to obtain that sword. The president lost his cool, slamming his hand on the table. You're being very disrespectful. If you keep this up, you'll get nothing. Damdiok seemed flustered, withdrawing his previous gaze and behaving politely again. All right, calm down. I didn't say you had to give it to me, I just wanted to see it. 5 minutes. How about it? If you let me see it, I'll take back everything I said and promote your training program to the best of my ability. President Midas looked at him with apprehension. The president stood up and turned away. Go home. If you keep talking nonsense like that, this conversation is going nowhere. He breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at Damdiok. Ha! I almost got tricked. Even if he knows we possess that sword, I would never admit it. Then he said, I can't arrange the Excalibur matter, but if you want another weapon, just contact me. A while later, on the rooftop of a building in the middle of the city, Damdiok talked to Ju So-yoon. It didn't work. Now what? I predicted he would refuse to hand it over. There's no way he'd easily let me see a sword like Excalibur. Ju So-yoon looked at Damdiok. Excalibur? She asked. What? You want to take Excalibur? Hasn't that sword been gone for a long time? Beside her, Damdiok was laughing. I thought so too, but Thor told me something interesting at the party in Olympus. He said a group of people under the name Midas killed countless people to get a certain sword, and he's glad King Arthur didn't witness that. Ju So-yoon thought, asking directly like that, it's truly his style. He suddenly said, anyway, I plan to visit some dungeons while waiting. She asked him, why? You won't be able to get stronger with just ordinary dungeons at your current level. Damdiok replied, that's why I have to go. You can wait for me in the guild. A month later, in the office, the president of Midas Company was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and shouting. He was stunned by the news. Breaking news, this afternoon. The large-scale dungeon Can 203 ST on Jeju Island has been conquered. Hunter Udamdiok has set an unprecedented record with no casualties, while suppressing a large-scale dungeon in the shortest time. The president was furious, his face distorted and ugly as he cursed. That bastard! He looked at the TV showing an interview with Damdiok about this dungeon. He managed to overcome dungeons thought to be impossible over the past month. Now he's using the same tactics repeatedly. Do you feel this strategy is flawed? You stated your thoughts. I think I relied too much on equipment. After all, equipment isn't that important when facing a strong boss. The way I see it, the number of attackers can be small as long as each hunter is skilled. At that moment, the president was so angry he slammed his fist on the table. He ordered his subordinates to contact Damdiok immediately. Say that I accept his conditions. Yes, sir. I'll do as you wish, Damdiok. In the middle of a wilderness full of mountains and trees, the president of Midas Company was leading Damdiok and Ju So-yoon down into a dark basement. I'll only give you 5 minutes as agreed. He looked back at Damdiok behind him. You were extremely surprised by the basement, shouting, Whoa, what is this? All three people entered the place where the sword was hidden. Taking another step, the sword Excalibur shone brilliantly, stuck in the middle of a mountain of piled gold. Damdiok had to exclaim, This is legendary. Excalibur, legendary, enhances the user's fighting spirit. When used, all stats double for 10 minutes. Traits locked. Damdiok turned to ask his pet, What do you think, Bexiol? It let out a cry, WII. The moon fox is copying, Excalibur, legendary. Meanwhile, the president was standing outside the place where the sword was hidden, trying to plot with a sinister face. Found it. He laughed out loud. Ha ha. Damdiok spun around. You fools. Did you think I'd let you walk out of here uninjured after seeing that treasure? He laughed crazily until his face distorted like a demon, crawling under the door and screaming. This is a door that can withstand even explosives. This room is sealed. You'll never be able to escape from here. A slow and painful death is very fitting for you. Damdiok acted disdainful. Ha, I knew he would do this. Since we're already here, why don't we test this new item? As he spoke, he drew the sword Excalibur. His pet, Bexiol, cried out again while the president looked like he was no longer human. In about 3 months, I'll have to send someone down here to clear the trash. Heh. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light spread from the basement, making him freeze. He turned back in shock. Holy crap! That blue light was as dazzling as a large-scale explosion, shattering rocks from the mountains and forests everywhere. The TV was reporting on the president of Midas Company. Next news, the location of Midas Company's president, William Jones, has been revealed. According to the FBI, Jones is suspected of murder, drug trafficking, and being an executive member of a criminal organization. The identity of the person who cracked the earth and exposed the storage location is still unknown. Damdiok watched while holding the legendary sword. Ah! This is absolutely amazing. Behind him, Ju So-yoon was helpless. Do you like it that much? He was overjoyed. I'm literally speechless. To think such a perfect weapon exists on this planet. He wondered, could this have been made by Hephaestus? No human could possibly make something like this. Where did he come from? Park Uriam grimaced and cursed directly at Damdiok's face. What have you been doing lately? Why do I see you appearing on TV so often? You didn't even come to visit me. Damdiok stood looking out the window. You're here. Park Uriam suddenly detected something. Wait a minute. He saw the appearance of the sword Excalibur. What kind of badass sword is this? Damdiok quickly pushed Park Uriam away. You don't need to know. Stay away from it, you'll dirty your eyes. Park Uriam felt extremely resentful, demanding justice. I'm your disciple. Let me see it. This is so unfair. Just let me touch it a bit. Just a bit. Damdiok was still standing in judgment. Do you want to touch it that much? He handed Park Uriam his pet. Here, you can pet Bexiol as long as you want. Hey, wait a minute. Park Uriam asked indignantly. Seriously? Why are you doing this? Damdiok casually replied. Why? You said you wanted to touch the sword. The sword and Bexiol are still one. So pet her, you're making Bexiol sad. Ju So-yoon, already wearing a thick puffer jacket, stopped the argument. Alright, enough joking. Let's move on now to meet the three guardians. At a freezing snowy mountain range with not a soul in sight. The wind blew fiercely, chilling to the bone. The group was struggling hard on the way to meet the three guardians. Damdiok's face was red from the cold. Even his nose was running. Hey, Ju So-yoon, are you sure this is the only way to meet the three guardians? She turned her head, indifferent. The three guardians live between the 3 rivers and 4 rivers. If we hurry, we can get there tonight. Saron, following behind, also had to exclaim, who would live in a place like this? Park Uriam hugged himself tightly. She's lying? I'm sure of it. Ju So-yoon asked back coldly. Do you guys want to go back? Shall we stop right now? Even though if we go back now, the world will be destroyed. She spoke to the 3 people huddling from the cold with dissatisfied looks on their faces. Damdiok had to accept. No need to say that, we'll go. Overcoming the deep snow under their feet and the howling snowstorms, Ju So-yoon announced, we're almost there. We'll meet the guardian after crossing that mountain. Park Uriam jumped up in excitement, hands in the air while standing awkwardly. Our pain is about to end. Let's go. Move your legs, everyone. Behind, Damdiok suddenly felt something was wrong. Park Uriam quickly turned back. Ah, right? Boom. A sharp block of ice like 1,000 knives exploded into 100 pieces, as high as a mountain, overturning white snow flying everywhere, creating an extremely chaotic scene in the dark snowy forest. All 4 of them were terrified. Damdiok shouted, Run! That block of ice continued to expand, knocking down pine trees blocking its path, throwing snow into chunks falling forward. Everyone screamed in terror as if being chased by a horrible creature in the night. They ran for their lives from this strange event. From the end of the road, a path appeared. At the end was a deep black space. There, follow that path. Wait, no, it's too narrow. Damdiok didn't hesitate, drew the sword Excalibur, and ordered Bexiol. Then just widen it. Bexiol, use your skill. Their group still had to flee from the pursuit of the jagged ice block that was gradually tearing through the forest. No one dared to stop for a single second. A while later, the 4 found a place of refuge. Ju So-yoon lit up the narrow path with magic. The entrance was completely covered in snow. It would take a few days to melt all of this. Saron, from afar, was still wiping sweat. Heh. This is exactly my specialty. As soon as she finished, she released fire from her hands, lighting up the whole area. I didn't waste my time for nothing. Behold the power of the 3rd circle magic of the great future Archmage Saron. Huh? She gasped. Ju So-yoon knew at a glance that the fire wouldn't work. Aside from sunlight, only Niflheim's mana can melt this pile. You should have told me sooner. Park Uriam stood in a corner, repeatedly kicking the hard snow. This damn snow, Damdiok sighed. Don't waste energy on useless things. We don't even know how long we'll be stuck here. He secretly calculated. The forgotten gods are getting stronger by the second. Finally, he said aloud. Is there really no other way to get out of here? Suddenly Bexiol jumped down onto the ice surface. It stood up and looked around confidently. Damdiok found it very strange. Bexiol tapped its head against the hard ice block in front of it. He wondered, is there something with this wall? Then he looked in the direction of its eyes. Pressed his hand against the ice wall, hearing a strange sound. Huh, what's that sound? At that moment, the ice wall shattered, catching him off guard, showing a shocked face with wide eyes. He saw small fairies hiding behind a large ice block. His eyes were still wide as he looked at them. There are 3 fairies in total. Is it Loki? Is Loki here? They said with terrified faces. Not Loki. It's one of his henchmen. What do we do now? Damdiok was very curious, leaning in close to talk. Are you guys fairies? You look like you stepped out of a fairy tale. When he's hungry, he'll eat us. No. They screamed in terror. He laughed awkwardly. To reassure the fairies, calm down. I'm not an enemy. Bexiol peered from behind Damdiok's shoulder, looking at the fairies. They screamed loudly again. Ah, a fierce beast. It's Cyrilobak. We're going to be eaten alive. On the other side, another fairy. It's Saboros, not Saralabus, you idiot. Emergency. This is an emergency. Loki and Saboros came here to take Mjolnir. Mjolnir. Save us. It's Mjolnir. Not Mjolnir, Mjolnir. Damdiok stood watching, having had enough of these fairies. However, hearing them all, he realized, wait, Mjolnir Loki? From somewhere. Footsteps of a stranger. What's going on here? It was the god Thor, glancing down at all the fairies. Didn't I tell you to be quiet until I recover? Just a moment ago, Thor still wore a stern face, speaking a majestic warning. Yet now, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice full of delight. Haha, I thought I'd fallen into Loki's trap again. Haha. As soon as Park Gurium saw Thor, his eyes immediately lit up, unable to hide his excitement. Whoa, it's really Thor. I'm not dreaming, right? Damdiok looked at Park Gurium with a helpless and slightly worried gaze. But he himself couldn't take his eyes off the god standing before him. Seemingly noticing that excitement, he laughed heartily but didn't forget to acknowledge Park Gurium. Ha ha ha, you're quite a brave priest. However, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy when Damdiok spoke, his voice more serious. You mean that giant avalanche earlier was caused by Loki? He swallowed then continued, as if connecting all the events to reach a conclusion. To trap you here? Thor's expression immediately changed. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness. There was no doubt Damdiok must have been right. Thor was silent for a moment then spoke. That's right, that fool is planning to build an army in Niflheim. So Yoon spoke up, her face equally serious. I see, an avalanche of that scale is no ordinary matter, truly troublesome. This timing also worries me. Damdiok listened intently as she analyzed, but in his heart, something was still unsettling. As if realizing the problem, he turned to look at Thor, narrowing his eyes to question him. Wait a minute, what about you? Why haven't you escaped from here yet? Thor flinched, as if his secret had been poked. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ah, well, I tried but it didn't work. The snow in Niflheim is quite special. My hammer can't break it. He stiffened, looking toward the snow wall, seriously reconsidering the issue. That snow can withstand an attack from Thor's hammer? An uneasy feeling welled up in Damdiok. If Mjolnir, the hammer that can destroy everything, is useless against that, then do we have to stay here until the snow melts on its own? Seeing him pensive, Thor laughed loudly again as if to dispel the atmosphere. Haha, why are you scowling? Don't worry too much. The words. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor pointed towards the 3 small creatures. Their skin was dyed as if by ice and snow, and their wings and horns sparkled like precious crystals. He spoke with a confident tone, as if to reassure you, Damdiok. These little ones will take care of our food, so just be patient and wait for the snow to melt. However, the 3 creatures visibly bristled. The long-haired one gritted its teeth, cursing angrily. Those intruders want to steal our food. The second one immediately added. That's right. What are they? Beggars. After the first 2 finished speaking, the last one finally spoke, its voice soft but full of resentment. We worked very hard to find food reserves. Before they could say more, Damdiok quietly shouted, Hey! They immediately fell silent, eyes wide, bodies trembling slightly, sweat pouring out as if caught red-handed. All 3 were completely still, waiting to see what Damdiok would do to them. The long-haired one stood up first, speaking on behalf of all 3 to Damdiok. Even so, it didn't dare to look him directly in the eye, cautiously declaring, We will never agree. Damdiok looked at the creature with half an eye, showing indifference, and immediately cut it off. I don't care. Just tell us the way out of here. Perhaps. It felt oppressed, treated like a slave, so it immediately straightened its face, showing its displeasure. It looked up, staring directly into his eyes and said, "But why should we tell you? You are the ones who entered here without permission." Faced with its defiant attitude, Udamdiok still showed no sign of caring. Seeing this, it became extremely angry. "Listen, kid, you must prepare a huge meal for us, so big that the table breaks." Even though it was extremely angry, Udamdiok probably didn't hear a word, casually saying, "Oh really? Then I guess we'll live with you until the snow melts." Hearing this, it became extremely flustered, seemingly unwilling to accept the truth. "Oh, come on." Indeed, his words had an effect. They gathered, forming a circle, and discussed among themselves. The shyest one spoke first. "What do we do now?" The second one added, "If the Mjolnir god stays here, we'll starve to death." The long-haired one offered a solution for the group. "We should tell them and then chase them out." As they spoke, they broke out in a sweat, worried about their food reserves. This time, they compromised with his demand. The long-haired one stood up again, pointed directly at his face, and clearly declared, "All right, I'll tell you, but you must promise me one thing." Udamdiok probably knew the outcome beforehand, smiling contentedly at it. It continued, "Once you're out, never come back here again." Udamdiok still maintained his smug expression with a proud smile. He confidently replied, "All right, I promise." Receiving the answer it wanted, it smiled, hands on its hips, replying as if praising a pet, "Good." Then it got into position. Although it was only the size of Udamdiok's shoe, anyone looking at it had to be cautious. It told him, "Then step back, it's dangerous." Then it threw a punch. That punch was covered by a thin layer of ice. It lunged straight into the wall. Before the power of that punch, the wall was quickly destroyed. The layers of ice shattered into small pieces, fine as sand, flying into the air. Udamdiok was surprised, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. "No way!" He must have been extremely astonished to utter those words. Hearing those words, it proudly lifted its face to the sky, smugly replying, "See, if you use an attack with ice attribute, the snow will shatter like this." However, due to its limited size, the destructive power of the attack was also small, so the snow only had a small hole punched in it. Udamdiok must have been too disappointed to say out loud, "Yeah, if we only break small pieces of ice like that, we won't be able to get out of here." Hearing him speak, its smug expression immediately vanished, leaving a bewildered look on its face. Udamdiok raised an eyebrow, annoyed. "In one go? Break everything? Can't you do that?" Saron put a hand to her chin, analyzing, "We could get out if we chipped away at the ice all night." Hearing this, it immediately turned pale. "What nonsense are you talking about? If we do that, we'll run out of magic." It retorted, asking back, "The gods have never done anything for us, so why should we sacrifice for you?" Faced with its question, he gently replied, "But you said you would help us get out." As if finding another solution, it immediately happily replied, "I've shown you the way. You can do the rest yourselves by learning ice attribute attacks." Dark Gurium heard this and immediately brightened. "Oh, so that means I can also do water wave techniques like Udamdiok's?" Saron also found it amusing, smiling slyly. "Hee, Archmage won't miss this opportunity." At this moment, Thor also spoke up, stroking his beard to show his skepticism. "But kid, only creatures in Niflheim can use ice attribute." Hearing this, it pointed directly at his face, as if scolding ignorant people being led around like cattle. "That's because the gods consider mana to be inferior and have no intention of learning." Then it continued, crossing its arms, feigning knowledge. "Now, raise your hand if you have even a drop of ice attribute mana. Water attribute is fine too." Everyone who heard it speak was speechless, not knowing what to say. Seeing no one raise a hand, it awkwardly asked helplessly, "No one?" Saron spoke first. "I haven't learned water attribute yet." Park Gurium also added, "I couldn't use magic from the start." Yu So-yoon remained silent, glancing to her right. Hearing them speak, it asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Ice attribute is a bit different, but water attribute is the most basic of basics." Thor laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, the snow will melt eventually, so just enjoy your time here." Casually, he reminded them, "More importantly, kid, I'm still waiting for food." Clutched its head, crying miserably, "No, our food reserves." While it was clutching its head in distress, a hand was raised. "I think I do." It was Udamdiok. His face was extremely serious. In his hand, a glowing vortex of water appeared. He spoke, "I forgot, but I guess you could call this attribute mana. Before he could finish, a system window appeared right below him. The blessing of the forgotten god Neptune has been activated. Seeing this, it visibly brightened, its eyes narrowing. Oh, pure water attribute mana? Good. That's enough. After being stuck amidst snow on all sides for a while, Udamdiok was still diligently practicing. That's right, slowly condense the mana. He seriously looked at the water orb in his hand. We will use that water attribute mana as bait to attract Niflheim's mana. Immediately after, Udamdiok successfully condensed it into a glowing orb. In the center, a small vortex adorned it. That vortex must have been the orb's focal point. He thought to himself, easier than I thought. The system window reappeared. Notification. You have discovered the principle of the ice attribute. Understanding of ice attribute. 10%. He successfully transformed the orb into a block of ice. Its power created a gust of wind that swept his hair up, surrounding the ice block. Seeing that sight, the long-haired one looked surprised. What? He did it? The one next to it also exclaimed. So that's it. Park Gurium saw this and pouted, annoyed. Mean people are always so talented. Saron couldn't help but exclaim. Amazing. He flew closer to carefully observe the ice block in Udamdiok's hand, rubbing its chin, as if watching a genius being born. You have great talent, you know? Although it seemed amused on the surface, it still wanted to show off a bit. After all, he had only just learned it, and if he surpassed it, wouldn't that be too disdainful? It spoke again. But it's not over yet. Practicing to use this ice attribute mana is the most important part. Udamdiok didn't listen, scoffing in reply. No, it's not necessary. His hand held the golden-hilted sword, and around the sword, a swirling golden aura like a dragon enveloped it. Ignoring everything, he slowly advanced. Then he looked up, saying smugly, I think I know how to do it. His eyes shone with intense determination. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, sending snow flying everywhere. The once sturdy snow wall was now a pile of fine sand. Udamdiok stepped onto the shattered snow. Outside, it was still cold and covered in ice. Before he could do anything, he saw something incredibly terrifying. His eyes widened at the sight before him. A giant foot appeared right before his eyes. Its skin was black and rough with long, sharp claws. Its body was covered in thick, scraggly white fur. Udamdiok exclaimed in fear. What the hell? Before him, dozens of such giant creatures appeared. He stood right there, witnessing the giant creatures with his own eyes. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand but couldn't help but tremble. Looking at their sharp teeth, Udamdiok flinched and wondered, what are these giant monsters? What happened in the short time we were stuck? At this moment, Thor also appeared behind Udamdiok. His face became angry. Loki, that bastard. He brought us in while we were distracted. Yusoyun, standing next to him, also spoke up. She looked very calm but with a hint of worry. I sensed the presence of a guardian god. Hearing this, Udamdiok involuntarily became afraid, asking again, what? Yusoyun's voice was even, continuing slowly. The king of the frost giants, Ymir, he is nearby. On the peak of the giant snow mountain, thousands upon thousands of snow monsters appeared. They all moved in one direction. A huge foot appeared. Looking at this, it must be the mother beast. Its feet were pitch black, but it had a rather luxurious coat of fur, dear sirs. White snow covered everything, and the beast gradually appeared. It looked like a monkey but had a pure white coat like a polar bear. They moved in herds, super huge, easily 5 times the size of a normal person with long, dangling limbs walking casually together. Udamdiok stood beside them, stunned, completely shocked. It was scary enough, but then he had to zoom in on its face. Its teeth were sharp, one bite would kill you, and its mouth wasn't smiling prettily at all, just drooling. Thor, with his six-pack muscles, stood behind him, one hand shielding from the snow, his mouth constantly warning, Loki, that bastard. He gathered them while we were distracted. Even though Yusoyun, standing next to him, added to his panic. I sensed the presence of a guardian god. As expected, Udamdiok flinched. What? Under the shadows of dozens of monsters, her voice was completely calm. The king of the frost giants, Ymir, he is nearby. He was also stunned. Wait, Yusoyun, do you mean the third guardian god is one of them? Probably that one, bro? Her face was still as cold as ice. That's right. The third guardian god, Ymir, is the king of the frost giants. The two stood high above and continuously discussed those monsters. Yusoyun still answered his questions. The frost giants have a very close relationship, so Ymir might be watching his people from somewhere. Dozens of unsaid questions appeared in Udamdiok's mind. Besides the third guardian god not being human, why was he so hostile towards Thor? seeing sweat gradually falling on his cheek. She also looked helpless. Ymir would never side with a god like Loki. It's possible he's being controlled by Loki. Indeed, that's Loki's specialty. Always Loki, Loki. It's a headache. Isn't it, gentlemen? His eyes gazed intently forward, seemingly reflecting on what So-yoon had told him. Seeing Thor struggling with each monster below, he also doubted life itself, being controlled. He fought them so awesomely, truly like one man against all. Thor's eyes seemed to reach the peak of his rage. His eyes pure white like a drifting ghost. He shouted, "I will kill you, Loki." Poor him, it's like he's being psychologically manipulated. Hard to escape. On that high ice floe, the blonde-haired one sat like a boss, just chilling and watching the sky or something. Thor cursed loudly below. "Stop hiding. Come out. You coward." This guy was blonde and then suddenly grew two horns. Like an Aries, but it looked a bit choppy, probably not being cuckolded. Red eyes, pointed ears, a V-line face. Suddenly he looked quite handsome, my friend. His face looked disdainfully at the world. He's still as foolish as ever. He sat smugly, legs crossed, chin resting, his face full of sarcasm. "Look, Ymir's wings. The spatial gate of your people is getting bigger and bigger, causing the ground to be killed. So go save them quickly." His voice sounds so flirtatious. Damn it. Doing that, of course, the leader of those monsters got furious, shooting everywhere. That leader looked no different except for having spiky hair like two extra fur pillars. Looking so fancy. It was grinding its teeth in anger. On this side, Thor was still using all his might to summon rain and wind. "Fight me like a real man, Loki." His mouth was still speaking, but his eyes were already darting, noticing a strange sound. "How long do you plan to hide? Who else would be planting potatoes in this land but our leader?" Came and punched him, and he flew a meter away, completely out of sight. Is his anger that scary? Thor was hit so hard the wall broke. His face slumped as if dead. What was he thinking to give up so easily? His eyes opened wide, rolling back as if filled with 100 arrows of resentment. Two monsters took turns rushing forward, intending to teach Thor a lesson. But unfortunately, life is not a dream. On that side, humans fought, and demons attacked. On this side, Udamdiok was still watching the blonde-haired one with horns. So the one up there is Loki, and the giant who just joined the fight is the king, right? He had to act quickly before Thor defeated all the frost giants. Saron and Park Gurium, standing next to him, couldn't help but worry. Her face clearly showed confusion. "Hey, don't tell me you're going to fight that guy?" Park Gurium also gritted his teeth. "Humph. He looks really strong." Udamdiok, standing above, saw through everything. He turned down and said mockingly, "Are you too scared?" They were caught red-handed but couldn't admit it. Denying it quickly would save them from embarrassment. "What? Scared? Me? No way. I'm not scared at all. So boastful. Huh? If you wet your pants fighting later, you'll be in trouble." So-yoon turned to smile gently, making one's heart flutter. Their voices echoing up must have reassured her somewhat. "We will crush anyone who stands in our way, whether that person is Loki or not." As if everything that happened was part of his plan. A triumphant smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. "Good. Then let's get to it." Thick snow continued to cover the surrounding area. Damdiok ran on the snow like a true superhuman. I don't know what skill Loki used to control Etten, but brainwashing to that extent must require a lot of concentration. The blonde-haired one was right in front of him. He ran forward quickly, sword in hand. It seemed his only desire now was to eliminate him. Etten's control would loosen if I distracted him for even a second. The snow continued to fall, but his eyes were filled with resolve and determination. But the problem was, suddenly a fist appeared from above. It was obvious it was the fist of those monsters. Etten wouldn't stand still for me to approach him. A punch landed on him, its power enough to shake the entire sky. Snow flew everywhere, and he was sent flying far away before he could react. That wasn't an ordinary monster. It was their king. It seemed to be embracing the blonde-haired man to protect him. Seeing that scene, Udamdiok couldn't help but be stunned. That Loki, emboldened, pressed on. His face was smug and utterly hateful. "Sneaking up on me like that is useless." He turned and gently patted the enraged monster. "I spent a great deal of time and effort to control this one. Even in this state, he is still revered as the strongest creature in Niflheim." A provocative gaze, mixed with a hint of challenge, slowly emerged. "I suppose you're a god from another world, aren't you? Attacking from behind like that isn't Thor's style. Quite clever, I must say." Hearing that, Udamdiok was speechless, unsure how to explain to this horned fellow. But there's no need for him to understand. Just hold the sword and get ready to fight for safety. Putting his hand to his chin, pretending to think. Did Loki think he was so charming or something? So, you're the silent type, meaning you're very confident in your skills. What else do you want me to answer, dude? So annoying. He smiled, brightly, placing a hand over his chest and speaking grandly as if being friendly. Gods are sometimes ridiculously naive. They don't realize that too much arrogance only harms themselves. Oh, by the way, my name is Loki. Are we even close enough for introductions, bro? Loki raised a hand and spun it. A magic orb gradually appeared. Our meeting here is fate. So let me show you something very interesting. Amidst the sky of pure white snow, the orb shone like a beacon illuminating the sky that day. We, the gods, often disdain mana. But do you know that mana is also a gift from Mother Gaia? Just like divine power. No, I didn't. The snow-capped mountains stood tall before his eyes. In this frozen land, where even Thor's divine power is useless, I have discovered countless possibilities of attribute mana. Then suddenly, that blonde-haired one seemed to go mad. The orb in his hand began to emit thick black smoke. Loki shouted with pure delight. And that is when I discovered ultimate attribute mana. He continued, to scream like an uncontrollable madman. Look, this brilliant black flame can even melt Niflheim's snow. Udamdiok opened his eyes wide in surprise. That was ultimate attribute mana. Loki grinned like someone high on drugs, his eyes glowing red, his mouth stretched in a wide smile. Beautiful, isn't it? I haven't had a chance to test it in a real battle. You'll be an excellent test subject. He stomped his foot into the thick black smoke. His voice, utterly fearless and challenging, said, "Oh, really? In real life, anyone who says, 'Oh, really?' like that gets a kick in the ass. So annoying, right?" Even though the black smoke had enveloped his sword, he still looked perfectly cheerful as if nothing was wrong. "You should have told me sooner," he threatened, but I wasn't scared. That blonde-haired guy must be fuming now. The system immediately announced, "Skill. Black flame has been activated. Hola. La, oh, what a surprise." His face drained of all color. His eyes and mouth formed in an O shape. What? How could? Loki was still bewildered. He could. Before he could finish his sentence, he had shot forward like a rocket, standing right in front of the blonde-haired man. "Now watch me make my move, dude." Only had time to see.
A loud explosion.
Snow and smoke mixed together. It must have been incredibly powerful to create such an impact. But no, what the sword cut wasn't the annoying face of that horned guy, but the hand of the king of frost giants. Blood stained the white fur red. He also said, full of frustration, "You're lucky. Now it's this damn sword, dude." His eyes filled with anger. Udamdiok raised his sword forward again. "I held back from completely severing your arm." Whoa, damn. He cut off the arm of that huge monster? The sword pointed directly at Loki's face. "Now you know what fear is?" "Wait. Stop. I surrender." "See, wouldn't that have been faster from the start instead of being so slow?" Udamdiok seemed to easily overlook it. "Quickly remove your control spell from this one, and I'll let you go." Loki's face feigned pitiful endurance or something. "All right, I understand. Put your sword away first. I need to concentrate to break the spell." Udamdiok listened. He slowly lowered his sword. "Don't do anything foolish." He grinned. Slyly, "I know." That attitude clearly meant he was about to do something wrong. And it was no.
Surprise.
A cry rang out. The monster rose again. Hidden. Loki's eyes seemed to emit a dark light, contemptible, his face leering. "This is my final command. Damn." As he spoke, the monster charged. "Crush him with all the strength you have." "Damn it, man, what a dirty trick. I'm dead now." Before the frost giant's punch, Udamdiok was stunned. "What?" And boom. Snow and dirt flew everywhere. It must be hard being snow here, getting thrown up so many times already. Without any calculation, Udamdiok was sent flying far away, falling down. But he wasn't worried, only angry. "Stop it. If you do that, you'll kill yourself too. I'll just use a skill to make that monster run wild." Loki's face was now filled with joy, grinning widely as if it were a good harvest. "That's what makes it interesting, Etten. Crush him, crush everything." And then it was over. The frost giant went berserk, roaring to the sky, its ugly face truly terrifying. At this moment, Udamdiok was helpless. He looked up in despair because it was probably too brainwashed to resist. "Yeah, I can't fight with strength, what can I do now?" Udamdiok could only scream, "Etten, stop!" thinking that would make the crazy thing stop. It might just go even crazier. And life is not a dream. Bad things just keep happening. The ice chunk he was sitting on suddenly cracked and fell. Damn, it turns out this place was like a cliff, one slip and you're dead like in the movies. Once it falls, it doesn't fall slowly. Falls damn fast. Sitting there, I'd probably be praying to Buddha my whole life. But now, If die, it's like a movie without an ending. A hero has to come save me. It was none other than Yu So-yoon. She flew up and embraced him. Now she's a beauty saving the hero. Loki and Etten, by inertia, also fell, but he didn't seem scared, instead laughing maniacally like a madman. Even while falling, he didn't stop threatening others. You shouldn't underestimate me. After saying that, Loki laughed like a fool again. Hey, he's high, not just foolish. Skewed. Udamdiok's voice trembled slightly. Loki, that madman. He must have been scared stiff, thinking he'd met the king of hell. All four of them gathered and looked down into the deep snowy chasm. He was almost going crazy too. That trickster god. He's truly lost his mind. Park Gurium also looked down with a hint of fear. I don't see him. Is that big guy dead? Then suddenly, something flashed in their eyes, surprising everyone. Wait, no need to say who the mysterious figure was. While the snow was still falling thickly, something appeared in that black hole. It looked like something was there. A sharp gaze, shining, making me shiver. It looked like it was about to devour us alive. A strong wind rushed up from below. So, the devil has returned. At this moment, Udamdiok's heart froze. Not frozen with emotion, but frozen with utter shock. His eyes opened wide, looking up at the sky. Sweat poured down. What is this? If another monster appears now, I'm giving up, bro. My guess was spot on. An ice dragon stood tall before his friends. It must have been 20 meters tall. Udamdiok standing next to it was only as big as its toe. Even though it's a villain, I suddenly feel. Speaking of the dragon, the sword cut was beautiful, one slash was elegant. Oh my. It looked crystal blue, so rich. He looked up in astonishment. A dragon? Damn. That Loki appeared again. His smug attitude annoyed everyone. He waved mockingly. Hey, I'm back. One eye closed. One eye open. Blinking as if flirting with a crush. Now, let's proceed to phase 2. Then suddenly, a scream echoed, breaking the atmosphere. Loki! Footprints appeared on the ground. Running. Who else is it? That hammer looks familiar. Our god Thor is back. Don't tell me he's already dealt with all 10 of those frost giants. He swung his arm and flew straight towards Loki. Your jokes have gone too far. Looking at his expressionless face, you could tell how confident he was. Then suddenly, he flinched because something seemed to be flying towards his face. The dragon's tail swayed. One whip sent Thor flying. If it were me, I'd be dead, not just flying far away. And that tail was huge. He was only as big as a thorn on the tail of this giant monster. Loki, at this moment, stood on a flying disc created by his power, spinning like a propeller. Go play with Thor, Yong Yong. Oh damn. Even the dragon has a name, but why is it so cute? It doesn't suit this crazy thing at all. He jumped down to the ground, landing quite dramatically, then let the dragon fly away. The dragon was dealt with. Loki snapped his fingers again. Poppy! Come here. Why are there so many of them? Damn it, one after another, I can't keep up. Park Gurium flinched, looking up at the sky. In the hazy, snowy atmosphere, a huge dark shadow appeared. It landed, creating an earthquake there. Snow and dirt flew everywhere again. Everyone had to hold on tight to avoid being thrown off. Udamdiok flinched. As its appearance gradually became clear, it was a super, huge ice wolf. Its fur looked lush green. Its head was adorned with some ice or crystals, looking extremely beautiful. Hey, why is this one so pretty, guys? Damn, a villain this beautiful, then beautiful. Plus Loki's added flavor text. Poppy, my ice wolf. She's one of my most precious pets. Second only to Eong Eong. Poor thing, even though you're beautiful, in my heart you're just a spare tire. Loki grinned widely. Well, the last time I was this surprised was 1,000 years ago. Who knew there was another god who could use black flame? Anyway, a great person like me always has a plan, right? Ugh. So arrogant. It makes my skin crawl. He faced Udamdiok. Don't resent me too much. I truly hate variables that ruin my plans. Do you think we're scared, bro? Yu So-yoon, take those two and go. I'll handle him. So cool. 10 points, bro. Loki didn't care about the threat. He ordered the monster to attack. Poppy. Tear him apart. Does he have a thing for tearing people apart? Why does every monster demand that? The ice wolf, hearing that, shot forward like a rocket. In an instant, its claws were right in front of him. It stood there, its dull yellow eyes like mad pills, roaring loudly, so loud that drool splattered everywhere. Oh damn, I thought it was growling, but it actually bit Udamdiok in the mouth. Loki came closer, his voice filled with pride. My beloved Poppy. He placed his hand on its snout, stroking it as if they were deeply affectionate. All the hard work to tame you truly wasn't in vain. I like you very much. Oh la la. Its eyes were no longer dull. There were pupils in them. Has it awakened? That guy's voice jumped again. Now go find his companions and eat them all. We must kill them quickly. Then help Yang. Loki's shadow appeared in its eyes. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Go quickly. Its eyes lowered again. A smirk appeared. Still the same command. Crush him. But this was the command of the black-haired one. Wasn't that Are You Damdiok? The system rang out again. Title: Cerberus Tamer. Effect: King of all dogs. You can tame any canine species. Without further ado, the ice wolf slammed Loki straight into the ground. In just a few moments he was lying flat on the ground, face down, crying out in pain. Serves you right, you hateful devil. Damdiok's shadow emerged from its mouth, crying out, I think I have dog fur in my mouth. Oh, my love is back. Guys, did we win? Loki lay on the ground, his eyes glaring with resentment. You, how can you possess a power superior to my control ability? Are you mad, Missy? Indeed. Strong and handsome.
I'm cool.
I have some special abilities. But more importantly, you should start planning now, or you're about to get punched. If I'm not cool, who is, bro? A foot was placed right in front of him. He had returned. His face was filled with fear. Wait, my dear Thor. This time I just joked a little too much. Let me buy you a beer as an apology. Okay? So, are we even that close for him to invite me? God Thor's face turned demonic at this moment, grinding his teeth, lightning flying around his face. One poke and he might just kill him. His voice still echoed. Let's spare each other. The dragon had returned, lying neatly on the ground, seemingly asleep, looking terrifyingly adorable. Thor's voice rang out. Mountain God, I owe you a debt this time. He looked at him with a benevolent smile, remarking that each time they met, he seemed to grow a little larger. I won't forget today's favor. I must take this one away first. Who was this one? Who else but the horned one? He was slumped in Thor's hand, muttering incessantly, Humph, my yong, my yong. Hey, why does it seem like a possessive husband and his troublesome wife? Sorry guys, that's just what came to mind. With that, he grabbed the other one by the head and flew straight into the sky. It looked like Superman, seriously. With a whoosh, they were gone. Damdiok stood below, one hand shielding his eyes from the sun, a sight that could only be described as captivating. Well, he dragged Loki away just like that. It's a good thing he didn't make a fuss. If I were Thor, Loki would be living a life worse than death right now. Keep what? So-yoon, standing beside him, also propped her chin in her hand, deep in thought. But there's a more serious problem now. She looked down at the cliff and continued to explain. Etten is at the bottom of the ravine. Oh right. I almost forgot about that frost giant. If you didn't say anything, no one would remember. As everyone fell silent, So-yoon spoke. How about we climb down there together? Are you serious? Damdiok was probably shocked. Really? Park Gurium, standing behind them, was not so patient. He immediately cursed. You want to go down there? Are you crazy? This guy is so funny, seriously. So crude. But what if that god is dead? He fell from such a height. So-yoon's face remained as cold as ice. You don't need to worry about that. As they were talking, suddenly some black fingers crawled up from below. This dirty thing can only be Etten. Could it be that sacred? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The creature just placed its hand up. That's right. Son, it's damn right. Everyone looked up again, jaws agape. Oh my god. Etten is back again. Damn it, we can't escape these guys. Still that skin. Still that face. Still those teeth. Still that mixed up guy. Why does he look so tacky here? Oh my. What's his level and who's judging it? As he appeared, the whole group screamed loudly. Seeing this, Park Gurium immediately hid behind So-yoon. Hello, sir. You're 1.5 times bigger than her. Why are you hiding behind her? Hey, are you challenging us? Let me draw this sword, and we'll get straight to business. Gross. As if his sword is so big and strong. Damdiok was also surprised. After fighting that much, if they fought again, he'd just collapse. Damn it. Do I really have to fight him? Even though he's no longer controlled by Loki. This isn't fear, it's respect. Okay? Etten gritted his teeth. Oh. God from another world. What's this, bro, a real fight? Oh wait. He plopped down on the ground in front of Damdiok. I thank you for freeing me, and for defeating that ice dragon, even though you and I are strangers. Oh, why does that sound so touching? Etten lowered his face. All living creatures here have been tormented by that dragon. Oh, so it's true that everyone has their own suffering. His hand scraped the ground as if bitterly recounting. For thousands of years. He's definitely looking to repay a favor with this kind of talk. Etten continued. To repay you, I will grant you one wish. Oh my, Damdiok was startled, unsure if it was from joy or fear. One wish, really? Damn. Every time I look at Etten's face, it's ugly. Seriously, too much demon essence.
Sorry, handsome man.
His gentle eyes looked at the boy. But there is one condition. Amidst the snowy sky, sunlight now shone. Was that sunlight also the sunlight of peace? The sunlight of hope? Damdiok also wondered. What is it? Etten turned his face back. I can only grant that wish if it is fulfilled in Niflheim, for I must remain here to protect my kind from that dragon. Oh, the dragon is still there? Damdiok turned to follow. Huh, I thought that dragon was dead. Looking at the dragon snoring beside him, he was a little surprised. Not yet. Etten closed his eyes, sighing wearily. He must have suffered greatly. No matter how many times you kill it, it will still revive. It will remain frozen like that for hundreds, or even thousands of years. The ice people understood. We've struggled to defeat it for too long. Damdiok, standing opposite, actively raised his hand. Is it immortal? Is there no way to prevent it from harming your kind? After a moment of thought, Etten replied, perhaps there is a way. A prophecy has existed in Niflheim. Hey, his eyes looked truly sorrowful, remembering earlier, when the dragon went berserk. It attacked like a battle tank. One who possesses both white ice and black flame. One who can control a source of cold energy so intense it feels like being burned by a great black flame. When that entity appears, the ice flow will end, and this land will be saved. Now Damdiok thought back, and upon careful consideration, Loki could also use black flame. That much, old man? Then he raised his hand, and a stream of black energy appeared. Truly a great black flame. He pointed straight at Etten's face. Is this it? His eyes and mouth formed an A and O shape, respectively. How strong is this guy? Seriously, he's amazing. Etten pressed his face close. It seems that is indeed the great black flame mentioned in the prophecy. However, that is still not enough to reach the level of white ice and black flame. The frost giant king's face gradually darkened. That is because you cannot use the divine light ring. Having never heard this term before, Damdiok went from one surprise to another. Divine light ring? Damn. I thought he only had fur. But he has a beard too? Etten stroked it like an old man. The prophecy mentions that the savior, upon arriving here, had not yet reached that level. With that, his foot slowly moved. He turned abruptly, his back to them, and walked leisurely. Follow me. I know someone who can help you. Snow just kept falling continuously. A pouting face appeared, clearly very angry. Etten, what's this? With that, she pointed straight at Damdiok's friends. Why are you with these guys? In complete contrast to her, Damdiok smiled and waved. Hello, long time no see. They're all like that. Etten was even hit by her. You guys knew each other before? Then you must be that savior. The girl had tiny fairy-like wings. Hey, super tiny, probably only as big as Etten's nose. Knew each other? Give me a break. She pouted terribly. She must have been tired, so she sat down in his palm to rest. Etten began to explain her presence. There are very few people here who can use mana as skillfully as the snow fairies. With these little ones helping, you'll be able to use the mana ring soon. This tiny girl is so arrogant, seriously. So sharp-tongued. Huh? Why should I help him? I'm busy looking for food. Hearing food. Yoon immediately leaned in close. Hey! The little fairy still didn't seem to care much. What is it? Yoon held out a huge piece of candy. This is candy? Do you want to try it? Seeing it was edible, her eyes lit up like car headlights. Food! He immediately snatched it and ate it without hesitation. The candy was as big as her entire face. Orange, it looked incredibly delicious. It looked appealing right away. It smells good. Her small, pretty blue tongue licked it bit by bit to savor its taste. Just one lick made her whole body jolt. It's so delicious. Eating food seemed to give her a burst of energy. She flew around wildly. What is this? Could this be the golden apple from fairy tales? Oh my god. What kind of apple is orange, Mom? Be a little more realistic. One piece wasn't enough. Yoon took out all the candy. You'll have 2 full palms. I'll give you all of this if you help us. The candies were perfectly uniform, in all 7 rainbow colors. Seeing dozens of candies like that, it would be strange if the little fairy wasn't tempted. What? With such a delicious smell right in front of her, it would be a waste not to take it. There was no need to say much to know if she would agree or not. It would be strange if she refused. So, the sworn brothers were helped. The scene immediately switched to training. As she raised her hand forward as if controlling her power, Divine Light Ring. In short, Divine Light is mana compressed to its limit. As for me, I can do this. It's on a completely different level compared to a mana punch. Udamdiok's face gradually tensed as he listened to the little fairy. But the real difficulty lies in controlling two divine light streams with different attributes simultaneously. Furthermore, one would need an extremely outstanding innate talent if they are two opposing attributes. That is basically impossible. Already scared, Etten added a few more lines, as if challenging his endurance. Learning this quickly makes it even harder. You won't learn it in just a few days. Next, the little fairy turned and yelled at him. What the hell? Why is this demoness so crude? And for Park Gurium, it's over the top. So tiny, yet so arrogant. Itching for a smack that would finish her off. Etten seemed somewhat vague and embarrassed. Damn, he pointed straight at his face. You've got great ambition, young man. A true hero. So they immediately started bickering, or rather, the little demon fairy yelled. He's a monster. If I knew he couldn't do it, why would I explain it at length? Etten, however, was incredibly gentle and calm. Calm down. The two on that side kept talking, but Udamdiok had certain hindering thoughts. He raised his hand, recreating that great black flame. The recoil of this fierce mana is indeed a bit difficult. Looking at his hand, that power is not small at all. It's just hidden. But I also understand its main point now. That's right. Let's conquer it. Etten looked on in horror, sweat pouring like rain. No way, his aura has stabilized. Surprised, old man? The little fairy beside him was very proud. See, I told you it was spot on. The sword in his hand seemed to be possessed by dark energy. It looked terrifyingly ominous. So, without hesitation, he walked towards the ice dragon. Look closely, because he's a genuine monster. Damn it, the dragon is still sleeping like a pig, Mom. Wake up. Let's fight with some spirit. His eyes seemed to droop. He looked sad about destroying it. Are you feeling sorry for that demoness? The system also announced. You have mastered the Divine Light Ring. Attributes. Black Flame Ice. Udamdiok raised his sword to the sky. The sword seemed to emit an incomparable aura and presence. The sky seemed to want him to pour out all his strength. This pose was pretty cool too. The sword pointed straight ahead. The system continuously updated. A new skill has been created due to the influence of the Sword God title. Udamdiok slashed his sword down to the ground. The sky seemed to unlock this new power. Skill. Black Sword Burst. I always create surprises. He made a long, drawn-out slash, cutting right through the ice dragon. Etten was shocked. Unbelievable. How can he be so terrifying after just learning it? It's a dragon, just keeping cool. He was still stunned, unable to look away. We had to fight for so long, and he only needed one slash? Amazing, big brother. The system appeared again. You have killed the ice dragon. You have obtained the essence of the ice dragon. Mana absorption rate increased by 2%. Mana accumulation rate increased by 1.5%. You have gained the ice dragon's cold resistance, becoming stronger against the cold due to cold resistance. You have gained the ice dragon's recovery speed. Stamina increased slightly. Damn. My husband is so cool. I love my husband. He tilted his face, full of confidence. Earlier, you said you would grant me one wish, right? Would you like to become my priest? True to his word, Etten immediately agreed to Udamdiok's request. The system announced again. The priest contract ceremony has been completed. Etten is now your third priest. Etten changed dramatically. He looked incredibly handsome now. Udamdiok raised his hand in front of him. Excellent, from now on, you will be my third priest, Etten. Not enough, the system appeared again. Your divine power has increased. Detailed information about your priests is now displayed more clearly. Etten dash. Etten opened his eyes. Is this enough? Now there was clearer information. Etten, giant. Occupation. Third priest. Talent. Ice martial arts. Lord of the Frost Giants in Niflheim for 68 years. He is currently 127 years old. He is known for caring for his people more than anyone. Udamdiok looked up, full of joy and pride. More than enough. While laughing heartily, he was interrupted by Park Gurium's voice. It's so cold. When can we go home? Suddenly, he saw his detailed information. Oh, Beckvan, human.
Occupation, un saint priest.
Talent. Swordsmanship, praised in the West as a swordsmanship genius. He considers himself the best in the world. Extremely arrogant and rebellious, causing annoyance to those around him. His only good point is that he's quite straightforward, so he doesn't hold grudges. After reading, he suddenly laughed like a madman. Park Gurium couldn't help but question. What's with that face? So strange. He kept chuckling, But knowing these things was truly interesting, quite fun. Sarone, standing beside him, also spoke up. Hey, he's still our god. Speak carefully. There she was, bringing a whole basket of salt again. Park Urium looked at his tight-fitting shoes and knew he was using Thor's body to hit him. Ugh. It gives me goosebumps, gods and all that nonsense. He truly always thought he was the best. He always spoke with the tone of fathers who don't see the ground. I'll defeat him soon, so it's fine for me to talk to him like this now. Sarone immediately showed a disdainful expression. Keep thinking that. You haven't won a single match yet. Park Urium should really be a comedian or a saltbearer to avoid all this trouble. On this side, the system was also displaying Sarone's information. While he was watching, those two demons were still bickering, acting like brats. Adele Sarone, human, occupation. Second priest, talent, ice magic. As he watched, he nodded. Oh, I understand. Having finished watching, Udamdiox snapped his fingers. Stop arguing. It's time to go. A magic circle, like those of mages, appeared above their heads. Both were delighted. Oh. Sarone beamed. Where are we going now? Park Urium's face was also very bright. Anywhere is fine. As long as it's a little warm, please. He was startled. I thought it was, as long as we're together. And everyone immediately fainted. Udamdiox laughed, probably excited. We have completed our mission here. With flash, like time travel, everyone disappeared. Now, it's time to check the other world. The scene shifted to another side, where civilians were being grabbed by tree monsters. Everyone screaming in pain, needing help. One of them contacted the other side via earpiece, shouting, "The dungeon is breached. Risk level increased from D to A." He was still calling for help, requesting support, but before he could finish his sentence, a kick flew straight into his face. The foot stepping directly on his face belonged to John Young-hak. What the hell are you doing? How utterly crude. His face contorted like a dog's rear. I need to kill as many monsters as possible to improve my performance evaluation. If I call for support now, I'll have to share points with those other guys. Hey, that's really messed up. The guy was kicked repeatedly but still tried to explain. But our team can't handle this on our own. He looked handsome and attractive from the side. But why was he so messed up? The reason I brought you along was for you to make it possible. As he spoke, he suddenly flinched and looked behind him. A plume of yellow smoke enveloped the surroundings. The monster suddenly vanished, drifting into nothingness. John Young-hak squinted. What? What was that? What is it? A hand rose, recalling power. It felt familiar. There it was. It was Adele Sarone. She stood amidst yellow-red smoke with a hint of orange, looking captivating. Incredibly cool. Truly refreshing. This is why fire magic is so interesting. She raised her hand to the sky, and the aura followed. It looked truly impressive, so cool. And so, the tree monster was destroyed before the astonished eyes of many. People whispered. She killed an A-rank mutant by herself? Who is she? Never seen her before. Could she be a foreign hunter? John Young-hak stood nearby, shouting loudly at his subordinates. You idiots! Did you come here to watch a circus? She's an illegal intruder. Kick her out immediately. The subordinate immediately retorted. But we can't handle this ourselves. Maybe we can ask her to help protect the civilians in the vicinity. Then we can. Before he could finish, John Young-hak, unable to listen, immediately cursed. I pay you to follow my orders. Call the gate management. Quickly. Hearing this, the subordinate could only obey. Yes, sir. Otherwise, he'd get a few more kicks and lose his teeth. The phone in her hand, an iPhone XS Max, instantly turned into a brick. Park Urium walked over, one hand holding his sword, the other casually tucked into his pocket. Adele Sarone can be a bit annoying sometimes, but she's causing trouble for us. John Young-hak's face twisted unpleasantly. Park Urium, what are you doing here? Seeing him, he seemed to understand. Wait, if you're here, then that means. He looked to his left, whoosh, perfectly on cue. It's your trick again, Udamdiox. Udamdiox stood nearby, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his jacket over his shoulder. Narrator. Oh, so handsome. I can't take it anymore. Udamdiox turned back with a scornful look at the headache-inducing cursing. You said you'd never participate in a gate raid again. Why are you going back on your word now? He squinted, looking sarcastic. Then you should hurry up. Casualties are only increasing, because you refuse to admit your failure. His face was now like a monkey's rear, contorted unpleasantly, furious but unable to do anything. Truly weak. He was worse than a rice cracker, flipping sides terrifyingly fast. Ah! Someone who uses dirty power dares to speak up. The two spoke to each other with little friendliness. Thanks to those dirty tricks, you must be rich now. Udamdiox's face was like, yeah. Get lost, you lunatic. You're talking nonsense again. His face twisted into a crazy smile. He leaned down, feigning danger. You think I don't know why you're so strong? How long do you think you can hide it? That abnormal power of yours. Quite perceptive, aren't we? Udamdiok immediately worried. No way. Has he discovered I'm using divine power? Really, bro? Better run quickly. He nudged his shoulder, looking cool. You probably know. How the hell would you know? I'm busy. Get out of my way. As he walked away, John Young-hak's face twisted into a lewd, silent smile. Ha! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You think I'll let you go that easily? And then he was stopped. A group of people approached Udamdiok. This is Sector 44. I found Udamdiok, who is suspected of monsterization. And so, the task force surrounded him. A man in a long trench coat, hands in his pockets, likely the captain, said, Udamdiok, you are suspected of monsterization. You are considered a threat grade 1 target. Currently, your personal matters will be monitored by the Hunter Inspection Bureau. If you do not cooperate, you will be killed immediately. The inspector's face was extremely serious. I declare that the emergency protective procedure will begin now. I hope you will not resist. Oh, how did it come to this? John Young-hak stood by, laughing gleefully. You're finished, Udamdiok. His face was that of a madman craving recognition, craving to defeat him. You won't escape, son. Everything has been perfectly prepared by me. Oh, really? Recalling that moment, John Young-hak had knelt before his father. Dad, we have to lock up that bastard Udamdiok, so he can't get in our way anymore. The guild chairman didn't think so. Stop it. How long are you going to keep being jealous of him? Narrator. Damn, is he a brat? He still tried to persuade. I think he's undergoing monsterization. No, I'm sure of it. Hearing this, his father also grew suspicious. Monsterization? John Young-hak gritted his teeth. Yes, Dad. Do you remember last year's disaster? When our 5-star hunter turned into a monster, the Iris monsterization incident with 326 casualties. Hearing this, his father slowly turned. I remember. We still haven't recovered from that setback. That also means we can't casually accuse others of monsterization. At that, John Young-hak became angry. No, I have proof. Udamdiok had absolutely no talent, but he changed overnight. There has never been a case of someone fully awakening like that. Don't you find it strange? Furthermore, that guy's power is completely incomprehensible. No wonder his grandson was so jealous. His father was utterly speechless with his son, but he indulged his son more than anyone. John Young-hak's gradually distorting smile showed his demands had been met. If Udamdiok was truly undergoing monsterization, then eliminating such a dangerous bomb before it exploded was indeed the right thing to do. His father raised his phone, making a call. Director Lee, please arrange a meeting with the Hunter Correction Bureau. If possible, ask the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau to join us. Narrator. Going that far, old man? Back in reality, Udamdiok's face began to show worry. That John Young-hak was still grinning like he'd won the lottery? Did you hear me? If you don't want to be killed, stay still. Oh, but it didn't look like worry at all. He turned his head. I have to get Adele Cerrone out of here first. They probably won't find out she's from another world. But just in case. His face was cold as ice. A magic circle appeared beneath Adele Cerrone's feet. His voice was urgent. Adele Cerrone, you go back first. Of course, she was surprised and refused. Wait, what about you? Those outside saw it, shouting loudly. Teleportation. Don't let her escape. Narrator. Hey, this is getting tense, bro. A flash passed beneath the inspector's feet, startling him. A black line was drawn on the ground, stepping over that boundary. It was Park Gurium, his face as if possessed. And I will kill all of you. Inspector's face was now furious. Humph, that useless son of Iris. But before he could act tough for long, a strange foot landed on the ground. He stood in front of our Park Gurium. You're as arrogant as the rumors say, kid. The masked man stood there, and he immediately charged. I warned you not to cross the line. Those dull eyes, it was Leo Lux. Enough. He swung the sword on his shoulder. Don't be so arrogant. And so, he collapsed. At this moment, Park Gurium was startled because the sword had flashed past him, and blood splattered from somewhere. His father at that time was very stern. If you're right that Udamdiok is undergoing monsterization, then it's better to confine him at the Hunter Correction Bureau first. His eyebrows furrowed. John Young-hak, go help the Hunter Management Bureau catch Damdiok. Narrator. You'd think that Brat would agree immediately, but no, bro, he still had an extremely displeased attitude. What? Me? Help them? Then his face changed color. But he's undergoing monsterization. Narrator. Probably scared stiff, that little punk. right? You do as you're told. Don't worry. Just go. Someone will take care of it soon. John Young-hak looked bewildered. Who is it? His father's face was very smug. This is your chance. Go and observe carefully just how much of a monster he is. Back in reality, Park Gurium was collapsing in a pool of blood. Suddenly, Leo Lux turned as if sensing something. You Damdiok, holding his sword, charged to block him. Put that sword down immediately. At this moment, he had to protect his comrade first. He shouted loudly, You So Yoon, and from behind, she flew like a gust of wind. Understood. Narrator. Oh, so well coordinated, aren't they? Without much hesitation, she went and carried the severely wounded Park Gurium, who was lying flat on the ground. Seeing this, he was furious and kept watching. Seizing this opportunity, Udamdiok immediately took his chance, charging forward, fighting. With a single strike, he slid backward. And you dare to lose focus? Below, Yu So Yoon was using her power to help her dying friend. His wounds are deeper than I thought. I need to focus on healing now. Narrator. You're incredibly cool, sis. Remember to keep an eye on that guy until I'm done. Hearing this, he nodded. Leave it to me. And so the battle began. Leo Lux, covered from head to toe with a massive sword, was utterly displeased. So you finally decided to draw your sword, you monsterized one. He had to block his attacks, and he couldn't stop wondering, monsterization? What the hell is that? Narrator. Damn. Who knows what it is but keeps slandering others? As if gaining momentum, he unleashed several consecutive moves. You really don't know anything? Your abnormal power is enough proof. Narrator. Hello, is that really proof? How can that devilish thing be used to accuse someone? His face showed no hint of goodwill. Monsterization is the process by which normal humans acquire extraordinary abilities. At that moment, an image of a red demon with sharp, long horns sprouting everywhere also appeared. Oh, so terrifying. And black teeth, as if they hadn't been cleaned in a million years. Leo Lux was probably very confident in his thoughts. Currently, you must be very pleased to possess such power. However, over time, your ego will begin to disintegrate. Eventually, you will become a bloodthirsty monster, losing all humanity. Narrator. Oh, so Udamdiok is at risk of becoming like that ugly, dirty monster? Oh no, oh no. He continued rambling about his thoughts. Recently, with the increasing danger of gates, many cases of monsterization have occurred. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but this happened at the exact time of your awakening. At this, he was furious because it was all fabricated lies about himself. Nonsense, you've misunderstood. I am not monsterized. But Leo Lux wouldn't let him off easily. Lies, your power is very unusual, like the combined power of dozens of monsters. Udamdiok was speechless. That? At this point, he was truly enraged because he had been denying it all this time. You're more stubborn than I thought. All those who are monsterized make excuses. Narrator. But normal people do that too, not just him? What the fuck? Lelix's eyes widened. If you complete the monsterization process, it will lead to a horrific disaster in human history. Furthermore, he looked behind him, where the inspector stood. Hey, Hunter Management Bureau, don't you dare interfere. I won't be responsible if anything happens to you. Hearing that, the troops immediately retreated. Everyone, retreat. Hunter Leo Lux will handle everything here. Yes. Narrator. Hey, why do they seem so cowardly? They were so imposing when arresting him, but now they're running away from a fight. At this moment, he focused on adjusting his power. I will help you, you monsterized one. And so, a bunch of electrical wires and lightning bolts flashed everywhere, and the wind blew everything away. His hair stood on end, looking quite fierce. Narrator. Damn. Everyone looks handsome like this. His steps became faster and deeper. Charging forward, the two clashed with an incredibly powerful light. Lelix's eyes were filled with contempt and disgust. I knew it. You haven't unleashed your full power until now. Finally, you're showing your true nature. Narrator. True nature, my ass? Pointing his sword at Udamdiok, he said, That's you. He looked helpless, not knowing how to explain. He fought with increasing fervor. Then I will face you with my full power. Indeed, with his full power, one strike to the ground caused it to explode everywhere. He flew up, still trying to explain. I'm innocent. I have nothing to do with this. Narrator. Hey, I totally understand the feeling of being wrongly accused and no one believing you. It's so annoying. Udamdiok stopped explaining, switching to a threat. They call you Leo Lux, so you're the world's #1 hunter. If you win against me, you'll be rewarded, but if you lose, it will be very embarrassing. This fight is meaningless. Leo Lux took a running leap. I don't need honor. I just want to protect the world. Narrator. Damn. It sounds so pitiful, but I don't know what to say. And with that, he jumped up. Narrator. Coming back to you, my love. The two continued to duel with swords. Udamdiok still tried to dissuade him, as if he didn't want this. I'll say it again. Today is the first time I've heard about monsterization. I don't want to continue this ridiculous fight. Narrator. Do you think those words would reach his ears? I've heard these excuses many times. Lux charged again, unleashing an attack. And I always kill those who open their mouths to say that. Narrator. It hurts. It's tiring. He must have lost all patience. You bastard, won't you listen to me? He himself had to use all his strength to hold on, without finding a solution. Yes, I must remain calm, no matter how uncomfortable it gets. We need strong hunters like him to prevent the world's collapse. Lelix's face turned pale. His entire body seemed to enter an awakened state. He shouted loudly, "It's over!" A sphere flashed. Light enveloped everywhere. From above, he jumped and landed like a true Spider-Man. He thought he had dealt with Udamdiok. He was very pleased. Don't blame me. Later, you'll have to thank me. Little did he think things would end here. In the sky, another sphere of power appeared. But this time, the sphere carried immense mystical darkness. A voice from within spoke. Sorry, but I should be the one saying that. Hearing that, Leo Lux flinched. A familiar figure rushed down from above. The system immediately announced, Nemean lion armor transforming. He turned back in surprise. What? His eyes began to widen in shock. A powerful surge of light flew forth. Black sword burst. Just one move, dust flew everywhere, creating an earthquake. Leo Lux was covered in blood but still hadn't fallen. Udamdiok, standing opposite him, could only shake his head in resignation. I've already limited my power. I don't want to kill you. Standing here, yet you still don't know your place. He panted, seemingly still unable to regain his composure. Udamdiok was extremely surprised. He didn't expect him to still be standing after a blow that killed the ice attack. He must have redirected his attack force into the ground using his mana attribute. His face was covered in blood, his eyes hazy. He couldn't help but make Damdiok curious. His mana control ability is truly astonishing. To achieve such a level in a world where magic isn't even established. His voice trembling. I must stop him. Oh, he can barely breathe. Yet he's still persistent with the thought of protecting the world. Pitiable, yet also blameworthy. Looking at that face, he couldn't help but think. That must be the skill of the world's #1 hunter. At the same time, he remembered earlier. Thinking back now, he had just mentioned it earlier. That was the short-haired girl with glasses on her right eye. Korea. This is the first time I've heard of that dimension. It must be in the same dimension as the place called America that I heard from another god. Remembering that, he wondered even more if he was like himself and Yu So-yoon. Looking down at him kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but hope. If that's truly the case, then I definitely need to resolve this misunderstanding. Thinking that, he immediately acted. Have you ever heard of the system? If you have, then we'll have a lot to talk about. His face covered in blood. Leo Lux still struggled to answer. The system? Do you mean the status window? Everyone knows that. Humph, you've truly gone mad. And his eyes slowly drooped. Damn it, I should have stopped you before you went on a rampage. But my body won't obey me. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground. This, the tragic fate of Elia. Hello? How can you faint after just a few words, bro? Udamdiok looked on, not knowing what to say. Is he trying to hide the fact that he uses the god system? Once he wakes up, I'll have to ask him thoroughly. Done, he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Before that, looking at that, it's easy to guess what he's about to do. Udamdiok threw his sword, making the heavens and earth almost explode. Get out here, you bastard. Which bastard? Only that arrogant blonde-haired guy. He fell backward. Exactly, the round guy is shaking. Damn, his pants must be soaked now. His face was as cold as ice. This time, you've truly crossed the line. Even the air you breathe is a waste. You animal. Holy crap. That's next level, a true pro. There was nothing to say about that guy. Sweat poured from him. He was scared to tears. Doctor stepped in, standing beside Jung Hyuk's hospital bed. His expression was serious. Broken bones, torn muscles, and dozens of other injuries. The doctor continued. It seems he managed to dodge the vital spots. But that bastard was truly merciless. His body is completely shattered. Only a faint breath remains. The guild master asked, Is he stable? The doctor replied, Yes, he's still alive. But if he wants to return to being a hunter, it will take half a year to recover. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, The guild master's face immediately changed. Slightly astonished, his eyes widened. His face darkened. Is the connection between me and that kid Udamdiok only this far? Or have I nurtured a viper in my bosom, raising a tiger that grew wings? Big Gurium sighed to Sarone. Seriously, I thought I was going to die. Sarone laughed, slapping his back with a loud smack. You're overreacting. Is he crazy? Sarone continued to laugh, adding a compliment. Anyway, your indomitable fighting spirit is commendable. I'll have to look at you differently now, Big Gurium. Big Gurium coughed, muttering under his breath. Cough, cough. Crazy. He's crazy. Udamdiok called you So-Yoon from behind, his voice slightly stammering. Hey, So-Yoon. You, besides me, have you met anyone like us? So-Yoon was a bit confused, turning her head to ask, What do you mean, like us? Udamdiok replied, I mean like you and me working part-time for the gods. I have a thought. Is it possible that Leolux, that guy, is also like us, working part-time for the gods? As soon as he finished, So-Yoon was slightly surprised, but her expression didn't change much. She asked, Why do you think that? Udamdiok replied, Last time, when we went to the magic world, I mean Idlam, Vermal said that another god had been there before me. She was a bit puzzled. Then what? Any god who controls the system can go to Idlam. Udamdiok nodded. Yes, that's true, but that god who came to Idlam, I heard he was from America. He hesitated slightly before continuing. Hearing that, So-Yoon's expression changed immediately. She frowned slightly, asking in surprise, From America? Udamdiok replied, That's right. Isn't it strange? Normally they'd use names like Asgard, Olympus. What god would say they're from America? Moreover, coincidentally, Leolux is an American hunter. Leolux's image appeared in both their minds. Udamdiok didn't stop. Not only that, Leolux also uses mana proficiently. A god from America once came to the magic world. An American from the human world, where there's no concept of mana, can freely control mana. Isn't this coincidence too perfect? Finally, Udamdiok stopped after expressing his thoughts to So-Yoon. So-Yoon hummed for a moment then replied, I understand what you mean, but based only on that evidence, we can't conclude that Leolux is like us. She sighed, flopped down onto a nearby bench, crossing her legs. Why? I find it very suspicious. Udamdiok asked, a bit puzzled. Listen to me, although I can't clearly explain why we, ordinary humans, can use the god system. Even though I'm explaining, there's one thing I can be sure of. The only people who can use the god system in this world are you and I. Just the two of us. She slowly raised her head, meeting Udamdiok's gaze. He paused slightly then asked curiously, Wait, how can you be so sure? Clearly you can't be sure. She lowered her eyes. You'll understand eventually. For now, just trust me. Only we can use the system. Udamdiok sighed, raising a hand to scratch his head. Sigh, if you say so, then it must be true. He thought to himself, Honestly, I don't quite understand, but besides trusting you, what else can I do? So-Yoon has never been wrong. From the beginning, she was the one who showed me how to stop the war of the gods. Suddenly, a system window appeared, interrupting his train of thought. He glanced over. Oh, this is. The system displayed. Recruitment, urgently seeking someone to record blessings for newborn babies. Employer, divine midwife, over 100,000 experience. New workers accepted. Preference for candidates with relevant experience. Job description. Assist in recording alongside the divine midwife as she bestows blessings upon newborn babies. Due to a sharp decline in birth rate, a maximum of 10 children per day. A good opportunity. Working hours, primarily from midnight to dawn. Salary, 10 divine power per child. Suddenly, the phone's notification bell rang. Hunter Association, C-rank gate at Hannock Village upgraded to S-rank gate. All four stared at each other in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape, muttering, Hannock Village isn't where we fought Leolux, is it? Udamdiok cursed inwardly, his expression becoming tense. Damn it, the gate we didn't completely resolve has developed to this extent? We need to act quickly. A horrifying scene unfolded. The sky was stained crimson, thick layers of pitch-black fog enveloped everything. The once lush green trees were now withered and dry, and grotesque tree people in various poses were scattered throughout the forest. Udamdiok hurried forward, not expecting the gate they had left unfinished due to the chaos last time to have developed so strongly. He gripped the hilt of his sword, entering a combat stance, and thought, First, with just one sword strike, I'll cut that monstrosity in half, and finish this quickly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, Aya! He flinched, reflexively glancing behind him. A long-haired man in white clothes ran over in a panic, shouting, Aya! Udamdiok asked worriedly, Hey, is everyone okay? The man knelt on the ground, groaning in fear and horror. Ugh, Aya. He clutched Udamdiok's arm tightly. His eyes were frantic, his face distorted to a terrifying degree, his voice urgent. Run quickly, the old one. That old one will kill us all. Udamdiok was a bit confused, asking him again, Which old one? What are you talking about? His head was full of questions. He wondered, thinking, Exactly what the hell is happening behind that terrifying fog? My intuition feels terrible. If what comes out of the gate is a forgotten god. While lost in his thoughts, he didn't realize that the bizarre thing he had just cut in half, its body was slowly healing. Just then, the system updated. Intuition activated. Immediately, he sensed it and turned his head. Fortunately, he dodged its attack. He spun around and delivered a fatal kick directly to its head. He was secretly astonished, thinking, Regeneration ability? They're tougher than they look. If so, I'll have no choice but to use mana. He no longer let his guard down, but instead adopted a stance ready to fight at any moment. I wanted to save mana for when I entered the gate, but he seemed a bit regretful. Just as he was about to unleash mana, a powerful, dazzling blue surge of mana suddenly appeared, astonishing him. Why are you here? Leo Lux. He was quite surprised that the person who appeared before him was none other than Leo Lux. Listen, Udamdiok. I don't fully trust the innocence you're trying to prove. Leo Lux glanced at Udamdiok, his voice authoritative. However, he paused then continued, Currently, the top priority is to stop the gate, for humanity. In dramatic and dangerous atmosphere, soldiers were facing tree people, sharp claws descending from above, creating an immense sense of threat. The brown-haired soldier exclaimed, Block them, don't let any get through. He was both anxious and frightened, turning his head to look behind him, seeing a tree person next to another soldier. He panicked, his words incomplete. Over there. His eyes were sharp, his eyebrows furrowed, and blue electric sparks flashed around the head of a blue-haired person. A blurry figure appeared before the blue-haired person. His foot stomped heavily on the ground, lightning bolts around his feet holding the formation steady. Turned out to be Leo Lux. He spoke in a powerful voice. Secure the area. Ensure civilian safety. The brown-haired soldier exclaimed in surprise. Leo Lux. Leo Lux quickly ordered the other soldiers. Hunters who cannot use mana, aim for their limbs. Avoid direct confrontation. Focus on slowing their advance. The soldiers shouted. Understood. Leo Lux glanced around. Clearly, it was just a moment ago. No matter how dangerous the gate, it was only at dungeon level. This world is becoming increasingly terrifying. The scene was eerie and haunting, creating a sense of a dark, different world. Above, the sky was deep red with dark streaks like dripping blood, creating a suffocating and unsettling atmosphere. Withered, leafless trees stretched their branches like claws. Red, blue, white, and yellow strips of cloth hung from them, looking like ritualistic symbols or chilling warning signs. These strips of cloth could symbolize souls or a mysterious sacrificial ritual. Below, rows of tree people stood upright, from near to far, creating a chilling sensation as if this was a land of the dead or a post-apocalyptic world. A gigantic tail was swinging amidst the ominous purple smoke. The tail was dark brown, its veins prominent, coiling powerfully and appearing to be in motion, showcasing the strength and vitality of the creature that owned it. A pink-haired girl was struck by the tail, flung into the air in a helpless posture. She screamed in terror, Ah, help! Help me! Leo Lux looked up with a helpless expression. This? He frantically shouted, Calm down! Suddenly, Yu So-yoon appeared, saying to Leo Lux, You feel it too, don't you? There's something terrifying hidden in that black fog. Leo Lux replied, Of course, that unsettling feeling from within the fog. Stepping into it would be suicide. Leo Lux clenched his fist. Even so, Leo Lux's eyes widened in astonishment, facing the jet-black tentacles emerging from the vibrant purple ground. Udamdiok suddenly appeared, his eyes sharp and furious, unleashing a powerful punch into those black tentacles. So-yoon and Leo Lux were stunned. She cried out in panic. Udamdiok, that idiot, Damdiok, reached out and broke the black tentacles. Damdiok, he had saved the pink-haired girl. A voice echoed in the darkness. Udamdiok. A foot wearing dark shoes just landed on the gloomy, cracked ground. Eerie blue-purple light spread across the ground, creating a cold and alien feeling. A voice echoed. Where is this? Udamdiok stood in the gloomy atmosphere. Surrounding him were dry, leafless tree trunks, their branches reaching out like claws. He muttered to himself. It seems like another dimension connected to the black fog. This place was filled with evil energy and the smell of death. Drops of sweat ran down his cheeks. He felt as if his life force was being drained. From somewhere, an old woman's voice echoed. An interesting child has arrived here, has he? Damdiok turned his head in surprise. The old woman's face was grotesque. She said to Damdiok. Come closer, Kakik. A red notification window appeared, his intuition warning of deadly danger. Damdiok's eyes widened, feeling as if his body was slowly stiffening. From the tree where the old woman sat, branches suddenly stretched out, lashing down directly at Damdiok. With agile movements, he escaped that powerful strike. His face was filled with horror. He gritted his teeth and thought, is that the old person the hunters saw? Without even fighting, he could feel that this one was extremely dangerous. The old woman looked at him, raised her index finger, and grinned from ear to ear, letting out a laugh. Kakik, what an arrogant and impolite child. Suddenly, another branch stretched towards him, making a whooshing sound in the wind. As Damdiok turned his face, the branch was just a few centimeters from his face. He quickly dodged to the side, raised his sword and cut off the branch, gritting his teeth and letting out a cry. A hint of interest appeared in the old woman's eyes. She narrowed her eyes and praised him without reservation. Oh, quite good, completely different from the others before. Young and full of vitality. As leisurely as she was, Damdiok's situation was completely the opposite. He was struggling to swing his sword, cutting off the branches that had been rushing towards him, without a single moment's rest, and their numbers tended to increase. A golden light flashed in his pupils, and he let out a cry. Then, Damdiok spun around a few times, unleashing beautiful sword strikes, decisively cutting the branches into many pieces. Unexpectedly, right where he landed after his attack, branches sprouted from unknown places. They wrapped around and tightly bound Damdiok's body like octopus tentacles catching prey. He could only scream in helplessness. The branches pulled him towards the old woman, face to face. She stared at him intently, then praised him again. Ah, wonderful, that unyielding and resilient expression, completely different from the others. Her smile grew even more sinister. I truly wish to see your true face. The surrounding branches seemed to have faces of their own, looking at him with wide-open mouths. She continued. A mighty warrior, a child searching for his mother, a widow who lost her husband, a hunter begging for his life. Then the old woman reached out and poked a branch beside her, her voice devoid of goodwill, though she was smiling as she spoke. Kiki, all of them are wonderful expressions. What expression will you wear when you die? Her eyes widened even further, the blood vessels within easily visible. I'm very much looking forward to it. Suddenly, a red warning panel appeared, stating, extreme fear is enveloping you, reducing agility, strength, and spirit. Though the words were small, they made Damdiok break out in a cold sweat. Profusely, he thought to himself, this feeling is exactly like facing Asmodeus. Seeing his expression change made the old woman even more interested, her words growing wilder. That expression. Yes, how delicious. Seeing her bony hand and the branch growing from her sleeve wanting to touch his face, he became panicked internally. No. Just before the branch touched Damdiok, he secretly screamed in his heart. It can't be like this. His 3 generations of luck must be working now. A blue notification window appeared. Application accepted. Seeing that notification, he was surprised, a smile playing on his lips, and he said, huh, just in time. The content on the notification changed again, moving to work location. Thinking he had secured victory, he spoke to the old woman, his tone somewhat arrogant. You'd best pray. Do you think I'll let you escape easily? You idiot. The old woman reached out and touched the notification window, mocking, cheap trick. The next second, the notification window shattered into fragments, disappearing before his eyes. His escape route was cut off, and Damdiok's eyes flashed with tension. He only heard her continue, as a warning. Don't even think about escaping. Then she grabbed his chin, brought her face close to his, and introduced herself. Stepping in here, you have death in your hands. I am Death, the old death goddess. That grotesque thing continuously provoked Damdiok with its wrinkled face, deep eye sockets showing only whites, a terrifying sight. It opened its mouth. Come, show me your expression. Don't fantasize, Damdiok retorted. You think I'll give up so easily? He yelled at it while his entire body was tightly bound by branches, his face furious and disgusted. The familiar blue screen of the system appeared, activating the Hellfire skill. 2 hateful gazes met, both sides feeling contempt for the other. As the flames began to rise, He and that thing lunged at the same time, neither yielding, the scene both chaotic and strangely beautiful. Her eyes turned completely black, the whites no longer visible, and she opened her mouth with a disdainful tone. Trying to commit suicide with me, you stubborn brat? But because of that I look forward to it even more. Meanwhile, Damdiok was sitting on the ground, his body heavily scratched, still holding his sword. The sweet expression of despair when you give up everything. Damdiok began to stand up, planting his sword into the ground as a support. Finally, he still struggled to his feet, refuting her words. Impossible. I can't give up. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and flames gradually erupted from beneath his feet. If a monster like you were to escape, Soul would be instantly destroyed. His eyes glared at it with hatred. Therefore, even if I die, I will stop you here, he yelled, leaping forward, charging straight towards that thing. The thing narrowed its eyes at him, its voice full of excitement. Good. I very much wish to witness it. The tear-stained face of despair, it reached out its hand, followed by several gnarled branches protruding from its body. You struggle in vain. As she finished speaking, the number of branches increased significantly, piercing through his body. He coughed. Kuh! Blood spurted from his mouth and a fatal wound in the middle of his chest. Come. Lift your head and let me see, she said excitedly, her voice contemptuous. While Damdiok was still in critical condition, hanging by a thread, cherry blossoms suddenly fluttered down. A girl with white hair braided into 2 large pigtails, wearing a colorful hanbok, made a hand sign and said, Myriad flowers dream roaming isle. The tree person's branches gradually retreated, its face astonished. She glanced behind her, gritting her teeth. You? How could you? The girl sighed, stepping towards it. Humph. Children these days are truly undisciplined. The girl smiled calmly. Not even on time for work. Behind her, Damdiok was gradually fading along with the cherry blossoms. Again, stealing my person again? She was clearly angry, her eyes wide, her mouth agape like a fish gasping for air. Her branches and hair bristled like a broom. Give him back. Give him back to me. She screamed frantically, her branches rushing towards the girl. Stealing? You crazy old woman. She calmly glanced at it. Falling flowers fire danced 10 days red. She cast magic, cherry blossoms once again fell, and the branches vanished with them. I cannot stand by when causality is being overturned. She lowered her eyelids, watching calmly. That thing's body gradually became transparent, and she panicked, her face unwilling. Go back to hell obediently. As she finished speaking, that thing's body dissipated with the flower petals. She widened her eyes, her wrinkled, ashen skin and bloodshot eye sockets filled with indignation. You dare obstruct me again, you will pay the price. The girl stood amidst the trees, her hair and hanbok fluttering in the wind, the flower petals dancing like free-flying butterflies. She sighed, frowning. Humph. I told you not to come near here. She glanced back, tilting her face slightly. She looked at Damdiok, covered in blood, his eyes closed, and sighed. Fortunately, I arrived in time. She knelt beside his body and began to heal him. Oh my, such severe wounds. The poor child has suffered so much. Suddenly, 3 people ran over, one of them yelling. You Damdiok. She smiled, it's time. She conjured a flower branch, holding it in her hand. Then she placed the flower branch on his chest. See you again later. 3 people who ran over were Yu So-yoon, Saron, and Park Gurium. As night fell, the night sky sparkled with stars named Galaxy 97, and the bright moonlight shone down on the human world, in a tall apartment building. Yu Damdiok lay on the bed, groaning. Ugh. My head. Beside him was Yu So-yoon. She asked coldly. You're awake? Meanwhile, he clutched his head in pain, slightly surprised. Oh, Yu So-yoon? He asked. Where is this? She frowned slightly and replied. Your bedroom. Can't you tell? Reckless actions always make others worry. He held his forehead, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Ugh. What happened? She replied. I found you unconscious in the fog. He wondered. Alone? I clearly met an old woman who called herself Death. Her expression became serious, her pupils slightly constricted. He lowered his eyelids, continuing. She was unbelievably strong. I was completely helpless, unable to resist. She replied. That old death goddess is a forgotten god, possessing power equal to Asmodeus. Among Korean gods, she is one of the most dangerous. Humph, it's a miracle you survived. She praised him, then sighed again. He clenched his fist, his voice slightly disappointed. I'm sorry. It seems I became too complacent with my power, destroying even the system interface. I never imagined that. As he finished speaking, her expression became stunned. What? What did you just say was destroyed? She lunged forward, climbing straight onto his bed, her tone urgent. He was flustered by her strong reaction. That old death goddess destroyed my system interface. He was a little embarrassed, blushing as she pressed her face close to his. She was surprised. What the hell? A system interface appeared. Its black-blue screen cracked. System, error. He replied. I'm also a little shocked. But do you need to overreact like that? She frowned, looking at the error reporting system interface, her voice serious. Do you know what the system is? System is a protocol connecting all things, created by the primordial mother to maintain balance across dimensions. A shining rhomboid mass of magic power appeared. The system was destroyed? This is truly unprecedented. She stood on one foot, knelt on the other on the bed, supporting herself with both hands. He was surprised. So, is that so? On the floor below, Saron and Park Gurium were fast asleep. She stepped off the bed, pacing back and forth, muttering. Repair. It must be repaired immediately. But how? Magic? Or divine power? Udamdiok then spoke, soothing her worries. Calm down. She suddenly remembered. Hephaestus, that's right, the smithing god, master of all mysterious creations. Perhaps he can help. The system interface displayed. Hephaestus is currently not at the forge. Please try again later. She was surprised. Why now of all times? She was flustered. Udamdiok gave a wry smile, thinking. He also has his eccentric moments. The flower branch in the vase suddenly spoke. You're awake, young man? He was astonished. Don't be surprised. I have transferred my consciousness into this flower. He was confused. What is it now? If you help me tend my garden, I will help you repair the system interface. The flower continued. This is a mutually beneficial transaction. This energy, it's the energy I felt before being killed by the old death goddess. He widened his eyes, sweat pouring down. Yusoyun asked, What? What do you mean? We'll talk later, be careful, you might feel a little dizzy. As she finished speaking, dazzling glowing petals fluttered like a snowstorm. He panicked. Wait, she was also blinded by the strong light, letting out a soft cry. Park Gurium also woke up because of the light, his face still groggy, his mind hazy. What the hell? Night fell, the bright moonlight illuminating the entire night sky. In the tall apartment building, a powerful, dazzling pink light shone out, brightly illuminating the entire apartment. The scenery changed, and right before their eyes was a lush green lawn with hundreds of flowers blooming. White birds flew in the clear blue sky, and behind them were towering, majestic rocks. Saron rubbed her eyes looking around. Ugh. Where's this? Udamdiok was also surprised. This is Samshin standing behind them asked. It's a beautiful place, isn't it? Of mine. The Samshin smiled, looking at him. He was surprised, thinking this warm energy. Then he asked, Is that you, the one I met in the black fog? Samshin smiled, replying, That's right, I am Samshin, whom people call the divine midwife. Udamdiok joyfully exclaimed, Indeed, thank you for that time. He hadn't finished speaking when Park Gurium interrupted him. Hey, who's that kid? Udamdiok froze stiff, his mind full of question marks. That idiot Park Gurium continued. Who are you? Is this cosplay? Park Gurium looked at Samshin as if she were a child, smiling and patting her head. Hey kid, go play something else, we're busy. Samshin looked up at him. Kid, I am Samshin. Samshin smiled again. Well, never mind. The child I chose is indeed very lively. Park Gurium replied. Oh my, she seems to actually believe it. Udamdiok rushed over, pushing Park Gurium's head down. Sweat poured down his face like rain, and he panicked. Yes, excuse me. Samshin, I apologize, he seems to be a bit foolish. Park Gurium grumbled. What's going on? Saron also couldn't help but ask in surprise. Oh, this lovely woman. No, this wonderful woman is really a goddess? Really? Udamdiok panicked, fearing offending a god, and quickly added, Ah, and the little girl behind her is a mage, haha. He forced a smile. Oh, you came from another world? Although I didn't bless you, you are truly a wonderful child. Samshin stroked her chin, her eyes full of admiration. Saron was flustered, her voice slightly stammering. Thank you. Samshin stopped the conversation, looking at all four of them. All right, introductions are over. Now, let's begin our work. Samshin led them to a flower garden and turned back to them. This is the garden of flowers for children about to be born. Your task is to water these flowers. Saron exclaimed. Oh, it's so beautiful. I love this kind of healing part-time job. Yu So-yoon stood beside her, also intently admiring the flower garden. Park Gurium lost patience. All right, let's hurry up and do it. Hey, old lady, where's the water? Yu Damdiok fumed, correcting him. Park Gurium. You idiot. Speak properly. It's all right, just ignore me. Now, each of you take one of these jars. Then go up the mountain behind us to get water. Samshin replied, holding a large jar in her hand. The cliff behind us? One of the four asked. They all looked up at the towering cliff, where a house stood on the mountaintop. The dazzling sunlight shone through the rocks of the cliff. That's my house. Get water from the top of the cliff, where that ancient tree is. Samshin replied nonchalantly. Park Gurium and Yu Damdiok gaped, their faces screaming, too lazy to do it. Park Gurium then yelled, What are you making us do? Yu Damdiok also cried out, Oh my goodness! Romantic twilight descended, coloring the clear blue morning sky. The sun was no longer dazzling but gentle, like an eye slowly closing, carrying the lingering reluctance of all things as the day drew to an end. They all panted like dogs. Finally, the jar was full of water. Yu Damdiok groaned. Finally, it's done. They were all utterly exhausted, sweat pouring off them like rain, lying sprawled and gasping for breath. I thought I was going to die. I thought it would be an easy job. Who knew? Yu Damdiok lamented. Samshin sat on a tree, swinging her legs, and smiled. When has anything ever been easy? He looked up, surprised to see Samshin. Oh, Samshin. Samshin jumped down from the branch, continuing. To repair a treasure like the system interface, there must be corresponding karma. Samshin tilted her head, looking at him. Follow me. Samshin led him to a place with a night sky. The night sky, like a wordless dream, stretched endlessly above. The stars, not just bright, but seemed to breathe, sparkling vividly, soulfully, as if looking back at those who gazed at them from the other side of the universe. He climbed the steps with Samshin in front. She turned her back to him. Watering this garden of soul flowers holds great significance. Your hands have cleansed and purified the bodies of the children about to be born. This act is no different from contributing to the maintenance of the cycle of reincarnation. He sighed in exasperation, thinking, what is she talking about? I don't understand any of it. I can't believe the place to repair the system interface is where I had to carry water all day. Amidst the profound night scene, the night sky was illuminated by countless dazzling stars. A giant moon shone brightly in the corner of the sky, like a colossal sky lantern watching over the human world. Samshin stood on the steps. This is Kama, also known as your karma. He replied. Oh, is that so? Samshin urged him. Come up here. Meanwhile, he was exhausted, his legs buckling. He gazed at the scenery, exclaiming, Flowers! It was clearly just normal water earlier. Before him was a clear lake, its emerald water shining under the moonlight, making the surface sparkle like crystal, as if stardust was swimming in the water. Samshin mused, that means you are qualified. She smiled at him. Now go inside. He was slightly stunned. Huh? He asked in confusion. Go inside? Is this water safe? Why is it glowing? Samshin lost patience. Why are you so talkative? Hurry up. Then she hit him hard on the head, making him fall into the lake. He cried out, Ouch! He woke up, not fully opening his eyes, and softly groaned, Ugh! He opened his eyes, surprised. Oh! He glanced around. This is the same space as when I met Asmodeus. Before him was a sparkling cosmic sky, a profound space. What was special was the floating fragments everywhere, like pieces of a shattered painting. He wondered why the lake connected to this place. Suddenly, Samshin's flower petals floated in this strange space. He looked up, intently watching the petals. And why are Samshin's flower petals here? The petals suddenly glowed, transforming into a giant, dazzling fragment. The number of fragments increased, and he could only stand there blankly. The scene suddenly changed. His body was now that of a child. Before him was Samshin, who looked at him. That is the primordial mother. Although I am the one who blesses you, in truth, all beings in this world are her children. Her hand conjured a sparkling pink flower. This flower contained the essence of all things in the 3,000 great thousand worlds. She continued, Now, take it. She placed the flower in his palm. He exclaimed in surprise, A flower? I can receive such a beautiful flower? Samshin patted his head, smiling, of course. Samshin looked at him affectionately, her eyes gentle. Because you. He woke up, his eyes wide open. Samshin leaned over him. Oh, you're finally awake? How long are you going to stare blankly? Get up quickly. Samshin looked at him, urging him. He sat up, tilted his head, and asked, "What I just saw, what was that?" Samshin looked at him, her voice nonchalant. "What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense and check the system interface." He remembered. Ah, that's right, the system. The system displayed, "New feature updated." He rejoiced. "Oh, it's fixed. It even has new features." The system continued, "Primordial memories have been added. You can now review memories from previous lives. Would you like to review your memories?" He was surprised, thinking, primordial memories. So what I just saw were memories from my previous life. Previous life, what is that? His finger touched the system interface, seemingly agreeing. The system displayed, launching previous life log. Searching for previous life log. 1,868 previous lives found. Optimizing. Displaying only viewable records. Episode 01, Primordial Memory Viewable. The system announced. After optimization, other memories are currently unviewable. He was disappointed, thinking, only one? Well, I'll save it for later. Now, Samshin. He called. "Thank you for saving my life and repairing the system interface. I truly thank you." He thanked her, bowing 90 degrees. Samshin smiled. "You truly are an obedient child. Raise your head. I only did what I should do. Now let's go home. I have gifts for you all." Udamdiok gently took the cup being offered. His eyes slightly tilted to look at the dark liquid inside, his brows furrowing in curiosity. He cautiously asked, the gift you're giving us is tea?" Samshin smiled kindly, her eyes showing a hint of affection as she replied, "Yes, tea brewed from spirit herbs that only grow in hell." Meanwhile, Udamdiok raised the teacup to his face, gently inhaled its strange aroma, and prepared to taste it. She slowly continued, "It will help you strengthen your will and overcome fear." As his lips touched the rim of the cup, he silently evaluated the taste of the tea spreading across his tongue. It doesn't taste very good." On the other side, Samshin continued to explain in a calm voice, but one that held a hidden worry. The old death goddess's nature is extremely malicious. She will never let go of her prey. She spoke sternly, emphasizing each word as if pouring it directly into his heart. "When facing that malice again, you at least need enough courage to fight." Udamdiok stared intently at the hand holding the cup, clearly feeling a vague surge of power rising within him. He mused, "I feel like something inside me has become stronger." His 5 fingers gently stretched out, and his thoughts continued to weave through his mind. But that's still not enough. Old memories suddenly flooded back. Every time I recall facing the old death goddess, I still feel a heart-wrenching fear. Perhaps after hearing Samshin, Saron silently brought the teacup to her lips and drank it all. Udamdiok then turned to her, his urgent voice echoing in the quiet space. "Samshin, could you please give us a little more tea?" Samshin looked at him, her face suddenly falling, her voice tinged with emotion. "Oh my, you're worried it's not enough?" "I suppose so," she sighed, continuing in a regretful tone. "Unfortunately, this spirit herb is only effective the first time it's drunk." He was momentarily stunned, then bowed his head and replied, "I see." Face fell further, her eyebrows drawing into a line of sadness, and she slowly apologized. "I can't help any more than this." Not wanting her to feel guilty, Udamdiok quickly replied, his voice sincere, "It's all right, you've already helped us so much." Just then, he suddenly turned around, his eyes unexpectedly drawn to a soothing blue light filtering in from behind him. The light came from the system, sparkling in his eyes like a signal about to lead to something important. A blue light frame suddenly appeared before Udamdiok, and text from the system cut across his thoughts. New part-time job notification. The system screen quickly switched to the mission interface, displaying each line clearly and coldly. It was eliminate on Gorgon Island, from employer Elia. Requirements: divine power over 200,000, combat experience and steel will. Job: behead Medusa. Work duration: ends immediately upon mission completion. Salary: Perseus's Aegis shield. Upon mission completion, fear resistance will significantly and immediately increase, better than any divine elixir. Only truly interested applicants accepted. Note: do not ask for personal information and do not send private messages at night. His eyes lit up, and a smile he couldn't hide spread across his lips. Eliminate Medusa. Already imagining the precious reward, he was satisfied. Increase fear resistance. Exactly what I need. Before he could tap anything else, a hand unexpectedly reached out from beside him and pinched Udamdiok's arm hard, making him jump in pain, his face contorted. The other person shouted, "Excellent! Sign up now!" Quickly pulling away the hand that had just grabbed him, Damdiok spun around, his face blank until he recognized the person. He exclaimed in alarm, "You So-yoon!" Before him now, Yu So-yoon's face was dark, her voice deep and powerful. "Hey!" She crossed her arms, her eyes like bullets, calling Yu Damdiok by the most unpleasant name in the world. "You idiot!" He mumbled in reply. "What?" Without letting him dodge, she glared, angrily questioning. "Are you going to act thoughtlessly by yourself again?" As soon as she finished, she took a breath and unleashed a torrent of words at him like rap, giving him no time to react. She screamed, "How much more recklessly are you going to act? Do you think you're immortal, or that if your limbs are severed, they can grow back like saplings?" He stood frozen like a statue, speechless from the scolding. But Yu So-yoon had no intention of stopping, continuing her rapid-fire questions. "If your stomach is riddled with holes, can it be patched up like a manhole cover? You were beaten half to death by the old death goddess and still haven't learned your lesson." Her anger still surged, her voice steady and firm like a professional rapper's flow. "Don't you care about the feelings of those who worry about you? If you keep going like this, you'll die before you know it." In the distance, Saron and Park Gyuriam's eyes widened and mouths dropped open, simultaneously exclaiming in astonishment. Seeing Yu Damdiok still standing silently, Yu So-yoon snapped, "Answer me!" He no longer had any dignity, stammering,
I'm sorry."
Sweat poured off him like rain, dripping down his face. But Yu So-yoon still didn't let up, her voice relentless like a whip. "Is sorry enough? Or do you want to commit suicide?" Yu Damdiok was still dazed, frozen in place. She continued her relentless barrage. "Or do you just not listen to others? Answer me." Unable to bear the pressure from the goddess of wrath, Yu Damdiok finally knelt to the ground, bowing deeply in apology as if before a descending deity. He repeatedly slammed his head, his voice earnestly pleading, "I understand my mistake. Please forgive me." The sky above suddenly cleared to an unusual degree, a brilliant blue backdrop adorned with a few white cloud streaks and faint starlight. It seemed the heavens were also anxiously watching the recent conflict, or perhaps preparing for a tumultuous next chapter. Yu So-yoon had now calmed down, her voice slow and gentle as she analyzed. "First, the Medusa elimination mission isn't bad, but we need thorough preparation." Before her, all three, Saron, Park Gyuriam, and Yu Damdiok, knelt obediently in a line, listening intently like 3 elementary school students before their homeroom teacher. Yu So-yoon seriously explained, "To cut off Medusa's head, we need 3 things." Saron was a bit reluctant. "Why do I have to do it?" Without letting anyone interrupt, Yu So-yoon began to list them. First, winged shoes, 2 meters, to travel to Gorgon Island. She immediately continued. Second, an invisibility hat to approach Medusa without being detected. Finally, she clearly concluded. Third, a mirror shield to fight Medusa without looking directly into her eyes. She began to outline the plan to acquire the necessary items. As for the mirror shield, I'll get it by doing part-time jobs. The invisibility hat is very common in the magic world. Saron will definitely have one. Saron then closed her eyes and smiled smugly, placing a hand lightly on her chest, acting like a noble lady. "Easy as pie. Leave it to me." As the atmosphere was flowing smoothly, Yu So-yoon suddenly tilted her head, her cold eyes glancing at Damdiok, then unexpectedly snapped her fingers. "The remaining problem is the 2-meter shoes. The post office is always short-staffed, so one more person probably won't hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, the system light before his eyes flared, making him momentarily stunned. Without letting him react, she continued as if it had been prearranged. "Perhaps you should go there." Scene changes to the 2-meter post office. The atmosphere here was dizzyingly bustling. Envelopes floated in the air like a flock of colorful birds. A long purple-haired girl with deer horns on her head, 6 arms working simultaneously to write on papers as long as scrolls. A 3-eyed man with slicked-back hair pasted colorful notes onto a paper, reading and shouting loudly. F-156, lost parcel. A giant red demon, with large wings, a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. Eye sockets as deep as an abyss, raising its hand and yelling, "Hey, hurry up!" Below the chaotic scene, Damdiok and Gyuriam stood dumbfounded like 2 visitors lost in a god's factory. Envelopes fell profusely like withered autumn leaves. Gyuriam's eyes widened in wonder. "Wow, it's so vast. Are all of these letters?" Damdiok, with his hands in his pockets, his eyes sparkling with admiration. As expected of the divine realm, truly a different class. Just then, a resounding laugh from above made both of them immediately look up. That voice was full of charisma. "Ha-ha! You've arrived?" Amidst the hazy clouds, Heimdall soared like a divine bird in mid-air. His light blue and white hair fluttered in the wind, the winged shoes on his feet glowing softly. His face was radiant, shining with mischief and confidence. Heimdall raised his hand and waved. "Welcome to Heimdall's post office." Dimdiok stood below, looking up unblinking. Heimdall spun once in the air, pointed at himself, then gave a showy wink. His voice rang out clearly amidst the bustling space. "You must have heard of me, right? If not, remember this well. I'm your boss for today." He leaned down, his blue hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes held a hint of mischief, but his voice carried a slight warning. "Working all day must be tiring. Are you two up for it?" Damdiok looked up, smiling confidently. "Please don't worry. Hard work is our specialty." Still smiling, he raised a finger as if to confirm one last time. His tone was slightly cautious. "Ah, have you checked? We'll be paid with the 2-meter shoes instead of cash. 2 meters, remember that?" He lowered his voice to reassure. All right. Rest assured. Honesty and trustworthiness are my motto." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand. Envelopes from the sky miraculously flew towards the two, forming a rhythmic spiral. He laughed loudly, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Then let's start working." Letters continued to fall like a paper rain, piling up into a mountain behind Damdiok and Gurium. Both were still frozen, their eyes wide with horror, unable to believe the sight. The voice of their nominal boss remained even, as if nothing significant had happened. "This is today's mail. If you want to finish on time, you'll have to run until your feet wear out." Scene change. The dazzling Greek sunlight shone upon a massive castle with classical architecture. Ivory-white stone pillars rose high into the brilliant sky, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and heroism. Inside, Ares now rested his sword across the back of his neck, a habit born of arrogance. As soon as he saw Damdiok, his eyes lit up, and his mouth twisted into a mocking smile. "Oh, it's you, huh? After that training session, you completely disappeared." Then, as if unable to resist the battle lust within him, he challenged. "Since you're here anyway, let's have a refreshing fight." He merely offered a modest smile, implicitly shifting the target to Gurium as if with great responsibility. "I'm busy. How about him?" "Oh, and can I get your autograph?" Gurium stood beside him, narrowing his eyes in judgment, while Ares laughed heartily with delight, his shoulders shrugging with vigor. "Oh, all right." At this moment, in a gloomy land, the sky was dark and thick. A magnificent castle, ancient in appearance but filled with evil aura, sank deep into the dark underworld as if it belonged there. Damdiok stood in the cold hallway. His forehead was drenched in sweat, his hand holding the trembling letter outstretched. His face was stiff, trying to maintain a professional smile. "Hello? There's a letter for you." His voice was hurried. "Please sign for it." Before he could finish speaking, a blazing purple flame erupted, incinerating half the letter in his hand. Before him was Hades. His face was cold as stone, his eyes burning with fury. His hand gripped a dark scepter tightly. He roared, "Daring to stick your head into the underworld, are you tired of living?" He growled, wanting to chase him away immediately. "Get out now, or else." Before he could finish speaking, Damdiok quickly cut in. "This is a letter from Persephone." Immediately, from behind the shadows, an elegant figure appeared. Persephone's face darkened, her eyes cold as if she wanted to devour her husband, who had just intended to raise his voice. In the darkness, the underworld, Hades froze. Drops of sweat rolled down his temples. His entire body trembled as he heard his beloved wife's voice echo from behind, carrying a thick murderous aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Hades, we need to talk." Time passed, and the sun began to set. The brilliant sunset dyed the entire sky red, forming a shimmering band of light stretching across the horizon, and the atmosphere gradually became peaceful. On the path leading up the mountain, 2 figures were slowly walking. Damdiok walked leisurely ahead, holding a piece of paper, reviewing his existing notes as he walked. Gurium trudged behind, drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing fatigue after a long day. Damdiok listed, "I've received the autographs of Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, of Achilles, the river god. Then, of Artemis, the goddess of the moon, of the god of leaves, stone, and sand." He paused, his eyes gleaming with determination, looking towards the still distant mountain peak before him. He affirmed, "Now, there's only one more person left." The sunlight gradually disappeared behind thick layers of clouds. Before them was a towering mountain, sharp and solitary amidst the brilliant red evening sky. Layers of clouds wrapped around the peak like a mysterious veil. Damdiok softly revealed, "Prometheus, the prophetic god on the towering mountain peak." As his feet touched the mountain peak, he let out a soft sigh. Phew, finally reached the top. From the dizzying height of the peak, a giant eagle with sharp, Cold eyes looked down as if monitoring every step of the intruders. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a flock of eagles surged from all directions, spreading their powerful wings, the wind whistling as they circled the mountain peak. Eagle feathers fell one by one, spinning in the air like falling meteorites. Damdiok stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Just then, the system appeared with cold blue text. A new memory fragment has been found. Before him was Prometheus. He bowed his head, his long hair covering his face, his hands tightly bound to two wooden pillars by rusty chains. Damdiok stood silent, unable to utter a word. Miriam, having just arrived, gasped for breath, bending over to regain his composure. The system displayed a new notification. Episode 1002, Prometheus's Prophecy. Prometheus slowly raised his head, one eye half open, a faint light reflecting in his hazy pupil as if he were lost in memories. His gaze rested on the young man standing before him. A blue light from the system suddenly flashed in midair. Sparkling characters appeared as a faint notification, like a charm, beginning new memory playback. Damdiok's eyes widened, reflecting the brilliant light from the system screen. The space gradually blurred, then replayed a distant memory. A hoarse roar echoed across the ruined battlefield. A deep voice resonated. "I killed Asmodeus." A massive sword plunged into the ground. The voice continued to reverberate. "I have gained countless opportunities, defeating enemies that seemed invincible." A sturdy back appeared amidst the dust, the figure standing still, gazing into the distance. He spoke, tinged with melancholy. "I fought desperately, constantly struggling for life and achieving great accomplishments. The wind blew here, there, his hair fluttering wildly. He looked up, his voice softer, but even so, in his eyes, a layer of deep sadness flickered. The sky above, as if reflecting his heavy mood, gradually darkened. He closed his eyes, silently uttering, 'I failed.' The words fell like heavy stones in his heart. The scene shifted to a blood-red land, thick fog obscuring every horizon. The voice continued to echo in the air. "In this life, I still couldn't kill it." He didn't specify who, leaving only a chilling feeling. Then he continued, "But..." He paused, as if to steady himself, then spoke. "I found an important clue from the prophetic god." A deep red light swirled around the space. He said in a low voice, "Though this body will vanish, memories will fade." The wind fell silent. He spoke each word clearly, as if carving them into time. "But please remember Pandora, the name in the prophecy." The light vanished. Damdiok stood frozen, his eyes wide, his entire body rigid, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't blink. A violent pain, as if tearing his brain apart, suddenly surged. He clutched his head, his entire body trembling, his knees buckling, letting out a soft groan. "Ugh!" Gurium behind him flinched, calling out in alarm, "Hey!" Damdiok grimaced, gritting his teeth in endurance, trying to reassure his friend. "It's nothing, just a slight headache." In his mind, thoughts swirled like a whirlwind. "In a previous life, I could even defeat Asmodeus, so what the hell is it that I still can't kill it even in the 1000-second life?" From a high angle, he was still bent over, his gaze seemingly fixed on the ground. Meanwhile, Gurium stood behind him, his face full of worry. In Damdiok's mind, the thought still echoed, Prometheus's prophecy. Before them, the prophetic god remained imprisoned in chains, his appearance dilapidated like a symbol of eternal tragedy. Damdiok took a deep breath, his eyes no longer shaken but clearly calculating. "First, we need to find out what Pandora is." Damdiok stepped closer to the old man whose hands were chained, his long hair covering his upper body. "Prometheus, there's a letter for you." His lips were dry and cracked, and his entire face was pale, lacking vitality. He requested, "Read it." Damdiok focused on the paper. "Humph, you arrogant ancient gods, you who have committed unforgivable sins, bound here for all eternity. Yet you still show no remorse, daring to resent me, the god of all things." He cut him off. "That's enough." Damdiok looked up at him with curiosity. "His condition is very bad. No need to hear more. It's surely just more useless lectures, telling me to repent and reflect on myself." He again looked down at the paper in his hand, hesitating. "About that." He opened his lifeless eyes. "If there's nothing else, then leave." He looked at Damdiok, whose face had darkened. "Anyway, I'm just a laughingstock for you all." Damdiok didn't know how to respond. Damdiok clenched his palm. Suddenly, an aura appeared, and his hand glowed with a shimmering golden color. A blue panel displayed a notification. Self-healing activated. Effect reduced by half when used on others. He placed his hand on the old man's chest, transmitting the energy of the golden light. The old man was startled. Prometheus asked, "Hey kid, what are you doing?" Damdiok continued to transmit energy. He smiled. "I'm healing you." He looked at Damdiok, his face darkened. "I am a sinner. Do you understand the meaning of your actions?" Damdiok gently replied, "I know. You don't need to worry," he said with sorrow. "Prometheus, the god who acted for humanity. If the price to pay is pain and ridicule, if no one acknowledges that noble sacrifice, at least people like us." Damdiok uttered, "At least." He smiled brightly. "Please allow me to express my respect for your unwavering will. You deserve that reverence." Prometheus was too surprised to speak. Then he bent down. Are you crazy?" Damdiok raised his hand to scratch his head. "Haha, I just love humanity." Prometheus closed his eyes. "Humph, how strange, what's your name?" Damdiok replied, "I am Damdiok, sword god." Urium appeared behind him, urging, "Hey, how long are you going to chat? You've delivered the letter, so let's go." Prometheus looked at Urium. He wondered, is that one without divine power a human? Damdiok turned to look at Urium. "Ah, yes, he's my accompanying mage. His cultivation is still weak, so he has to follow me." He advised, "Although this is a world where gods and humans coexist, this place is still very dangerous for weak humans. Be careful." Urium was so angry that his face crumpled. He cursed, "Weak, my foot, you old bird." Damdiok flinched. What did you say?" Prometheus wondered. "Old bird? Are you talking about me?" Damdiok hit Urium. "Hey, you bastard, watch your mouth." He bowed, yelping. "Ah!" A lump grew on Urium's head. Tears welled up. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Damdiok scolded. "Who told you to speak so rudely? Be a little more sensible." Urium argued stubbornly. "Sensible about what? Why do I need to be sensible with you?" Damdiok angrily. "Oh my, you uneducated brat. Have you read any books or newspapers?" Prometheus watched the two young men bickering, surprised. "Are young gods now as close to mages as brothers?" His long hair fell over his aged face. He lowered his eyes. "The world has changed so much. If she had been born in this era, perhaps things would have been different." Damdiok looked at him, unable to utter a word. He asked him, "She? Do you mean Pandora?" Prometheus flinched. He asked, "How do you know her? Have you existed since primordial times?" Damdiok replied, "The story of Pandora is very famous." He smiled. "Perhaps everyone in this world knows." Park Urium also interjected, "I've also heard about the box." "Pandora?" Prometheus was surprised, looking at him with lifeless eyes. "Pandora's box? What happened during the time I was imprisoned here?" Damdiok replied, "It seems you don't know yet." Prometheus looked at him, his voice urgent. "So, can you tell me that story? I beg you." Damdiok replied, "Of course, I'll tell you what I know." He explained, Pandora was the first woman to bear a form similar to the immortal gods, born with blessings, inheriting talent and beauty from all the gods. She was the wife of Epimetheus, Prometheus's younger brother, and also the one who brought terrible disaster to the world because of her curiosity. He continued, and at the same time, she was also the woman Prometheus deeply loved. Prometheus said sadly, "Pandora, in the end, she didn't heed my prophecy." He widened his eyes in shock. "Is that Pandora's prophecy? If you know anything, please tell me." He secretly thought about the prophecy he had heard in his 1,000-second life. He bowed his head. "Are you also so persistent because of that prophecy?" Damdiok stated firmly, "If I said I wasn't curious about that prophecy, I'd be lying, but I'm helping you purely out of sincerity." Prometheus smiled faintly. Well said, very well." He looked up at the sky. "For so many years imprisoned, with monsters gnawing at my body, but one thing was even more painful, having to helplessly witness the tragedies about to unfold." Prometheus's face darkened. "Now I'm tired too. Perhaps sharing this pain with you is a good idea. Listen now to Pandora's prophecy." The sunset sky turned its characteristic color, twilight spreading everywhere. Park Urium and Damdiok walked briskly. Park Urium stretched. Ugh! He was tired, dark circles clearly visible on his face. "So tired. Why is teleportation forbidden?" Damdiok explained. "Because many thieves use teleportation to escape." Damdiok carried a bag of items. "This part-time job was really tough, but at least I got the Hermes shoes. More importantly, I found my past life memories and heard Prometheus's prophecy." He smiled, even though he didn't understand the content of the prophecy. He wondered, But Pandora isn't the woman from the myth. The Pandora's box that brings true disaster hasn't been opened yet. Udamdiok walked ahead. What does that mean? One thing is certain. To destroy what I saw in my past life, Pandora is the key. Park Gurium followed behind. Glanced at Park Gurium. I'm going to pick up my items. Stay put and don't cause trouble. Park Gurium retorted. Humph. What kind of god is he? Thinks he's my guardian or something. Someone's cursing voice. Hey, I told you to put that down. Caught his attention. A noisy group, consisting of 2 adults in strange outfits and a little girl hugging a pile of items. The one in the louse outfit scolded. Who told you to come and take items without them being delivered? We'll get fined for that. The purple-haired one spoke a little softer. Just return it obediently and wait for delivery, understood? The blue-haired girl was timid, but her voice was clear. No, I need it urgently. What's wrong with me taking my own items? The purple-haired one, quite muscular but with pale skin, pointed a finger at the girl's face. Humph, it's useless to reason with you. I've warned you, don't blame me later. Gurium looked indifferent, smiling. Humph, this world is exactly like the human world. The purple-haired one turned sharply to him, cursing. Hey you, who were you laughing at just now? Park Gurium put his hands in his pockets, turning back. Huh, the other cursed again. Huh, my ass. It's you damn dog low-class human. Trash, do you want to die? Get out of here now. Park Gurium glared at him. What? His face darkened, and he reached for the hilt of the sword behind his back. Huh? Ridiculous, these low-class trash are putting on airs. He was about to draw his sword. I'll show you. But then he remembered Udamdiok's warning before leaving. Don't cause trouble. Park Gurium sighed in frustration. Humph. Never mind. Let's go. The purple-haired one behind him smiled sinisterly. He provoked. Huh, you coward. He felt insulted. The other continued. Go back and drink your mother's milk. He didn't notice Park Gurium drawing his sword and lunging at him. The louse man vomited green bile, coughed up blood, and fell miserably to the floor. Park Gurium posed coolly, hands in his pockets, sword resting across his back. Humph, trash. I was going to draw my sword and deal with you. The purple-haired one braced himself on the floor. He held a purple whistle. You brat. You dared to strike first. He put the whistle to his mouth. I'll teach you a lesson, so you know what manners are in the divine realm. The whistle echoed. Park Gurium was surrounded by strange entities, all monsters. He was startled, but he still spoke defiantly. Cowards. Secretly worried. Damn it, I caused big trouble. Park Gurium was in an indescribable state of panic. Oh, what now? This is big trouble, if Udamdiok finds out. But he didn't notice that behind him, Udamdiok, with a grim and annoyed expression, had appeared. Udamdiok smiled inhumanly, pressing down on Park Gurium's head. Find out what? I warned you beforehand. He panicked. Brother Udamdiok. Wait, stop. It's not my fault. Yes, that guy, he'll explain. Saying so, Park Gurium pointed at the purple-haired man, and the girl glanced at him. He continued to accuse. He started it, and he was trying to steal this child's items. Park Gurium angrily clenched his hand into a fist. In short, it's not my fault. Udamdiok put his hands in his pockets, calmly looking at that innocent face. The purple-haired one regained his strength, lunging at Park Gurium and Udamdiok, shouting loudly, Shut up, both of you, just die. The hand reached for Udamdiok, but he calmly raised his hand to block it. Udamdiok's face was cold. There are many people watching, go easy on him. Let me personally teach that mage a lesson. The purple-haired one smiled sinisterly. Many people watching? Kid, here. As long as you deliver the letter on time. No one cares about anything else. As he finished speaking, 3 large monsters charged straight at Udamdiok, attacking him. He looked up at them. Then, Udamdiok closed his eyes, and instantly, a blue aura appeared around him like fine dust particles. Then he unleashed stronger magic, and the blue aura immediately grew larger, like a rising whirlwind. After the shockwave, the purple-haired one fell to the floor in fright, looking up at him. No way! The swordsman in lion armor. You're Udamdiok, the crazy god. Udamdiok's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What? Crazy? The brown-clad one also fell behind the purple-haired one, and hearing him, suddenly remembered. That's right, I remember now. He's the god who challenged Hades. The bulky, fierce one also panicked. Could he be the crazy god from the legends? Udamdiok asked again. What the hell are you talking about? Udamdiok threw his head back and shouted in exasperation. Who gave me that nickname? Elia stood behind him, her face dark, Stop! He continued to complain. Bring the one who spread that false rumor here. I'll teach him a lesson. A cloud of dust rained down on him. Damdiok was bewildered, his handsome appearance now covered in dirt. What? He turned to Elia, annoyed. What the hell are you doing? The girl held a paper bag up to her face, speaking softly. You tore my package. How do you intend to take responsibility? Elia put her hands in her pockets. If the contents are damaged, you'll have to pay. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? You Damdiok argued angrily. You dare speak to your savior like that, just for a tiny tear on a package? The purple-haired one saw his chance and trembled as he left. You Damdiok saw that guy run away. You Damdiok was helpless. That rotten brat. Elia maintained a cold expression. My name is Elia. You Damdiok clutched his forehead in frustration. Who asked for your name, really? Then he suddenly looked surprised. Wait a minute, Elia. He looked at the blue screen displaying information. Eliminate Medusa on Gorgon Island. Employer, Elia. You Damdiok was startled. This rude brat is the employer? Maybe I should just quit. Elia spoke. Anyway, I wanted to meet you once. You Damdiok was surprised. You wanted to meet me, why? Elia looked up at you Damdiok. You're not going to take on the mission to eliminate Medusa anymore? You Damdiok asked again. How do you know? I haven't even registered yet, or rather, how do you know? Elia replied. Follow me, we need to talk somewhere else. The sky today was beautifully blue, with white clouds floating serenely. A castle peeked out from behind green leaves, looking truly magnificent. He looked at her. You mean, you knew beforehand? Like you're a prophet? Elia stood opposite. You could say that. You Damdiok sweated. There's no way prophets are that common in this world. Should I believe her or not? Elia made a helpless face. I'm just telling the truth. She stared at him. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. Anyway, let's get to the main point. He asked again. What main point? She pointed her index finger at his face. The plan to eliminate Medusa? You'll take this job, won't you? You Damdiok froze. I don't know about other things, but judging by your demeanor, I know you're a prophet. You Damdiok was helpless. Yes, so what's your plan? She looked up at him, the sunlight shining down, making the scene truly poetic. First, we need a safe aerial transport. He replied. I just got these Hermes shoes. Elia clutched her head, explaining. Hermes shoes aren't divine artifacts or magic, but whatever equipment it is, you need to practice thoroughly. Even newborn birds have to learn to fly. She kicked her foot. Without innate talent, it would take at least a year to use them proficiently in real combat. If you're not careful, you'll become dinner for the sirens before you even reach Gorgon Island. You Damdiok wondered. So what should we do now? Elia said softly. To fly safely, we need Icarus wings. You Damdiok was curious. Icarus wings? How much do those cost? The sunlight still shone brightly through the trees. She explained. Converted to Hermes' divine power. About 2,000 meters. You Damdiok was shocked. What? That expensive? He exclaimed. Damn it, what should I do? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He whispered. I have an idea. Elia was curious. What idea? You Damdiok smiled, bending down to look Elia straight in the eye. Give me an advance on my wages. I have a way to fly without Icarus wings. Elia wondered. Wages? He replied. Yes, about 100. Elia looked up at you Damdiok's handsome face. All right, that's not a problem. But I'm not a famous god, so the wages aren't very high. It probably won't be enough to buy divine artifacts. Elia tapped the blue screen that appeared in space. All right, hand it over. If you dare to default on the payment, I'll chop off your head instead of Medusa's. The sky was high and blue again. Someone's voice cried out, Ack! The blue screen displayed, Flight talent activated. You Damdiok's shoes grew 2 tiny wings. He stood in the sky, delighted. Not bad at all, he exclaimed, in admiration. I don't understand why gods insist on using divine artifacts when innate talents are so useful. He shot forward. Good. Fly even further. You Damdiok in the sky. Truly, truly unbelievable. In just a few minutes. In a flash, you Damdiok had flown far away, disappearing from Elia's sight. She smiled faintly. He truly is extraordinary. Yu So-yoon stood behind Elia, her face radiating killing intent, holding a knife to Elia's throat. Elia remained still. Isn't that right, Yu So-yoon? Yu So-yoon glanced warily. Who are you? Elia turned her face. I am Elia. Nice to meet you, regressor. A woman's voice echoed. Nice to meet you, Yu So-yoon, regressor. She was startled to have her long-hidden past mentioned. She turned her head to see who it was. but she didn't recognize this person. Yet she knew those things? She began to search through old memories. I remember almost all the events that happened in my previous lives, all 1869 lives. Therefore, I clearly remember most of the gods I've met. Suddenly, her eyes turned sharp, and she impulsively lunged with the sharp knife in her hand, attacking the blue-haired girl. In her mind, she kept thinking, of course, there are still many gods whose names I've never heard. The other girl was quite surprised by So-yoon's reaction, quickly dodging. While she still hadn't reacted, So-yoon tripped her, causing her to lose balance and almost fall. Again, she slashed the knife across her face. But that was when Damdiok wasn't present. The destruction of the system interface by the old death goddess and having to go to Samson's flower garden were events that had never happened in previous lives. The other girl was quite agile, flipping backward and retreating to a defensive stance. Although busy fighting, she still had time to think about other things. But even with differences, we still ultimately met them. She still didn't give up and attacked continuously. But this time the other girl revealed her true strength, easily deflecting her moves. Gently, she threw So-yoon onto the ground, who thought in astonishment. But she's different. She's strong enough to easily deflect my attacks. But I've never heard her name or even a rumor about her. And most importantly, she knows I'm a regressor. Her face darkened, not easily defeated like that. Ready to attack at any moment, she spoke. I have no ill will. Her entire body radiated powerful divine energy like a whirlwind. Her long, shimmering hair flew in the wind, looking very cool. The other girl, conversely, showed no fear, only trying to dodge without attacking. Just as it seemed a fierce battle was about to break out, a shout stopped the two of them. Stop, both of you! The two girls at this moment were both startled, but both knew who had just arrived. Lee Ho-jae hadn't appeared yet, but with just one long sword strike, he had separated the two. The ground also cracked into a long line. At this moment, he also appeared, frantically shouting, "Calm down and let's talk things through first." Neither of the two was willing to speak, making him unsure how to start the conversation. Standing behind her, scratching his head. Many questions still lingered in his mind without answers. The atmosphere was too tense. What happened? This is the first time I've seen you So-yoon so agitated. Is there something between you and Elia? Elia, she only told us the day to eliminate Medusa and then disappeared. He recalled the scene at that time. She only left one sentence. My work is done. I'm leaving. Prepare well. See you tomorrow. He couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he coughed a few times and asked, Hey Elia, is she an evil god? However, she bowed and only replied, I don't know. Hearing such an answer astonished him, and he wondered, What? Why were you two fighting so fiercely? What was it for after all? This isn't like you at all. She turned away, avoiding his gaze, and replied, I don't know either. He didn't dare to ask any further. What's wrong? This isn't like you So-yoon at all. This is the first time I've seen her wear that expression. She's always calm and composed. Isn't she? Am I interfering in someone else's business? He gritted his teeth and decided, All right, let's just do what we can first. Asmodeus, the old death goddess, and even if we can't overcome our fear, we will fail again. He walked over to comfort and advise her. I know Elia is very suspicious, but if we don't quickly strengthen our resistance to fear, things will only get harder. Therefore, we are forced to acknowledge Elia's work. She didn't object to what he had just said. I know, she implicitly admitted in her heart. You're right, but Elia, we have no other choice. Ragnarok will begin in just half a year. She was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Seeing her unusual state, he asked worriedly, You So-yoon, are you okay? She opened her system while reassuring him. I'm always fine. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself first. The system notified that the invisibility hat had been received, and the mirror shield had been received. He was also surprised by her concern for him and couldn't utter a word. While he was recovering, she continued to give careful instructions on the way to their mission in a luxurious high-rise apartment building. Yu So-yoon sat on the bed in her apartment. She messaged Persephone, asking, Yu So-yoon, do you know anything about a god named Elia? Immediately, she replied, Persephone Elia. Let's see. I don't think I've ever heard that name. She bled to herself. So Persephone hasn't heard of her either? She took off her slippers, walked around the house, then lay on the bed to rest. A message from the system arrived. Persephone, you Damdiok, are you perhaps jealous? Ha ha ha. Lying on the bed, she sighed, thinking, Persephone is always thinking about romance. The last time I told her about you Damdiok's friendship bracelet. She imagined her, always dreamy as if floating on clouds, exclaiming, "Oh my God, that's love," she secretly thought, suddenly attacking out of nowhere. I was so nervous then. She sighed. Did that only happen less than a year ago? She placed a hand on her forehead. It feels like so long ago already. Is it because of these repeating lives? I wonder how many more lives I have to go through. I'm truly exhausted now. The repeated deaths of comrades, the loneliness of surviving alone in a destroyed world, and the guilt of not being able to save everyone, the emptiness, the powerlessness, and the unease of not knowing if I'll be stuck in this cycle of reincarnation forever. It felt as if she was bound by chains, by the loops of time. I want to escape. This burden is too much for me to bear. She curled up and cried alone in despair. Hick. I just want to live a normal life. Her choked sobs echoed. The system continuously notified, activating the divine artifact of the emotionless lineage, locking all emotions. She stopped crying. Tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes. Sitting up abruptly, she was determined to regain her composure. There was no more time for useless emotions. I must do what I can. Only you Damdiok can destroy the eye of the abyss and it. She wiped away the remaining tears from her eyes. If I can help him succeed this time, then I can also be freed. In the forest, the trees were dense, and birds flew freely. Udamdiok followed behind Elia, walking into the forest. He made a wry face and complained, "Damn it, this forest is really gloomy and dense. Why did we suddenly land here? We should have just flown straight to Medusa's lair." She explained the reason. "Wait, we have to move very carefully this way. If we fly in the sky, it's no different from telling her we're here to take her life. Is it?" He had walked a long distance and was a little tired. "Let's rest for a bit. If we keep walking like this, we'll be exhausted before we even fight." However, Elia flatly refused. "You're overreacting. You still have the energy to talk, so you're fine." Rejected like that, he frowned unhappily and grumbled, "Why isn't this one cute at all?" Just as he was about to say more, Elia suddenly stopped as if she had discovered something. "Shoo!" He also detected the target they were looking for. "Found her. She hasn't noticed us yet." She pointed at herself, signaling him. Equipping the mirror shield and the invisibility hat which he activated, he leaped forward, moving closer to the opponent. To her astonishment, swiftly and cleanly. After getting close without being detected, he decided to act. "I'm sorry, Medusa. I don't want to do this, but I have to cut off your head." He quickly took her head with his sword. However, Elia shouted, "Hey, you idiot! What's wrong with you? Run, that's not Medusa." He didn't understand her meaning, replying, "What? Didn't you tell me to kill her?" As he turned to look at her, the one lying on the ground suddenly stood up, picking up the head he had just severed. "Since when? You just made a beheading motion." "No, that's not right. Medusa has two sisters, immortal monsters, snake goddesses with the power to spread terror. People call them the Gorgon sisters." He was stunned as if he had seen a ghost, frozen in place watching her pick up the fallen head and place it back on her neck. And she smiled eerily, praising, "This scent is truly captivating." Arian's terrifying, bloodshot eyes appeared. Her posture was hunched as if she had a curved back. One hand went up to rub one cheek. Her face was constantly scowling and grimacing, an irritating sight. Her teeth gnashed as she grumbled, Where did it go?" It was clearly the scent of a human. Suddenly, from who knows where in the secluded forest full of trees and leaves, Steno appeared looming right behind Arian. Her mouth was still wide open, complaining, "So noisy," making Arian, who was grumbling, turn her head slightly to look. Steno, with half-closed eyes, yawned, her hand covering her mouth as if she had just woken up. As soon as she appeared, she grumbled like an 80-year-old woman. "Humph, my good sleep was disturbed." Seeing her sister as if she were a lump of gold, as soon as Steno showed her face, Arian shrieked, "Sister Steno, are you perhaps cranky from not sleeping?" The very next second, Arian grimaced at Steno and dared to scold, "Don't be so careless. There's an intruder." Steno, who had just woken up, heard such shocking news and understood nothing. She was 3 parts doubtful, 7 parts disbelieving, her face blank. She squinted her eyes as if to say, "Are you serious?" One hand on her hip, she muttered again, "An intruder? See, I knew. You wouldn't believe it." Steno still looked at Arian with half an eye and smirked disdainfully. Her attitude was like, "You're the one who's not awake yet. Now let me clear your head. Wake up, Arian. Who would just wander here? But life is full of surprises." Bro, seeing her sister not believe anything she said, Arian argued, red-faced, "It's true. But seeing her sister seem so certain, Steno had to consider it. She subtly glanced to the side, but her attitude was still a little doubtful, so she had to ask again to be sure. Is that so? Suddenly, Steno's eyes widened. A mysterious light flashed in her eyes. Steno still used her casual, provocative tone to speak to Arian. Then let me go check it out. Holy crap. Insane. Amazing. The surroundings suddenly darkened. Steno used her VIP target scan skill. A human figure was marked bright orange in a corner behind the tree branches. That was it, no hiding. Steno was overjoyed. She glanced at the marked figure, then stuck out her long tongue, flashing a cunning smile. Steno hadn't expected her sister to be right, and exclaimed, "It's true, found him." The snakes on her head also craned their necks, staring at the unfortunate figure. Oh, the system appeared, notifying Udamdiok. Target detected, stealth mode cancelled. Udamdiok heard that and was so scared he nearly soiled his pants. He nervously glanced back, sweat trickling down his cheeks. His panda-like dark eyes kept darting between the two savage snake women. Udamdiok gritted his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it! I've been discovered? Udamdiok's feet scraped the ground, ready to bolt, as he thought. Retreat. The best of 36 strategies is to run. Udamdiok activated his Gale skill. He feared nothing now and appeared plainly before Arian and Steno. Udamdiok's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, dashing forward. Steno and Arian, unprepared for this, stood dumbfounded, watching Udamdiok run as if chased by a ghost. Seeing this, Steno, like a man-hungry woman, squinted and gave a lewd, vulgar smile, watching Udamdiok's retreating figure, then moaned an exclamation. Oh my, is it a boy? Her purple, shimmering snakes were also staring intently where Steno was looking. Suddenly, the snakes showed hostility, opening their wide mouths to reveal two sharp, pointed fangs that looked terrifying. Steno, in a sudden daze, turned to talk to the two snakes. Sneaking behind ladies? How cowardly! Isn't it, my dears? After speaking sweetly, Steno suddenly switched to a commanding tone. Go catch him! The snakes, for some reason, were as obedient as puppies, following Steno's orders without question. As soon as she commanded, they all shot off like the wind, chasing Udamdiok. The snakes were like Luffy's arms, suddenly stretching long like ropes, lunging at Udamdiok as he ran through the forest as if chased by a ghost. Udamdiok was constantly blocked by the strange snakes from side to side. He dodged them, but it looked quite difficult. As he ran and dodged, he felt miserable and let out a grunt. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a black hand shot up from the ground, preparing to punch Udamdiok directly in the face, catching him off guard and making his eyes widen in surprise. Arian, as if a goddess, lunged out from some unknown corner. She unleashed a devastating magical uppercut. If Udamdiok hadn't reacted quickly enough to lean back and dodge the attack, he might have lost all his teeth. Udamdiok gritted his teeth, scraping his feet and leaning backward to evade Arian's dangerous blow. Arian, as if she hadn't seen a boy in 10 years, her eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of Udamdiok's face. Her face darkened, and she bared all 10 sharp teeth, staring intently at Udamdiok. Arian coughed a few times, then shrieked, You look so delicious! Suddenly, Arian disappeared somewhere. Only her gigantic snake tail was seen preparing to lunge at Udamdiok. Ah, her shrill scream, unmistakable, also rang out. Let me chop you into small pieces for easy eating. How could Udamdiok's protagonist Aura allow him to be defeated so easily? Udamdiok leaped up and kicked Arian's tail 300 meters away. A clear, painful thwack, echoing, and he cursed disdainfully, Get lost! Arian, hit with a blow that reached her core, cried out in agony as if she were about to die. Who knows when Steno's purple snakes had opened their mouths wide and lunged, preparing to ambush him, making Udamdiok, who was fighting. The younger sister glanced back with a grimace, preparing to fight the older sister next. Finding himself in a difficult situation, Udamdiok had no choice but to draw his gleaming golden sword and shout, as if to pump himself up. Damn it, you bunch of idiots! Udamdiok was surrounded by a maze-like swarm of purple snakes, all opening their wide mouths to reveal sharp fangs. So he could only stand in the middle, legs spread, as if preparing to activate his inner power, to take on all 10 of them alone. His face darkened, and he grimaced, subtly glancing behind him. Suddenly, behind him, a blue power glowed. Then Udamdiok activated his wave-slash skill and he leaped up, using that blue power to slice through the snakes and Steno's body as smoothly as cutting sugarcane. The severed parts of those snakes lay scattered at Steno's feet. On the grass where she stood, a long trail of blood flowed between Steno's legs. Seeing this, She was like, "Oh hell, what happened?" She let out a surprised, "Huh." He thought being cut would be painful or infuriating. But instead, that woman Stino blushed with pleasure, as if she just experienced intense ecstasy. She covered her face with both hands, her eyes rolled back, still unable to believe what she had just experienced. Stino grinned widely, her long tongue lolling out, looking utterly depraved. She laughed and stammered. I was cut in half. Then, where her hair was severed, new snake heads suddenly grew. At this rate, who knows when they'd all be cut down. That woman Stino's voice kept echoing with suggestive moans. So stimulating, truly interesting, Seeing the endless growth of snakes, Udamdiok suddenly froze stiff, as if hit by Diao Chan's second skill. He stared wide-eyed at Stino. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Udamdiok, both confused about what to do and screaming internally. This crazy monster. Did my divine power cause no damage at all? Stino still hadn't gotten over her pleasure, as if Udamdiok had touched a sensitive spot. She rolled her eyes back and covered her face with both hands. Her mouth stretched into a grin from ear to ear. Her tongue lolled out 3 times longer than before. Who knows why Stino's hair was so thick? She exclaimed, covering her face in delight. Ha! Since becoming immortal, this is the first time I felt such excitement. Oh no, if this woman is immortal, Udamdiok wouldn't be done fighting even by tomorrow. Stino seemed to have gone mad with pleasure. She stood with her legs spread, launching huge snakes at Udamdiok, who stood dumbfounded. She screamed again as if she had never screamed before. Give me more. The feeling of slashing, tearing, pruning. Where she stood, the air darkened as if she were the Lord of Darkness. A swarm of snakes rushed to bite Udamdiok, but luckily he reacted quickly. Udamdiok leaped up to dodge the fearsome snake's attacks. She even let out a snort. But one after another, they rushed at Udamdiok. First the older one, then the younger one. Euryale, who knows where she came from, rushed behind Udamdiok, her hand clenched, ready to deliver another devastating blow to make up for her previous miss. Her face darkened like a ghost's. But these sisters, no matter what, still had to flash a smile revealing 10 sharp teeth. She didn't forget to scream, "There's another one!" Udamdiok kept getting ambushed repeatedly, felt annoyed, and grimaced. Sweat poured down like a stream. He had been gritting his teeth non-stop. Udamdiok gritted his teeth, dodging Euryale's attacks, cursing incessantly in his mind and wondering where Elia was while he had to face these 2 immortal women. Damn it! Where is Elia? Suddenly, his pupils. Udamdiok shone brightly like car headlights. He grimaced, gritting his teeth so hard that a strange green aura seeped from the corners of his mouth, looking truly terrifying. He fought while gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, I wanted to save my divine power for the battle with Medusa, but now, ice and fire. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a hair's breadth from disaster, Elia appeared like a savior in Udamdiok's life. She tossed her head back, letting out a sigh of relief as if she had just finished a marathon. Elia appeared with great flair, floating in the sky. With one hand, she was still lifting an enormous chunk of land, then called out loudly, "Hey, you fake snakes!" Suddenly, a voice from the sky made both Euryale and Stino curiously look up. Even Udamdiok stopped fighting, eager to see what was happening. Seeing that unbelievable sight, both Euryale and Stino were so surprised they screamed, asking, "Girl, who are you?" But Elia didn't bother with the fake snake sister's meaningless question. She still lifted the chunk of land with one hand. Elia's amber pupils suddenly shone brightly like car headlights. She smirked with satisfaction, her voice mocking as she replied to those 2 women. So slow, but it's too late now. This is a mountain that's been thoroughly fertilized. Udamdiok's face crumpled upon hearing that. He looked up, staring at Elia in the sky. Udamdiok's mouth twisted as he yelled, "Hey, are you going to?" Elia squinted and smirked mischievously, replying to Udamdiok with a tone that was 3 parts innocent and 7 parts provocative. "I just want to see if immortals can get fertilizer poisoning." Ugh! What Elia said reeked of a terrible stench. The super-huge chunk of fertilizer fell to the ground with a thud. Udamdiok's frantic curses could also be heard. "This lunatic!" The massive chunk of fertilizer landed, making the entire ground shake as if the apocalypse had arrived. A moment later, Udamdiok propped himself up with his hands, coughing hoarsely like someone with tuberculosis. Elia paid no attention to Udamdiok gasping behind her. After giving her comrade a fragrant gift, she stood in a corner, stretching. Her mouth shamelessly whined, "Ugh! It's been a while since I used great magic. I'm so tired." Udamdiok, kneeling behind her, kept touching his nose. He panted and yelled curses. "Phew, you." You really are. If you were going to do that, you should have said something first. Even though her comrade was so annoyed, that woman still stubbornly ignored Udamdiok's words. She turned her head back with a blank expression, as if to say, I didn't do anything wrong. Her mouth calmly replied, What are you thinking? To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your comrades. You should thank me for controlling the amount of earth and rocks that fell on your head. Impressive, right? She spoke as if she were bestowing a blessing. After hearing that, Udamdiok knew he couldn't argue with that woman's mouth, so he helplessly yelled, Ha! Just forget it. But then Elia shuffled her feet on the ground, muttering again, Anyway, we have to hurry. This is only a temporary solution. They'll break free soon. Udamdiok had experienced so many emotions by now. He was so shocked his eyes were wide and his mouth agape. Sweat poured like a stream, and he couldn't believe his ears, so he opened his mouth to ask again, What? You're saying they can escape such large-scale magic? Elia remained calm, replying concisely, You've experienced it yourself. They are immortal. Udamdiok seemed inexperienced, repeatedly questioning, Even if they're immortal, there must be a limit. Elia, at this point, was truly 3 parts helpless and 7 parts exasperated. She looked at him with half-closed eyes and ordered, All right, now go cut off Medusa's head. She's much weaker than those 2, you won't have any problems. Suddenly, he was concerned, so Udamdiok anxiously asked, What about you? Elia still had that playful look on her face. She smirked and made a beheading gesture for Udamdiok, muttering reminders like an old mother. I'll try to hold them off for as long as possible. You just worry about your part. Remember to get her head. Seeing Elia's clear division of labor, Udamdiok couldn't argue, so he obediently replied, All right, that's the best way. Don't die. I'll bring Medusa's head back for you. In a desolate corner of the forest, a small girl sat on a large rock, facing a crystal-clear blue river. She played and talked to herself like a recluse. Hello? Are you here again today? Udamdiok hid like a dog behind the nearby trees. Seeing Medusa, Udamdiok thought to himself, Found her. He looked at his large golden shield, talking to himself in his head. That girl, the image of a lovely, gentle Medusa playing with a small bird in her hand reflected in Udamdiok's large shield, making him confused as he silently wondered, Is that Medusa? But why is she so beautiful? His thoughts spilled out of his mouth. What? Why is she so beautiful? Truly a womanizer. Oh, the system notification appeared. Mirror shield displays reflected images. Udamdiok scrutinized Medusa from head to toe like a pervert. He assessed her as he turned. Looking at her hair, he thought, No snake hair. Looking down at her feet, he thought, No tail either. He used his invisibility hat and raised his shield, slowly approaching where Medusa sat. He was on a mission as tense as a taut string, but he kept thinking random thoughts. No magic power. Even my intuition is silent. Could this weak girl really be Medusa? Medusa, still naive like a child, was completely unaware that someone was approaching. She continued to play with the small bird, letting out a soft hum. Oh, the system appeared again to notify. Invisibility hat conceals the user. But finally, Udamdiok snapped out of it. He took his final steps to Medusa's side, thinking to himself, No, it doesn't matter. True to his word, he closed his eyes tightly and raised his sword, still trying to focus on the greater mission. Even if she has a human form, she's still a monster. Medusa was about to die any second, yet she knew nothing of the world, sitting thoughtfully, staring at the feather in her hand. Udamdiok finished his last thought and brought down a decisive blow on Medusa. At least, end her quickly and cleanly. As soon as he thought it, the blade simultaneously plunged straight towards innocent Medusa's neck. Suddenly the ground shook like a machine, causing Udamdiok to lose his balance and fall forward, his slash missing. Medusa screamed loudly in unexpected pain. But a moment later, Medusa opened her mouth and screamed again in frustration. Ah! It hurts! Udamdiok no longer had the strength for invisibility. He stood on the ground, shaking wildly, thinking, The ground is shaking. I missed. Damn it. Just then, those snakes reappeared. Perfect timing. Indeed, in another part of the forest, Elia was fighting the 2 snake sisters, Euryale and Stheno. Oh, the system notification appeared again. Target detected. Invisibility mode cancelled. Medusa trembled uncontrollably. She grimaced, tears welling up, clutching her face which had a long gash on her cheek. She stared at Udamdiok and stammered, Oh, who is that? But at this moment Udamdiok was still very alert. He gritted his teeth and swung another slash at Medusa, ignoring her crying and trembling. In his mind, he was still determined. Deal with her before she can react. Medusa attacked unexpectedly. Once more, was 3 parts surprised and 7 parts terrified, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. But just as the blade was swung close to Medusa's neck, Udamdiok suddenly froze when Medusa closed her eyes tightly and helplessly screamed, "No!" While Udamdiok tried to close his eyes tightly, acting cool, he kept hearing Medusa's crying pleas. "I'm sorry, Hick. Please? Please don't kill me." This made Udamdiok's face wrinkle up like a monkey's anus, cursing in confusion in his head. "Damn it!" Medusa below still trembled uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately pleaded. "I don't know who you are, but please, Hick, please spare me." Medusa eventually ran out of tears, but she still kept her eyes tightly shut, grimacing and trembling, continuously pleading, "Please, please spare me." Udamdiok had kept his eyes closed to avoid looking into Medusa's eyes. Hearing her plead like that for so long, he wavered a little. Udamdiok gritted his teeth and continued his internal debate. "Please spare me. Is there no resistance at all?" He slowly lowered his sword. Softened by Medusa's pleas, he still thought to himself, "Must I kill someone like this?" He didn't strike, but Udamdiok just stood there dumbfounded. The sword remained exactly at Medusa's neck. His mind wandered from one thought to another. If so, then how am I different from the forgotten gods, those who want to start Ragnarok? Am I not just like them, those who care nothing for good or evil? While he was thinking, Neptune's face even appeared in Udamdiok's mind, making him ponder his actions even more. Udamdiok bit his lip so hard it almost tore. He cried out internally, "Ah!" The scene shifted to Elia, tiredly bowing her head, panting like an ox. Sweat poured down her face, making her look utterly miserable. Euryale, holding 2 skulls in her hands, slithered towards Elia, who was tiredly sitting on the grass. She wore a savage expression, smirking grotesquely as she threatened Elia, but didn't forget to boast a little. "You bitch, you even know how to use necromancy. But do you think these dry bones can compare to my immortality? We know you're immortal. It's too much. Stop showing off." Suddenly, Euryale crushed the skull in her hand with her bare hands, muttering, "If you have no other tricks, then, too fast, too dangerous." Like a speed demon, she flashed her monstrous grin again, clenched her hand, and flew towards Elia. That crazy woman didn't forget to scream loudly to look cool. "Then I'll finish you off right now." The story was full of plot twists. Just when it seemed Elia was about to die, sparks of power suddenly appeared from nowhere. A moment later, Euryale was seen, engulfed in a giant flame right in front of Elia. Udamdiok appeared like a hero saving a damsel in distress. At just the right moment, he strode towards Elia, who was still crouched on the grass, and apologized to her. "Sorry, I'm late." He was truly the legendary hero saving a damsel in distress. But seeing Udamdiok's face, instead of being happy and relieved, Elia grimaced with clear displeasure. She stared at him and snapped, "Hey you!" Udamdiok's hands still blazing with firepower. His eyes were blank, thinking Elia was about to say something to him, but no one expected him to be scolded fiercely. "Why are you so late? Was killing Medusa that difficult?" Euryale, surrounded by a whirlwind of fire, heard them talking and stood frozen inside, refusing to come out. That woman, dazed as if her soul had left her, asked again, "You too? Have you killed my sister, our Medusa?" Seeing this, both Elia and Udamdiok curiously turned to stare at Euryale as if she were a rare animal. Euryale's face darkened with rage. She gritted her teeth, grinding them together, and turned to confront Elia and Udamdiok. "Why? Why won't you all leave Medusa alone?" This woman really liked to play the trick of waiting for her opponent to drop their guard, then suddenly lunging, thinking it was cool. "Huh?" Euryale flew like crazy towards Elia and Udamdiok, suddenly blaring out a boast. My sister, an innocent girl who wouldn't even harm an insect." Seeing Euryale prepare to rush her again, Elia quickly scrambled into a fighting stance. She held out a hand, grimacing and clicking her tongue loudly enough to be heard from afar. At the same time, for some unknown reason, a pitch-black circle, like a patch of scorched earth, appeared on the ground. Elia's voice rang out, like a loudspeaker, "Sand wall." As soon as she spoke, a wall rose from that black circle, blocking Euryale's path, startling the woman, who glared and gnashed her teeth in annoyance. But it seemed she was so enraged that Euryale was buffed with strength, her eyes wide with fury, and she smashed Elia's flimsy wall to pieces with one hand. Euryale then roared, "It's just a wall. I can destroy it easily." I know she's strong and immortal, but does she have to be so arrogant? The price to pay for Euryale's show-off tendencies was, as soon as she destroyed the wall, a wooden staff appeared right before her eyes, a move Euryale hadn't expected, making her freeze stiff. Damdiok truly was better lucky than good. He was cunning as a fox, taking advantage of Euryale's distraction to rush over and smack her right in the face with the wooden staff. It was so powerful the staff even smoked. Wooden splinters flew everywhere. Some even grazed Damdiok's face, leaving a scratch on his cheek. Suddenly struck painfully in the face, Euryale showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, she turned back with a wicked smile that would make a demon blush, staring at Damdiok, then asked him in a provocative tone, "A wooden staff? Have you given up?" But suddenly, while taunting Damdiok, Euryale's eyes suddenly rolled wildly, as if she was about to have a seizure. Her mouth still blared out arrogant, self-important words. "With just a wooden staff, what do you think you can do to me, the immortal one?" She hadn't even finished sentence when Euryale slumped. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground right in front of Damdiok, who stood frozen in place, staff in hand, staring at her. Seeing Euryale, as weak as a snail but with a big mouth, collapse and lie sprawled on the ground after taking one hit from him, Damdiok smiled smugly and taunted Euryale back. "You were so confident in your immortality that you didn't bother to dodge any attacks. And that's why you were defeated by a wooden staff." Seeing her sister being beaten all this time, but only now that she lay sprawled on the ground did Steno finally show her face. She grimaced in worry, rushing over and shouting, "Euryale!" Behind Damdiok, suddenly, the snakes on Steno's hair suddenly lunged, preparing to ambush him. But Damdiok quickly spotted them. Too fast, too dangerous. Damdiok spun around. He gritted his teeth and directly counterattacked those purple-hued snakes with his bare hands. Seeing the long snakes writhing and opening their mouths wide, Damdiok sighed inwardly. Damn it! It seems these snakes are considered hair, so they're not affected by the stun effect. How troublesome. The snakes kept constantly surrounding Damdiok from all sides, making it difficult for him to deal with them completely. He furrowed his brow, glancing at the snakes. His mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. Even if they're cut, they'll regenerate instantly. If this continues, I'll exhaust my stamina. I need a different way. Thinking this, Damdiok then used his hand to create a beautiful, luminous blue magic arrow with his power. At the same time, the system window appeared, announcing, "Magic Arrow Creation." Next, 2 system windows appeared consecutively, informing Damdiok. The first stated, "Magic Research Talent, Target, Magic Arrow." The second announced that he had successfully converted magic using magic daggers. After that, countless streaks of power appeared, crisscrossing in the air like a giant magic spiderweb. The snakes that touched these streaks of power were all severed and fell to the ground, while Damdiok just stood there, dumbfounded, his face blank, rooted to the spot, still clutching the wooden staff, unconcerned. Suddenly, in the air there appeared waves of magic, as clear blue as the ocean. Not only that, many magic daggers also appeared, floating along with the magic waves. The waves of green magic daggers floated around Damdiok. He stood among them, smiling smugly, 3 parts triumphant, 7 parts arrogant, then drawled, "If you can regenerate, I'll overwhelm you with numbers." As soon as he finished speaking, Damdiok immediately dashed forward. Steno saw the magic spiderweb and Damdiok rushing towards her like a madman, and she was startled. The woman who had been so arrogant just now, constantly blabbering about immortality, now recoiled like a turtle. Steno's eyes widened, and she subtly stepped back, stammering and shouting like a loudspeaker, "Stop! Get back!" But alas, life is not a dream. Damdiok and his magic daggers simultaneously flew towards Steno. His face darkened, but his eyes shone like car headlights. He raised his legendary wooden staff, preparing to strike her sister, then finish off the older sister to complete the set. Damdiok even said something clearly infuriating. "It's useless. Why are you suddenly so cool?" In that area, another massive explosion, shaking the earth, occurred. The destructive force was so great that all the trees were blown away. The surrounding ground trembled wildly, feeling as if the apocalypse had just happened. Steno, after taking a devastating blow, fell head over heels, face planting right at Damdiok's feet. Oh, how embarrassing, how utterly embarrassing for us all. Both sisters were defeated by a wooden staff. Suddenly, in Damdiok's ear, he heard someone's shrill scream, startling him. "No!" Damdiok subtly glanced behind him to assess the situation, but before he could see anything, Medusa emerged from nowhere, her face wrinkled like a dried date. Her mouth blared like a duck's rear, Stop! Please stop! After that, she immediately put on an innocent expression and shouted, Why? Why are you all treating us like this? We didn't do anything wrong. Elia, as soon as she saw Medusa's face, immediately squeezed her eyes shut. She even covered her face with both hands, shouting loudly with a clear look of confusion, Medusa! While Damdiok was calmly raising his shield, his eyes tightly shut to avoid petrification. The shrill, scolding voice of Elia beside him rang out incessantly, giving him a headache. You Damdiok! Why is Medusa still alive? Quickly finish her off. But Medusa's pitiful face was reflected in Damdiok's golden shield, making him think. She, her trembling appearance, and her face, 3 parts fear, 7 parts worry, made Damdiok continue to question himself in confusion. I thought she ran away alone, but it turns out she came back to save her sisters? Medusa, unable to persuade anyone, then turned her innocent face to plead with Damdiok again. Sir, you're not a bad person, are you? You spared my life, so please stop. Medusa's voice still rang out. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt because of me. Damdiok, having no firm stance and hearing those pleas, immediately darkened his face and turned to grumble at Elia. Elia, I've never asked before, but now I can't stay silent. While Elia was still covering her face with both hands, her eyes gradually opened. She flinched slightly because Damdiok had discovered what she had hidden for so long. He continued to ask, You know what kind of person Medusa is, don't you? Yet you still want to kill her. Elia gently lowered her hands and mumbled, What does that matter? Elia angrily puffed up, her face darkening as if she was about to soil her pants, and shouted behind Damdiok. You just need to follow the job request. You've already received the payment. Now you want to go back on your word. Hearing this, Damdiok subtly turned his head. He also froze for a few seconds, pondering in silence. A moment later, Damdiok quickly replied, That's right, but before that, Medusa, I want to ask you something. Damn it. This guy has no credibility at all. I hate it so much, men can't even pay fairly. Damdiok suddenly turned to Medusa with a question. This is an important question. Please answer truthfully. Does your petrification ability only affect humans? Medusa, being interrogated, immediately tensed up and stiffened like stone. On her shoulder perched a small, adorable bird. Medusa, frightened, obediently replied, Huh? No, sir. Any living creature is affected. Hearing this, Damdiok immediately seized the opportunity to ask another question. Then why isn't the bird on your shoulder petrified? Just now at the lake, you even played with it. Suddenly mentioning the bird made Medusa instinctively look down at the small bird. She didn't know if she was pretending to be dumb or was genuinely dumb, as she stammered and asked him again, You mean, they? But after that, Medusa immediately understood. She quickly replied to Damdiok, I don't know. I just picked it up when it fell from a tree and took care of it. Damdiok, hearing this, still looked suspicious and grumbled back at her. Is that all? Medusa gently stroked the small bird on her shoulder. Her mouth didn't forget to answer Damdiok's confusing, nonsensical question. Yes. It was so scared then that it bit my finger very hard. It left a scar, I think. Seeing the two strange people talking endlessly, all about nonsensical things, Elia helplessly ran a hand through her hair, grimacing and sighing. What boring conversation. We gathered here to chat. After that, the woman still stood behind Damdiok and used a bossy tone to order him, Don't waste any more time. You Damdiok. You also need to strengthen your fear resistance. So quickly finish her off. What the fuck? Damdiok was like an idiot, talking all this time as if he would spare Medusa. But then he suddenly changed his attitude. Damdiok gripped the wooden staff tightly, and his mouth replied concisely, Right, yes. His voice then rang out with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, Medusa. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden staff flew towards Medusa's face. A move she hadn't expected, surprising her so much that she froze stiff, her eyes wide. Medusa slowly walked into a huge room, the lights flickering, a handcuff on her wrist. Around her, countless people were gossiping about her. Hey, you heard it too, right? It's insane. One name after another, they kept whispering to each other in her ear. They say Poseidon secretly met with Athena last night, just like his father. Medusa subtly raised her haggard face, looking as if she had just been pulled from a garbage dump. Her entire body was covered in bruises, a truly pitiful sight. She still had to listen to the judgment of those around her who only heard stories but knew nothing. From the time her face was bright and she was full of arrogant pride, Athena sat with her legs crossed, chin in hand, looking arrogant on a large chair. She stared at Medusa, who was slumped on the floor. Seeing the poor girl, Athena still had the heart to scold her harshly. How dare you do such a filthy thing right in my temple? Seeing this, Medusa weakly looked up, furrowing her brow, trying to explain with her dry, Sahara Desert-like mouth. My lady goddess, please believe me. I absolutely did not do that. I only spoke with Poseidon. Seeing Medusa stubbornly argue with her, Athena angrily stiffened her neck and blared, scolding the girl. Filthy wretch, you still dare to argue at this point? Medusa, seeing that she had talked until her throat was dry but the esteemed goddess still refused to believe her, helplessly asked back, argue about what? Seeing the girl still refusing to admit her fault, Athena became furious and, seizing the opportunity, asked further, then tell me, what did you two talk about? Hearing this, Medusa froze stiff. Tears fell, game over. But Medusa cried and stammered back, what? Athena still refused to spare her. The heartless woman darkened her face, then gritted her teeth and replied bitterly, you intend to deny it to the end, do you? Very well. Athena had stood up at some point. She stood tall and swept one hand to the side. Her face was annoyed and displeased as she shouted, Medusa, of the Gorgon lineage, I will punish you for disrespecting Athena. When Medusa was utterly helpless, she didn't know what to do but furrow her brows, tears streaming down her face, her mouth agape, listening to Athena's heartbreaking words. From now on, your beauty will... Anyone who looks into your eyes will turn to stone, and you will never be allowed to cover your eyes again. If you dare to pluck out your eyes, I will curse your voice. If you dare to cut out your tongue, I will curse your limbs. After saying these utterly depressing words, Athena put on her robe and turned her back, walking away immediately. Her mouth didn't forget to shout the final words, glaring at Medusa, live in regret for your sins. Medusa, seeing herself beyond salvation, still tried to raise her tightly bound hands and cried out, pleading, no, Athena, please spare me. This is so unfair and unjust. Why must I alone endure this? Under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun, in a secluded village that looked like a wasteland, where the dry earth only sparsely grew a few weeds, Poseidon, no one knew where he came from, strode towards Medusa, who was wrapped in a blanket, sitting with her back against a wall. She said nothing, and it was unclear if she was alive or already dead. But Poseidon, upon seeing Medusa's condition, immediately showed pity and said, you've been in this secluded area, Medusa. Poseidon finished his sentence, then turned his back and leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms, grimacing. Poseidon's eyes unconsciously looked down at the ground, but his mouth still droned on. You overheard me speaking ill of Athena. You only accidentally heard it while passing by the temple, so you are not at fault. But empathizing with Medusa for a few seconds, Poseidon then flipped his attitude like a pancake. He still furrowed his brow, grumbling instead of vindicating Medusa. You know, I am the king of the sea. How could I speak ill of my niece right in her temple? But, looking down at a petrified hand, missing a knuckle of the middle finger, and a small petrified mouse lying on the ground, Poseidon continued with pity. I didn't expect you to endure a punishment more cruel than death. You can cover your eyes with anything. Then looking up at Medusa's wide-open, dry eyes, as if she hadn't blinked or used eye drops in 10 years, Poseidon still beat around the bush, not getting to the main point. Never cover your eyes, not even your eyelids. On the face with eyes wide open and dry as if they hadn't blinked or used Medusa's saline solution for 10 years, while Poseidon kept going in circles without getting to the main point. Never close your eyes, not even the eyelids. That Athena is truly too cruel. I don't know who suggested a punishment that sounds like a punch to the groin. Then, after saying a few absurd words, Poseidon scurried away, not forgetting to glance back and tip Medusa off about a deserted island. There, you won't have to meet anyone, so you won't need to hide like this. In return for keeping my secret, I will allow you to close your eyes. The scene suddenly shifted to Eudaimdioc's wooden staff, which was bowed to the ground. Eudaimdioc held the staff, as if he would attack Medusa, but instead he swung it to the side. Medusa, seeing this, was scared out of her wits. She was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground, sitting flat. Eudaimdioc at this moment was acting like a hero. Still acting cool, he spoke to Medusa. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. Turning around, he suddenly saw Elia holding a dagger in her hand, stealthily creeping up next to Medusa. But Eudaimdioc detected her intention. He turned to speak to Elia, startling her. Sorry, but if you take another step, I will be forced to give up on taking Medusa's head. Elia heard that and her face drooped like a sad dog's. She stared blankly, then helplessly sighed. After that, knowing she couldn't take Medusa's head anymore, Elia immediately stood up. Fuming with rage, she yelled curses at Eudaimdioc. You stupid bastard. Medusa, still unsure if she would be killed or not, remained seated on the ground, looking at him in confusion. Elia was resentful but still regretted losing Medusa's head, so she tried to provoke him. You came all this way only to be tricked. You also need the ability to resist Amar's fear. She thought saying that would make Udamdiok change his mind, but she was wrong. He was both kind-hearted and principled. Udamdiok remained calm and confident. Without resentment, he subtly glanced back at Elia, explaining, I cannot kill her without cause. That would be no different from an evil god. Elia was helpless, to the extreme, not knowing what to do but furrow one eyebrow. She raised a hand to rub her forehead, forcing a smile. Her mouth still moved as if she were crazy. Haha, how ridiculous. I tried my best, but I still disappointed him. It seemed Udamdiok also suspected something was amiss, so he wasn't too surprised by Elia's reaction. Udamdiok kept glancing at Elia, but muttered to himself, Indeed, she's hiding something. Then Udamdiok completely turned his back to stare at Elia, and continued to interrogate her while Elia stood dejected, lost in thought, with her head bowed. Why does he want Medusa's head so badly? Seeing that guy was no help and kept prying into things that weren't his business. Elia brushed him off, turned her back, and left. She didn't forget to look back and curse. Shut up. I have no obligation to explain to you. I thought you were useful. After saying that, Elia vanished without a trace, leaving Udamdiok standing dumbfounded alone with Medusa in the desolate forest. The weather was beautiful. The sky was blue. The sun was shining, and lush green trees grew everywhere. Suddenly, Medusa's voice rang out, Hey! After calling out, Medusa, bold as brass, dared to ask Udamdiok, How long do you plan to keep your eyes closed? Hearing that, Udamdiok, not knowing what else to do, instinctively raised his hand in front of Medusa and replied, Almost done. Udamdiok then used magic to heal the wound on Medusa's cheek. Medusa, not understanding what was happening, instinctively winced. As Udamdiok did this, he thought to himself, Even gods cannot escape the petrification curse. So why aren't your sisters and that blue bird affected? The system also displayed a notification. Self-healing activated. Effectiveness halved when used on others. The wound on Medusa's face was almost completely healed. She no longer grimaced. Udamdiok pondered it repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. Then Gorgon blood must be the answer. But as the wound was about to close, Udamdiok used a finger to wipe a drop of blood from Medusa's cheek. He still thought merely touching the blood would have no effect. The system also continued to display a notification. Drinking Gorgon blood can grant a special divine artifact. Udamdiok then stared suspiciously at the tiny drop of Medusa's blood on his hand. He said nothing, as if talking to himself. Blood? That sounds a bit crazy indeed. Medusa, who had been forced to keep her eyes closed, had now run out of patience and asked, Can I open my eyes now? But Udamdiok was dawdling for some unknown reason, making her wait, but finally urged on. He frantically replied, Wait, hold on. A man who is slow as a turtle is really annoying. Because he was rushed, Udamdiok had no more time to think. He grimaced and put his finger straight into his mouth. He decided in his head, Whatever, while she's not looking, I'll try it once. The system again notified that Udamdiok had drunk Gorgon blood. Fear resistance has increased. He had received Gorgon's unique divine artifact, the eye facing Medusa. After receiving the system notification, Udamdiok immediately broke into a triumphant smile. He thought, How lucky! But didn't forget to turn and tell Medusa, You can open your eyes now. Medusa opened her eyes slightly, muttering, This is. When she had opened her eyes completely, she changed the subject. Those eyes! Medusa opened her eyes and saw Udamdiok squatting, staring at her. Not only that, he was smiling brightly and exclaiming, Oh, blue! Seeing Udamdiok wasn't petrified, Medusa was shocked stiff, her eyes wide. While Medusa was still dazed, not understanding what had happened, Udamdiok kept talking. I thought they would be bloodshot or scarier, but they're so beautiful. Medusa's clear blue eyes, like a lake, now reflected Udamdiok's image. She stammered, How did you? Seeing Medusa ask a difficult question, Udamdiok pointed to the sky and forced a smile, rattling off a long explanation for Medusa to hear. I found a way for you not to be cursed anymore. I'm sorry for disturbing your lives by coming here, so I'll show you how to break the curse. Truly the main characters. Aura, both kind and benevolent. Hearing that, Medusa calmly replied, You knocked out my sisters, but never mind. I don't blame you because you only wanted to survive. But the next second, Medusa's eyes welled up with tears, and she grimaced, whining, "Humph, my eyes." Seeing someone empathize with her, Medusa suddenly became overly emotional. She burst into tears, crying loudly in front of Udamdiok like a child, lamenting the feelings she had suppressed for so long. "It's so unfair, humph, so unfair and humiliating. I have, humph, for so many years." Udamdiok, in that situation, didn't know what to do. He stiffened like a log, his face blank, only able to comfort Medusa. It's okay. I'll try to find a way to break the curse for you." Truly a happy ending for a beautiful day. It was another day of blue skies and white clouds. But back in the city, in the towering skyscrapers, Udamdiok's thoughts echoed. Why does Yu So-yoon want to meet me here? Udamdiok, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, was sitting on a chair, scrolling on his phone, when he suddenly heard a loudspeaker call his name and reflexively glanced over. Udamdiok, sauna room 32. Even standing in front of the sauna room door, Udamdiok refused to let his brain rest. He kept thinking to himself, this is an area reserved for high-level hunters, renovated by the Hunter Association from a part of a dungeon. I heard this place is very effective for mana recovery and wound healing. This is my first time here. Udamdiok was about to enjoy a fancy sauna, so he smiled brightly, clearly showing his delight. He smiled and gently pushed the door open, stepping inside. But after only 1 second, joy, Udamdiok's face immediately contorted as if he had seen a pile of feces in the middle of the room. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. In his head, he was still wondering, where's Leolux? When he opened the door and saw Leolux sitting spread-legged right in the middle of the sauna room, his face was scrunched up as if someone had just angered him. Seeing Udamdiok's face seemed to annoy him, as he complained, "It's you again? Korea really is." Annoyed, Udamdiok still reluctantly shuffled in. He was as flustered as if he was about to wet his pants, and worriedly thought to himself, "Hey, this guy wears a mask even in the sauna? Let's go, before I get into trouble." But sitting next to him, he spoke as if nothing was wrong. Leolux initiated the conversation with Udamdiok, but he didn't even bother to turn and look at him. 3 days ago, a gate appeared, causing dozens of casualties. He seemed displeased that Udamdiok had free time to go to the sauna, grumbling like a 50-year-old mother. Yet a 7-star hunter like you didn't appear at all, just enjoying yourself here? Hearing that, Udamdiok sighed, closing his eyes in exasperation. Humph, it's starting again. Then he calmly tilted his head back slightly, explaining to Leolux, "Don't make baseless accusations. I've had a lot of work to do lately." Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced, "Elia, sauna room 32. Elia calmly closed her eyes, her hands in her pockets, and slowly walked in, startling everyone. Seeing Elia walk in, Udamdiok's face clearly showed confusion. He grimaced, looking dumbfounded, asking himself in his heart, "Elia, why is she?" But Leolux's reaction was even more exaggerated. He sprang to his feet and rushed towards her, yelling, Elia? Is it really Elia?" Leolux kept staring, his whole body trembling, his voice still booming like a loudspeaker. "My sister, Elia? But why?" He was about to ask something, but seeing Elia's face, Leolux immediately dismissed his curiosity and shouted, "No, it's okay, you're still alive." Elia stood frozen in place, her face dark, as if caught doing something wrong. Udamdiok still couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape, 1,000 questions appearing in his mind. Why is Elia here? Isn't she a god? Wait, what's going on? Udamdiok frowned, secretly glancing at Leolux, wondering to himself, what the hell is going on? Leolux, who had been so cool until now, looked utterly flustered. He stammered, yelling, Why? Why aren't you saying anything, Elia? 1,000 questions kept appearing in Udamdiok's head. He again glanced at the main character of the story, thinking, why is Leolux calling Elia his sister? So many people had been wondering about Elia's mysterious appearance, but she just kept her face dark, her head bowed, saying nothing as if mute. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Yu So-yoon appeared out of nowhere, unexpectedly, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, witnessing everything. She stood outside the door, coldly interjecting into the siblings' conversation. A truly cold reunion. Seeing Yu So-yoon appear, a ghost, Udamdiok, confused, asked, Hey, what exactly is going on? Yu So-yoon strode into the room, the clack of her heels echoing annoyingly. She approached Udamdiok, who was still staring at her, bewildered and open-mouthed. Yu So-yoon didn't pay much attention to this idiot. She looked into the void but explained, I investigated Elia because I found her suspicious. Yu So-yoon's face became serious as she continued. The result is that no god has ever heard of the name Elia. We couldn't even find any records of her. A moment later, Yu So-yoon stood in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips. Her eyes subtly glanced back at Elia, who stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Yu So-yoon's mouth didn't stop. I started to suspect, if she doesn't exist anywhere, it means she's a forgotten god. But I don't sense their energy. Yu Damdeok and Yu So-yoon kept gossiping about Elia's private life without any shame, while she was still standing in the room. Hearing Yu So-yoon, Yu Damdeok replied in confusion, "No one knows? So that's why she said her pay was low." Hearing Yu Damdeok say that, Yu So-yoon seized the opportunity to add, "Therefore I changed my line of thought. If she can't be found in the divine realm, she might be found in the human realm. After collecting information from various dimensions, it turns out everyone has their own light." After talking about the divine realm and the human realm, Yu So-yoon changed course and spoke about Leo Lux. The world's #1 hunter, Leo Lux, also has a lost younger sister with the same name. After confirming her appearance during the general hunter mobilization to clear the gate a few days ago, I was certain. Hearing Yu So-yoon's cryptic words, Leo Lux, understanding nothing, widened his eyes and asked, "Yu So-yoon, what are you talking about?" But instead of answering his question, Yu So-yoon continued to glance pointedly at Elia. Her mouth still worked tirelessly. The reason why no god knows about her, and why she doesn't do part-time work but also isn't forgotten. While Elia just stood there, her face blank, trying to listen to Yu So-yoon's assessment of her. Her voice still echoed in Elia's ears. "Honestly, I never thought about this. I never expected there would be another human who could use the god system." After Yu So-yoon finished her rap, she crossed her arms, subtly glanced at Elia, and interrogated her like a criminal. "Elia, who is your master?" Elia, seeing this, returned Yu So-yoon a disdainful look. For some reason, that guy Leo Lux kept interfering in everything. He raised his hand and rushed forward, shielding Elia with his body. Not only that, Leo Lux yelled at Yu So-yoon. "Stop! I don't understand what you're talking about. Gods or whatever. It's ridiculous." Lelux's voice boomed, giving everyone a headache. "Yu So-yoon, many people have found Elia. I owe you a favor, but I don't understand what you're saying." But at the same time, Elia, standing behind him, suddenly closed her eyes tightly and raised a finger as if preparing to cast a spell. With a snap, Elia suddenly snapped her fingers. A burst of dazzling blue power appeared, startling Leo Lux, who was arguing, and making his eyes widen. He stood amidst the magic, confused, frowning, and stared back at Elia, yelling, "Elia!" But Elia was as cold as an ice queen. She didn't care about her brother, but just looked blankly and said a heartbreaking sentence. "Go back, and never look for me again." Leo Lux heard his long-lost sister say that and truly couldn't believe it. He still frowned, trying to reach out and ask before completely vanishing, "Elia, what do you mean?" Only when Leo Lux had been completely banished from the sauna room by Elia did she relax. Her hands in her pockets, her eyes still closed, replying, "All right, I'll confess." But just as she thought she would confess, turned out she shifted her target to Yu So-yoon. Elia asked, "Yu So-yoon, you went to the trouble of investigating a girl like me. Do you really think that highly of me?" Yu So-yoon had been standing with her arms crossed as if programmed, seemingly tireless. Annoyed by Elia's incessant meaningless talk, she replied, "Stop spouting nonsense." Elia suddenly stepped closer to Yu So-yoon, flashed a provocative smile, and unleashed a long tirade for Yu So-yoon to hear. "It seems you're very confused. Do you think you're the only one in this world who can use the system?" For some reason, Elia resorted to provocation to rile up Yu So-yoon. She scrunched her face, then gave a strange smile. Her mouth still mumbled, "Yu So-yoon, you are truly pathetic and arrogant. Do you think you're the only one who knows the next move on this chessboard?" Hearing Elia just now rambling on, Yu So-yoon snapped back, "What are you talking about?" But Elia, having achieved her goal, simply dusted herself off and walked away, leaving Yu So-yoon dumbfounded and unable to process. She glided past Yu So-yoon like the wind, but her mouth wouldn't give up, adding, "Keep pretending to be a prophet. I have more important things to do now." Having said that, Elia walked over and stood before Yu Damdeok, staring at him intently before continuing to speak. Suddenly standing before Yu Damdeok, Elia kindly offered to pay him, as if settling a debt for his work. Hearing this, Yu Damdeok was suspicious. He sweated nervously, his face scrunched up, but then, naively, quickly agreed, "All right, I also have a few things I want to ask." Seeing Yu Damdeok acting like an idiot from the outside, Yu Yu So-yoon immediately called out in shock. But Elia, having finished speaking, cast a demanding glance. I cannot speak when there are outsiders here. She meant she wanted to meet him privately. Clever move. Just then, I know a suitable place. As Elia finished her sentence, a large, fiery red hole appeared in the city sky. Around it, dark, abyssal magic power emanated, looking both mysterious and terrifying. On the ground, suddenly there was a puddle of mud that rose up to embrace Elia's fair, slender feet. A moment later, in the sky, few inexplicable cracks appeared, as if it were about to shatter into 100 pieces. The hole, as large as a whirlwind, which had appeared in the city sky, was now inexplicably right above Elia and Udamdiok's heads. But the attitude of Elia remained nonchalant, as if she had known this would happen, her hands casually tucked into her pockets. Yu So-yoon, seeing this, was so shocked her face turned pale, as if the apocalypse was nigh. She looked up, her eyes wide, her mouth an O as she screamed, "Gate!" A large pillar of light no one knew from where appeared and immediately blew everything away like a raging storm. Yu So-yoon, standing nearby, had to cover her face with both hands. That pillar of light shot straight up, piercing through both buildings and the sky. Around the city, all that could be seen was a deep purple, the sky looking like a giant, cracking pane of glass. Right in the center was a massive hole like a cosmic black hole, and that pillar of light plunged straight into it as if prearranged. Udamdiok was dragged by Elia to some remote, desolate place that looked like a sealed room. He frowned in confusion, his eyes darting around, unable to utter a word. This was Udamdiok standing face to face with Elia in a strange, purple, honeycomb-like place. He looked around, secretly wondering how she could have entered here so precisely, as if she had known the gate would appear here. Udamdiok looked from one side to the other, while Elia remained calm, her hands in her pockets, staring at him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Elia bent down. As she bent, her face darkened, and she continued to speak. Initially, I thought you were a god disguised as a human, but it turned out Elia only bent down to pick up a stone, her mouth still uttering dangerous-sounding words. Someone with decent ability, one could call a rough gem, not a river pebble, a useful mercenary. But that's all. No matter how precious a rough gem is, a tiny stone cannot change the flow of a river. Udamdiok heard Elia's metaphors but understood nothing. But he seemed to catch a whiff of sarcasm, so he straightened his face and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Instead of answering Udamdiok's question, Elia tried to act mysterious. Her face remained dark, and she crushed the stone she had just picked up with her bare hand, then continued to ramble on. Something unimaginable has happened. Then she glanced up and gave Udamdiok a terrifying look. Then she asked him in return, "How could you avoid the prophecy? Who exactly are you?" But it seemed he also didn't know how he could avoid the prophecy. He probably didn't even understand what Elia had been asking. So he crossed his arms and replied, "What is this prophecy everyone keeps talking about? I'm just a human who coincidentally became a god. I'm just like Yu So-yoon and you. I can use the system." Upon hearing this, Elia was shocked. Her eyes widened as if to say, "Are you serious?" Then she immediately asked, "Humans can use the system?" "No way," Elia asked Udamdiok so insistently. But in the end, she didn't believe him. Udamdiok, listening to Elia's back-and-forth skepticism, could only frown in annoyance. Suddenly, pebbles on the ground flew up along with Elia's rambling voice. In his prophecy, there was no human. A moment later, Elia was seen, raising her hand to summon a super-large, colossal rock above her head. She was tiny, but her strength was quite impressive. Elia stood in a corner, her face grim, her mouth saying, "The prophecy cannot be wrong, absolutely not." As Elia finished speaking, that enormous rock flew like crazy straight towards Udamdiok, startling him as he was off guard. He didn't know what to do but stand dumbfounded, waiting for the rock to smash his head. But suddenly, Yu So-yoon appeared like a savior in Udamdiok's life. She jumped down, and with her knife, directly sliced the huge rock in half as smoothly as cutting sugarcane. Seeing Yu So-yoon arrive, Udamdiok immediately shouted in surprise, "Yu So-yoon!" Yu So-yoon, having saved Udamdiok, then adopted a cool demeanor, stared intently at Elia, and retorted, "Do you think that foolish attack could do anything to me?" But it seemed Elia wasn't surprised at all. She put on her mysterious, dark-faced act again, slightly raised her hand, and said, "I told you, Yu So-yoon, you were too arrogant. From the beginning, my target wasn't him." It turned out too. Fools had been led on by Elia. On that purple honeycomb-like structure, after Yu So-yoon plunged in, she created a hole. But then Elia patched it up, and the wall no longer had those honeycomb patterns but became a large, transparent, crystal-clear mirror. Yu So-yoon now realized she had been tricked and was stiff with shock. Her eyes widened, unable to utter another word. Yu So-yoon helplessly clicked her tongue, then turned to curse Elia. You're truly insane. Elia's face at this moment looked vexed, as if she was just waiting for the moment to eliminate both of them at once, and she replied grimly, I cannot accept any more variables. A moment later, before you damn, Diok and Yu So-yoon, the sky had darkened, and it was raining heavily as if the apocalypse had arrived. Two towering walls rose from nowhere. On top, there were piles of monsters, from walking ones to flying ones, looking very gruesome. Elia's voice echoed, Let's end everything. You will die here. Monster after monster appeared. They swarmed like ants, from red-eyed, white-bearded ones to one-eyed ones, along with their trusted companions, monsters with hundreds of eyes. In short, there was every kind. Hundreds of monsters kept pouring in, heading towards Yu So-yoon and Yu Damdiok, leaving the two stunned for a moment. But then Yu So-yoon turned her head back and gave Elia a look that said, I'm about to rip your neck off. Yu So-yoon angrily asked, Elia, do you know what you've just done? As she finished asking, Elia quickly leaped like a squirrel. Then, holding her knife, charged forward, preparing to decapitate Elia, while shouting, If this continues, all the monsters from the demon realm will flood Earth. Do you want that to happen? But instead of feeling guilty, Elia smiled. She used both hands to continue summoning more large pillars, then brazenly retorted to Yu So-yoon, as if to provoke her. So what? Are you going to kill me? You bitch. Elia bent down and crossed her arms once, and those pillars continuously attacked Yu So-yoon. But Yu So-yoon was not an easy target. She darted from side to side, dodging those enormous pillars as nimbly as a squirrel. Not only did Yu So-yoon not find it difficult, but she took the opportunity to leap from one pillar to another, then flew straight past Elia's face with no wasted movements. Elia had no time to react and was suddenly frozen for a few seconds, her eyes wide. On her face, Yu So-yoon had left a knife cut, a long gash across her cheek. But instead of getting angry and fighting back, Elia glanced back at Yu So-yoon, then smirked and complimented her opponent. You've grown stronger in the past few days, haven't you? Truly astonishing. Yu So-yoon complimented for her strength, felt no joy at all. On the contrary, she grew more irritated. She frowned deeply and angrily cursed Elia. Shut up and answer my question. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat. While Elia was still secretly glancing at Yu So-yoon, the other woman kept shouting relentlessly. What is your purpose? Seeing Yu So-yoon still not understanding despite her repeated questions, Elia gently asked in return, You still don't understand, Yu So-yoon? After asking, Elia stood in the middle of this desolate place, looked up at the sky, and spread her arms as if she was about to transform, uttering incomprehensible words. In this situation, life is just a cheap card. Even if you kill me, this world cannot escape disaster. After saying that, Elia turned to glance at Yu So-yoon, then narrowed her eyes and gave a strange smile, asking provocatively, This situation must be very familiar to you, isn't it? The gate cannot be closed. The barrier is broken. The demon realm army is flooding in. You've experienced all of this in your previous life. Seeing this woman recount her life as if reading a book, Yu So-yoon was terrified. Her face darkened, and her mouth twisted as she asked, Who exactly are you? Oh, the system appeared again, but this time, instead of the gentle blue it usually was, the system window was fiery red, clearly indicating an ominous announcement. Warning. The dragon's divine artifact, Heartless, is unstable. Yu So-yoon then scrunched up her face. Yu So-yoon could no longer remain calm. She was so frustrated that she had to shout. Why? Why are you doing this? You're human too. You have a family too. Why are you? But Elia's face must have been as thick as a car tire. Yu So-yoon was on the verge of tears, but Elia remained expressionless. Elia slightly tilted her face to the side. Her face was as lifeless as an Annabelle doll, and her voice was cold as ice as she asked, So what? Then she placed her hand on the wooden pillars she had just summoned to fight Yu So-yoon, and resumed her rambling. I have bet everything, for the world he longed for. It's over. Yu So-yoon, no matter how hard you try, you cannot change anything. Yu So-yoon heard Elia's words, each one like a knife cutting into her heart. Yu So-yoon collapsed helplessly to the ground. Yu So-yoon's face a moment later was drained of all color. She sat there, utterly heartbroken, muttering with lifeless eyes, No way. Old memories along with the image of Yu So-yoon sitting amidst a devastated, ruined world. The burnt-out buildings, none intact. It left her helpless and hopeless, forcing her to ask herself, again. Yoon doubted herself and had to ask again. Did I fail this time too? But instead of images of burnt-out buildings, it was the sight of Elia standing with one hand raised before twisted mountain-high pillars. My tears fall. The game ends. Tears trickled onto Yoon's lap, along with her mournful, heartbroken voice. Perhaps this is my destiny. Yoon just sat there, complaining about her life alone as if in a trance, forever in a loop, unaware that the treacherous Elia had secretly summoned large pillars and then unexpectedly launched them at Yoon while she was off guard. Why attack sneakily instead of directly? But it was too sudden, too fast. Damdiok suddenly rushed forward. An earth-shattering explosion occurred right before Elia's eyes. Its destructive power was so immense that everything around was blown away. Even Elia was strongly pushed back, having to cover her face with both hands. Damdiok's masculine, sinewy hands clenched, smashing the colossal stone pillar to smithereens with no wasted movements. Not only that, he coolly turned to curse Elia. Stop deluding yourself, Elia. Damdiok stood with his arms crossed, facing Elia, not hesitating to enlighten the girl. Here you are the only one who is alone. Why don't you try opening your eyes and looking around? Damdiok only told Elia to look around, but Yoon, eavesdropping, also looked. Elia looked around as Damdiok said, and she saw something that made her jump in shock, her eyes wide. As for Yoon, she cried, but she still had to eavesdrop first. Damdiok then frowned, gritting his teeth as he delivered a powerful line. What we have built will not be easily destroyed by someone like you. Turning, he saw Sarone enthusiastically hovering in midair, using her fire power to incinerate flying monsters one by one. On the other side, Gurium was also diligently using his sword to cut down ugly monsters on the ground. In short, everyone was doing their part. The team was absolutely top tier. They fought as if we're just having fun, so noisy, with one shouting, "Damn it, brother, I'm playing a game," and another yelling, "Awesome, I wanted to try out the new fire magic I learned." Another chimed in with something unrelated to the other two. "This is my first battle as a mage. I'll prove the power of the Ice King here." Yoon saw her comrades fighting monsters together in unity, and she froze stiff as if hit by a stun spell. Damdiok then turned to look at Yoon with affectionate eyes. He even gave a friendly, beauty queen-like smile, and extended his hand, calling her sweetly, Yoon. Then he again used, with that charming, honey-sweet voice, he tried to snap Yoon out of it. "I need your help. As always, only you can deal with her. While I go look for the gate's core, will you help me? I've asked so earnestly." Even so, Yoon still darkened her face and remained silent, not answering a word. But then she used one hand to wipe away her tears. Her other hand reached out and grabbed Damdiok's hand. "Oh, okay. I'll give you a hand." Yoon then had recovered her composure. She stood up and stared intently at Damdiok. As if nothing had happened, she replied simply, "Leave it to me." She quickly became resolute. Seeing these difficult scenes, Elia was shocked, her eyes wide. Her mouth was twisted, but she still tried to stay calm to shout and ask Damdiok for his secret.
Impossible.
"What's happening? How can you summon the children of the primordial mother?" Yoon, after crying all her tears, had returned to a calm, confident, unresentful, cool as hell state, faster than blocking an ex-lover. She then held 2 daggers in her hands and, with a serious face, told Damdiok, "Go quickly and destroy the gate core, before it's too late." Seeing that Yoon seemed ready to fight, Damdiok reached out a hand and squeezed her shoulder. He smiled and replied casually, "All right, let's finish this quickly." Seeing the two of them so calm, treating this as easy as pie, Elia was incredibly furious. Her face wrinkled up like a monkey's butt, and with one hand, she summoned several large pillars while shouting loudly, "Don't underestimate me!" Elia screamed, cursing, "You bastard!" Then she immediately flung her hand, launching several large pillars forward. But Yoon, fast as a ghost, rushed towards Elia. She used her gaze, a look that said, "Why do you keep using the same move?" Looking at Elia, and contemptuously asked, "Is that all you can do?" Seeing Yoon unexpectedly rushing towards her from who knows where, Elia couldn't react in time, only staring wide-eyed in surprise, her eyebrows furrowed, her mouth agape, staring intently at Yoon, whose blood splattered everywhere, like a terrifying river. A moment later, she saw Elia kneeling on the ground before a puddle of bright red blood. Elia bowed low, her entire body to the ground, blood continuously flowing from her neck like a stream. Elia tried to support her body with one hand, her mouth continuously coughing, hacking like someone with tuberculosis. Elia's face drained of all blood, gritting her teeth, tried to raise one hand to embrace Yu So-yoon. Yu So-yoon, cool as hell, stood frozen before Elia. She pointed the dagger directly at Elia's face and casually demanded, "I will give you one last chance. State your identity and purpose." At this point, she was about to die, but Elia still didn't know fear. She rested her chin on Yu So-yoon's dagger, grimacing, but still tried to act fine, giving a provocative smile as she replied, "Are you stupid? I've already told you. Life is just a cheap card." Elia's voice still echoed, provoking Yu So-yoon. "You can't kill me, Yu So-yoon. You can't when he is watching this place." But Yu So-yoon didn't care about Elia's nonsense words. She maintained an unmoving expression and replied, "You're truly confident. I really want to test that." But suddenly, Elia again smiled casually, as if she truly couldn't be killed. Her eyes also suddenly shone brightly like car headlights. Elia still couldn't shake her habit of provoking others. "Try it." But a red system window appeared, announcing, "The Eye of the Abyss is watching everything." Both Yu So-yoon and Yu Damdiok were then shocked, sharing the same expression. Wide eyes and agape mouths. Both of them were so flustered that sweat poured down their faces. The system window appeared again, announcing more news. "Fear from the abyss will seal all actions." Hearing this, Yu So-yoon could no longer maintain her calm expression, and her face darkened. She grimaced, her eyes fixed on Elia's face, and shouted, barely finishing her sentence, "The power of chaos! Oh my God, could it be that you—" Elia still held her hand tightly on her neck to stop the bleeding. It looked incredibly painful, but she still smiled casually. At the same time, a surge of dark power suddenly appeared around Elia's body. "You ask who I am?" A moment later, that dark power had covered 3/4 of Elia's body. Suddenly, one of her eyes shone brightly like a firefly's, but in the night. Elia's mouth, still not closing, continuously introduced herself proudly. "I am the 100th child of the mother. I am also the prophet chosen by Charles." Yu So-yoon stood frozen, witnessing the scene. In the sky, a giant, terrifying, bright red snake like I was observing everything. Below, Elia was completely surrounded by that enormous, mysterious black power mass. Elia, as if swallowed by that mass, still mumbled, "The one who will destroy this world and bring the salvation of chaos." Elia extended one hand, that black mass, and continued to declare, "Yes, I am the demon you wish to destroy." It seemed that black mass was a changing room, because when Elia stepped out, she had completely changed her outfit into a tight-fitting suit and high heels. Not only that, her hair had turned stark white, and 2 horns had grown, making her look like a free fire Oni. Elia, having changed from A to A, proudly declared, "It is I." Yu So-yoon, seeing Elia's new appearance, froze stiff for a few seconds. She furrowed her eyebrows and, with a twisted mouth, shouted, "That form!" But Yu So-yoon, still full of compassion, tried to shout at Elia to make her snap out of it. "You, do you know what kind of god Charles is that you would follow him? He is the god of destruction, the one who can swallow." She still pleaded, "No, no, only a madman would follow such an evil god." But Elia, hearing this, only lowered her eyes and replied sadly, "Even if I'm crazy, it doesn't matter. Only he accepts me for who I am." Immediately after transforming, Elia brushed herself off and left. She even kindly informed Yu So-yoon, "I'm leaving, Yu So-yoon." Elia just turned and walked straight ahead, not bothering to look back at Yu So-yoon. That black power, tinged with purple, fluttered behind Elia. She walked, acting cool, and mumbled, "The stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. The shadow of the abyss will lead the way to Tartarus." Finally, Elia turned back to give Yu So-yoon a glance, then began to speak in a threatening tone to intimidate her. From now on, things won't be so easy. But she thought Elia was looking at Yu So-yoon, but it turned out she was glancing sideways at Yu Damdiok, who had been standing there dumbfounded, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, like an idiot. Seeing his expression, Elia added one last sentence to scare them, "Because I know your true trump card." After that, right before Yu So-yoon's eyes, Elia vanished without a trace, leaving only a column of erratic black and purple dark power. The sky around them remained dark, as if after dealing with Elia, Yu Damdiok and Yu So-yoon still had to face the apocalypse. A girl's feet slowly stepped out of the water-filled ground. Yu So-yoon looked up at the hole in the blue sky where the sky was torn open. Dark aura spread through the space. She urged, "Damdiok, let's go before things get noisy." Yu Damdiok looked at her, sweat dripping down his cheeks and sighed. Phew, this is really troublesome. He looked up at the spatial rift. The aura continued to spread. In the end, he still couldn't destroy the gate. Park Urium's face darkened, trembling with anger, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it! That damn gate! The first assault team failed. Udamdiok helplessly advised. Hey, calm down. Watch out for their attacks. Saron sighed. Ugh, I'm so tired. What kind of monsters were those? Luckily, we repaired the barrier in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Udamdiok stepped forward, patted Park Urium's shoulder, and said with a smile. You too worked hard. Saron, your magic has improved so much. Now you can be called an archmage. Saron was surprised. What? An archmage? Humph, to that extent. Park Urium was jealous. Fine, go ahead and be smug. Udamdiok smiled. We've only put out a small fire. It's not over yet. He listened to Saron and Park Urium bickering. Oh my, are you jealous? Because I performed better than you this time, you troublesome brat. His mind drifted to another matter. The fact that we couldn't find the gate core might be related to Elia. Is the gate's appearance at that exact moment just a coincidence? Udamdiok turned to ask Yuso Yoon. Hey Yuso. Before he could finish, she was still facing away from him. She cut him off. Follow me. Behind Yuso, Yoon was a crumbling wall. Water flowed. There was also a large hole. She spoke. What you're wondering about. The secrets I couldn't reveal yet. I will tell you everything. The black aura escaping from the hole. The sky had spread throughout the city. The scene here was truly bleak. An airplane was approaching that hole. She suggested, first we need to change locations. This place will become noisy because of the gate. The airplanes kept circling the city. The ground was already stained with a dark aura. A large airplane stopped in midair. The man sitting on the plane, wearing sunglasses, announced, Chairman Cheon Gun-ak. It seems Hunter Udamdiok has also arrived at the gate this time. He frowned. The man then asked, Sir, would you like to meet him? Chairman Cheon Gun-ak replied, No, today. Let's just focus on investigating the gate. He looked at Udamdiok's back. On the ground. I will meet him again when I am ready. In a forest of green, trees and grass, shadows fell upon the ground. Udamdiok, with both hands in his pockets, began. Elia also said so. Now, don't hide anything anymore. Yuso Yoon stood silently, listening. He stared intently at her. Yuso Yoon, tell me everything you know. What is the relationship between you and Elia, and what is this primordial child Elia mentioned? Yuso Yoon didn't look at Udamdiok. The primordial child. Her hand held. Fallen leaf, as she explained. The first beings gifted by Mother Earth. Yuso Yoon began to explain to Udamdiok. Besides humans, there are giants, demons, elves. Although they have different forms, they are all seeds of various species. The primordial child is the title for 100 such souls. And the first child born has lived 1,869 lives, fighting to prevent Zagnarok. Udamdiok was surprised. Could it be? Not letting him. Continue, Yuso Yoon went on. Yes, the first primordial child, the 1,869th regressor, that is me. He scratched his head. Ha! I had somewhat guessed about the regression. But now there's another secret. Yuso Yoon asked. Again. You knew I was a regressor? Udamdiok glanced at her. We've been together for 2 years. Do you think I wouldn't notice? He reminisced about the past. Those old buildings with their ancient charm. Even if your prophecies weren't always accurate. Then he reminisced about the towering snow-capped mountains. But strangely, you adapted very quickly to other dimensions, as if you had been there before. Back then, in the heavily snow-covered mountain range, he watched her back disappear. Therefore, I thought you might be a regressor, and I also thought you had a reason to hide it. Yuso Yoon repeated. A reason. She remembered the dark space she used to be in. There, darkness swallowed everything, making it impossible to see clearly. There was also a bright, glowing spherical object in the sky. That's right. The thing I always wanted to hide from you is the Eye of the Abyss. Udamdiok was slightly surprised. The Eye of the Abyss is that thing that occasionally appears in warnings when we enter gates? She immediately replied. Yes, she explained. The one who created the gate and also the cause of Ragnarok, the Eye of the Abyss, it is a subordinate, a part of Charles. If my identity as a regressor were revealed, Charles might try to stop me in subsequent lives. That's why I hid my identity. She remembered Elia with a sinister expression. Until Elia revealed my secret. Her voice became sorrowful. I don't know why she knew that secret. Her face darkened. Now, my secret might have reached Charles. Yu So-yoon pursed her lips. Perhaps this is our last chance. Yu Damdeok smiled. So what's the next plan? He looked straight at her. Anyway, we're going to protect everyone, aren't we? Nothing has changed. She smiled. In Yu So-yoon's hand, the one who created the gate and also the cause of Ragnarok, the Eye of the Abyss, it is a subordinate, a part of Charles. If my identity as a regressor were revealed, Charles might try to stop me in subsequent lives. That's why I hid my identity. She remembered Elia with a sinister expression. Until Elia revealed my secret. Her voice examined it closely and wondered. This is... Yu So-yoon thought. Back to the past. Do you remember? The thing we drank when we defeated Neptune, back when we were lower gods. Yu Damdeok recalled that. Memory. I remember. It was a good memory. He narrowed his eyes. But he focused on the blue notification window. Essence of temporarily restores divine power through the power of maximum increase. All that information had no explanation, only question marks. Why is this information limited? She answered his question. It's very important. It's a secret weapon against Charles. Yu Damdeok was surprised. Something so important? I can use it. Yu So-yoon's face showed no emotion. From the beginning, I prepared it for you, and now we no longer have time to choose. She spoke gravely. The barrier we created is only temporary. It can stop low-level monsters, but it cannot stop forgotten gods. Therefore, Ragnarok could begin in just 1 month. Yu Damdeok rested his hand on his head. Voice helpless. I had anticipated this when I couldn't close the gate. But it's faster than I thought. Yu So-yoon snapped her fingers. So we must quickly gather the remaining priests. A new blue window appeared. With new information. Cargo handler needed at the pyramid. Employer. Divine power. No experience required. Job description. Deliver goods to secret rooms in the pyramid. Requires good health. Beware of mummies, scorpions, and high temperatures. Working hours. Until delivery is complete. No breaks. Random pay. Yu Damdeok announced. Get ready, this was their next destination. He had set foot on a vast golden sand sea, with a pyramid visible in the distance. He sighed. It's been a while since I did cargo handling work. Poppy sighed. Hey, another newcomer? He grumbled. Damn it. Why are my co-workers always rookies? Poppy wasn't very welcoming, as he spoke to Yu Damdeok. Let me give you some advice. If you're here just to make easy money, you should give up. Yu Damdeok was still, wearing his cloak's hood. Are you talking to me? Poppy asked back. Who else would I be talking to? Then suddenly he was taken aback. Poppy recognized Yu Damdeok and flinched. What? A mid-ranking god is here. He glanced at Poppy and retorted. What? Mid-ranking gods aren't allowed here. He quickly clarified. No, that's not it. It's just... Poppy scratched his head, forcing a smile. This place is usually only frequented by low-ranking gods, so I'm a little surprised to see you here. Haha. Yu Damdeok asked. Is that so? Why? Poppy raised a finger, explaining seriously. Because they exploit our labor like slaves, but the rewards are just discarded items. For low-ranking gods like us, that's good enough. He watched the stream of people, flocking towards the pyramid. But sometimes, among them, there are valuable weapons or rare divine artifacts. We, the low-ranking gods here, all hope for that luck. Poppy leaned close to Yu Damdeok and whispered. Moreover, they pay by product here. The more cargo you deliver, the more chances you have to win prizes.
YO Damdeok réalise de papiers intention.
Oh, I see. So you want me, a mid-ranking god, to help? He winked playfully, giving Yu Damdeok a thumbs up. We'll help each other, and you'll benefit too. Oh, I almost forgot. Just call me Poppy. He placed his hand on Poppy's shoulder, accepting the offer. All right, Poppy. Gods should help each other, shouldn't they? Then Yu Damdeok looked at Poppy slyly. But before that, I have a favor to ask. Poppy looked up with a bewildered expression. At this moment, Yu Damdeok declared, let me be in charge of all deliveries inside the pyramid. When Poppy heard Yu Damdeok say that, he chuckled lightly, sweat trickling down his cheek. He replied, but usually, those deliveries are handled by experienced staff. You know? Yu Damdeok replied, I know. Can I do it? If anything goes wrong, it will all be the instructor's responsibility. As the two conversed, a man completely covered, his face wrapped in bandages, spoke up in an annoyed voice. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. Poppy turned his head, an annoyed expression on his face. Yes, please wait a moment. Yu Damdeok chuckled and asked again. So, what's the answer? The man, with his face covered, spoke up again. Hey, What are you still dawdling for? Poppy replied, I'm coming right away, and said to Udamdiok, all right, let's go. Udamdiok chuckled. Understood. Beneath the large, stacked cargo boxes, Poppy declared, yes, sir, we'll start by sorting the cargo by area over there. Looking at the large cargo boxes, Udamdiok was astonished. Wow, is all this cargo from Hermes' post office? Poppy replied, yes, sir. The inside of the pyramid is very complex, so all goods are brought here to be sorted before delivery. Poppy reminded Udamdiok, remember to be careful when taking the cargo. If you drop it, everything will collapse. Udamdiok forced a smile and replied, oh, that sounds difficult. Udamdiok glanced subtly. Did you hear me? Be careful when taking the cargo. No sooner had Udamdiok finished speaking than large cargo boxes fell and crushed Park Gurium. Park Gurium frowned, angry. Why do you dump all the work on me? Why do you always summon me for heavy labor? Udamdiok calmly replied, the other priests are all busy. Etten is guarding the gate in case it erupts. Adel Saron and Yu So-yoon, who have high magic resistance, have gone to find the fifth priest, the Elf King. Only you are strong enough. Park Gurium was filled with anger. Humph. Just you wait. Once I finish learning swordsmanship then. Udamdiok turned his head and walked away. He called back, all right, I know. Pick up that fallen cargo. If you damage it, you'll have to work here until you pay off your debt. Park Gurium angrily yelled. This is labor exploitation, you evil god. Be careful. The sky had changed from sunny. Dusk. Udamdiok looked up at the sky with a tired expression, sweat trickling down his cheek. Phew, finally done. Poppy approached Udamdiok, a cheerful expression on his face. Wow, you worked hard. Udamdiok glanced at Poppy. Suddenly, Poppy handed Udamdiok something. Oh, here, take this. Udamdiok held out his hand. He asked, this is the Eye of Horus, isn't it? Poppy replied, that's right. This is a spatial artifact used to store things. You need it to enter the pyramid. It truly has no weight at all. Poppy hesitated again. But, are you sure you're entrusting it to me? Udamdiok replied, yes, don't worry. I want to finish quickly so I can rest. Udamdiok raised the Eye of Horus. A gush of light poured out, sucking the large cargo boxes into it. Udamdiok chuckled lightly. All right, let's go then. The sky was gradually darkening. Udamdiok had reached the enormous pyramid. A woman in a cloak with long hair reaching her feet spoke up. The Greek gods live concentrated on Mount Olympus, and the Egyptian gods all live in this pyramid. Udamdiok was astonished. It looked big from afar, but I didn't expect it to be this massive. Udamdiok and Park Gurium stood frozen beneath the colossal, enormous pyramid. Suddenly, Park Gurium asked, brother, how do we open this door? Udamdiok smirked and replied, there's a spell. Udamdiok raised the Eye of Horus to the door and shouted, delivery! Light from the eye shone upon the door. The door was slowly opening, and Park Gurium exclaimed, oh! When the door opened, the scene before them was a bustling village. Park Gurium was surprised. What is this? From somewhere, a beam of light flew down, kicking up a lot of dust onto Udamdiok. Udamdiok wondered what it was. Suddenly, a giant dog appeared from nowhere and roared, stop! You cannot enter here. Udamdiok, dotted with sweat, replied, is there a problem? We are pyramid delivery staff. The giant dog, with a fierce expression, bared its fangs and replied, the problem is, the pyramid is a sacred place for gods and pharaohs. You are fine, but that human wants to enter, so he must sacrifice an arm. Udamdiok was scared. But he's my priest. Is there no other way? The giant dog replied, there are no exceptions. The giant dog suddenly realized something. Wait. Now that I notice, you've already stepped inside the pyramid. The giant dog laughed wildly. Cock cock. It's been a long time since I tasted a human. As I said, sacrifice an arm. It lowered its giant hand, intending to grab Park Gurium. Park Gurium was terrified. Damn it, brother Damdiok. Udamdiok shouted. Wait, this is coercion. We've never heard of this rule. The giant dog glared. I already said no exceptions. It reached out to snatch Park Gurium. Park Gurium panicked, terrified, exclaiming, damn it. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on the dog's face. The dog staggered, nearly falling. It was a punch thrown by Udamdiok. Park Gurium's face was excited. Amazing, wow, incredible, as expected of brother Damdiok. You moved like lightning just now. Udamdiok, with a tense expression, remained silent and moved aside. Udamdiok muttered, my attack had no effect? Is he a high-ranking god? The giant dog was furious. A mere delivery boy like you dares to defy the pyramid's guardian? Are you ready? Giant dog swung its staff powerfully towards Udamdiok. It glared, shouting, "Die, you foreign god!" Suddenly, the staff struck its own face, and it yelped in pain, baring its fangs. The giant dog fell before Udamdiok, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Why is my body moving on its own? Udamdiok stood before the giant dog, saying smugly, "What dog bites its owner?" The giant dog was in pain, angry. "What? Owner? Who gave you permission to call yourself my owner?" Suddenly, a blue notification window appeared. King of all dogs, trait activated. Udamdiok grabbed the giant dog's head, a savage grin on his face. The dog struggled to resist, saying weakly, "Ugh! Let go! Ugh! This power!" Udamdiok chuckled. "You talk a good game, but your body is very honest." Udamdiok's face turned terrifying, a savage grin. "Now then, obediently move aside and answer my questions. Otherwise, I'll make you experience all kinds of humiliation, from lying down to sitting up to rolling over." Cock, cock. The dog had begun to fear. "Cock! This devil!" A heavy, powerful footstep echoed. Polished black shoes stopped on a pale marble step. Tiny sparks of fire rose from the ground. Park Gurium stood back in confusion, his face bewildered as he realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Udamdiok advanced from below the steps. His back was resolute, saying little. The atmosphere was tense but silent. The orange-red light from the surrounding flames made the space seem to smolder. Park Gurium's question rang out. "Oh my god! It's pitch black. Is that guy tricking me?" And Udamdiok's indifferent reply. Probably not." In the brilliant golden light reflected from the walls carved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, the giant dog with sharp eyes emerged from the shadows. It spoke. "Come this way." Udamdiok followed the giant dog through a narrow corridor covered in golden light and ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. He looked up, his eyes full of doubt. His voice was low, as if speaking to himself. "Is this the way to the top of the pyramid? Why is it underground?" The giant dog replied. "No, this is the way to the sphinxes." He stopped. "What? Which sphinxes?" In the dark, dazzling golden metallic space, where light reflected through countless interlocking gears, a colossal machine seemed to breathe with the rhythm of ancient time. The gleaming golden gears moved ceaselessly, emitting a steady sound, like the whisper of a forgotten world. Beneath the complex mechanical system, the giant dog watched every movement as if searching for a hidden answer within that mechanical labyrinth. "I don't know why you want to reach the top of the pyramid, but that place is a labyrinth that changes its structure every day." The statement was like a warning to anyone intending to step into that mysterious place. Transition to the next scene. The light flickered out, leaving behind a dense, black night. Only a faint circle of light where the giant dog's words echoed. The sphinxes, those who know every nook and cranny of the pyramid. They might be able to help you. In the dim light of warm orange hues from fire or sunset, Udamdiok appeared in the silent scene. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, full of determination and vigilance, but also not lacking a cold demeanor. He spoke softly but decisively. "It seems I've come to the right place." Brilliant golden light spread throughout the space, as if the whole world was enveloped in a sacred aura. Udamdiok and Park Gurium silently stepped into the magnificent hall. Before them, a colossal golden statue shone brightly, as if awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. The god statue's eyes were half closed, but its voice echoed throughout the space, deep and authoritative. "It has been a long time since anyone came here. For what reason do you seek me?" Udamdiok and Park Gurium stopped. Udamdiok looked up. "We are looking for the pharaoh, and we need your advice." The golden statue replied. "You seek wisdom? To obtain wisdom, you must prove your own wisdom." Paradox. Udamdiok smirked. "Riddles? Very good. I like them very much." In the scene, overflowing with golden hues, soft light covered the entire room, creating a space that was both warm and ethereal. A cat-like figure, perhaps an intelligent talking creature, emerged from the shadows with a calm but warning tone. "But it won't be easy, Naya." Udamdiok didn't understand. Asked. "Naya." Immediately after, 3 cat-like creatures appeared from that light, standing side by side with an unpredictable demeanor, each possessing its own aura. "Let me introduce IMS." The second one full of enthusiasm, as if this was the moment it had long awaited. "I am Finn." While the last one hesitated, not finishing its name. "I am X." All 3 then said in unison, "All 3 of us are sphinxes, Naya." Udamdiok was surprised. his eyes bewildered and somewhat astonished as before him were three cat-like creatures, yet possessing an extraordinary aura and presence. He stammered, "Cats are sphinxes?" A question that clearly showed his skepticism and disbelief at the strange situation he was facing. One of the three cats, with the appearance of a black cat, standing upright like a human, replied clearly, "That's right, Naya. No more rambling. The first question, Naya." Udamdiok looked at the cats before him with a slightly surprised but quickly smiling expression, thinking to himself, what could these adorable cats possibly ask? How boring. After a moment of silence, he tilted his head, giving a slight smile. "All right. Ask away." The black cat with sharp eyes raised a paw to stroke its chin. It smirked, speaking with a meaningful tone. "The first question will be gentle." A red eye of the black cat appeared against the dark background. Showing seriousness and tension, the eye's outline was sharp and pointed. Evoking a sense of danger, it spoke. "If you cannot answer, you know the legend about us, don't you?" Poppy was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. He froze and broke out in a lot of sweat. No one else could hear it, but the voice was echoing directly in his head, as if permeating his mind and unstoppable. The voice echoed directly in my head, on the same level as Hephaestus. Poppy pressed his lips tightly, his brows furrowed. His eyes were still bewildered but now mixed with a hint of determination. Drops of sweat rolled down his cheeks, reflecting the pressure he was facing. He thought to himself, I was going to run if things went south, but now I have to answer seriously. A series of strange equations on the wall. Poppy was staring intently with a tense expression. I have to solve this riddle, but I don't have enough time. Suddenly, the blue notification panel appeared again. Papyrus. What are you doing and where are you? Customers are complaining because they haven't received their goods. Poppy was extremely confused and irritable upon receiving the unexpected message. I'm concentrating. Why now? This message made me lose focus. Poppy realized something. Wait, this is familiar. Papyrus. Could this guy be? The cat's eyes were half closed, its mouth slightly agape. It scratched its ear and complained. Too slow, meow. Only 5 more seconds, meow. The divine cat glanced, its head tilted slightly to one side, its mouth open. For seconds, meow. The second cat continued counting. 3 seconds, meow. The third cat's eyes narrowed slyly, a smirk showing its amusement and excitement. It continued counting. 2 seconds, meow. I'll have a good meal now. Poppy tilted his head and smiled, his hair falling lightly over his eyes. He answered, 846. Poppy calmly and confidently spoke the number 846. The next scene immediately cut to the divine cat's astonished face. It confirmed the correct answer was 846. His face clearly showed surprise. Its eyes widened. A drop of sweat rolled down its cheek. It hadn't expected Poppy could answer correctly. Poppy's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled faintly, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Internally, he was thinking, I didn't expect Poppy to be Papyrus, the god of mathematics. He doesn't seem very smart, does he? Poppy spoke up. All right, I answered correctly, didn't I? Now tell us. The 3 cats stood next to each other, their eyes worried, sweat rolling down their cheeks. Thank you for watching and see you again. The divine cat with the purple gem cried out, Mro, meow. Suddenly, the divine cat laughed excitedly. Good, very good, meow. Then the next question, meow. Poppy was surprised. What? Why is that? The divine cat replied, Humph. Who told you there was only one question, meow? We are 3 sphinxes, meow. Of course, there must be 3 questions, meow. Poppy clicked his tongue. Tisk. All right, ask away. The divine cat jumped in front of Poppy. That's right. It's only interesting this way, meow. The cat swung its hand up. Second question, meow. The divine cat laughed. Slyly. We're about to have dinner, meow. How do we divide 2 people equally for the 3 of us to eat? Meow. Green shirt guy was astonished, drenched in sweat. What? Poppy, with a cold gaze, said nothing. The divine cat continued. Please use this to solve the riddle, meow. At Poppy's feet was a sharp golden sword. Poppy thought to himself. Ha, these guys. From the start, they had no intention of letting us know the answer. They just want an excuse to eat us. Cruel bastards. The divine cat laughed slyly. Its eyes narrowed. Continued to say, Humph, very good. Remember, you can only use the knife once, meow. Just assume the weight of the 2 people is equal. Then cut them up, meow. Poppy reached his hand down to pick up the sword. Poppy, holding the sword, thought to himself, yes, most gods are like that. He held his sword out and replied, Exactly. Poppy smiled, with a smirk, and continued, Reduce 1 meal. The divine cat stammered. You're. The cat's eyes suddenly turned reddish-purple. His gaze was sharp and cold, radiating anger. It exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the scene blurred. The wind howled. The floor seemed to shake under hurried footsteps. Poppy and the green-haired guy stood close together. Their eyes hardened, resolute. 3 black cats silently followed behind. Their figures glided across the glowing red ground like living shadows. Flashing streaks of light from the front stretched as if tearing through space, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. The green shirt guy collapsed, letting out a sound. Ugh! Poppy smiled. A smirk. What? Wasn't that the correct answer? The blue notification panel appeared again. Lord of Gogon Island. Resisting fear. Activated terrifying authority. Poppy said provocatively. If you want to fight, come at me, kittens. The young man, wearing a face-covering hood, swung his sword towards the 3 cats. At that moment he spoke up. What? I only gave the answer. Are the sphinxes not acknowledging the answer because I was rude? The sword was now at the neck of one of the 3 cats. It angrily scolded. You insolent brat! Then quick as a flash the small, cute hands of the cat grew large. It aimed at the young man. If you can do it, then try to cut me, meow. However, just as its claws extended, a voice rang out. Stop! The cat, with the yellow diamond mark, stepped forward and spoke calmly but commandingly. The answer is correct, meow. Seeing the other cat say that, the cat with the purple mark looked flustered. To express its dissatisfaction with what the other cat had just said, it waved its arms and legs, revealing its sharp claws. We pose the question, and the challenger must provide a reasonable answer. That is our unchanging rule. Do you want me to endure such insolence, meow? In response to that indignation, this cat remained very composed. No matter what happens, the riddle begins with the riddle and ends with the riddle, meow. The cat with the purple mark was still not completely calm. I know, meow. TSK. It turned out the young man in the face-covering hood was Poppy. He smirked slightly at the conversation between the 2 cats. They were talking about him. It's been a long time since we've had such a formidable challenger. Meow. An indomitable will under pressure. Truly admirable, meow. Of course, he heard those words, so he humbly replied, It's nothing. The cat with the orange mark gently sat down, licked its paw, and then spoke to him again with cunning and provocation. Breaking the situation is also very impressive, meow. Still with that humble demeanor, he calmly accepted the compliment. Thank you. Then old memories, which brought a touch of regret, appeared in the cat's mind. In the past, there were many like you, meow. Regardless of the outcome, they never hesitated to stake their fate on their answers. Meow. That passion, truly memorable, meow. Then, after they had chatted enough with him, 2 more cats appeared beside Poppy. One had wings like an angel, and the other was probably a devil. Then the cat announced, Final question, meow. At this moment, the winged cat smiled brightly, its appearance utterly divine as the riddle unfolded. On one side is an angel, always listening to your words, meow, and the one on the other side, with sinister eyes, surrounded by darkness, symbolizing its role. On the other side is a devil, always doing the opposite of your words, meow, and the question was also posed to Poppy. If you want to go to heaven, what will you say? You only have one chance, one single sentence, meow. He paused for about a second upon hearing that. Repeat the given information. Angel and devil. Then something familiar stirred in his mind. I've heard this story before. Then the surrounding scenery seemed to darken. Time had returned to the past. A young boy was sitting, holding his head. Then a person, in a brown hoodie, whose face was unclear, approached and asked him, Why are you crying here? The boy, it turned out, was crying. He lowered one hand, dismissively. I don't know who you are, but please go. Don't pretend to care about a useless person like me. But the man showed no concern for this dismissal. He asked back, provocatively, So what if you're useless? Without letting the boy answer, he continued. Have you ever heard the saying that opportunity only comes to those who are prepared? But for a sad child like that, this comfort was meaningless. He cried, I have nothing. Although dismissed, the man did not give up and switched to a gentle tone. Even so, don't give up. There will surely be something only you can do. The boy gently rubbed his eyes and replied to him. His voice held a hint of doubt, but he no longer dismissed him. How do you know? Knowing the boy was gradually believing him, he continued. Because I was once like that too. Saying so, he raised a finger as if to add persuasiveness to the words he was about to utter. How about this? If you answer this riddle correctly, I will tell you about a miraculous experience of mine. Then the riddle was posed. Do you know about angels and devils? Poppy's mind returned to the present. That boy was him. Finally, even after that person left, I couldn't find the answer. But even without words back then, he always thought about the answer. But I always wondered what the answer to that riddle was. Then, when the time came, I also realized why a useless person like me was necessary. Then he placed his hand on his chest. It turned out his mission was immensely important. I must protect this land, where the people I love live, where my father rests. As a god, I must do things no one else can. This gesture of placing his hand on his chest made him look like a valiant warrior. And his answer was also uttered. Whether it's an angel or a devil, take me to where you are. That is my answer. His answer surprised the cat, to the point that it was momentarily speechless. Then it finally exclaimed, Excellent, meow. A mystical green space appeared. The cat with the orange mark asked Poppy's purpose. You said you wanted to find the pharaoh, meow? I will open the way for you to the main palace, meow. Standing in that wondrous space, Poppy spoke to Gurium beside him. Good. Let's go. But Gurium was a little suspicious. Wait, brother, are you sure? What if they trick us? Sensing this, the cat with the red mark affirmed. The riddle is absolute, meow. You can rest assured, meow. But the cat with the purple mark was a little unhappy. It turned away, leaving only a sound. Ah! Hearing such affirmations, Poppy also spoke to the green-haired person, and both walked forward. That's right, let's go. Before that, the three cats also offered hints and warnings in turn. The cat with the red mark suggested, the pharaoh's chamber is at the very top of the pyramid, meow. The orange one spoke with some hesitation. Be careful, meow, you can do it. But before that cat could finish, the purple one spoke challengingly, yet also with a warning. Humph, if you dare to step in there, you won't come out alive, meow. Then both of them entered that space. Immediately after stepping out, outside was a luxurious palace with extremely eye-catching patterns. Gurium looked around and asked, Is this the highest floor? But a person wearing Egyptian-style shoes commanded, Stop, you cunning god! Turned out that voice belonged to the pharaoh, elegant in appearance, followed by his attendants. But now he seemed very angry. I warned you, yet you still dared to return. How arrogant! I will not forgive your insolence again. Seeing that everything was happening a bit confusingly, Poppy quickly clarified. Wait, there seems to be some misunderstanding. But how could the pharaoh give him that chance? He immediately shouted, Silence! Immediately after that, a mythical blue barrier appeared, making Poppy a little curious. The pharaoh was now enveloped by that blue screen. He clenched his fist and said resolutely, I will not be deceived by your sweet words anymore. Before Poppy could reply, the pharaoh continued. You have exploited us enough, and now you dare to deceive us? Poppy's face was now utterly flustered. Though he hadn't uttered a word, countless questions were swirling in his mind. What's happening? But wait, that energy. Is it divine power? The more he thought, the more drops of sweat rolled down Poppy's face. The pharaoh was clearly human, so why could he use divine power? The pharaoh, still angry, shouted at Poppy. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. I will not stand by and watch anymore. I will put an end to your arrogance. Seeing the situation growing more tense, Poppy lowered his voice to explain. Hey, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Then, from the half-closed door, there was some disturbance. As expected, the system displayed a notification that made Poppy immediately glance towards the door.
Intuition activated, detecting extrême danger.
At the same time, countless questions appeared in his mind. Someone is coming, who could have such terrifying killing intent? This power reminded him of something. A terrifying association that made his face look a little grim. Equivalent to Hades? Could it be a chief god? Seeing this grim expression, Gurium asked blankly, what's wrong? He didn't get an answer from Poppy, but Poppy extended his hand in front of him and commanded, Get back, Gurium! Before he could understand what was happening, strange colored streaks appeared. Before Gurium could ask again, Girl. Then the system displayed a notification. Teleportation. Summoning Gurium. Priest returned to Earth. After Gurium left, Poppy became even more flustered. He muttered to himself, I must also leave here quickly. However, system dealt Poppy a painful blow with the notification. Teleportation. Insufficient divine power. As soon as he saw that notification, Poppy became even more panicked. Insufficient divine power? Did I use too much divine power in the battle at the previous gate? Perhaps due to worry, his face was drenched in sweat. I summoned all the priests, both the pack of wolves and Cerberus too. The intricately patterned door gently creaked open. The person who emerged was a large young man, wearing an animal-shaped hat. He leaned on the door and complained, "Too noisy." His eyes glanced, perhaps unintentionally, to one side and he exclaimed, Then he looked towards the pharaoh, but it didn't seem like he was asking him. Strange, I just felt a different aura. Seeing this person, the pharaoh immediately called out, "Zek." At this moment, Damdiok was hiding to one side. Outside, they were talking about something. I didn't expect that person to come here personally. The system screen also displayed a notification. Invisibility hat activated. Because of this, Damdiok could breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hasn't discovered me. But his killing intent is so strong that my intuition had to warn me. So, at the same time, the pharaoh outside was continuously arguing with that person. His face was filled with utmost determination. No matter who you are, my will remains unchanged. I will never surrender my people, do you understand? Get out. Then a powerful aura blew into Pharaoh Bao's face, caused by Seth. Then Seth brutally grabbed Pharaoh Bao's neck, lifting his body. He seemed angry. "Too noisy, you livestock." At this time, the green aura surrounding Pharaoh Bao continuously emanated, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Seth seemed to be absorbing it, which made him extremely satisfied. Pharaoh Bao's divine power is truly a delicacy. Then he said with satisfaction, "Today I will spare you, because you are high grade." Witnessing that horrifying scene, Damdiok's expression changed slightly. Is he absorbing divine power? The beast-hatted Seth, after being satisfied with the divine power delicacy, sternly reminded, "Don't forget, you are merely livestock providing divine power for me." Seth turned away decisively, leaving Pharaoh Bao collapsed on the ground. Before leaving, Seth threw back a final remark. "Next time, remember to prepare the sacrificial vessels on time. Don't make me waste my energy." Gradually losing all will, Pharaoh Bao angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it! Pharaoh Bao's face now held no vitality. He thought with dissatisfaction, is this truly the end? What Pharaoh Bao saw in the end were his people prostrating around him, weeping. Unable to do anything, he couldn't even utter a sound. He could only say to himself, "I'm sorry. I wanted to protect those who carry the blood of pharaohs, so that no one would have to suffer the same fate as me." At this moment, Pharaoh Bao also woke up, laboriously opening his eyes. Then, when he had enough strength, Pharaoh Bao sat up, holding his head and asking, "What happened?" Seeing him awake, Damdiok asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" However, Pharaoh Bao not only didn't answer, but his expression grew even more annoyed. You're that damn god from earlier." Damdiok was not as relaxed as Seth. He was surrounded by children. But when he heard Pharaoh Bao mock him, he was a little annoyed. "I'm not that damn god. I'm Damdiok, the sword god." Seeing her older brother's animosity towards Damdiok, a little girl clarified for him, "Big brother. That's right. He's a good person." A little boy holding a round seed also added, "That's right. He's a good person." Then the little boy happily showed his brother what he was holding. "Look, this is called Peru, or something Peru. It's delicious, and he gave it to me." But after hearing these words, Pharaoh Bao became even angrier. "What? Phil, spit it out right now. Do you know what that is?" But being a child, of course the little boy didn't obey. "Huh? I don't want to." Then suddenly a woman's voice rang out, her hand also placed on Pharaoh Bao's shoulder. "Come on, calm down." That voice belonged to a girl with black hair, wearing a veil over her mouth. She turned to Pharaoh Bao and said, "You just almost died. Take a deep breath. Don't be startled." Pharaoh Bao asked again, "What?" If reminded of his memory, Pharaoh Bao gradually recalled the last scene. "Wait, I remember I was Seth." Seeing Pharaoh Bao having difficulty recalling, the girl immediately said, "Yes, you were drained of vitality and divine power by Seth. At first I also doubted, but..." Hesitating a little, she continued about the scene where Damdiok tried to save Pharaoh Bao. "He himself saved you when we couldn't do anything." Feeling a little ridiculous, Pharaoh Bao softly exclaimed, "Ha!" Then, as if unwilling to accept kindness from Damdiok, he added, "Even humans don't do good without purpose, let alone gods." It seemed Pharaoh Bao had gradually lost all faith in beings like Damdiok. He expressed his thoughts about that kindness. He probably doesn't expect thanks. He must have seen that you still have exploitable value, which is why he saved you. Faced with this reasoning, Damdiok hesitated, about to explain that, but Pharaoh Bao wouldn't listen to that explanation. He turned and walked away, leaving only a few words. "Never mind, gods are all the same." The girl quickly ran after him. "Wait, Bao, don't move so hastily." Hearing this name, which sounded a little familiar, Udamdiok quickly searched his memory. Wait, Bao! Finally, Udamdiok remembered this person with charcoal-colored hair. So he was the fourth priest Yu So-yoon had mentioned. She seemed to say he was a mummy. Perhaps because we arrived early, he hasn't been turned into a mummy yet. Udamdiok quickly asked before Pharaoh Bao could leave. Wait, are you Bao? Pharaoh Bao only turned half his face back, angrily saying, Don't call my name casually. I have no intention of being close to your kind. Faced with Bao's annoyance, Udamdiok's question softened a bit. Why do you? Becoming increasingly angry, Pharaoh Bao gritted his teeth and replied, Why? Don't your kind always pretend to reach out and save humans in despair, only to push them into hell? Then that miserable memory returned to him. How could I forget? People lay strewn across the ground. Bao silently stood watching. In his memory, this was the most terrifying time. A terrible famine forced parents to eat their children. Plagues raged, leaving corpses piled in the streets like dust. Then, in that difficult time, Seth appeared, his face full of sinister intent. In utter despair, the gods reached out to help. They promised that I would become pharaoh, save humanity, and enjoy immortality in the divine realm. Following Seth's words, Bao stood at the pinnacle, receiving the cheers of the people for this pharaoh, and I became a messenger of the gods, using the bestowed skills to save and lead the people so they could live a prosperous life. His thoughts grew darker. I lived like that my entire life, and when I stepped into the divine realm as promised, I realized. Gradually, those dark memories returned to him. He realized the wretched truth. Pharaohs are merely vessels to concentrate faith and divine power, and all the disasters that befell humanity were caused by the gods. Thinking this, Bao's expression grew worse. I am just a puppet in their cruel play. To the gods, humans are merely livestock. After understanding the reason for this pharaoh's attitude, Udamdiok felt a little remorseful. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Nevertheless, Bao's attitude did not change. He frowned, looking annoyed. Now you understand why I hate your kind, don't you? Then he spoke a few cold words, ignoring Udamdiok's dejection. Go, and never come back here again. However, even as Udamdiok turned to leave, he left a firm promise. No, I will return. Reaching the door, he stopped, leaning his hand on the frame and calling back. Seth said next month. By then, I will try my best to earn your trust. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the pharaoh's palace remained the same. Seth was still the same, still with that arrogant demeanor. He flung open the two doors. As soon as he entered, he stated his purpose. I have come to collect divine power. Then he continued, his eyes scanning cautiously. This time, I hope there will be no useless resistance. Just then, Udamdiok rushed forward from the other side, a sword in his hand. But Seth was even faster than Udamdiok. He immediately swung his hand out. Udamdiok's sneak attack just now brought him severe consequences. His head was slammed against the wall by Seth with immense force. Seth's expression remained unchanged. There's a fly buzzing around here. My intuition truly wasn't wrong earlier. Then he questioned Udamdiok, whose feet were now several centimeters off the ground. What is your purpose in coming here? Even with his head pinned to the wall, Udamdiok's eyes held unwavering determination, deep to his very core. Then he turned to look at Pharaoh Bao, his eyes filled with panic, trying to save him. Seth's grip grew stronger, as if he wanted to crush Udamdiok's head. Perhaps that's why he brutally swung his hand. You are truly arrogant. However, he released his hand, letting Udamdiok fall to the ground, and said with disdain. With such a tiny amount of divine power, where do you get such confidence? Udamdiok now seemed completely motionless. Beneath him was the rubble Seth had caused. Not stopping there, Seth politely reminded him, know your place. But a smile appeared on Udamdiok's battered face, and he replied with a question, tiny divine power? The scene shifted to Poppy, hands on his hips, sighing. Humph, as expected of a senior. I didn't realize what you said that day was true. Then Poppy recalled the scene when Udamdiok arrived. Udamdiok was late then, and Poppy couldn't help but complain. Brother, where have you been? I waited and waited for you, so I had to sleep on the street without getting paid. Feeling guilty, Udamdiok hastily said, Sorry, I was a bit busy. Udamdiok's expression then held a hint of awkwardness, and he hesitated. But listen, both of them were now standing before a mountain of countless cargo boxes. Udamdiok, as if calculating something, turned to Poppy and asked, if we move all this cargo, how much will I get paid? At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Calculating wages. Calculating basic wages for Seth's random reward package. After 3 seconds, the system returned the result. 12,000 Seth coins have been transferred. On the other side, Seth seemed to sense that something had just happened to his power. He asked Udamdiok with difficulty, "Divine power is being drained. What did you do?" The system now displayed another notification. Udamdiok has activated self-healing. After healing, a smile appeared on Udamdiok's lips. "You've exploited others too much." He sat up from the rubble, surrounded by a faint aura. His face was now more confident than ever. "Now let's see who truly has stronger divine power." Udamdiok held his sword, and a blue aura emanated around him. "I won't say it again. Stand still." With each cold step, clouds of dust appeared. He quickly swung his sword down at the masked figure, his face furious. "Release the pharaohs immediately." Seth was surprised as the sword pierced him. "Ak!" Then he clutched his stomach, cursing. "A low-ranking god like you dares to." He sneered with disdain. "All right, you want to save those pharaohs?" He swung his hand, and a dark red aura appeared, aimed at the white-haired old man. Seth stood in front of Udamdiok, blocking his path. "Don't even think about it." He used dark magic power to squeeze the old man's face, who looked at him with lifeless eyes. Then he pushed the old man towards Udamdiok. "Take him." The old man, as if drained of all vitality, his eyes turning black, his skin purple, collapsed. Udamdiok quickly caught him. Udamdiok's face immediately stiffened. Seth mocked Udamdiok, laughing gleefully. "Cock, cock, cock. Do you have a hobby of collecting corpses?" He reached out his hand, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Why don't you just kill him? You damn god, at least you could wound me. You're truly ridiculous," challenging the great Seth for a tiny bit of pity. Then he cast a spell, and surging chains appeared, carrying terrifying dark magic. The pharaohs are merely livestock. No one can change the law of the pyramid. The sharp thorn chains accurately aimed at Udamdiok obediently become a sacrifice. A brown-skinned, blonde-haired boy standing nearby was also targeted by the chains. The boy was surprised, not understanding anything. Udamdiok lunged forward, shielding the boy. The boy sat down on the floor in fright. Cat-masked figure smiled sinisterly. "You dare to fight for humans?" Then he grabbed 2 chains. "Pharaoh, do you think giving hope to that livestock is right? Your foolish pity is making everything worse." Those enormous chains, carrying a dark aura, rushed forward. Udamdiok was astonished. Those in the temple had their necks wrapped by chains, unable to breathe. The long chains were controlled to rush towards others to shackle their necks. They panicked. "Run!" "Ah!" Seth's wild laughter continued. "Cock! The pharaohs here are merely vessels of divine power. That is the unchanging law of the pyramid." He rushed forward. "Pharaoh, so what? What's wrong with following nature?" A man, infiltrated by Seth's aura, instantly aged, twisting in pain. A sword slash cut the chain in half, emitting a wild sound. Udamdiok was determined. "I will protect everyone, whether human or god, whether talented or not." He gripped his sword tightly. "Then a world where everyone can smile." Seth scoffed again. "Cock, you are truly foolish." His next action was even more bizarre, so fast that one only heard a loud explosion and saw dust flying everywhere. He rushed towards Udamdiok. "You will never achieve anything great." Then, quick as lightning, he attacked Udamdiok. "Only when you abandon everything can you become strong." The chains in his hand continued to be controlled by him towards the bewildered people in the temple who still didn't know what was happening. Udamdiok glanced. Seizing the opportunity of his distraction, Seth punched him in the cheek. His handsome face was knocked to the side. Udamdiok was sent flying, spitting out a lot of blood. His back also slammed against the wall. Seth looked down at his pathetic state arrogantly. "Look!" His blows continuously rained down, injuring Udamdiok's body. Distracted by those bugs, he kept punching Udamdiok. "You can't even take care of yourself." Udamdiok was at a disadvantage, unable to fight back, only able to grit his teeth and endure. "Ugh!" Pharaoh Bao stood from afar, watching everything unfold. He clenched his fists, furious inside. Someone asked, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" This made him curiously turn to look. The owner of that voice was a small girl wearing a veil that covered half her face. Pharaoh Hatshepsut. She placed her hand on Pharaoh Bao's back. A clear blue aura then transferred from her hand to him. "Pharaoh, I understand my body better than anyone." Her body gradually dissolved into dust, but at a rather slow pace. "I can't hold on much longer. No, not just me, but everyone." Another person placed a hand on Pharaoh Bao's shoulder. Bao, an old man with a kind smile, his face aged and hair white, placed his hand on Bao's shoulder, transferring magic power. "We are fine. We have lived long enough. But you are the one who can live until today." Pharaoh Bao was surprised. Old man. The others in the shrine spoke up together to comfort the pharaoh. That's right, Brother Bao. Thank you for not abandoning us in our time of need. Bao, it's thanks to you that we were able to make it to this day. Bao, you must survive. He lowered his head, his body trembling. The pharaoh cried, his face filled with deep regret. Everyone, I am sorry. He clenched his hands into fists, his body still shaking violently. I was too weak. I couldn't protect everyone. One of Pharaoh Hatshepsut's arms had already vanished. She stepped forward and stroked the pharaoh's cheek with her remaining arm to comfort him. Bao, my friend, don't cry. His face darkened. She spoke. Pharaoh Hatshepsut had built a 1,000-year kingdom and enjoyed great wealth. Yet she had also endured 1,000 years of suffering to truly understand love. She caressed the pharaoh's tear-stained face. I have experienced all the joys of life. Now it is time for me to depart. I hope that our pain will be soothed by smiles. Her body vanished rapidly. Her arm turned to ash, and even her beautiful face dissolved into dust. She faded into the void, yet that smile still lingered on her lips. The people in the shrine turned to dust and returned to eternity. Before disappearing, Pharaoh Hatshepsut managed to leave one final message. As the tears fell, the pharaoh stood in silence, feeling a heart-wrenching pain slowly consume him. Dust swirled in the air. The shrine had lost many people, and now only Udamdiok remained in the midst of the battle. He collapsed to the ground. The masked man remained unharmed, standing there coolly. He continued to provoke them. You bugs were quite decent. It's been a long time since I felt this way. The dark aura on his hand flared up as he looked at Udamdiok. But this is the end. Die and disappear. The pharaoh appeared, his body now surging with a fiery rage. His strength had increased significantly after everyone transferred their power to him. No, the one who must die is you, Seth. Deafening explosion erupted from the shrine. The scene turned pure white as dust filled the air. The pharaoh's wrath had finally descended. The pyramid was impacted by the strike, losing its ancient beauty. Countless clouds of dust obscured the vision as rocks and debris flew everywhere. Everything seemed to change in an instant. The architecture was smashed to pieces, and bricks rained down onto the floor. Seth fell into a deep pit within the pyramid. The pharaoh stood high above, looking down. He clenched his fist and questioned him in anger. How does it feel to fall from the peak of the pyramid you were always so proud of? Seth ground his teeth in fury. You! How dare you! He slowly stood up as the fire of rage erupted within him. A dense aura radiated from him. You have crossed the line. Udamdiok looked down at him in shock. As expected of a main god, were you still hiding your power? The pharaoh calmly retorted. No, this is the end. Seth looked up from the deep pit. The pharaoh's voice echoed. That place shall be your tomb. He ground his teeth. Because of you, the pyramid will be stained with blood today. I will turn everything to dust. 3 black cats appeared one by one behind Seth, distinguished by the different colored diamonds on their foreheads. Where do you think you're going? Nia. Seth glanced over. Sphinx. He dodged. Get out of the way, I'm busy. The black cat remained hidden in the shadows. Since you've come here, you must solve the riddle. Naya, that is the unchanging law of the pyramid. He froze in silence. You dare oppose Seth, the supreme god of the pyramid? The black cat's hand suddenly grew massive. The sharp claws began to extend. Pin Seth down. I told you. Naya, stepping in here, only those who solve the riddle can leave. Naya, that is a law that has existed for thousands of years, regardless of which god you are. Nia. He was furious, his head held down by the cat's sharp claws. Sphinx, do you want to die? That continued to provoke him. You talk big, but it seems your divine power is depleted. Naya, with that little power, you can't possibly defeat all 3 of us. Nia. The black cat with the yellow mark on its forehead grew large and stood in front of Seth. Now begin. List every crime you have ever committed. Naya, he was livid but could do nothing. The cat with the yellow mark looked at him with contempt. 30 seconds is likely too short to list all the crimes you've committed over thousands of years. Naya, we won't limit the time. Naya, if you can't answer, you'll be trapped here until the pyramid turns to dust. Nia. The pyramid was slowly cracking into large pieces. Pharaoh Hatshepsut smiled as she faded away. Some people wondered, is the pyramid collapsing? What will happen to us? Where is Seth? I haven't even been paid yet. Long lines of people moved toward the pyramid. The long-nosed man asked, didn't he promise to protect the gods who entered the pyramid? The muscular man with bandages on his head replied, I heard Seth was defeated by the pharaohs and locked at the bottom of the pyramid. Udamdiok calmly walked past the 2 of them. Sighs could be heard from the crowd. Sigh, today is truly unlucky. Do I have to go find another part-time job? Udamdiok blended into the dense crowd. Poppy watched his back. Brother, are you leaving? Poppy picked up a piece of gold to wipe his tears, with a mountain of gold piled behind him. Poppy is so sad. Udamdiok was speechless. What are you sad about? He took off the glasses Poppy was wearing. This divine power isn't for your personal profit. Divide it among the hard-working Egyptian gods, understand? I'll stop by occasionally to check. Poppy grinned and scratched his head. Certainly. On the honor of Papyrus, the god of mathematics, I will definitely settle everything properly. Smiled. Good. Udamdiok looked into the distance and saw the pharaoh sitting alone on a sand dune, playing with gold dust. He approached and asked, "What about the other pharaohs? Don't we need to build tombs for them?" The pharaoh looked at Udamdiok. Nothing binds us to this land anymore. Instead of being buried in tombs, let us fly with the wind, free and unrestrained. The grains of sand flew with the wind. We worked so hard for freedom, yet lost so many loved ones. I cannot raise a glass in celebration, nor can I bow my head in mourning. I have too much happiness to carry. Life is difficult, but it goes on. If we meet again, I will give you the heart I've kept for so long. The pharaoh silently watched the dust fly. The pharaoh spoke. Sword god Udamdiok, though I once doubted you, you have granted me an indescribable favor. Udamdiok listened intently. The pharaoh stared at him, his voice earnest. The sunlight shone down, making his face look exceptionally beautiful. If you don't mind, I want to stay by your side and serve you to repay you. Do you agree? Udamdiok looked up at the pharaoh. Of course. A blue screen appeared with a notification. Bao has become the fourth priest. Skyscrapers stood close together. Gentle sunlight spread everywhere under a high, blue sky. Udamdiok told himself as he crossed the street. How long has it been since I returned to Earth? He held his phone, showing a conversation with someone else. It seemed Yu So-yoon hadn't returned yet. Udamdiok looked around. I must eat my fill of fried chicken when I get home. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak passed in front of him, glanced over, and questioned him. Humph, you're quite carefree. Don't you know anything about the current situation? Or are you just trying to act brave? He was startled and asked, Why are you here? Chairman Cheon Gun-ak put his hands in his pockets. You're still asking that? And he took out a stack of documents and threw them in front of Udamdiok. Try explaining this. Udamdiok looked at the pile of documents at his feet. This is. He explained. There are rumors that Hunter Udamdiok intentionally created gates to spread fear and profit. It sounds plausible, doesn't it? A drop of sweat fell down his cheek. He listened with a serious face as Chairman Cheon Gun-ak gave an order. I'm warning you. Don't even think about running away. His face turned serious. Two men in a black hoodie and a yellow shirt suddenly appeared near Udamdiok. Everyone here is our hunter disguised as a civilian. There are at least 300 A-rank hunters waiting. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak ordered, Follow me. His secretary pushed up his glasses. He stared at Udamdiok, who was sitting dejectedly in a corner. His hands were handcuffed. How long do you plan to stay silent? It's best if you confess your gate-related crimes right now. Udamdiok responded firmly, Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. So what is there to confess? Call a lawyer for me. Are you planning to detain an innocent person like this? This is an act that exceeds your authority. Chairman Cheon Gun-ak was angry. Humph, insolent. I predicted you would say that, so I've come prepared. The sound of a door being pulled open was heard as a pair of leather shoes entered. He introduced, This is the hunter who will interrogate you. He spoke, Come in, Leolux. He was a man covered from head to toe, with blue hair and golden eyes. Leolux walked past him. He turned his head and said, As promised, I will leave during the interrogation. Without turning back, he replied, Thank you. He stood still, looking at Udamdiok, unsure of how to begin. He looked up at him. Met you again, Leolux. Leolux's face darkened. I'll be blunt. I don't care what you're doing. Leolux began to manifest blue mana. I only want to know one thing. A stream of aura immediately appeared, surrounding Leolux. Where is my sister, Elia? Udamdiok was calm. How should I know? If you want to find Elia, you should go ask Yu So-yoon. He looked at him, unable to hide his contempt. Then I'll change the question. Leolux spoke. Where is Yu So-yoon? I haven't been able to find her in Korea for a month. Udamdiok was startled. What? Yu So-yoon hasn't returned to Korea yet? She said she would bring back 5 priests. Did something happen to her? In a magnificent palace, blood spilled on the floor, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the grandeur. Someone's voice echoed. Queen, I apologize for disturbing your meditation, but outsiders wish to see you. A blue-haired girl with snow-white skin, but her body was stained red with blood. The servant saw this. Refusing again this time? The white-haired girl with 2 horns, Elia, asked further. Queen. Elia's hand was manifesting dark magic, with black aura spreading everywhere. Elia stared at the blue-haired girl. Her entire body was steaming with a dark aura. She smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the desired answer. Tell them I agree. The blue-haired girl was controlled by the black aura. Her body was uncontrollable. The aura radiating around her was a terrifying magic. Her eyes glowed abnormally. She gave a sinister smile. She stood up. It's time. On this side, Saron was arguing with the fairy guard outside the palace gate. Yu So-yoon thought, it's true that fairies usually reject outsiders, especially humans. She put her hand to her chin and frowned slightly. But something is wrong. An uneasy feeling. A bad omen. Looking up at the stone wall surrounding the palace, Yu So-yoon calculated. Maybe it's better to sneak in. Yu So-yoon could still hear Saron and the gatekeeper arguing. She was trying to convince him to let the 2 of them into the palace. But, he said, not allowed. You cannot enter. Meanwhile, Saron stubbornly replied, please let us in, we just want to talk. That moment, the gate suddenly swung open. The fairy guard and Saron turned toward the gate in curiosity. A girl with long gray hair and a sword at her hip bowed respectfully. I apologize for making you wait. The queen has ordered to invite the honored guests into the palace. Please come in. After passing through the gate, Yu So-yoon and Saron entered a garden filled with vibrant green trees. Saron exclaimed, wow, just stepping through the door feels like being lost in another world. Appearing before them was the fairy queen with long, wavy green hair, standing in a place filled with blooming flowers. Bathed in sunlight, she spoke softly. Strange guests from the other side of the space gate, where steel and torches rule. What business do you have with me? Yu So-yoon's face turned serious. After a pause, she said, before the ceremony, I'll be blunt. Fairy Queen, we need your help. She continued, it's a bit sudden, but I hope you will join us. A nearby guard shouted, how disrespectful to the queen. The Fairy Queen laughed softly. It's fine. I want to hear the whole story. In a direction no one could see, her eyes narrowed and flashed slightly. She thought, but it won't change anything. Recalling, she thought excitedly, Yu So-yoon, the Fairy Queen you seek has already been killed by me, but it's only the beginning. For my father, I will find and kill all 12 priests you're looking for. I'm looking forward to your face of despair. Yu So-yoon continued, do you know that countless gates are appearing across all dimensions? To stop them. The sound of someone's stomach growling suddenly cut off her words. Yu So-yoon didn't mind and continued, to stop the countless gates. Growl. This time, the sound was even clearer and louder. Yu So-yoon turned back and stared at Saron. She blushed in embarrassment. She explained, isn't that obvious? I haven't eaten anything since we got here. The queen covered her mouth and giggled. Hee, are you hungry? It's quite rude to make honored guests stand. Before we talk, let's have a meal first. With that, the 2 were invited into the palace. The palace was covered in gold and white. White decorative cloths hung on the walls along with exquisite chandeliers, adding to its elegance. Upon entering the dining room, Yu So-yoon and Saron saw people in white robes serving beautifully arranged and delicious-looking dishes. Saron let out a soft cry of delight. Wow! She covered her mouth with her hand and said, is this heaven? Everything looks delicious. Yu So-yoon replied, fairy cuisine is famous throughout the divine realms. Hearing that, Saron wiped her drool and let out a soft whimper. Then, Yu So-yoon bowed slightly to the queen and said respectfully, we thank you for this warm welcome, even though we arrived unannounced. The queen smiled and said, it is nothing. Hospitality is a virtue of the fairies. Please enjoy the feast. Hearing this, Yu So-yoon's voice turned somber. I am still lacking and do not know the fairy prayer rituals. I hope the queen can pray before the meal on my behalf. The queen laughed in amusement and replied, heh, even as an outsider you are quite knowledgeable about fairy culture. Very well, I shall pray to the primordial fairies and the ancestral gods. As soon as the queen finished praying in their unique language, Yu So-yoon's face gradually darkened. She asked, I have one question. Where is the queen? As soon as she spoke, the queen tilted her head in feigned surprise and asked, my lady, what do you mean? Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp red blade suddenly lunged forward and stopped right in front of the queen's face. The queen's expression remained calm, even though Yu So-yoon's slash was so fast that it sent the queen's hair and the surrounding objects flying. Everything was scattered, and the long dining table was sliced in half by Yu So-yoon. Yu So-yoon stabbed the woman's hand with great force, causing a loud crash that collapsed the wall behind them. Her eyes flashed as she said coldly, The fairy language is multi-layered with clear distinctions between social classes. You just used honorifics. The fake queen's hand was pierced by Yu So-yoon's blade, but instead of blood, a dark purple smoke billowed from the wound. Her face remained calm without a hint of fear. She chuckled softly and said in a mocking tone, And here I thought I had changed my form perfectly. The fake queen suddenly emitted a mysterious dark purple mist. Her face began to transform, with half of it turning black. She smiled wickedly and said, What a pity! Suddenly, she fired an energy sphere toward Saron, making her cry out in surprise, Ah! The sphere exploded, destroying the entire surrounding area. As the dust cleared, the fake queen's true form emerged. She was a small girl with white hair tipped with sea blue, yellow eyes, and 2 sharp horns on her head. She smirked and said, Ha! I hoped I could cause that person some harm, but it seems it's still too much for me. Hearing her words, Yu So-yoon stepped out from the dust and glared at her with a cold gaze. Elia, she said with a frown, what are you plotting here? Elia sighed and replied, Oh, it's nothing major. I simply killed one of the primordial children, the fairy queen, beforehand. Elia continued, Because I know you are gathering the primordial children around you, Damdiok. As she spoke, power secretly gathered in her arm. Then, she unleashed blades made of her own power and screamed frantically, So I have no reason to let you have your way. Saron blocked the blades and shouted with a grimace, Ugh! What is going on? As the blades flew toward Yu So-yoon, she remained silent. Then Yu So-yoon's eyes suddenly flashed with light. She raised her 2 blades. Yu So-yoon's feet moved slightly. Her blue-black hair fluttered as she dashed forward. While Saron was still struggling with the blades Elia had fired, Yu So-yoon had already reached Elia and slashed her with terrifying speed. Yu So-yoon landed gracefully on the ground while Elia coughed up blood from the wound. Cough! Elia spat out blood, yet she still laughed with delight. As expected, fighting you is still too much for me. Her wound began to heal as Elia smirked and continued. If not for the body he gave me, I would be dead for sure. What a shame, it doesn't matter. Once her wound fully healed, she smiled cruelly and added, I have stalled for enough time. Yu So-yoon was taken aback. You won't be able to close that gate in Korea, will you? Elia opened her eyes wide and flashed a bizarre smile. Why do you think I wasted my time here with you? Hearing this, Yu So-yoon was horrified. Could it be? Back in Korea, the sky turned gloomy. A crack gradually expanded across the heavens. Citizens looked up in curiosity at the phenomenon. Elia's voice continued steadily. Your patchwork barrier was torn apart long ago, and through that gap, the great demon has arrived. From the crack in the sky, a figure wearing a demon mask slowly appeared and reached out a hand. Suddenly, a terrifying power descended directly into the center of the city. Elia said sarcastically, I am very curious. How long can you Damdiok hold out against the death goddess who has regained her full power? The once peaceful city was now a heap of ruins. Amidst the chaos, the figure in the demon mask landed calmly on the ground with their hands behind their back. Yu So-yoon's eyes widened and her mouth hung open. She was losing her composure as sweat poured down. Panic swirled in her mind. Panic-stricken thoughts raced through her head. No, it can't be. It's impossible. A glowing control panel appeared in the air. Strange characters flickered across the screen as if waiting for a choice. Yu So-yoon froze for a few seconds, her eyes fixed on the glowing squares. She was certain Elia was lying to escape. Without further hesitation, she reached out her finger and skillfully swiped through the familiar lines of text. One line stood out in the center with 2 brightly lit squares below it. One represented certainty, the other a clear negation. The moment her fingertip touched the screen, the surrounding space trembled as if the whole world was holding its breath for her decision. As soon as her finger touched the screen, the control panel immediately turned red and emitted a piercing warning sound. A line of text appeared clearly in the center. Area cannot be teleported. Yu So-yoon stared in shock. She froze for a moment, her heart skipping a beat as if it had been pulled down into an abyss. Suddenly, Elia, standing nearby, spoke up. Her voice rang out coldly, laced with smugness. She slowly walked closer, her lips curling into a sneer. Hehehe, what's wrong? Is something not working? She leaned down slightly, her posture clearly mocking as if she were looking at a pathetic loser. Contempt was evident in every gesture. Right now, your world, Earth, is outside the system's influence, because the old death goddess has received power directly from Charles. A purple energy sphere swirled in Elia's palm, emitting a flickering light and a mournful screech. That energy was not merely magic. It was the crystallization of hatred, chaos, and evil power. She smirked, her hand turning slightly. Her voice echoed, both soft and malicious, as if laughing at the rising fear in her opponent's heart. How is it? Even if your senses have been worn down by regressions, you can still feel it, right? That feeling of helplessness when you know the things you treasure are being destroyed and you can do nothing. Having finished her words, Elia did not hesitate to unleash her move toward Yu So-yoon. A delighted smile spread across her face, her eyes filled with a twisted satisfaction. Slowly feel and reflect on that pain. In a small room, an alarm blared loudly. Code red, code red. The urgent screech echoed. The red light reflected off the metal walls, making the entire space look as if it were soaked in blood. In the room, a man in a long robe stood straight, his back motionless amidst the flashing lights, while another with hair falling over his forehead shivered as if sensing something. Mixed with the alarm was a cold, hurried emergency broadcast. All combat-capable hunters, gather at the square immediately. I repeat, all hunters currently in the building, square. After a brief pause, the broadcast rang out again. I have an update. An unidentified ancient tree and a person have appeared from the gate. All branches within a 5 kilometers radius of the gate have lost contact. All combat-capable hunters, square immediately. Damdiok froze, his eyes wide with shock. An ancient tree and a person? Damdiok began to struggle behind his back, his wrists straining. His muscles bulged under his skin as he exerted himself. He poured all his strength into his locked arms. The sound of metal screeching rang out softly amidst the alarm. The warning he just heard echoed in his head. If what was happening was caused by that death goddess, then even if the hunters went there, it would just be suicide. In an instant, the iron cuffs on Damdiok's wrists clicked and shattered into shiny metal fragments that fell to the floor. The red light from the alarm system cast a shadow over his determined face, highlighting his cold features. Damdiok stepped forward with firm, steady strides. He said in a low voice, "Step aside, Leolux. I have to go to the gate. I have to stop it." In that moment, he knew clearly that only he was strong enough to act. Leolux remained in a defensive stance. As soon as Damdiok broke the cuffs, he immediately took a position, with bolts of electricity flashing around his body like growling snakes ready to bite. His gaze became fierce, his eyebrows furrowed in anger. He gritted his teeth and ordered, emphasizing every word, "We are not finished talking. Sit down." Damdiok was urgent, but he maintained his composure and continued to negotiate. "The situation has changed. I don't have time to play games with you. You don't know what just came out of that gate." Smoke billowed around Damdiok's feet as he silently took a stance, ready to dash at any moment. His voice dropped low. "So, step aside." Damdiok sprinted, brushing past Leolux so fast that the wind whipped through his robe with a hurried rustle. His gaze briefly flickered toward his opponent. There was no longer any confrontation in his eyes, only suppressed worry and ironclad determination. "I have no more time to waste." Leolux stood motionless amidst the flashing blue light from the electricity surrounding his body. The wind from Damdiok's dash had not yet dissipated, and his silver hair fluttered slightly. "I know." Before his words could fade into the air, a bolt of blue lightning tore through space and struck directly toward Damdiok. Damdiok barely managed to turn around before the electricity reached him. He threw himself to the side, sliding across the floor. Leolux directed his weapon toward Damdiok with murderous intent. If he ran, the strike would descend without hesitation. Leolux's face was dark. The blue light from the surrounding current made him look even more authoritative. He lowered his voice. "A monster has appeared from the gate, and judging by your worry, having witnessed it directly, it's clear this incident is far more serious than the last." Leolux glared and growled. "Even so, I will not let you go before I know Elia's location. Of course, I value this world, but it cannot compare to Elia, my younger sister." Damdiok froze in the red-lit hallway, his back trembling slightly and his hands clenched tight. He was tense. "You!" Outside, the sky was now covered in purple, with thick fog blocking the way. In the heart of the city, a giant black ancient tree had grown as if rising from the abyss. Its roots pierced through buildings, crushing foundations, while its branches reached toward the sky like monstrous claws. Innocent citizens struck by the branches fled in chaos, crowding each other like ants whose nest had been disturbed. The scene was as chaotic as a world war. Everyone screamed in terror. "Ah! Save me!" The giant ancient tree thrashed its branches frantically. Every powerful sweep made the ground tremble. The panicked crowd had almost entirely fled. Only one girl was still sprinting forward. Every step was hurried and filled with despair. The shadow of the branches loomed over her back like a final warning. She ran while looking back, her eyes wide with terror. She thought her life was about to end. She lamented that she hadn't even had the chance to become a wealthy woman and support young men. Despair flickered in the depths of her eyes. Suddenly, A red streak tore through the air like a flash of lightning. Park Gurium leaped up and sliced through the rampaging branch with his sharp sword. He landed nearby, his red eyes glancing at the girl for only a split second. He furrowed his brows and barked in a voice as cold as steel. "Why are you still lingering here? Get lost. Don't get in my way." The girl was startled, her face pale as she stammered, "Thank you." Then she sprinted away from the place where she had just narrowly escaped death. Gurium stood blocking the way, scowling as he glared. He growled, "Sigh. What a critical moment." The monstrous ancient tree was still frantic, constantly releasing waves of pitch-black energy. Dark vortices swirled around the trunk, screeching like howls from hell. The atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating, making anyone shiver with fear. Right in front of the tree, the death goddess stood blocking the path. She stood motionless like a stone statue, yet she carried a terrifyingly heavy pressure, as if she were the final gate between this world and destruction. Park Gurium still stood there, always strong and ready to fight those before him. But he knew he couldn't affect them alone, so he was a bit worried. "Where are brother Damdiok and sister Soyun?" The old woman narrowed her eyes in contempt. Her deep voice rang out with threat and loathing. "Let's see.
A useless brat.
But you have the scent of that other brat too." She looked up, her voice dropping low. "I spared that hairy one lying inside the gate." He paused as if suddenly realizing something. "Ah, I see. You all have some connection to that brat." Within the tree trunk, a figure with pure white fur emerged. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Etten did not hesitate to punch through the tree trunk, shouting in a raspy but powerful voice, "Run, Gurium! This one is not someone we can handle." Etten's white-furred arm reached out toward the death goddess. His violent strength tore the surrounding tree trunk into pieces like scrap paper. Amidst the chaos, his voice rang out, urgent and filled with worry. "Go find our Lord God." She looked up slightly, a gaze full of loathing sweeping over her opponent. She laughed coldly, her voice filled with contempt and mockery. "Yes, quite the clown." The old woman raised her hand and signaled. Immediately, the giant ancient tree branches reached out like snakes to coil tightly around Etten and Park Gurium. She didn't bother hiding her confidence. In her eyes, those two were no different from trash. "Try to endure a little longer. I'll tear you to pieces in front of that brat. No need to rush." Gurium held his breath, his entire body frozen stiff. His face paled, eyes wide with panic. A raspy scream escaped his throat. "No!" Right after Gurium's scream, blue lightning streaked across the sky like sharp spears. In an instant, the encroaching branches were shredded, raining down on the ground. Gurium reflexively raised his hand to shield his face, his breath coming in short gasps as his heart raced wildly in his chest. Following that series of lightning bolts, a figure plummeted from the sky like a thunderclap. The ground shook under his powerful landing. In his hand, a great sword over half his size glowed brilliantly, blue lightning still crackling around the blade like a threatening growl. It was Leo Lux, his body radiating murderous intent, his cold gaze fixed on the target. He spoke slowly. "Luckily, I arrived just in time." Leo Lux glanced at Gurium, his expression softening for a moment. He lowered his voice to reassure him. "You did well," Gurium shouted in shock. "Leo Lux, why are you here?" He landed as trails of blue smoke lingered around him. Leo Lux nodded slightly, his voice deep but decisive as he praised him. "Well done." Carrying Gurium, Udamdiok stepped forward, holding his familiar long sword. The steel gleamed under the deep purple sky, ready to cut through any danger. He looked dignified, with a confident smile. "Etten, you've worked hard too. Now, leave it to me." Behind him, Etten exhaled as if a burden had been lifted, though a flicker of disappointment remained in his eyes. "Master, I am useless." Park Gurium rejoiced, his eyes lighting up as if he had just found hope. His voice choked with emotion and lingering panic. "Udamdiok, what took you so long?" His gaze darted between the two. Before he could regain his composure, he asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why is Leo Lux here?" Udamdiok lowered his head slightly, his voice calm and steady. A faint smile crossed his lips amidst the chaos. "It's complicated, I'll explain later," Udamdiok said softly but decisively, his gaze serious. First, the old lady of death. In his sight, at the center of the battlefield, a figure stood out against the hazy purple sky. A white-haired person wearing a mask stood tall. She stood with her hands behind her back, strangely calm amidst the chaos. For heroes approached from 4 directions, surrounding the old woman's small frame. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Their murderous intent seemed ready to tear through space. Yet, amidst the encirclement, the old lady of death remained unfazed. She stood straight with her hands behind her back, her white hair fluttering in the wind. It was as if nothing in this world could move her. Behind the mask, her face held the absolute arrogance of someone who knew exactly what she held in her hands. In the midst of the earthquake's gale where the old lady of death fought Udamdiok, she spoke provocatively. Heh, we meet again, you insolent brat. To crawl all the way here yourself? You've got some nerve. She stood amidst the ruins, her cold hands unleashing dark waves of power, sweeping up fragments of the world like a destructive cyclone. These waves curved as if to swallow the entire city. She spoke proudly. Fine, I'll reward you by skinning you and your disciples, then offering you to Samshin. Udamdiok was no pushover either. His physical strength urged him to block her attacks. Standing tall before the death goddess, he spoke majestically. If you think things will be as easy as last time, you're in for a bitter surprise. Old lady, every step he took was firm and steady. He was like a ship standing tall against the storm, bravely treading over fragments to save lives. He soared into the wind, slashing through her octopus tentacles and dark power. Mysterious blue electric lights shattered the air, creating a chaotic fury. They were like divine whips splitting time, creating streaks of light like blades tearing through the darkness. Udamdiok held his sharp sword, bursting with power, and stood amidst the gale. Light flashed from the blade like meteors cutting through space. The wind began to howl, and the ground started to shake. He stood there like a hero between heaven and earth, bravely facing her. She seemed wary now. Her wrinkled eyes narrowed in caution, perhaps fearing Udamdiok's power and authority. She let out a huff. The dark purple thorns had been hacked away by him. She stood amidst this filthy pile of thorns like a soul that resented the world. But inside, she was afraid. She exclaimed, Indeed, it's different this time. I didn't expect you to cut through this old lady's vengeful soul so easily. Udamdiok turned back and smirked. Quite reliable, aren't you? As expected, the title of world number 1 isn't just for show. Udamdiok. Udamdiok replied with a determined face. Of course, I'll keep my promise to find Elia for you. Don't worry about that. Udamdiok and Leo Lux stood face to face in a dark room with red walls on all 4 sides. Udamdiok shouted angrily, Get out of the way! While we're standing here arguing, the city might already be destroyed. Leo Lux glared at him seriously. Nothing else matters. As long as I find Elia, I'll do anything. The stern gaze at Leo Lux. If I have a way to find Elia, you said you'd do anything, right? Returning to the moment Udamdiok was fighting the old lady of death, he rushed forward. Naturally, with this omnipotent power, he could easily tear through the dark waves, determined to engage her. The battle erupted as the old woman unleashed her menacing, long tentacles, ready to swallow everything in the hazy space as powerful explosions echoed. The tentacles were so massive they seemed beyond salvation. In this life-or-death moment, Udamdiok shouted, Old Lady of Death, this time we must settle this once and for all. The old woman, with long gray hair and vacant white eyes, stared into the void. Her limbs were long and her body gaunt. She summoned a bizarre-looking flower, emitting purple smoke with strange purple spots. She looked at it and muttered, "Oh, rebellious flower, sucking souls instead of rooting in the earth, you cling to corpses. You cling to corpses, hiding in the shadows instead of reaching for the light. Even the mystery of contradiction will be defiled by you." From within that flower, a dark purple smoke slowly drifted out, wrapping around the space like a thin mist as an invisible evil aura diffused. Udamdiok, who was attacking the old woman, suddenly froze amidst the purple smoke filling the air. It moved to cover the entire space, invading every corner. It blocked the light as if wanting to conquer all things, causing Udamdiok to cry out. Submerged in the purple smoke, Udamdiok suddenly realized something was wrong. Poison? No, my intuition isn't alerting me. It's probably not poison. Drew his sword overconfidently. Faint trails of gold smoke radiated from the blade, gradually merging with the dark purple aura. He thought to himself, whatever it is, I'll just blow it away with my sword energy. Wave slash. Suddenly, the system signaled. Wave slash activated. Error. External interference. Udamdiok glared around as his body was submerged in the purple poison. It wasn't poisonous smoke, but a skill-sealing effect. This must be the old lady of death's signature power. While Udamdiok was trapped in the smoke, Leo Lux charged in with his sword, looking majestic. The smoke has sealed your skills? Be careful. Leo Lux glanced at Udamdiok, his voice mysterious. You might not realize it yet, but I'm not from this world. Leo Lux's majestic figure appeared amidst blue lightning bolts. Mana is the power that has been with me since birth. I've never relied on so-called skills to control it, not even once. Udamdiok smiled. If you only relied on skills until now, you'd better give up and retreat. As expected, you're truly extraordinary. Then, From his sword, a golden smoke began to glow brightly within the purple aura. It manifested like the power of justice, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. Both Leo Lux and Udamdiok rushed forward like heroes saving the world. They soared through the wind, looking brave and majestic. Udamdiok guided him like an older brother. Just make sure you keep up. The old lady of death grew furious, as if a sore spot had been hit. Humph! You can still control mana even with your skills sealed? She extended her withered hands and cried out. Then try taking this. Amidst the deep purple vortex, dark roots paved the way for her to fire projectiles at them. A sword spinning deep within that circle rushed forward faster than the speed of light along with her command. Hell Tree Sword. Udamdiok held his powerful sword and told Leo Lux, clear the way. Leo Lux, under a swirling ice-blue sky like the universe's wrath, brought down his sword. The sword of justice struck down, as if punishing all the evil she had caused. The protagonist controlled the vortex with power and heroism. White ice-black flame. Leo Lux's gaze from behind seemed slightly hesitant. As I felt before, your mana is truly extraordinary and terrifyingly destructive. But in a moment, his foot slammed onto the stone floor, surrounded by blue lightning like a silent will. Leo Lux spoke heroically. I'll break through. The blue lightning radiating from Leo Lux grew even stronger. It was like a power protecting him from the dark aura. He quickly overwhelmed the old woman and pointed his sword at her aged face as she stared in shock. For now, this fierce fire was only meant to incinerate the enemy before him. Blue lightning tore through the air like the violent veins of the high heavens. The blade cut through the wind, rushing toward the old woman with divine speed. She resisted in vain, her face scrunched up as she feebly shielded herself with her withered hands. To think this old woman's tree soul could be pierced so easily. Clearly, using skills should have been very difficult. Wasting no time, Leo Lux, master of the blue cyclone, shouted. It's too early to be surprised by just this much. Her eyes widened in panic. How is this possible? How can a human possess such power? Night fell with shimmering stars in the sky and a bright golden moon. On the towering cliff, Medusa lay sprawled out, coughing. She opened her eyes wide. I thought this monster could at least buy some more time. In the dark night, a rift in space appeared like a galaxy from the universe, and smoke began to rise from where Medusa lay. She exclaimed, I didn't expect you to think of crossing the dimensional gate, cough. I didn't expect another crazy woman to do something like this. She thought, well, it seems I'll need some time to recover this time. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. The shimmering light of the full moon appeared again. Medusa's voice rang out, because Ragnarok has already begun. Scene change. Udamdiok appeared with a panicked face, his eyes wide as if he had just returned to reality. He called out, You So-Yoon. So-Yoon appeared amidst the dark purple aura. Her beautiful back was turned as she stood on the brink of death. Her figure was like an ant standing before an elephant, only half the size of the towering trees. She suddenly glanced back through her fluttering hair and spoke, So-Yoon. Standing before her now was Udamdiok, fighting valiantly. Her steps in red high heels gradually approached. Yeah. Scene change. A red circle filled with characters and geometry appeared. As I said, I used magic to block the screams. Udamdiok complained. What took you so long? You didn't even contact me. So-Yoon turned back and replied. Elia held me up. An unexpected voice rang out during their conversation. So Elia is still with you, So-Yoon. Ignoring Park Gurium clutching his dizzy head, Leo Lux stepped forward to inquire. Elia, my younger brother, where is he now? A wicked voice rang out. Leo Lux, why are you here? It turned out to be the old lady of death, her face as wrinkled and aged as if she'd never had plastic surgery. But her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow the sky, and her eyes were as black as peas. That deformed face spoke in its signature raspy voice. How dare they act so casually before me? Her withered hands appeared with sharp claws amidst the ruins. She instantly cast a spell, dropping an atomic bomb-like strike on the earth as if signaling the approaching apocalypse. Suddenly, amidst the void smoke, So-Yoon appeared and reached out her small arm to block it. She spun around and spoke like a leader. Talk later. Use this to recover your strength. Udamdiok took out a gold-plated apple and smiled brightly. The golden apple. Though the power within the apple was unknown, the old woman was already terrified. Her eyes widened, revealing the veins in her fragile corneas. Udamdiok spoke. Remember, the old lady of death's greatest ability is regeneration. We need enough firepower to crush that. She shouted. You arrogant brats. She used her hands to claw up chunks of earth as if to swallow the entire city. They shouted. Her? She really doesn't know her place. Though So-Yoon was wary, If we get dragged into a war of attrition, we'll surely lose. Yu So-yoon ran forward, leaving Damdiok standing there like a fool. I'll hold her off, you guys figure something out. Damdiok was dazed. What? Wait. Damdiok gritted his teeth dangerously. Damn it. It's easy to say, think of a way. I used white ice black flame, my strongest attack ever, but she's unscathed. So what now? He stared pensively at the old woman's severed arm. Wait, she's intact after that hit? Clearly, Yu So-yoon's ordinary slash just cut off her finger. He thought that proves her body isn't that tough. So why wasn't it effective before? Did she use a defense method? No. It's more like Yu So-yoon's surprise attack caught her off guard. Wind blew past Damdiok's footsteps. Clearly, it's not an auto-activating power like a blessing or intuition. If that's the case, after thinking for a while, Damdiok requested, Saron, prepare your magic. Take your time, but it must be your strongest. Saron smirked. Ha ha ha. I wanted to try a new move anyway. Damdiok commanded, Leo Lux, support Saron's magic. Leo Lux winked. All right, let's give it a try. Damdiok's voice rang out again. Gurium, Etten, support Yu So-yoon. Just don't let the death goddess unleash a big move. Gurium accepted the task confidently. Leave it to us. Etten, with his long beard, spoke up. I will complete this task for the honor of the Frost King. Damdiok held the golden apple, a sinister smile appearing. All right. Then, they rushed forward, not hesitating to be caught in the endless vortex of that dark aura. Let's begin. He shouted in vain. You fools, you dare. Saron flew up like a magic princess, sparkling gold lights ready to strike. But the enemy stubbornly continued. Fine. I will personally teach you your place, you small fry. Leo Lux was concerned. The mana flow is terrifying. A voice spoke. Just guiding the mana without letting the monster below notice is already too much. In that moment, Saron chanted a spell, her smooth golden hair fluttering in the wind as she muttered a language only she understood. Saron opened her eyes, trying to hide her fear. As expected, casting magic without preparation was truly difficult. Etten fought fiercely, his strength clashing with the old woman. Leo Lux stood below as the signal catcher. Everything is ready, send the signal. Fortunately, she's also gradually weakening. He snapped his fingers, emitting mysterious blue lightning. Yu So-yoon held her blade to block the power from the enemy's thin arms, suddenly turning back as if sensing something. In the heat of battle, a voice warned, Gurium, Etten, retreat now. Saron flew into the air like an angel, gold magic carrying her toward a circle filled with strange symbols. A miraculous power spread across the world, knocking the death goddess backward. She shouted with authority, You've waited long enough, right? Take this monster. Blood dyed Yu So-yoon's entire body red. Her body went limp on the ground, unresponsive and pale. Her eyes closed as she sank into darkness. In a panic, Damdiok screamed in despair. Yu So-yoon, wake up! Cold sweat ran down his cheeks, his eyes filled with fear. He tried to use a recovery skill, but it was useless. The recovery skill isn't working. Then he suddenly realized, Olympus, right, if I go there, I can save her. The system activated. A green notification signaling the space teleportation process was underway. Target confirmed, beginning space teleportation to Olympus. A moment later, a red warning appeared, and the process was interrupted because the destination was rejected. Unease spread as the system warned, Error. Olympus refused transmission. He clenched his fist and punched the ground, fragments flying in the purple light of the combat space. A furious scream rang out. Damn it, why now? Resentment filled Damdiok's face. With gritted teeth and eyes flared with anger, he yelled, How can I get to Olympus like this? Yu So-yoon's slender arm suddenly rose, clutching Damdiok's hem as a final act from her draining body. Her pale lips moved, emitting a weak sound. She whispered, seemingly on her last breath. Get out of here, Yu So-yoon said weakly. Olympus is surely busy blocking the divine realm gate and leaving the human realm as bait. Damdiok was struck by lightning, his eyes wide with horror and denial. He lost his cool. Yu So-yoon, don't say that. He grabbed her cold, bloody hands, holding tight as if to keep a final spark of life. He shouted, Stay awake. Yu So-yoon leaned into his chest like a paper doll falling apart. Still, she was conscious enough to admit the harsh reality. Lifeless eyes stared at him as she struggled. I have no divine power left to maintain my body. So, run away quickly. He squeezed her hand again, but her grip was weakening, drifting from reality. Blood still leaked, but her voice grew faint. His current strength still had a chance to stop it. As soon as she finished, her hands slowly let go, falling like a dry leaf from a branch. Damdiok was stunned, his gaze blank and unresponsive, as fear and emptiness covered everything. He held her tight as if enough strength could dispel the pain. Heaven and earth seemed to sympathize as the ground shook and the air froze. He screamed, "Ju So Yoon!" Scene changed. In a ruined city, a giant creature stood tall with pale purple skin and a muscular body. Its ugly face bore a fierce, predatory smile. It looked around provocatively. "Is this the place called Earth?" Propping itself up, it growled, "I like this place already." Suddenly, it turned its head, its knife-sharp eyes aimed in a specific direction. Its face showed a dangerous curiosity. A deformed creature stood behind Damdiok. His face was dark, his mind blank. The monster tilted its head, its sharp eyes gliding over his body as it muttered hoarsely, "What's this?" There are still humans surviving. Not missing the opportunity, it immediately built up momentum. A giant fist swung forward as if to crush Damdiok. With a face distorted by hatred, it still managed to let out unpleasant cackling laughs. Cackle? I was worried that if I arrived too late, there would be nothing left for me. But I'm lucky. Its mouth opened wide as if to tear the air apart. A terrifying scream echoed out, "Die, you piece of trash!" Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. As the punch was about to land, a blade flashed. The monster's forearm was chopped off with a clean cut. Green blood spurted as the hand fell to the ground. Stunned, the monster stared at its missing limb in disbelief. A harsh hiss echoed through the air as it clutched the stump, pain and horror filling its twisted face. The one who struck was Damdiok. He looked down, tears rolling down his cheeks and onto the cold ground. Damdiok whispered, "Why?" With gritted teeth and a heavy grinding sound, he asked, "What is it all for in the end?" His patient face was now scorched by anger. With a heaving chest and eyes red with fury, Damdiok questioned intensely, "Why can't you leave us alone? What crime did humans commit to have to die like this?" The monster roared, making the ground shake. With a face full of anger and fear, it bellowed, "My arm! You dare chop off my hand?" But then its face flashed with mockery. A new arm grew from the severed stump as if it were never injured. It raised the arm provocatively. "You think I'd say that?" With a smug face, it said coldly, "I am the god of rebirth. A wound like this is." Without letting the enemy recover, Damdiok swung his sword like a storm. Each sharp slash seemed to tear the world apart. Blue light cut through the night as the monster's body was chopped into hundreds of pieces. He acted without hesitation, his eyes calm but sharp as a scalpel. The monster's scattered remains reflected his face like a broken mirror. Though the image was fragmented, his cold eyes and steel-like voice pierced through the blood. Damdiok growled, "Shut up." Its face was now chopped into pieces, the cuts as neat as if made by a blade on paper. The deformed creature froze, its eyes bulging in terror. "Ha!" A hiss escaped, no longer arrogant but begging, "Wait!" But Damdiok gave it no chance to resist. He raised his sword, blue light surrounding it, and aimed for the enemy's head. Leaning forward, his eyes glowed with an intense, burning aura. The blade came down without mercy, tearing the monster's body into countless pieces. The shock shook the entire space. Damdiok stood tall in the sparkling blue light, looking like a war god from legend. He raised his head, standing tall amidst the storm of shattering monster remains. Damdiok's eyes were as expressionless as a still lake, flashing with cold contempt. "What god of rebirth? You're nothing but a bug." Right then, the system appeared before him. A silver notification flashed in the blood-red space. "You have gained a new power." Another line appeared. "Super Rebirth, the strongest ability of that ugly monster." Damdiok said in a cold voice, "Don't boast about that divine title. As soon as you appear, I will tear you apart and crush you under my feet like vermin." At that moment, against the glowing purple sky, a monster with a sinuous body, long sickle-like arms, a pointed head with backward-growing spikes, and cold glowing eyes appeared. He spoke in a low voice, "Heh! How arrogant!" Beside him was a tall creature in a long cloak standing with arms crossed, his face hidden by a mask. He also slowly evaluated. "He looks quite strong." Both were in no hurry, standing there silently, their eyes measuring every breath of Damdiok. The cloaked one added disdainfully, "But he's not worth much." With that, both lunged down from the air like two black arrows tearing through the wind, aimed straight at him. Instinctively sensing the killing intent, he returned to maximum alertness. His eyes locked onto the approaching enemies without a flicker of doubt. He slid one foot back, assuming a perfect stance. Like a predator, he shifted his weight, ready to counter. The air around him grew tense, like a drawn bowstring. Damdiok lunged up, swinging his sword at the cloaked enemy. The blade hit the mask but didn't leave a scratch. Behind the mask, a cold expression remained, as if he were watching a clumsy joke. He mocked, "Useless. With my power, those attacks won't even leave a scratch." But in that moment, his sword spiraled deeper as if guided by an invisible force. Pale blue smoke radiated from the contact point, weaving through the mask and eroding it, much to the enemy's surprise. He stood motionless in the heart of the storm, steady as stone, his sword aimed at the enemy. Billowing blue light rose from the blade like living flame, spreading and burning the ruins around the monster, hissing in pain. The fierce blue fire made the remaining monster lose its cool. He roared, eyes full of fire, unable to stop himself from rushing forward. "Gah! Get out of the way!" But the blue fire didn't back down. It swept forward like a savage storm, incinerating him in an instant. Unable to react in time, the monster shrieked in rage. "Damn it! It's just fire! Gah! If I'm pierced like this, stop!" Damdiok's hair sparkled like burning jade in the blue fire as he lunged up, swinging his sword in a powerful strike. Immediately, the deformed monster used its snake-like body to wrap around him. From behind, a sickle-shaped arm suddenly slashed hard, executing the first step of its evil plan. First, Gah! The right arm. A sharp slash, and his right arm was severed from his body. Bright red blood spurted out like a fountain, spreading through the air. The monster looked at the bloody wound with delight, its eyes flashing with weird pleasure. It gloated. A one-handed swordsman is truly easy prey. But before it could finish, a hand suddenly gripped its tail from behind. The force made its whole body shake. It was Damdiok. His severed right arm had already regrown, stronger than ever thanks to the power he had absorbed. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the monster's tail and threw it forward like a piece of trash. Thrown unexpectedly, the monster couldn't react. Its eyes filled with horror. It screamed, "What the hell?" Without giving him a chance to recover, he closed the distance in an instant. He clenched his fist and delivered a blow as powerful as a thunderbolt straight to the monster's head. The impact was so great that the ground beneath shattered, and stone fragments flew everywhere like rain falling in the pitch-black sky. The monster's mouth was stained with thick green blood, its eyes filled with panic. Couldn't believe what it had just witnessed. It whispered, "Did you just regenerate your arm?" Then, as if suddenly waking up, a flash of fear flickered in its eyes. Trembling, it realized this man had absorbed their power. At that moment, a blue system window appeared amidst the ruins. It glowed with the power he was using, super regeneration. As if empowered by 1,000 times his usual strength, Damdiok didn't stop. He rained a series of punches directly onto the monster's long body, causing green blood to pour out like a dried-up stream. His face was icy, his stern gaze locked onto the target, as if venting all his rage on that hateful creature. Without letting it stand for another second, he poured all his strength into a final move. He completely finished off the snake-like creature, its flesh bursting apart under the irresistible weight. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared from nowhere. He stood still for a moment, his eyes darkening as he saw his close companion had been mercilessly crushed. Displeasure was evident on the face hidden behind the mask. He stepped back, reaching his right hand behind him to build momentum for a murderous counterattack. His raspy voice hissed through his teeth, "Crazy monster. He's no ordinary thing." Before he could rush forward, his body felt as if it were stuck in glue. His eyes widened as the images of the previous battle replayed in his mind, causing him to panic. He muttered, "Could he be at the chief god level? Such a god wasn't in our plans." Daring not to delay any longer, he immediately turned around and looked into the void behind the thick black smoke where many creatures were still hiding. He roared an order, "Everyone, retreat immediately, gather reinforcements and come back." However, before he could turn his back, a sword flash flickered like lightning. The sharp blade glided through, severing his lower leg in a single strike. He screamed and collapsed onto the cracked ground, a painful groan escaping his throat. Just then, a small sword plunged into the ground from nowhere, only a hand's breadth from his face. The sudden shock made him stop thrashing. His eyes were involuntarily glued to the trembling sword. He tried to turn over, bracing his hands to push himself up, but as soon as he lifted his head, his eyes met hundreds of swords hovering in the air, emitting a blue light like a converging galaxy. All of them were pointed directly at him. Damdiok stood beneath the rain of swords, his hand raised in control, his face like a judging god. The masked figure was paralyzed with fear. "Wait!" His voice echoed through the silent space, as decisive as a descending blade. "Shut your mouth." Then, as calmly as if announcing a predetermined sentence, he said, "You can't run away now." His face was as stern as carved stone as his hand slowly fell, clenching into a fist pointed straight ahead. Immediately, hundreds of glowing swords hovering in the air acted as if receiving an order, plunging down like a meteor shower. The masked monster couldn't react in time. Its body was instantly pierced by a barrage of sword tips. Painful shrieks erupted from its throat, its eyes bulging in agony and panic. Udamdiok didn't stop. In one swift leap, he kicked the monster's head hard, pinning it deep into the cracked ground. The force of the kick radiated out in waves, kicking up clouds of dust. The enemy could only roar in shame and helplessness beneath the judge's heel. The mask had cracked, and its head began to shatter bit by bit under his pressure. For the first time, true fear appeared on the monster's face. It was pathetic, so scary. "I don't want to die." Udamdiok finally spoke, his voice as cold and dry as steel falling in the night. "Die." His eyes held not a trace of sympathy, only the emotionless judgment of one born to destroy evil. And then, it officially vanished from this world. Green blood gushed out like a dried-up stream, soaking the land beneath his feet. That filthy life had been extinguished. At that very moment, a hand was suddenly placed gently on Udamdiok's shoulder from behind. A familiar deep voice echoed through the silent ruins. "Stop now." It was Leo Lux standing behind him, his gaze calm and profound. His hand gently patted Udamdiok's shoulder, as if trying to pull his heart back from the rage. He said softly, "He's dead. Stop now and clear your head." He continued, his voice steady but heavy with weight. "It might not be too late yet." Hearing that, Udamdiok turned around in shock, his eyes wide with bewilderment. He asked in surprise, "What?" The two faced each other, no other sound intervening. Leo Lux looked deep into his eyes and began to tell his story. "My homeland was also destroyed by monsters pouring out of a gate. Yes, the situation then was no different from now." He lowered his eyes slightly and slowly continued. "In the midst of that hell, I accidentally fled inside the gate and crossed through dimensions from there." A blurry image appeared. The scene inside the gate looked like a giant tree with branches spreading out into parallel worlds. Leelix's voice echoed through that spatial maze. "Inside the gate, countless worlds are intertwined, overlapping like tree branches. In that maze, I witnessed the connecting paths between countless different dimensions." Damdiok stood still, as if he had stopped breathing. Those words were like a stab into a hope that had long since died out. He was stunned. So that means, their eyes met, and time seemed to slow down. Leo Lux understood what he was thinking. His lips moved slightly, his voice calm. "That's right. I'm not sure if she can be saved." Then, as if suddenly realizing a slim possibility, his eyes flashed with determination. "But if you're willing to trade your life, crossing through dimensions is feasible." Udamdiok was stunned. The last ray of hope, though fragile, had just opened up amidst the abyss of despair. His weak face showed clear shock, his eyes lighting up amidst the settling ashes. He asked in amazement, "You mean it's possible to reach Olympus?" His hands instinctively clenched, his knuckles turning white. His voice rang out, firm and without a moment's hesitation. "Then, there's no need to think anymore. Of course I'll go." Suddenly, a terrible noise tore through space. A giant object crashed onto a high-rise building in the distance, creating an explosion like a falling bomb. Dust billowed up to the sky, making him immediately turn around and look straight at the site of the explosion. For ruins, a strange creature appeared. It had a goat's head but a human body, tall in stature with a long cloak reaching its heels. It stood tall atop the shattered building. It said in a deep voice, "I can't believe it. Where did all the people in charge of this area go?" It scanned the desolate scene beneath its feet, then suddenly met the gazes of the two humans watching it. A flash of surprise crossed its fierce face. It asked in wonder, "Are there still people alive here?" Udamdiok narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword as he identified the new target. Another one has appeared. Seeing no sign of its companions, it only saw two remaining humans who looked weak and insignificant. Its face twisted slightly, as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing and felt annoyed. They couldn't have been defeated by these ordinary humans, could they? In Udamdiok's mind, conflicting thoughts raced like a whirlwind. He knew that if he left now, the consequences would be catastrophic. His eyes were filled with conflict as he clenched his jaw and hissed, "Damn it! What should I do?" Just then, a sound echoed through space like a call from the divine realm. "Sword God Unification." A figure appeared. With prominent white hair and a sword in hand, it was Park Gurium. The ground shook, and the buildings trembled as if being awakened. Both Udamdiok and the goat-headed creature looked toward the strange light. One clenched his will, ready for battle, while the other showed clear confusion for the first time at something he had never seen before. A fiery red sword strike tore through the air like a blaze, rushing straight toward the monster. Udamdiok stood still, his eyes wide with amazement at the spectacular sight. He immediately glanced toward the person who had just launched the attack, wanting to confirm who could so easily create such a terrifying strike. Then Udamdiok recognized that familiar shadow. He was shocked. It was Park Gurium. He had just landed, his head slightly bowed. His face was dark with displeasure. He clicked his tongue. I was planning to use this move as a surprise in the tournament. Lifting his head, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Park Gurium's voice rang out decisively amidst the ruins. Don't hesitate anymore. Go quickly before it's too late. Knowing Udamdiok was still wavering because of Yu So-yoon, he spoke bluntly. That crazy old woman can still hold on. These small fry are nothing. Udamdiok seemed to wake up, his gaze a mix of surprise and admiration. He muttered, Park Gurium. You! In the distance, the goat-headed monster only had the right half of its body left. Even so, it struggled to get up, its face twisted in rage. It coughed violently and growled. Cough! Damn it, you insolent brats! As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its remaining arm into the air, preparing to cast dark magic as black aura billowed from its body. At that moment, a female voice rang out, gentle yet firm like an irresistible command. It won't be that easy. A flash of energy erupted as a move was launched from the opposite roof. The light burst like a small explosion, tearing through the rooftop and causing the monster to blow up, the space shaking violently. It was Adele Cerrone, her hair fluttering in the wind. One hand still clenched tight while the other was stretched straight forward. Her eyes shone with determination as she said firmly, There's no time to hesitate, go quickly. Her face was tense from battle, her eyes were filled with tears. She choked out, Going there, to Olympus or whatever, can save Sister Yu So-yoon, right? But immediately after, she regained her composure and said firmly, Leave this place to us. With tears still in her eyes, she looked at Udamdiok and spoke as if entrusting him with all her final hope. Please take care of Sister Yu So-yoon. He looked up at her, his eyes softening as if accepting the responsibility, and said softly, Cerrone. The scene shifted to a distant past when the magic world was plunged into chaos and oppressed by dark forces. At that time, Udamdiok had single-handedly and heroically quelled the unrest. A deep male voice spoke as if recounting the story. When the gate of the magic world lost control, you saved my world. The image of him with a mischievous smile, his face speckled with blood and covered in cuts, had always been an indelible memory in that person's mind. He slowly continued, At that time, I told myself that no matter what happened, I would protect your world, Udamdiok. That face belonged to Etten. Now, with a steady gaze and a decisive voice, he said, Me too. I finally have a chance to repay even a part of my debt to the Savior. He spoke as if echoing Park Gurium and Adele Cerrone, like an indomitable harmony of those he had once given hope. Etten was firm. So go quickly. This place, Earth, no matter what happens, we will protect it. So much bitterness, so much suffering. Yet they were still by his side until this moment. Udamdiok couldn't hide his emotion, his eyes shining with silent gratitude. He choked out, Everyone. He smiled. A smile of complete fulfillment like a silent thank you that didn't need words. In that moment he was ready. There was nothing left to hesitate about. Udamdiok looked at Leo Lux, his gaze steadier than ever. He said with absolute certainty, Leo Lux, you lead the way. Leo Lux acted as if he had been waiting for those words. He said, It seems you've made your decision. Without wasting another second, Leo Lux turned and kicked off the roof, moving as fast as the wind over a mountain. He reminded him, There's not much time left, let's get going. With that, both of them dashed onto the roof of the ruined building, their figures like two bolts of lightning drawing lines of hope across the fractured sky. As soon as Leo Lux landed, he braced one foot against the wall and gripped his sword, preparing to cross the boundary between worlds. His eyes lit up with a stern gaze, directed straight at the trembling void ahead. Ahead, a brilliant blue beam of light erupted, forming wave-like bands in space. Like a miracle, that light slowly unveiled a completely different world waiting on the other side. A cosmic gate of intertwined light and shadow suddenly opened in midair, emitting swirling currents of energy that seemed to pull the very space toward it. He turned back to look at Udamdiok, his eyes flashing with urgency as he signaled, Now is the time. Then he continued to urge him, Before the crack closes, jump into the gate immediately. Udamdiok took a decisive step forward, his firm voice ringing out amidst the wind. Understood. Without hesitation, both of them rushed forward. Their bodies turned into two streams of light, caught in the roaring energy swirling around the crack leading to the other world. A blinding white light swept across Udamdiok's vision. He maintained a stern expression, his spirit as iron-willed as if he were entering a life-or-death battle. His feet touched the ground, he paused slightly, his face showing a hint of shock. He muttered, I never thought the day would come when I'd set foot in this place again. He and Leo Lux looked around. This place was a desolate wasteland. Shrouded in thick darkness, every gust of wind carried the scent of death. He said coldly, It's still a gloomy and ominous place. Immersed in vigilance, neither of them realized that a bizarre creature had appeared behind them, silent as a ghost weaving through the boundaries of space. This being had long purple hair covering its eyes, and its eyes were positioned all the way up at its temples. Its hands were as sharp as a wild beast's. It curled its lips into a smirk and said mockingly, What's this? How can humans be in a place like this? Its smile grew more and more distorted, as if stretching to its ears. It clicked its tongue. I was getting bored waiting for my turn to go out, and yet, someone has delivered themselves right to me. Without letting it say another word, a flash of lightning tore through the gloom. Udamdiok had swung his sword with lightning speed. With one decisive strike, its head flew off its neck. Udamdiok's face darkened, his eyes as cold as steel as he looked at the headless monster. His contempt was unconcealed. He said coldly, I don't have time to waste on small fry. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, rolling in layers like a giant black dome over the sky. It made this already gloomy place even more overwhelming and heavy. Udamdiok stopped. Before him was a swirling black vortex like a cosmic black hole, sucking in all surrounding light. He stared at it, determined. This was it. Leo Lux arrived just in time, stopping behind him. The air around them became thick and fiery. He lowered his voice. This place emits the strongest aura of Olympus. His eyes turned toward the black vortex as if piercing through space. His face hardened, his will burning. He thought to himself, wait for me just a little longer, Soyun. He said solemnly. I will definitely save you. Without another word, Udamdiok and Leo Lux stepped forward like warriors entering the gates of destiny, where both life and hope hung suspended on the blade of fate. Just as he set foot in, he suddenly froze. His eyes were panicked, as if he had just encountered a haunting memory. He widened his eyes, stammering, Asmodeus! In the gloomy purple clouds, a giant red-eyed demon appeared with a threatening laugh, full of the schemes of a dark power. Ka. Interesting, truly interesting. Udamdiok wore a black cloak with white fur trim, which was very strange. The giant red, I mocked him contemptuously. That name Typhus from last time seems to have grown stronger too. I'll play with you to the fullest. Udamdiok looked at the enemy with sharp eyes, clenching his teeth and unable to hide his anger. Stubborn bastard. The scene was enveloped in a deathly atmosphere as he swung a flaming sword. The tip of the sword emitted a blinding light, breaking the darkness, as he shouted toward the vortex. Do you think I'll let you revive? He used all his strength to swing a slash. Immediately, a sword from somewhere blocked Leolix's strike. The two swords collided diagonally, making him extremely surprised, his eyebrows furrowing. The giant red eye had turned into human form. A red-haired beastman with a sword in hand blocked Udamdiok's sword. His face was contemptuous. Be grateful. The chance to face me and this sword doesn't come often. Udamdiok gritted his teeth. Shut up. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his sword at the red-haired beastman, making him startle and step back. He tightened his grip on the sword, angry. Don't get in my way. He immediately swung his sword at him. Everything happened very fast. The collision between the two swords created a white light. He shouted, Get lost! The red-haired beastman was not afraid, still holding the sword, eyes full of confidence. A sharp smile. Quite good, as expected of sword and heart as one. His eyes gradually became serious, preparing some intention, his voice soft. If so, then. He attacked lightning fast, emitting a brilliant red light that Udamdiok couldn't block in time. He shouted, How about this? He focused intensely, dodging each new wave of attacks. Sweat began to drip as he thought. Damn it, this guy gets faster as he fights. Just a little slow and I'm dead. Leo Lux rushed in from somewhere lightning fast, swinging his sword and jumping up to attack the red-haired beastman from behind. Blue lightning flashed across the sword tip, creating a sense of a murderous slash. Humph! He realized it, startled, and turned his head back. His eyes were calm but cold, without a hint of fear. A surprise attack. Udamdiok was struggling under the red-haired beastman's blade when Leo Lux rushed in. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He attacked from behind but was suddenly blocked by a red sword. Leo Lux opened his eyes wide in shock. The red-haired beastman said calmly, It's useless. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of red swords plummeted from the sky. He continued, My sword path is not just one. Under this sky, there is nowhere this sword cannot reach. Udamdiok was still struggling hard against his downward slash. He seemed about to collapse. In the sky, blood-red swords continued to fall, and he continued to attack, with no intention of stopping. Heavenly Stream Sword. Leolux wore a black mask, showing only his shocked eyes. Only a few seconds later, Leolux was pierced by those deadly swords, unable to resist. Blood splattered everywhere. He coughed in pain. Leolux had no strength left, falling with a thud to the ground. His body was covered in wounds, blood flowing incessantly. Udamdiok was terrified, glancing back anxiously and shouting, "Leolux!" He looked at him with a look of disgust. "Yeah, trying to distract me?" Then he swung his sword at Udamdiok, creating a white smoke that blew everything away. He shouted, "Are you crazy enough to want to die?" White smoke, thousands of meters long, made rocks shatter like a tsunami hitting. The smoke blended into the sky and earth, becoming a mysterious purple-black color. Eerie. He gave a challenging smile. Udamdiok gradually appeared through the thick smoke. He still stood resiliently, both hands gripping the sword, face covered in wounds, eyes darkened. The red-haired beastman seemed interested. "You blocked that? You certainly have the guts to hold a sword." Even though Udamdiok was so tired he was panting, his eyes were still full of determination as he looked up, his voice resentful. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." When the red-haired beastman saw his appearance then, his smile gradually became inhumane. "Ka-ka, quite aggressive. It's been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. How could I easily step back?" Both pointed their sword tips at each other. The red-haired beastman spoke first. "Before we fight with all our might, state your name." He introduced, "My name is Asmodeus." He smirked proudly and continued, "The one granted the mission by Charles to protect the demon realm, and was once called the Sword God." Udamdiok was shocked, eyes wide. "The Sword God?" He looked up at the sky, a slight nostalgic smile. "That's right. That was when I was still a god. But that's a story from the distant past." Udamdiok asked confusedly, "With such terrifying power, why did you choose to stand with Charles?" He answered calmly without hesitation, "I heard those words, precisely because I was too strong." Suddenly he closed his eyes and continued, "Only knowing how to seek power, I lived a life of constant struggle." He remembered his past self walking on a path full of blood, resentment rushing back. However, in the eyes of the supreme gods, it's not pleasant when someone strong enough to threaten their absolute status appears. A monster in a bloody scene appeared in his mind, full of bitterness. "They did everything to crush me, all just to protect their authority. In the end, I couldn't even keep my ego, turning into a distorted and ugly monster." Suddenly he opened his eyes with a cold look. "If not for Charles's help, I might have lived forever in a state of insanity, nothing more than a monster." Udamdiok listened intently, leaving blood-red footprints. He hadn't stopped. Life is an endless battle, proving oneself in every moment. Footsteps stained with the blood of enemies. That is my path. For such a pure world, I chose to stand with Charles. Then he immediately raised his hand. His voice changed suddenly. "It seems I've talked a bit too long." Immediately he ordered thousands of glowing red swords to rush at Udamdiok and continued, "All right, let's begin now." Udamdiok looked up at the sharp blades rushing at dizzying speed. His face pale with fear, without any preparation. Thousands upon thousands of blades plummeted and exploded like a nuclear explosion. Countless glowing swords rushed toward Udamdiok. He was startled. Udamdiok showed skillful dodging skills, swinging the sword in his hand to slash away the glowing swords. It seemed things couldn't stop yet. Udamdiok gritted his teeth. His handsome face was grazed by a flying blade, cutting a long line on his cheek. Blood flowed, unable to block them all. "I can only protect the vital points." The sound of collisions rang out repeatedly. Udamdiok flexibly dodged. He observed that the attack had stopped. Udamdiok seized the opportunity. Now is the chance to counterattack. He gripped the sword, eyes cautious, looking at the man appearing before him. It was Asmodeus. He looked at Udamdiok with contempt and mockery. "Are you satisfied just by blocking one strike? I expected more, but is that all you've got?" A blue aurora appeared in the dark space. Each band of light emitted brilliant colors. Asmodeus looked up cautiously. The glowing sword collided with that band of light. Leolux appeared, covered in blood. Still holding the black sword, he panted. Udamdiok glanced at him. "Leolux, you're injured." Leolux's body was full of wounds, but he remained tough. "I can still take it. Don't worry." Leolux looked at Asmodeus warily, calculating. "But at this rate, it'll be very dangerous. Is there a chance to win?" Udamdiok analyzed. "Even at our best, we couldn't be sure of winning. Moreover, we've lost a lot of strength after consecutive battles. Honestly, the chance is very slim." Leolux said in a low voice. Is that so? Then I have a proposal. He continued. Accept my power, Udamdiok. Udamdiok was surprised. What? He explained. This is my secret technique. Only once. It uses an elixir made from mana to recover both wounds and mana. Originally, this method can only be done when the subject has the ability to control and high compatibility with lightning attribute mana. But you don't. Leolux clenched his hand into a fist. Around his hand, a ring of lightning surrounded his palm. However, that's why if successful, you won't just simply recover but also have the ability to gain a new power, Udamdiok. Udamdiok widened his eyes. He listened to Leolux's instructions. But that's if you succeed. If you fail to absorb it, you'll die with no way back. Leolux had the lightning ball in his palm in front of Udamdiok. Do you dare to try? He said in a low voice. From the moment I entered the gate, I was ready to accept all consequences, as long as I can defeat him and save Soyun. Udamdiok's eyes were full of determination. This life, I'm ready to bet it as many times as it takes. Leolux pushed the lightning ball away. I predicted you would say that. He held the lightning ball toward Udamdiok. The name of this thing is Thunder Bullet. The chance is only once. Udamdiok stared at it. Leolux encouraged. Survive and come back, Udamdiok. The ball gradually changed, growing larger and then becoming giant. Asmodeus smiled. He was amused. A strange technique. He held his dark sword, aiming at Leolux. Fine. Whatever you're plotting, it'll all end here anyway. Leolux remained silent. Asmodeus stared at him. I'm quite looking forward to that one in the lion armor. I hope my personal weight isn't in vain. Leolux glanced at him, preparing to attack. Feel free to expect. Soon that arrogant face will be distorted. And before that happens, I'll happily play with you. He laughed arrogantly, resting the sword on his shoulder and mocking Leolux. Ha 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 ha, arrogant brat. Fine, very well. Then, let's have some fun. Before Udamdiok was a mysterious space sparkling magically. He was surprised. He looked up at the starry sky, wondering, why am I here? Someone's voice explained. People call it the memory lantern. Udamdiok turned his head toward the source of the voice. A small glowing round thing appeared above. Udamdiok asked, what is this? The round thing explained, I am Pandora. More precisely, a part of Pandora. Udamdiok was surprised. Pandora, he continued, raising its voice. The space-time sword glows with a blue light. I'll get straight to the point. If things continue like this, both you and the sky will soon die. Udamdiok was panicked. What? He asked it. What are you saying? No. First of all, why are you here? Pandora evaded the question. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain in detail. It emitted light like a lamp. But don't worry, you are an important existence to me. I can help you. Pandora explained to Udamdiok. It's possible you're not only failing to adapt to the new mana flow but also suffering a strong reaction against it. Simply put, the secret technique you're testing is on the verge of failure. Udamdiok listened intently. It continued. You've never experienced such a sudden mana adaptation process, nor do you have the skill to control such a violent mana flow. Pandora said the last sentence. Of course, in this life. Udamdiok was startled. You mean? He stepped onto the floating fragments. Pandora observed his every action. From now on, I will use Pandora's power to build an imaginary world based on memories from previous lives. It kept talking. In that process, your current memories will mix with another's memories, causing you to fall into chaos. But remember, no dream is impossible to wake from, even if it's what you desire most. It instructed. If you can overcome it, you will surely find me. The sky was clear blue, the air fresh, green trees casting shade under their canopies. Udamdiok lay on the grass. He opened his eyes wide. This is. He looked up, a bit surprised. Soyun appeared before him. How much longer do you plan to sleep? She grumbled. I'm not your mother, so why do I always have to wake you up? He quickly sat up, asking blankly, Soyun. Soyun was a bit surprised. She asked, wait, are you crying? Udamdiok's tears rolled down his cheeks. His face was blank, not understanding anything. Soyun was concerned. Are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? He asked back. Am I crying? Nightmare. Yeah, I guess so. Huh. But what kind of dream was it? Soyun asked worriedly. Are you really okay? You look very tired. She advised. Rest this time, I can go to work alone. Udamdiok stubbornly stood up. No, I can't do that. It's fine. I'm still okay. Don't worry. I don't know why, but seeing you makes me feel more at ease. Soyun turned her head away, her face visibly reddening, perhaps out of shyness. She pretended to walk fast, her face as red as a ripe tomato. What, hearing you say such nonsense, you must be fine. Udamdiok chased after her. Hey, wait! Let's go together! As Udamdiok walked, he felt confused and pondered inwardly. Why did he have this strange, uncomfortable feeling, as if something very important was missing? So-yoon urged. We're late, hurry up. Udamdiok replied immediately. Yeah, let's go. He brushed off his thoughts. It's probably nothing important. Leaves fell, the sky remained blue. The two shades of green and blue blended into a strangely peaceful scene. Under the blazing sun, Udamdiok exclaimed, Where else? Didn't we say we were going to work part-time at Earthphone? So-yoon turned her head and walked. She called back, We don't know when it will explode, so it's best to prepare the golden apples. Leaving Udamdiok standing there in confusion. Explode? What? So-yoon's next sentence made Udamdiok unable to stand steady. What else could it be besides Ragnarok? His face darkened with fear. Terrified, he thought of the scene where So-yoon was covered in blood. Her deep eyes filled with disbelief, his lips trembling. Ragnarok. Seeing Udamdiok's reaction as he clutched his head and struggled to stand, So-yoon called out worriedly, Damdiok! What's wrong, are you okay? At this moment, his gaze gradually turned sharp and cold, sweat dripping down his cheeks as he tried to answer calmly. No, it's nothing. But he was still thinking, yeah, So-yoon already. Immediately after, he reassured himself. This place is a world reconstructed from my memories. What's happening here isn't real. He clenched his fists and told himself, I must quickly find the one named Pandora and return. Seeing Udamdiok still standing there, So-yoon hurried over. Are you okay? Why are you spacing out? Let's go. In his heart he was thinking. But until I find her, can't I rest here for a bit? Seeing So-yoon call out, he quickly replied, Yeah, let's go. Scene change. Their conversation was overheard by Pandora from above. Pandora silently assessed, Udamdiok, is that your choice? Fine, if you're satisfied, it doesn't matter anymore. Suddenly, Udamdiok exclaimed, So-yoon, how could you go that far? Humans are already helpless before natural disasters. But Ragnarok is even more horrific. It's literally the end of the world. She was astonished to hear him speak in such a low, harsh voice, suddenly not understanding what was happening. But that overwhelming tone made her break into a cold sweat, a huge question mark in her mind. What? Why are you suddenly saying these things? Seeing this, Udamdiok shouted even louder, as if screaming in So-yoon's face. It's very important. So answer me, why have you never held a great sword? How can you face giant creatures in such a terrible catastrophe like this? Hearing those words, So-yoon suddenly fell silent, staring straight ahead as her hair hung down, hiding her sad eyes. Her hands tightly gripped her skirt, full of remorse. I'm not as strong as you think. I'm also afraid of failure. I hesitate. Every step forward is terrifying, and I can never get used to someone's death. She bowed her head sadly and continued. How many times have I collapsed from fear while moving forward? Out of fear and terror of giving up, I threw away my own heart. A weak coward, that's who I am. So-yoon whispered. Because I'm like this. If there's a moment where I can believe all of this isn't meaningless. If there's a time I long for even a single ray of hope. Looking up at Udamdiok with eyes sparkling like bright stars, she smiled gently. Then, I will look toward you. Udamdiok was surprised. Me? So-yoon continued. You once said it yourself. If you don't try, you can't change anything. Udamdiok's eyes widened in doubt. I said that. She gave a radiant smile. Who knows? Haha. Thinking of the times Udamdiok fought with such strength and determination, she praised him. The important thing is, you never accepted injustice casually, but always moved forward. No matter how arduous that path was, or how full of failures. You always appeared when I needed you most. She confessed softly, looking at him. I can feel that in that place you weren't alone. Instead of bowing your head, take one more step. There are still people doing their best to move forward. In her eyes, he was like the morning sun illuminating the path she walked. He was completely surprised by her confession. To So-yoon, that image was the deepest comfort and the motivation not to give up. Immediately after, she snapped back to her senses, as if she hadn't been herself just now. Feeling embarrassed, her voice was shy. What on earth am I doing here? Crash. A shattering sound made even the eavesdropping Pandora jump. Damdiok bowed his head. I'm sorry, So-yoon. He looked straight into So-yoon's eyes. Both were standing within a hazy glass-like layer. The space was unusually quiet. He said his farewell. Let's leave the part-time job for later. I have someone I need to save. Yu So-yoon looked at him with affectionate eyes like blue jewels. A sense of regret filled the space. His heart was full of regret, yet his eyes still radiated a glimmer of hope. We will definitely meet again. Returning to reality. The feeling of having to part was indescribable. He bowed his head sadly. He turned his head slightly and asked, "Let me ask you one thing, Pandora. Which lifetime were those things I just saw from?" Pandora radiated a dazzling light and replied, "It must have been at least hundreds of lifetimes ago." Thinking of her carefree innocence, he couldn't help but feel sad and regretful. Is that so? So-yoon back then seemed to express much richer emotions than she does now. He pondered. She was once able to laugh like that. So, how much suffering and disappointment did she have to endure to become as emotionless as she is now? Seeing his silence and sadness, Pandora comforted him. "I hope you aren't too upset. I only wanted to test your determination, and you passed brilliantly. Now, it's time to show you the truth." Notification. A status line appeared. Primordial memories are being activated. Udamdiok looked at the status line in confusion. A question mark forming. "This is..." Pandora immediately explained. "This is your first memory. The story from before you were born on Earth." Suddenly, a woman with snow-white hair appeared. "Ah, my children, the primordial children. I tried to protect you. Yet now, it seems that has become impossible." Udamdiok asked doubtfully, "Who is that?" Pandora immediately replied, "The primordial goddess, Gaia, the mother of all." The woman with fair skin clasped her hands in prayer. "Soon, even this primordial land will be enveloped in darkness. The final day of destiny has finally arrived." Suddenly, a little girl with blue hair exclaimed, "Mother, what exactly is that darkness that makes you so sad?" Immediately after, Udamdiok realized that little girl was So-yoon. Gaia replied with tearful eyes, "The darkness enveloping Charles. He is the father of all, the origin of this world, and also, everything." The innocent children, hearing Gaia say that, spoke in unison, "Mother, can't you stop Charles? Try to persuade him. Tell him we aren't bad children. We haven't done anything wrong. I'm so scared. Then let's just run away. Can we? Let's join forces with other gods to defeat him." Gaia gently explained, "The gods are all a part of Charles. Just as my hand cannot voluntarily stab my own heart. No matter what they do, they cannot escape Charles's gaze." Tears kept flowing from Gaia's eyes that contained an entire galaxy. "I'm sorry, my children. I cannot see a future where I can repel him." One of the children used all his courage to stand up. "Then, I will defeat Charles." Udamdiok was surprised, realizing, "It's me?" The courageous boy placed a hand on his chest, clenching his other fist. "We aren't gods, so we can defeat him, right?" Strength made Gaia feel even more pity for her child in this world. "My child, hearing you say that, I am both joyful and heartbroken." Gaia gently stroked the boy's cheek, cherishing him. "That is only a flicker of hope that flares for a moment and then vanishes. Like the ambiguity of searching in a dark night sea. It's something even I cannot know for sure, and it may be a path more arduous than death." Gaia asked with full of love, "My child, are you truly ready to accept that path?" The child didn't hesitate for a second, full of determination. "Of course." Immediately, the other children exclaimed, "No way, even mother couldn't do it, so how can you? You're the slowest and weakest among us, born last, with nothing outstanding at all." Seconds later, immediately, a child with blue-black hair, that was So-yoon, stood up to protect him. "Stop it. You guys are being too harsh. This is not the time to argue." Seeing this, the brave boy didn't argue back, remaining calm and composed. "Everyone, it's okay, because you're all right. Unlike you, I run slower and am weaker. Even the technique that you, the first one, taught me I couldn't master." The boy clenched his fists, full of determination. "But even so, I've never given up, and this time is no different." Before the girl's astonished eyes, he still stood there with full determination. "Who knows? Maybe we really can defeat Charles." He curled his lips into a smile, his gaze firm. "If you don't try, you can't change anything." At this moment, Gaia's hands were creating something mystical. Because it contained nothing, it was the void, yet also infinity, that was the greatest ability. Gaia smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, my child." Immediately, Gaia established a system. "Now, you will leave the darkness and be reborn in distant, separate worlds. But with all my power, I will create a system. I will always be with you within it." Right after, a series of notifications appeared. True power is being unleashed. An ancient forgotten talent, the void, has been awakened. Udamdiok slowly closed his eyes, feeling a surge of power envelop his body. The final notification appeared, now able to absorb any power. Opening his eyes, his body was full of energy, his eyes radiating a blue light like precious jewels. Suddenly, a coughing sound was heard, and right before his eyes, a spray of bright red blood erupted. In the gloomy, eerie scene, the red-haired beastman held a sword, standing opposite the blood-covered Leolux. He mocked, "Tiske, what a fool. Your sword stance isn't sharp, and you only know how to use cheap tricks to deceive the eyes." Drawing closer, he wore a cloak that partially covered him, revealing a toned physique. "I wonder who's really using cheap tricks to deceive the eyes." He sneered. "And you still want to protect what's behind you? But a distracted mind makes the blade sluggish. What use is it then? A butcher's knife is much sharper than that." Covered in blood, Leolux screamed, "Shut up. Even though you're more exhausted than a dog in a field, you're still trying to win. Look at that long tongue of yours. You're not a sword god, but more like a hammer god's assistant." Enraged, the red-haired beastman spoke while unleashing a move. "A half-dead man who only has his mouth. A little entertainment isn't bad." With that, dozens of glowing red swords lunged toward Leolux. He shouted, "Die! I won't even bother to remember you." About to meet his end while his friends still hadn't come to save him, he cursed inwardly. "Damn it! Sweat has been rolling down my cheeks before I even knew it." Just as he finished speaking, a massive circular shield suddenly appeared out of nowhere to protect him. The ground was cracked and broken. The red-haired beastman was startled. Someone appeared dressed exactly like him, seemingly an ally, but why were they stopping him from killing? Suddenly, someone rushed from behind to stand in front of Leolux. It was Udamdiok, panting like a dying dog. "Sorry, I took a bit of time." At this point, Leolux finally felt supported and slumped down in relief. He grumbled, "Damn it." He complained, but in reality, he had been desperately waiting for him to arrive. "Your face? Yeah. There are times I'm glad to see it." Udamdiok glanced over, acting like he would handle everything. "Leave it to me now, rest and recover. You have to live until you meet Elia." With his face covered in blood, Leolux still managed to speak. "Humph. Unnecessary talk." Red-haired beastman looked on wearily. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just absorbing magic power of a different attribute." How disappointing. Like a bolt of lightning, Udamdiok lunged toward the red-haired man. Seeing him rush forward, the man was startled. Before he could even process it, Udamdiok was already launching a continuous assault on him. Feeling his power, he gave a specific compliment. "Yes, it truly is different from before." The demon within him rose up, like a despicable man finding a new source of fun. Now it's worth having a proper fight. He unleashed a series of techniques: Heavenly Stream Sword, Horizon Slash. Red sparks flew like bolts of lightning. He panicked. He dodged it. Seeing his attack treated like trash, he refused to back down. "Then try dodging this one too." Blood-red whirlwinds lunged forward. Heavenly Stream Sword, ultimate technique. He poured all his strength into his final move, Dragon Ascension. The violent whirlwind swirled as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Udamdiok was trapped within that whirlwind. His eyes darted back and forth, searching. He fell into deep thought. Why? Countless blades were clearly raining down like a storm. Yet I can only see a single sword. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He seemed to have awakened something. If I bend this flow, I can make it mine. Definitely. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword. Now, subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Facing Damdiok's green whirlwind, he was subdued, whispering that the victory belonged to him. The legendary once-in-a-millennium tornadoes had not yet stopped. Minutes later, the whirlwind faded, leaving a light haze. Sword in hand, Damdiok stood majestically before the red-haired beast. He had knelt, his body emitting a brilliant light, about to turn into dust. He felt pain, humiliation, and regret. Only when the sword I spent my life honing shattered did I realize my arrogance was pitiful and bitter. Closing his eyes, he accepted the truth. But death is an inevitable part of combat. The defeated can only fall with regret. With no regrets even as he turned to dust, he was content to have fought a powerhouse like you. It was an honor. The system displayed a series of notifications about awakening new powers, absorbing the power of the ancient sword god, reborn as a true sword god, promoted to the supreme sword god. Damdiok closed his eyes and sighed. Covered in blood, Leolux crawled toward him, breathless but still trying to speak. Humph! Now you've truly become a monster. Turning around, Damdiok was startled. Leolux. Leolux was at death's door, coughing as if his throat would tear. Damdiok panicked, worried. The injuries are too severe. Don't try to move too much. Lux glanced at the distant vortex and signaled. It's fine. I can still endure. Besides, don't mind me. Go quickly. I just need to recover a bit and will follow right after. Damdiok thought to himself, you're dying and still acting tough. But he spoke gently. Don't overdo it, recover properly. Do you remember the contract from then? Remember it, I can summon you at any time. Leo Lux recalled the agreement he promised. I don't care about that, as long as I can find Elia, I will do anything. And Damdiok agreed. You mean, as long as you find Elia, you'll do anything? Despite the head injury, Lelix's memory was unaffected. He replied, it's a master-disciple contract, right? I remember. Hearing the answer, Damdiok felt relieved. All right, then I'm going. Scene shifts to a room with 7,749 pillars. A voice louder than a loudspeaker echoed. I didn't expect you to shamelessly appear before me like this, daring to come here on your own? Damdiok was struggling against a heaven-shattering punch as the voice continued. What on earth are you planning? The god of the forge, Hephaestus, rushed toward Damdiok in a rage. Get out of Olympus immediately, you evil being. Damdiok gritted his teeth, eyes wide and brows furrowed, trying to use his sword to block Hephaestus's attack. Hephaestus was furious, his eyes turning white and teeth clenched fiercely. His entire body erupted in a furious flame as he shouted at Damdiok. Leave Olympus at once, you evil being. Damdiok kept his eyes wide, his voice panicked. Lord Hephaestus, what are you doing? Hephaestus raged. You dare to bring that filthy evil energy and step into Olympus? He clenched his hand into a fist, raising it to strike him. Yes, you are filled with the massive and disgusting aura of a forgotten god. The punch landed powerfully, causing the ground to shake and crack, with rocks flying everywhere. Damdiok raised his hand to shield himself, his cloak billowing behind him. Hephaestus raged. Still trying to deny it? Rocks flew in front of him, sweat beading on Damdiok's stunned face as he panicked, wanting to explain. Wait! There's a reason for all of this. Hephaestus did not let him off, frowning and shouting angrily. Shut up! I once considered you a good person, if only for a moment. This is the final warning. Leave Olympus immediately, you evil thing. Damdiok gritted his teeth, seemingly losing patience. Damn it! I don't have time to mess around with this nonsense. The shattered rocks were sent flying once more. Damdiok gripped his sword, charging at Hephaestus in a rage. If words won't move you, then I will force my way through. He landed a blow on Hephaestus, who blocked it with his arm, teeth clenched and eyes darkened. His strike caused Hephaestus's fury to explode further, his brows furrowing as he roared. That was the last bit of sentiment I had for you because of our past bond. Yet you remain stubborn to the end. What on earth has turned you into this? Damdiok's eyes flashed a sharp green. Out of the way, Hephaestus. I must revive you, Soyun. I have no time to waste in vain. His hand tightened around the sword hilt. If you don't move, even if it's you, he swung his sword again, light flashing from the blade, followed by his voice. I will strike you down too. Hephaestus was sent flying by this blow, the ground shaking and rocks soaring into the air. He was hit and slammed into a stone pillar, which cracked under the heavy impact. Dust filled the air, thick and chaotic. Hephaestus's face darkened, his hands still clenched into fists. With a grim expression, he asked Damdiok, Has you Soyun died? Surrounded by thick dust, Damdiok did not dodge and replied to Hephaestus. Yes, so move aside now. I must meet Hades as soon as possible. Hephaestus's face went dark as he slowly bowed his head, the white cloth around his head fluttering slightly. Amidst countless floating dust particles, he heavily uttered a trailing sentence. So that's it, you Soyun. His hand at his side tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The ground suddenly shook, and stones of all sizes were sent flying, bringing a storm of dust. Damdiok was pushed back by this sudden force. Hephaestus gritted his teeth, frowning deeply as his eyes glowed a sharp gold. It cannot be. One who carries the power of a forgotten god cannot set foot here. As the god of the forge who built Olympus, protecting my masterpiece is my mission. He raised his hand, spreading his palm in mid-air amidst the floating dust. That is the destiny tied to my name, Hephaestus. A massive spear surrounded by flames appeared, glowing with intense heat. The wind rose, scattering dust and making the scene even more overwhelming. Hephaestus raised one hand to the sky, summoning his masterpiece, the Pelion spear. He raised his arm high, creating powerful, furious winds. His eyes glowed, the light stretching into a streak that carried an oppressive aura. Hephaestus shouted, As long as I live, you shall not take a single step further into this place. Hephaestus threw the spear, and it zoomed toward Damdiok with immense power, its light erupting into a furious fire. The wind and dust seemed to rage, flying in all directions. Damdiok gritted his teeth, his hair covering his eyes, but it could not hide his anger. It seems words cannot move you, Hephaestus. His hand gripped the sword hilt as he growled at Hephaestus. You brought this on yourself. He unleashed a strike, creating a beam of powerful light. Dust was blown through the air, weaving through strands of hair struggling in the wind. Damdiok roared. Hit by the blow, blood splattered everywhere. He gritted his teeth in pain, brows furrowing as his right eye closed from the agony reaching his brain. Cough. Hephaestus tried to resist, planting his feet to support his collapsing body as blood from his wounds scattered on the ground. He endured until the end. No, never. Damdiok frowned, giving Hephaestus one final piece of advice. Stop, Hephaestus, the battle is decided. Stop and move aside now. Hephaestus was not subdued, resiliently refusing to lose as blood poured from him, spreading across his muscular flesh. He roared loudly, summoning his masterpiece. A sphere of power appeared in his hand, the space a mix of light from energy flows and his blood, the Clam Solar. A shocking explosion left the surroundings filled with only smoke and dust. Dust lingered endlessly in the air. The dust gradually cleared, leaving only Hephaestus's body lying on the ground. His eyes were half open, and one of his arms had been severed, lying not far from his body. He was covered in blood, which pooled in several puddles around him. Damdiok held his sword hilt, the tip aimed at Hephaestus's chest. As the battle neared its end, Hephaestus slowly said to him, You could have ended this in an instant, yet you still hesitated, as soft as ever. Hephaestus asked Damdiok, What are you waiting for? Finish it. He gritted his teeth and said to him, Lord Hephaestus, why did it have to come to this? Hephaestus struggled to open his eyes, his face smeared with dark red blood. Even though you've become this strong, you still haven't shed the appearance of a greenhorn. He reached out, seemingly wanting to grasp the silver blade at his chest. His voice remained steady and calm. What do you think our names, as gods, mean? It's not just a title for convenience, but a mission tied to us. He opened his green eyes wide, his brows never relaxing. Hephaestus did not stop, continuing, and those who cannot protect the mission tied to their name will only have one end, to be forgotten, to become a lost god. He pulled the silver sword hard, causing it to pierce his chest as blood splattered. Hephaestus smiled, eyes closing and brows drooping as he accepted his end. A red aura radiated from his body, white crystals floating up, as he spoke his final words. I'm sorry. Even though I knew your intent, I still couldn't discard my mission. Until the very end, I wanted to exist as Hephaestus. I don't blame you. It's just that each of us has something we cannot give up. That's all. Damdiok watched him gradually vanish, his green eyes filled with bitterness. He muttered, Lord Hephaestus. Hephaestus vanished, becoming a red aura that followed white crystals into nothingness. Damdiok stood there, stunned, hands gripping the sword hilt that had just finished him. Beneath his feet was the cracked ground. Hephaestus's voice still lingered in the air. Go and fulfill what you desire. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions. I'm sorry, and thank you. Just then, the system displayed a notification. New power unlocked. Now, you can understand all equipment and items. Additionally, all beneficial effects are doubled. All traits of the legendary Excalibur are released. Calm of King Arthur, King Arthur's descent. His sword-holding hand moved slightly. The system continued to notify, King of Heroes. Excalibur's descent effect is always activated. Knights of the Round Table. All who follow you are granted the blessing of the Hero King. Only the remnants of the past battle remained. Smoke, dust, and rocks were everywhere. He lifted his sword and whispered, Let's go. Beneath his feet, dust flew slightly with his movement. Ahead was a massive castle amidst a strange green sky, with powerful lightning striking everywhere. He stepped forward, decisively heading toward the castle, leaving strange auras behind him. In Greek mythology, there is a famous story. Orpheus, wanting to revive his beloved wife Eurydice, had pleaded with Hades and played his lyre, moving all of hell. He held his wife's hand, walking barefoot over stone steps, leading her toward the gate of hell. Finally, he was allowed to bring his wife back to the world of the living. Sparkling stars shone against the deep black sky, though in the end, they did not have a happy ending. Damdiok remained steadfast, looking ahead decisively. But I will be different. Lightning thundered across the strange green sky. A bolt of lightning struck in front of him, carrying a threatening blue-white light and creating a gust of wind that blew his cloak. Lightning continued to rage amidst a mysterious black smoke. Hades appeared, holding some kind of dark black power in his hand. Standing on the city gate, he spoke to Damdiok from afar. Due to special circumstances, I'll overlook this once. Get out now.
Damdeok replied decisively, impossible.
With one hand on his sword and the other clenched into a fist, he looked up at Hades in the distance and said calmly, "Until Yuso-yun is revived, I will not leave." Purple energy glowed, radiating from Hades as he sneered. How ridiculous. That energy, like a purple flame rising from Hades's feet, continued. I didn't expect someone to dare stand before the god of death and openly declare they would revive a soul. The sky constantly erupted with fierce lightning, strong winds blowing Hades's cloak as he put his hands in his pockets. It seems you're tired of living. Damdeok did not flinch, his hand firmly gripping the silver sword as he faced Hades. I could tear you apart at any time. He maintained a calm attitude. Yuso-yun will be revived. He leaned forward, pointing his sword at him, his sharp green eyes flashing as he spoke without hesitation. And by the way, I don't need your permission. A dark purple vortex appeared behind Hades, with purple lightning radiating from it. Hades's face was grim and displeased. It seems you're quite eager to follow the one who went before. A whirlwind rose, and Hades still had his hands in his pockets. There's no more time. Let's end this quickly. Lightning surged fiercely toward Damdeok. He gripped his sword with both hands, ready for battle, as Hades's voice echoed coldly, "Die." The system appeared again. 2-meter shoes, reinforced by Hephaestus's power, no longer consumed divine power. At that moment, a small white wing grew from his shoes. Another bolt of lightning struck toward him, creating a significant tremor upon hitting the ground. Damdeok flew up and flipped to dodge the attack. The system rang out again, activating a combo of Hermes' shoes and the wind glide skill. He widened his eyes and glanced behind him. Damdeok changed his posture, jumped up, and gripped the sword hilt tightly to rush forward as the blade glowed white gold. Sand and wind were blown away as he slashed toward Hades, the sword path creating a sharp streak of light. He remained unmoved, hands in his pockets, floating slightly above the ground. The light from the surge of power on his body reflected off Hades's face. He calmly said that his opponent had a poor mind, which he must have tasted during the fight. Stone dust rose with the wind as Hades pointed at Damdeok, stating those mediocre sword strikes could not even leave a scratch on him. Surrounded by a purple glow, the two stood facing each other as he continued pointing, saying that death was simply another name for him. Hades glared angrily, asking how he dared to think he could face the god of death right here in the underworld. Damdeok's eyes widened as the wind blew through his hair. A massive flash of light erupted, causing the earth and stones to tremble and crack. The smoke, dust, and debris gradually settled. Amidst the settling dust, Damdeok stood firmly on the ground with his legs wide apart. He held his sword horizontally to one side as the strong wind whipped his cloak. A blue light shone upon his face. He replied that his opponent seemed to be delusional, as he did not fly up to counterattack. The system rang out again. Black flame, frost, and lightning, merging the three attributes. He gripped the sword emitting blue light, noting that he did not see it upon arrival, but it was now spreading from the gates of hell. Hades panicked as if realizing something, asking if he could possibly be. Damdeok swung his sword again, his gaze cold as ice. Heavenly Stream Sword. A white shadow headed down toward the castle. In front of the castle was a gate, appearing to be the gates of hell. Damdeok's eyes glowed with white light as he poured power into the heavenly descent move. The shape of a giant sword appeared in the sky. The tip of the sword pointed directly down at the top of the castle. Hades's vision went dark as his eyes widened in shock. His face darkened as he quickly reached out his hand, using his own power to stop that sword. Countless black lightning bolts extended from the vortex behind him, rushing toward the sword. The lightning quickly wrapped around the sword, trying to hold it back and prevent it from piercing the castle. Hades was both angry and panicked, veins bulging on his face as he struggled to control the lightning. He shouted that if the gates of hell were destroyed, the souls would turn the world into an unprecedented hell. He asked if he truly desired such a world. Ignoring his shouts, Damdeok's green eyes flashed with determination. He said that while the gates of Olympus were shut tight, the world below had long been a living hell. He continued, saying he had lived in a hellish world for a long time, a place with no dreams or hope, where only a helpless person like him existed. In that place, many people trusted and relied on him, so he understood. Blue energy radiating from him surged as Damdeok pressed the sword down with both hands, shouting that, even if it was hell, they could overcome it together. The black lightning could no longer hold onto the sword and burst apart. Hades reached out, still stubbornly trying to block it, and cried out in pain. He screamed in despair for him to stop. The sky turned blue-black as the sword continued to plunge down. A massive white light radiated in all directions. Damdeok appeared in a white void. He was startled. "This is..." Another voice rang out, making his eyes widen, saying they knew he was stubborn but did not expect it to be this extreme. He turned his head to look, seeing a girl with long black hair standing behind him. She spoke again, asking if he had come looking for her. Yu So-yoon spoke gently to Yu Damdeok, saying he had caused such a commotion that all of hell was shaking. Yu Damdeok's eyes widened with joy, his voice unable to hide his happiness as he asked Yu So-yoon if she knew how much he missed her. He told her to return together. Yu So-yoon whispered that it was too late, calling him a fool. Several cherry blossom petals appeared around them, floating in the space. Yu Damdeok froze, his eyes wide as a drop of sweat ran down his face. He hesitantly asked what she meant by it being too late. The wind picked up, blowing the petals and his hair. He closed one eye in confusion, wondering if these petals belonged to Samshin. She closed her eyes and answered calmly that it was time for her to go. Damdeok began to panic, covering his mouth with one hand and frowning as he asked Yu So-yoon if she intended to regress again. He warned that Charles had realized she was regressing, and no one knew what would happen if she returned in this state. She still kept her eyes closed, saying gently that she still had to go. A piece of the past in her subconscious appeared, where a woman with white hair, body, and eyelashes asked Yu So-yoon if that was truly what she desired. She asked if the first child would embrace past memories and long for an eternal reincarnation. The woman looked at Yu So-yoon, who was then in the form of a child, telling her to think again. She asked if she truly understood the meaning of those words. That so-called eternity was full of loneliness and pain beyond imagination. A chain that could not move forward, a flower never allowed to wither even when decayed to the core. It was truly the most terrible curse she could bestow. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she fearfully asked if she still desired it. Yu So-yoon firmly clenched her small hand and answered resolutely that she wanted to help that child, so he would not lose his way. Returning to reality, she turned to look at Yu Damdeok and said gently not to worry, for she would find him even in the next life. Yu Damdeok reached his hand forward. He grabbed her arm, startling her. Yu Damdeok could not accept it, shouting why she alone had to sacrifice herself like that. He told her to let go of that unwanted role. She shook her head and pulled away. The tears she had tried to hold back now flowed. She asked if he knew how much she had suffered. If it could end so easily, she would have let go long ago. No matter what she tried, this curse could not be broken. It was impossible. He stepped forward. Yu Damdeok pulled her into his arms. He supported the back of her head with one hand and said resolutely that he would help her. Her eyes widened in surprise as tears streamed down her cheeks. His voice still rang in her ears, saying he had a way and telling her to return. Glistening tears flowed from Yu So-yoon's emerald eyes, rolling down her flushed cheeks. Yu Damdeok's gentle voice rang in her ears, saying he would help her and telling her to come with him. Damdeok's hand gently supported the back of her head, soothing her. Yu So-yoon seemed to break down, burying her head in his chest and crying as tears flowed down her face. She gripped his cloak tightly and cried like a child, saying she could not take it anymore. In the white void, cherry blossom petals floated in the air. The two figures leaned close together as the girl sobbed bitterly against the boy's chest. Yu So-yoon admitted her long-held suffering, saying she hated dying over and over and did not want to see those beside her die again. Suddenly, a small figure in the form of a child appeared. Who else could it be but Samshin? She covered her mouth and teased them in a low voice, telling them to look at these children. She covered her mouth with her wide sleeve, looking at the two children hugging and comforting each other with a judgmental giggle, saying it was quite embarrassing. Yu Damdeok was startled by this sudden appearance and called out to Samshin. The two quickly pulled apart, awkwardly turning their faces away as their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Samshin acted as if nothing had happened, calmly saying it was going well until she rudely interrupted. She smiled with narrowed eyes, looking up at the two blushing youths and asking why they were embarrassed, as it was a perfectly natural thing. She narrowed her eyes and began to speak seriously, saying the teasing was enough. She had just heard something very important, which was that he wanted to refuse regression. She stood facing the two, continuing that regression was not simply turning back time. A sky with countless twinkling stars against a mystical blue-purple background appeared as Samshin gently explained. Regression was first and foremost a rebirth, like closing an unfinished book and starting a completely new one. The cycle of life and death, rebirth, was a massive wave that created this world, something that could not and should not be pushed against the current. She held out her small hand to catch a floating petal, explaining that the reason Gaia chose that method was because she understood this. Therefore, his words about refusing regression also meant he was refusing rebirth. Samshin toyed with the petal in her hand, her eyelashes drooping slightly over her contemplative face. She told him to answer, as she was the Samshin who governed life and rebirth. A gust of wind blew her two braids, long skirt, and wide sleeves, but Samshin's expression remained unchanged. She continued, asking in the name of her own title and mission, which would not allow it, if he still wanted to move forward. She lifted her eyelids and looked directly into Udamdiok's eyes, asking if this child would obediently return. His eyes widened, his eyebrows furrowed, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. Udamdiok reached out his hand, summoning his sword from a white gold glow. He stated that he had made his decision. Samshin's face darkened, and Yu So-yoon was a bit worried, breaking into a cold sweat. Udamdiok gripped the sword hilt tightly and resolutely said he would not let Yu So-yoon continue to be a sacrifice for this world. Samshin looked grim as she clenched her small hands in front of her chest, while he pointed the sword tip at her, asserting his stance even if it went against her will. She suddenly put her hand to her mouth and chuckled with a slight smile. She waved her hand, transforming the sword back into Bexiol's form to Udamdiok's astonishment. She shouted for the brat to put his sword away. Bexiol looked back at him in confusion, and Udamdiok was surprised, wondering if she had deactivated the transformation again. Samshin sighed and scolded him with her hands on her hips, asking if he failed to recognize who she was even if his past memories were not fully recovered. Udamdiok, being scolded, was still clueless and did not understand. He asked what she meant. Samshin smiled gently with narrowed eyes, asking if he truly did not understand, as no grandmother in this world would block the path her grandchild wanted to take. She said she only pretended to be strict to hear his determination clearly because she was worried about the plan she read in his heart. He was surprised and asked her if she could even know that. She looked up at him, her gentle gaze matching her soft voice as she said she did not know the details clearly, but she sensed how dangerous that path was. She reached out to hold Udamdiok and Yu So-yoon's hands, whispering that she only hoped they would be happy, as they had suffered too much across many lives. She brought their hands close to her face and said kindly not to worry and to just speak out, for she would definitely help if it was within her power. The two looked at Samshin with emotion, calling her name. She disappeared, leaving only fluttering cherry blossom petals along with their words of gratitude. Udamdiok reached out his hand, which emitted a blue light at his command to summon the priests. The blue light erupted, creating a gust of wind that whipped his cloak. The system displayed a notification about consuming divine power to summon the priests. The light dissipated, leaving the figures of 4 people and a giant beast behind. El-Saron looked back at Park Gurium in confusion, asking what happened. Park Gurium had not yet identified the situation either, leaving his sentence unfinished. Udamdiok approached and greeted them cheerfully, asking if everyone was all right. Adele Saron saw Yu So-yoon behind him and called out her name. Yu So-yoon also intended to greet everyone. Adele Saron was moved and ran to hug her, calling out Yu So-yoon's name. Adele Saron burst into tears, hugging Yu So-yoon tightly and sobbing, asking if she knew how much she missed her. Yu So-yoon was helpless and comforted her, apologizing and saying she missed her too. Adele Saron pointed directly at Udamdiok's face and shouted for him not to do such reckless things again, saying it would be better for him to go so she could come to the rescue. Udamdiok, suddenly dragged into it, said she was being too harsh. Park Gurium turned to Pharaoh Bao to get acquainted. He greeted him and asked if he was the Bao that he had brought back from the pyramid. Pharaoh Bao also greeted him in return. Pharaoh Bao laughed and asked if he was also a priest, saying he had lived a life quite far from rituals. Therefore, he would try to observe and learn a lot. Park Gurium smirked and introduced himself, saying that attitude was fine. He claimed that if Udamdiok and Yu So-yoon were excluded, he was the strongest one here, the number 1. Pharaoh Bao stroked his chin and remarked that he was impressive, even though he still looked like a youth who had not yet reached adulthood. Park Gurium retorted, asking if age mattered and if he was truly an old man. The verbal battle continued as Pharaoh Bao said he was born around 3100 BC, so calling him an old man was not wrong. Park Gurium argued that age did not matter, only strength. Samshin, seeing the commotion from afar, laughed peacefully, noting how lively and fun it was with so many children. She looked at everyone chatting from a distance with a warm heart, saying it was fine even if she had to listen to them all day, but the world was gradually coming to an end. She spoke to Udamdiok. Udamdiok, the priests have all been gathered. Now speak. Tell everyone clearly. Once we decide to end the regression loop, there is no next time. How will you save Ju So-yoon and overcome the events ahead? Hearing this, Sharon was confused and turned to Ju So-yoon. What do you mean? Save? You're still alive. Ju So-yoon gestured for her to be quiet and whispered, Sure, I'll explain later. Udamdiok then spoke up. There is only one way. His eyes shone with determination. We must go and destroy Charles. Ju So-yoon was startled and panicked by his decision. Samshin responded to his intention. Destroy Charles? I've heard those words countless times. She thought of a figure in pure white, hair fluttering and hands clasped before her chest in the vast galaxy. She once prophesied, Only when the 12 priests gather can Charles be opposed. Yet in thousands of lifetimes, all 12 have never once united. In this life we have only gathered 5. In the end, this time is no different from the others. He closed his eyes and replied, "That's right." He didn't stop there and continued, "As of now?" Samshin asked in surprise. "As of now? What do you mean?" His gaze was firm. "We have a fragment of Pandora." Bexiol looked up at him, and Udamdiok thought, when Bexion awakened Hephaestus's power, we learned her true identity. The system appeared, Bexion, a fragment of Pandora, a key created by Selene, stealing the power of Kronos. At the request of the first human, Pandora can distort the flow of time, opening a time gate where the boundary between past and future is blurred. He sat down and gently stroked Bexiol's head. His thoughts continued. "So you've been silently helping me all along," Udamdiok told Samshin without hesitation. "We plan to use the time gate to return to the past." An image describing his plan appeared along with his voice. "Return to the moment Ragnarok breaks out. There, while the priests of the past are holding out, we will find an opportunity to attack Charles from within." Udamdiok explained the plan clearly. "If we gather priests from the past, present, and even those who haven't become priests yet, and link them as one, the prophecy of the 12 will come true." Behind him, Ju So-yoon rested her chin and thought, "It sounds crazy, but it might be feasible." Her eyes were filled with many thoughts. Mother's prophecy only said the 12 priests must unite, but returning to the past means. Samshin was alarmed by Udamdiok's words. "You want to return to the past? Does this child truly understand the price of crossing the timeline?" The mysterious galaxy seemed to appear before her eyes, its light reflecting on Samshin's flowing hair. She warned cautiously, "Once you go against the natural order, you will become existences foreign to this world, no longer belonging to the god's blessings or the world's order. Once you leave my sight, you will never be able to undergo reincarnation or rebirth again." Face was somber, filled with deep thought. She asked softly, "Udamdiok, my child, do you really want to give up everything to step onto that path?" He placed his hand over his heart, confirming his decision to her. "Yes. No matter the price, I still believe it is the path I must take." He turned to look at the priests. "So I want to hear your thoughts as well. It's time to choose. Will you walk that path with me, or—" He faced the 5 priests and asked clearly, "Will you go back and live another human life within the cycle of reincarnation?" Udamdiok didn't stop but continued firmly, "I can swear that even if you are no longer by my side in the end, I will not hold any grudges." Gurium crossed his arms and smirked. "What are you saying? Are you planning to leave me behind?" Sharon also waved her hand gracefully and smiled lightly. "I've lived this long without even knowing if reincarnation was real. So, I can just keep living like that in the future." Etten also spoke up without hesitation. "My loyalty always belongs to the chief god. That is my answer." Bao also replied strongly, "You are the one who liberated us. I will not live once more in my own cowardice." Leo Lux followed, saying, "Reincarnation or anything else doesn't matter. All I want is a world where I can live in peace with my younger sister." Udamdiok's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and emotion. To everyone, Ju So-yoon finally spoke. "It's too early to be moved. We haven't even started yet, right?" He tilted her head gently. "When it's all over, let's celebrate to our heart's content." Udamdiok looked at her and smiled slightly. "Yeah." Samshin stepped forward and said softly, "So everyone has made up their minds." Cherry blossoms fluttered in the air again. Samshin continued regretfully, "Parting is so foreign to me. Wanting to reach out and hold on to you all is probably just my clumsy greed." Udamdiok looked at her in surprise and whispered, "Lady Samshin." She stood facing the priests, Udamdiok, and Ju So-yoon, her voice tinged with reluctance. "However, as a grandmother who loves her grandchildren and as the ruler of reincarnation, I bless the path you will walk, even if this is the last time." She closed her eyes, a tear shimmering on her lashes. She smiled gently. "Go forth, my beloved children." Samshin disappeared with the cherry blossoms, leaving a final message. "I hope you do not lose your way and can live a peaceful life." Petals stopped fluttering in the air and fell before Udamdiok's boots. He stood before the group, his eyes full of determination as he looked ahead. "Now let's go." A massive rock mountain stood tall, piercing the blue sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. His voice echoed across the heavens. "To the sanctuary of Zeus." Before the gate of the royal battle shrine, the giant stone pillars were suffering a fierce attack with brilliant blue light spreading, causing stone fragments and dust to fly everywhere. A guard wearing a helmet that revealed a tuft of blonde hair ran in hurriedly to report. Zeus seemed unaware and sat leisurely on his throne. "Lord Zeus, The sword god has advanced right to the gate of the royal battle shrine. Outside the gate, Sharon and Gurium continuously attacked the temple, causing it to explode with a dazzling golden fire. The guard continued to report. The priests he brought are brazenly destroying the temple without any restraint. On the other side, Leo Lux and his teammates were determined to shatter the giant stone pillars, sending stones flying. His report began to sound anxious. With our current forces, we don't have enough strength to stop them. If this continues... Boom! Before he could finish, dust and smoke poured in, and light shone directly on his back, making him stop in shock. It turned out Udamdiok and his teammates had broken in. He walked in heroically with his sword, his voice mocking. "So you're hiding here, Zeus?" Udamdiok continued to insult him. "The world is perishing, yet you lock the doors like a coward. Does it feel good?" Seeing this, Zeus's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze sharp and angry as he tensed up and snapped, "You!" The guard immediately rushed out to shield Zeus, sword in hand, wearing a blue cloak and a yellow skirt. Truly, only heavenly aesthetics could appreciate his outfit. He snapped at Udamdiok. "You madman!" he shouted. "Stop this insane behavior immediately and bow in submission. The king of the gods will personally judge you." As soon as he finished, a heavy blow struck his head, leaving him dazed. A strange creature with thick white fur like a wild beast and blue stone spikes on its forehead appeared. It was Eton. He was the one who just delivered a punch that knocked the guard unconscious. His face was fierce, teeth bared. "You are the one who should bow." Udamdiok looked at Zeus with a serious gaze. "Zeus, you wanted to hear Pandora's prophecy from Prometheus, and to do that, you tortured him cruelly for eternity. But do you know? Even prophecies are all vague. Normally, people don't go that far for something so uncertain." Thinking of Zeus's brutal torture, he continued. "That means you truly had something you clearly craved." Continuing to think of when Olympus was attacked, the giant stone pillars shattered, and the soldiers fell, he raised his voice. "Ragnarok happened, and you locked the doors. Even when Olympus was attacked, you still sat on your throne. That is the reason." Hearing his words, Zeus's face darkened, and he was speechless. Udamdiok shouted, "Pandora's gate. That gate is here, isn't it? You've been trying to find a way to open it." Suddenly, he braced his hand on the throne, a surge of power running through his arm. He lunged from the throne right in front of Udamdiok, surrounded by bolts of golden lightning. With a darkened face, he roared as he lunged. "And you shall die here." A punch aimed straight at Udamdiok's face caught him off guard, leaving him standing still, dazed. But there was no way it would be that easy. Udamdiok didn't come here alone. Just as the fist was thrown, a beam of light flew past and severed his arm, leaving him in painful shock. Yu So-yoon rushed past, glanced at Zeus, and left him a reminder. "That won't happen." He glanced back in pain and screamed, "You bitch! How dare you? My arm!" He was still glaring at Yu So-yoon, but he would have to prepare for a punch from Bao from the front. Meanwhile, Sharon jumped over his head, creating a brilliant orange magic circle. She screamed in rage. "Did you just call her a bitch, you bastard?" System notification immediately appeared. "Blessing of King Arthur. The abilities of the followers are greatly enhanced." Bao glanced at him with disgust. "Humph." He delivered a punch that dislocated Zeus's jaw, making him grit his teeth in agony. Not stopping there, Sharon glared and shouted, "Eat this!" He was surrounded by a fire vortex. She screamed, "Get lost!" making him howl in hopeless pain. Still not stopping, Leo Lux lunged forward with a massive flaming sword. Leo Lux and Gurium each swung their swords from one side, leaving him unable to do anything but hold on. An explosion rang out. Boom! A violent blast with brilliant orange light sent stones and dust flying. Udamdiok, sword in hand, approached the site of the explosion, thinking, "As I thought, I saw something strange. Why didn't he dodge but instead took the hit directly? Intentionally taking a blow when he could have easily dodged it is truly..." He stood before a brilliant golden gate, circular in design with symmetrical patterns of the sun and constellations, like a portal to another dimension or absolute power. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's more reasonable to assume he did that to protect something hidden behind him." Udamdiok stared at the gate, not expecting something like this to be hidden. "What were you thinking, Zeus?" Now he lay sprawled face down on the ground, his back covered in wounds. Bexiol ran over excitedly. The moon symbol on Bexiol's forehead suddenly emitted a strange golden light. The moon on that gate also emitted the exact same light, as if the two moons were reflecting each other. Suddenly, Pandora appeared from that golden light. Her voice said, "It has been a very long wait." Pandora immediately stepped in front of Udamdiok. "Finally, you've come to find me, the child who will save the world." He couldn't quite believe it, his lips trembling. Pandora's entire body emitted golden light. Yes, though I've seen you in the mental world, your real-life appearance isn't much different. In the span of eternity, maintaining one's original form is no easy task. He looked at Pandora with confusion. It was the same back then? Why did you help me? Pandora, what is your true purpose? She took a rainbow-colored jewel from the gate and reassured Udamdiok. There's no need to worry, for you and I are looking in the same direction. That is why I can give my power to you. Pandora handed the jewel to Udamdiok. He held it in his hand, a bit stunned. She continued, the essence containing my soul and the power of Kronos. This power that transcends time. Only you can use it properly. A system notification appeared. Accepting new power. Miriam stood behind, witnessing it all and asked, as long as we have that power, we can go fight Charles, right? Ju So-yoon, also witnessing it, replied, yes. Suddenly, Zeus stood up from behind Gurium. His face was blackened, and the marks of the 2 slashes from earlier remained on his chest. His eyes shone like car headlights, but it seemed Gurium hadn't noticed yet and continued, finally, it's time for the decisive battle. A stream of golden light like a sudden spark of electricity flew past. Zeus lunged, golden sparks swirling around him. A beam of light rushed in and seized Pandora. Udamdiok turned his head back in shock. He thrust his sword firmly into the ground. Unbelievably, he roared, I've been waiting for this exact moment. His eyes were white. Udamdiok finally snapped out of it, gripping his sword until it glowed and shouting, Zeus! He glanced back and pulled his leg back. Thud! A kick sent Udamdiok flying backward. He choked Pandora tightly, making her gasp for air. He gritted his teeth. Ah, Pandora, you foolish bitch. His pupils dilated as he grinned, his face twisting into that of a madman in an unstable mental state. He glared at Pandora. Did you really think you could hide forever? Since you stole Kronos' power, I haven't had a single drop of blood. His lips moved as he let out a laugh. Udamdiok was heartbroken and rushed to stop him. Don't do that crazy thing, Zeus. Don't you understand? Pandora is the key to defeating Charles. If you have any concern for this world left in you, then help us. He glanced back and shouted, the ignorant one is you, helping Pandora to defeat Charles? How pathetic. You truly are a pitiful puppet. He continued, who do you think opened the box imprisoning chaos? The so-called Pandora's box. Udamdiok gasped in disbelief. What? Zeus didn't stop. Let me tell you the truth. Pandora, this woman, is the starting point of the entire annihilation. She is the one who released the seal of chaos. Udamdiok's face turned pale, devoid of blood. Zeus raised his severed arm, emitting billions of golden lightning bolts, and continued, let's end this meaningless conversation here. Immediately, he ordered tens of thousands of lightning bolts to strike from the sky. Strike down. Ashab. The lightning was so powerful that Udamdiok had to cover his face with his hands. Gritting his teeth in endurance, sweat dripping, he cried out, ugh! His arm had regrown. He grabbed a massive lightning bolt, surrounded by thousands of smaller ones. Fearing that Olympus would collapse, I have kept it sealed until now. Golden lightning bolts surrounded his body. With a fierce expression, his hand tightened around Pandora. But now, there is no longer any reason to do so. He rushed forward like a madman. His eyes were white, his mouth agape to his ears. Vanish! Leave not even a grain of dust behind. Pandora struggled and screamed, no! Instantly, rainbow-colored lights surrounded Udamdiok and his teammates. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A dazzling golden light erupted. The towering mountain range ahead was surrounded by lightning and then exploded. The mountain range exploded, leaving a giant crater. The surface of the crater was cracked in a spiderweb pattern, spreading from the center, showing the aftershock of the explosion. A small figure stood in the center of the crater. It was Zeus, still held Pandora tightly in his hand. He glanced over. You used the power of time? TSK, a futile resistance. He shouted at the top of his lungs. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you disappear, they will disappear along with you immediately. The scene shifted to a city park. It was a beautiful sunny day. The sky was clear blue. Udamdiok sat on the ground and looked up. Where is this? He held his head in thought. Before Zeus's attack reached us, I clearly felt Pandora's power. Did she save us? But Zeus's words didn't seem like a lie. Thinking of what Zeus had said, Pandora, this woman, is the beginning of the entire annihilation and the one who released the seal of chaos. He was full of confusion. Furthermore, what was this strange sense of familiarity when seeing Ashab? Suddenly, a voice broke his thoughts, startling him. Hey, Why do you have to overreact like that? Turning his head curiously, it turned out to be a boy being bullied. They repeatedly kicked the boy and shouted, "Put your hands down if you don't want to get punched more. That's enough. Let's just see that useless brat die once. You damn piece of trash." Udamdiok realized with a start. That child is. Udamdiok returned to his own teenage years. He stood with his back against the wall, reflecting, "I still remember that day." Suddenly, two students walked by. With wide grins and mocking voices, they called out from behind. The one in front, holding a pair of shoes over his shoulder, spoke up, "You bastard! You beggar! I'm gonna throw your shoes in that trash can over there. Go find them yourself." "Ah!" The one next to him immediately added, "No talent, nothing in your hands. No one would even bother looking for you if you just died, right?" "Ah!" He reminisced. "The private school I studied to death to get into with the highest score on the written exam. I went straight to ask the bastard who was spreading rumors that I entered as a non-talented student. And that was what led to everything." At dusk, the sound of crying echoed from a street corner. Boo-hoo! Following Udamdiok's memory, the image of his shoes lying in the trash appeared. As soon as my efforts were denied by others, streetlights shone down, and the memory continued. As soon as I felt the world called talent was blocking my path. As soon as strange words of comfort from someone kept haunting me forever. The past Udamdiok was sitting huddled against the wall. The inferiority complex since that day had haunted me for a long time, making me blame even minor failures on having no talent. But then, when I actually had ability second to none, I realized one thing. In the happiest moments of life, having talent or not doesn't matter at all. The train of thought ended, and he sighed, "Phew!" He looked up slightly. "I didn't expect that weird riddle uncle to be me. So this is what the power of time is like." He controlled the sphere in his hand. "Now, I think I know how to control the power," he thought, but first, a mechanical voice rang out, unequipping Heracles' lion armor. The armor disappeared. He put on a cloak that covered almost his entire face. The night was quiet. Someone's voice rang out, "Hey friend, why are you sitting and crying in a place like this?" Elsewhere, Zeus stood before Pandora and said, "Ha! The power of time is truly miraculous. Don't you think so?" He stepped closer to her, a surge of power from lightning gradually forming in his hand. He said, "If I just kill you in the past, before everything begins, then none of this will exist anymore." The girl still held the box within her. He roared, "Now, disappear along with my mistake, Pandora." Instantly, a blue streak of light struck from the sky. Heavenly stream sword. He landed on the ground, breathing heavily, and said, "As expected, I knew you would come at this exact moment." Zeus was shocked. "How did you?" The mechanical voice rang out once more, activating Heracles' lion armor. As soon as the words were spoken, the armor appeared. Holding a sword in his hand, he declared boldly, "If it's someone who once trembled before chaos and fled, they would surely target Pandora in the past first." He replied angrily, "Then why are you stopping me? That brat Pandora must die." He gathered power in his arm and said, "If your goal is also to destroy chaos, then don't block my way." Lightning bolts struck down, and he used his hands to block them all. His eyes looked at him with determination. "Chaos must disappear. But if Pandora dies, everything related to me will go off track. If the beginning of everything was because of Pandora, then whether I like it or not, my existence in the present is thanks to her. The past you intend to erase so lightly is this very present. A present that someone built with longing, and someone desperately cherished bit by bit to obtain. Along with, going through that journey I met people, saved them, and saved the world where they live. All those precious things." He rushed toward him and almost screamed, "Make it so I cannot forgive the act of wanting to erase everything as if it never happened." Zeus reached back to prepare an attack and replied, "You fool! You intend to bring those trivial things to measure against the whole world. Even if I have to destroy the entire world, I will achieve what I want." He counterattacked him. He performed a technique, a shab. A lightning vortex appeared around him. "Both you and Pandora will surely be buried, all together with Olympus." Terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to crumble, soil and rocks flying wildly, forcing him to use both hands to stand firm. He stood in front of Pandora and said, "That must be the path to protecting yourself." Feeling a surge of emotion, he thought to himself, "I feel that strange sense of familiarity again. Why on earth is that?" Pandora whimpered behind him. Udamdiok heard it and wanted to turn back to check the situation. His reason reminded him, "Wake up! This is not the time for idle thoughts. I can't protect Pandora and fight at the same time. I must change locations." Udamdiok calculated, I need a place that can withstand exploding lightning. If it's in the sky. If it's in the sky? He asked. Lightning. A smile appeared on his lips. His mind was in a whirl. Could it be that matter? From the beginning, everything had already been predestined. Udamdiok rushed up. Both the past, the present, and my choice at this moment. He used all his strength to launch the power sphere at him. A glint of lethality flashed in both their eyes. He said with a determined voice, "Come with me, Zeus. Heading toward the past, where we belong." The system voice rang out, starting time travel. Pouring rain fell down. He said to him, "I truly don't understand." He was swinging his lightning spear. He continued, "I don't know what you're planning, but it's truly a mistake. Even I, the user of the spear, avoid letting it touch me." He vaguely woke up. He was still enthusiastically rambling about Udamdiok. "If hit in a vital spot, you will surely die." His hand reached up and grabbed his spear. He widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene that had just unfolded. Udamdiok held onto the spear and said, "Actually, I've always wondered one thing. What kind of lightning must one be hit by to open the state?" Only now could he see his eyes, which seemed to contain lightning bolts. He replied, "Of course, after receiving this, opening it is understandable, right?"
Spoke loudly. Impossible.
"What trick did you use? How can you still survive normally?" Udamdiok replied quite nonchalantly, "Because this is the second time." In his hand, he created a spear identical to his, only the color was different. System rang out again. Bexiol is copying a shab. The two were face to face in a tense standoff. He suddenly used his own lightning to attack. Udamdiok was triumphant. "You're hit by your own lightning." He and him flew into the air amidst the lightning. The lightning current had now become a sky-piercing vortex. Zeus looked up at the sky. "Take this." Suddenly, lightning struck him directly. Returning the blue sky, clouds. A strange streak of light was landing in a certain forest. When the light vanished, it was Udamdiok who had returned, and Pandora was already standing waiting. His eyes glanced at her. He spoke to her. "Pandora, if you are the one who planned all of this, I want to ask, is it true that you broke the seal of chaos?" He continued to ask, "What is your true purpose?" Pandora replied, "Yes, I was the one who broke the seal of chaos, but it was unavoidable." She continued, "Because it was also that we humans could escape the control of the gods." The pink-haired girl introduced herself politely. "I am Pandora, the first human and also the first child of the Creator." She opened her sparkling eyes and gently recounted. "The day I was born, flowers fell like rain from the sky." She reminisced about the image at that time. "Amidst the cheers and joy, all the gods in the world blessed and loved me for my birth." Pandora remembered her former self. Her image back then was an innocent little girl always holding beautiful bouquets of flowers. She bitterly continued, "I once cried, and sometimes laughed beside them, believing that all that love was real." She blamed herself. How naive. But reality was not so good. Pandora had discovered their secret. "But then I soon realized." She exposed their faces. "From the moment I was born, in Zeus's song that I called the love the gods bestowed. That thing was not the love of parents, the friendship of a soulmate, or the affection of a lover." She remembered the people who used to laugh and talk happily with her, but deep down were a pack of beasts. They always bound her. The pink-haired girl said bitterly, "They only cherish a pet that will bring fulfillment to themselves. As long as someone obeys them, it doesn't matter who it is." She stated the reason why they treated her well before. Because their true purpose was the divine power they could receive through me. Pandora looked at the box in her hand and said to Udamdiok, "When I knew everything, I acted to change this tragic reality and planned to open Pandora's box." He asked angrily, "But, if it makes the world turn out like this, what's the use of it all?" He reproached her. "Do you know what chaos did after opening that box?" Pandora ignored being scolded and replied calmly, "Yes, I've heard everything from Prometheus." She looked at the young man before her, Udamdiok, and continued, "What the entire future will be, and even coming to this place was already destiny. Even so, the reason I opened the box." She held the box tightly in her hand and explained, "Because it was the only way to stop her." Udamdiok was confused and wondered, her? Knowing full well what would happen and still having to stop her. Who on earth is she? Wanting to hide that person's identity, Pandora could only say, "I cannot say." She continued with cryptic words, "As long as the system exists, because she is listening to everything through that system." He asked in surprise, "The system? What do you mean?" Pandora still kept a calm face and replied, "I'm sorry. It must be very frustrating, right? I myself only regret that I cannot speak clearly about everything. but I do everything only to protect humans. Yes, just that, I hope you understand. Sky was clear blue. Amidst the peaceful forest, the two of them continued to talk. Udamdiok spoke up, saying it's to protect humanity from the gods, yet causing the world to fall into annihilation. He asked her mockingly, "Then what on earth is the meaning of it?" He looked at Pandora and said seriously, "To be honest, even if I'm called selfish, I still have a reason to keep you alive. You are the culprit who made the world turn out like this." Udamdiok picked up the sword from the ground and said, "Don't expect me to understand you, because I will never be able to understand. If even the fact that I cannot kill you was part of your plan." He didn't say much but held the sword close to Pandora's neck. Then perhaps Zeus was right. She only closed her eyes and waited for death. Seeing that he still hadn't acted, she slightly opened her eyes. He was speaking but hesitated. "So." The system suddenly appeared with a notification. "I request a priest contract with Pandora." Udamdiok coldly advised her. "Your plans, your convictions, your fate, or anything else. Let it all go right here." She was stunned to hear his next words. "And hand them over to me. That is the only choice you can make right now." The two stood facing each other in silence for a moment. He lowered his sword, and she finally spoke. "I see." Feeling her words were inadequate, she corrected herself. "No, I understand." The system window appeared once more. "The priest contract has been completed." Pandora bowed her head and whispered, "O child of salvation, I hope that you will be the one to end all of this." The system announced, "All of Kronos' power has been received. Preparing to initiate time travel as soon as the priest summoning is complete." Udamdiok coldly left her with one last sentence before turning to leave. "Fine, just leave it to me." The system announced, "Immediately following the Zagnarok event, you will be moved to the fairy realm." Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Oh, and if we meet again, don't do that anymore." Pandora looked confused, not understanding. "Do what?" He gave a faint smile and replied, "What else? That formal speech. I have no interest in hearing a youngster use honorifics with someone old enough to be their great-grandfather." As soon as he finished, he vanished, leaving only his echoing words. "Well then, see you later." Pandora stood still, saying nothing, still clutching the box in her hands. The sky had turned dark, at a castle that was falling into ruin. Fragments of stone and brick fell incessantly. Inside that castle, there was a girl whose entire body was severely injured. She spoke weakly. "Recovery is too slow." Amidst her faint whispers, a massive wall suddenly collapsed with a thunderous, decisive sound. The girl's eyes were filled with frustration. She hadn't even recovered properly yet. Fortunately, the wall fell right next to her. Her body remained motionless, and she was quite surprised by her fate. "This is wrong. I have no strength left." But then, even larger sections of the wall began to fall one after another. The girl felt her life was at its end. "But at this point I've exacted enough revenge, haven't I? Against those damn gods who just watched our world perish." As the giant wall fell, it carried her final words. "Right, mother." It was about to crush her, but her body had no strength left. She wondered, "For me, is this enough, right?" Facing imminent death, her mind began to waver. "But why? Why does my heart feel so empty?" Her eyes didn't even well up with pain. In that critical moment, a young man arrived to shield the girl. He was dressed discreetly, so his face could not be clearly seen. That person was Leo Lux. He asked anxiously, "Elia, you aren't hurt, are you?" Turned out this weak girl was Elia. She was astonished by his appearance. "Leo, why are you here?" The sound of another person's footsteps followed, along with a voice. "What do you mean, why?" Udamdiok had arrived to rescue Elia, bringing others with him. He said cheerfully, "Since you are my priest, of course I had to come." Elia was even more stunned. "Manager Udamdiok?" Though she was very weak, her voice was still strong. She shouted at him, "No way! How can you be here?" He didn't answer but simply created a fire to burn a small scrap of paper in his hand. System announced, "Activating self-healing. When used on others, the effect is halved." Udamdiok explained slowly, "We used Pandora's gate to find you from the future." As her body was being healed by the system, Elia's expression changed upon hearing his words. "Pandora? Could it be what Lord Charles once mentioned?" Her mental state began to grow agitated. "No, it's impossible. It can't be like this." She gradually became hysterical, screaming at him, "Why? Why are you still living so peacefully? What were all my efforts for until now?" From behind, Leo Lux placed a hand on her shoulder, wanting her to calm down. "Elia," he gently reassured her, "you've had to go through too much all by yourself." Before he could finish, saying, "I'm sorry, but I'm here now." Elia violently brushed his hand off her shoulder. She looked at Leo Lux with eyes full of hatred. "Shut up. Don't pretend to be worried. I don't consider someone like you family." She vented all her pent-up resentment from over the years onto him. "You couldn't possibly understand. After our homeland was destroyed and only the two of us escaped, do you know how miserable I was? Everyone we knew is dead. Friends, grandparents, even mom and dad." At this point, Elia could no longer hold back her tears. "And yet, how could you live so peacefully in a new world as if nothing happened? I just wanted to die. I regretted so much that I didn't die with everyone else back then." She recounted everything she had endured. "Do you know what's even more pathetic? The person who gave me a reason to keep living wasn't you. It was Charles. The one who destroyed our home. He said if I helped him complete his karma, he would return my homeland to me. And he told me the truth about the gods who used our world as a shield. I was so desperate that I clung even to those words. Since then, I've lived according to his commands just for revenge, just to return to my old world. I even took the hand of my enemy." Elia choked up. "And yet you." Leo Lux, who had been silent until now, finally spoke softly. "When we first fell into that strange world," he also began to tell his own story. "I only thought about protecting you. I believed it was my responsibility, and so I struggled obsessively." His eyes were also filled with unspeakable suffering. "You say I lived as if nothing happened, but that's not true. Elia, I was also sad, in pain, tormented, and very afraid." Hearing him, Elia quieted down and turned to look at him. Leo Lux continued. "While searching for a safe place and building a life, using the excuse of protecting you, I ended up being indifferent to you." He recalled the pain of the day she turned her back and left, the day she departed in that form, the pain of losing his last remaining relative. "I couldn't bear it. The pain you must have felt long before that. I didn't understand it then." Leo Lux sat down and said, "I only wanted to fix my mistakes, but I didn't know what was wrong, and there was no way. I just searched for you tirelessly. Every time I heard someone had turned into a monster, I threw everything away and ran there." He recounted his first meeting with Udamdiok, and how he saw people who, though not related by blood, were as close as family. He said sorrowfully to Elia, "Only then did I realize my mistake. Family isn't just a responsibility. It's a place where we can truly rely on and trust each other. It's late, but I'm sorry." Elia's eyes looked at him in astonishment. Her emotions surged, and tears overflowed like a full glass. Elia reproached him through her sobs. Why are you only saying this now? It's too late. My hands are so blood-stained that I can't turn back anymore." Udamdiok stepped forward from a distance and said to the siblings, "If you want to fix your mistakes, there is still one last chance." He mentioned a strange space where the gloomy sky could crack and a large branch pierced a building. He continued, "You know where Charles is, and you have the ability to artificially open a transdimensional gate." Udamdiok gently reached out his hand to Elia. "We are going to capture Charles. And to do that, Elia, we absolutely need your help." She was moved by his words. "Let's defeat Charles together and fix everything." Elia hesitated in shame. The things I've done are unforgivable." But she agreed to his plan. If these blood-stained hands can still do something. Elia opened her heart and reached out, grasping Udamdiok's arm. He was also very happy. "Then let's go. Let's capture Charles together." Another scene, the sky was a brilliant red, yet filled with many bright stars like a real world. A crack appeared in the sky, connecting to the place they had just been. Udamdiok spoke up and asked, "Is this where Charles is?" Yu So-yoon beside him spoke. "I can feel it, though it's different from my memories. This is the primordial land where we were born." He looked far ahead and confirmed, "If that's the case, then he's definitely on the other side." In that sky, 3 blood-red eyes appeared, looking down at a person with long snow-white hair. It was Charles and Gaia. Charles approached Gaia and asked contemptuously, "Gaia, did you think that sealing me would end everything?" She raised her hand to shield herself from his dark power, her voice weak. "Go away, Charles. I cannot let things end like this." As the dark forces tightened around her arm, Charles spoke to her suggestively. "You are the one who knows best, aren't you? That all things must follow their natural course." He urged her broadly, "Give up and let's depart together." Gaia struggled to resist, speaking with great difficulty. A weapon flew through the air, sending gravel and stones flying, slashed through the dark energy that was constricting Gaia. A hand reached out to support her. Yu So-yoon gently held her in her arms and called out anxiously, "Mother!" Charles's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized who she was, the child of the primordial land. Then he fiercely commanded his dark power to rush toward the two of them. Don't get in my way. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Stop right there. Charles. A young man rushed forward to shield her, the sword in his hand slicing through his dark power. Charles looked at Udamdiok before him and spoke mockingly. My dear child. He mimicked Gaia's words. For mother's sake, stop Charles. His eyes were full of contempt as he looked at them. Gaia, lying in Yu So-yoon's arms, woke up. Ugh. Yu So-yoon leaned down anxiously. Mother, are you okay? She struggled to utter each word. My dear child. She looked at her with pleading eyes. Hurry. If you don't do it, everything will be swallowed up and vanish forever. Udamdiok saw the situation was dire and shouted. Yu So-yoon, take Gaia and retreat immediately. He used his strength to leap toward Charles. He used the heavenly stream sword technique. Horizon slash, decisively cutting him in two. Even though he was cut in half, he was unharmed. Instead, he provoked him. It's useless. He continued to taunt. All power originates from me. As he spoke, his form fused back together, making Udamdiok grit his teeth in shock. Charles used his power to create terrifying humanoid monsters in the air one after another. Even that mediocre power you use originally came from me. The first one, with an old face, warned, give up. The second one said the same, sever your ties. Then came the third, accept it. And finally the fourth, and merge with me. They rushed toward him together. Damdiok grit his teeth, looking at them anxiously. Just one of them was enough trouble already. A pair of hands holding weapons followed, along with a voice, Sword God Unification. After that sound, his teammates rushed forward one by one to block them. Park Gurium turned toward him and shouted, Manager Udamdiok, leave these guys to us. While we buy time, go face Charles. Udamdiok immediately rejected the idea. No, it's too much for you alone. We have to work together too. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. A voice came through. Go quickly. You idiot. Elia appeared before him and said, Isn't this exactly what priests are for? Udamdiok was very surprised as she stepped forward. Elia. She smiled slightly to reassure him. Those guys are just weakened copies of the originals. Buying time for a bit is no problem at all. We even have Charles's former henchwoman here, so what are you worried about? Why are you still hesitating? Go now. Only you can take him down, and only then will we have a chance to live. Udamdiok paused. Elia. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Elia had convinced him. He resolved to duel Charles. All right, I'm counting on all of you. Elia looked up from below and shouted, Go! Give him a blow he'll never forget. Udamdiok's eyes were filled with determination. Lunged forward with all his might, creating a massive gust of wind. The wind gradually enveloped his body. The sword held tightly in his hand began to glow. The system announced, unifying all acquired attributes. Udamdiok rushed forward, facing Charles. Once again, he used the technique, Heavenly Stream Sword. He unleashed the technique, Heaven Breaker. Dozens of blades flew toward him simultaneously. His eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The impact was immense. A flash of light instantly flared in the air. Park Gurium raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying to look up. What was that? Since when did Manager Udamdiok learn such a terrifying skill? Elia added, That's incredible. Did he hit him? Yu So-yoon froze as she watched the scene. She realized something was wrong. No, that's not it. She spoke hesitantly. Those blades that pierced Charles were immediately being swallowed up by his power. Charles grew increasingly triumphant. It's useless. Realize that all your struggles are meaningless before me. Udamdiok was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. In a panic, he quickly turned back and shouted, Danger! Everyone, get away! Before he could finish, fragments of stone and gravel grazed his face. Simultaneously, the ground cracked and shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. The others collapsed from the sudden impact. Damn it! The fragments of earth and stone were gradually being pulverized. So-yoon held Gaia tightly in her arms. Powerful force surged toward her, making her cry out in distress. Gaia was snatched away from Yu So-yoon by Charles. His voice rang out, At last! Charles gradually brought her before him. Now, come with me, Gaia. He quickly began to swallow her up. Gaia screamed in pain. No! Please don't! Yu So-yoon watched the scene helplessly, unable to believe her eyes. It can't be, she said in despair. Without all 12 priests, we can't face Charles. As expected, we can't rely on luck like this. Yu So-yoon collapsed in powerlessness. Now, everything is over. Udamdiok leaned on his sword, standing on a cliff that was gradually fracturing. He clutched the object in his hand and spoke. Thank you for all your hard work during this time, Bexiol. He looked at it gently. Thanks to you, I've made it this far. Bexiol thought silently. Willpower. Udamdiok slowly stood up. From now on, leave it to me. Tried to hold him back. A figure leaped over the rubble. So-Yoon. So-Yoon quickly rushed to his side and shouted, Udamdiok. She asked in confusion, Wait, what are you thinking? You. Udamdiok replied calmly, I'm going to Charles. His eyes were full of determination. He looked at Charles and whispered, I'll use my power to absorb him. It's the only way left. So-Yoon. So-Yoon asked in shock, What? He turned to look at her with a smile. Goodbye, you So-Yoon. Please take good care of everyone. He walked toward Charles. She screamed, No, Udamdiok. He tried to rush toward Charles. Quickly, Udamdiok stood face to face with Charles. The system appeared again.
No talent activated.
He reached out toward him. He began to absorb Charles. Charles looked at him with contempt. How ridiculous. My power isn't something someone like you can bear. Gradually, it began to take over his body. Now, stop resisting and merge with me. Udamdiok sneered. How would you know if I don't try? He clenched his absorbing hand. There's only one thing I've finally understood. Udamdiok shouted firmly. The reason I was born with the no-talent ability was for this very moment. A brilliant light seemed to swallow him.
Explosion roarde.
The ground shook and cracked further. Udamdiok woke up in a daze, confused. He looked around, not understanding what was happening. He clutched his head, which throbbed painfully. He muttered, Ugh. Where is this? A woman with long hair and sharp horns had been waiting for him. You're finally awake. The woman slowly turned her head, her face terrifyingly dark. I've been waiting for you. He suddenly realized and asked, Are you, Charles? He mocked Udamdiok. How foolish. I have no intention of killing you. No, it's more like I can't. He listened to Charles's words in shock. Now our powers are eroding each other. It's as if our souls are bound to the same body. Udamdiok couldn't remember anything. He wondered, what on earth is? Just then, a woman covered in long platinum hair emerged from a black hole and shouted, My child, now is the chance. If you sacrifice yourself, the world will return to the way it was. He stood frozen for a long time. She urged him, Hurry, to protect the world. Defeat Charles. Hurry. Udamdiok observed her for a long time. Thinking carefully, he remembered the name. Gaia. Charles showed clear disgust. He glanced at the woman and judged her. Tisk. Mad woman. He raised his hand to do something. In an instant, she was wrapped in dark energy and cried out in pain. Udamdiok, standing nearby, was also startled. He rushed forward to stop him. Stop. He coldly raised his hand, prepared to attack. If you want to commit suicide, then kill me. I won't stop you. Charles's sudden words made him stop. But before that, let me tell you why Pandora called me to this world. This is the truth. Black energy enveloped him. Udamdiok was still full of disbelief. Returning to the past, he was walking toward Gaia. Gaia, what are you doing here? Do you know what you're touching? She replied nonchalantly. Of course I know. I'm adjusting the laws of the world to create a world more suitable for us. I will create a system. Gaia continued gently. From now on, all gods must go through this system to buy powers I've crafted. The children who taste this power will be captivated by it. Then, to gain more power, they will crave and live unable to exist without the system. Hearing Gaia's thoughts, Charles asked in disbelief, Isn't that? Seeing her about to change the world's laws, he hurried to stop her. Isn't that like raising livestock? Stop right now. Life is inherently unpredictable. You must know they won't follow our will. Gaia ignored his interference and asked, What if they believe it's their own will? She touched the system to change it and stated, The system will become the control device to do that. If we, the creators, disappear from the surface, then the gods. They will be obsessed with the forbidden fruit called power and happily enter the cage named the system. In her words, a person holding a sphere containing humans appeared proudly. And then, for fame, they will turn themselves into beings like me to control humanity. That way, we can prevent chaos from the start. She explained, That is the only favor a creator like me can grant to creation. Charles replied strongly with a firm voice. That's just nonsense, Gaia. Do you think I don't realize your plot to make them dependent on you? He rushed quickly toward her. Charles wanted to stop her. Gaia remained cold, indifferent to Charles's words. He roared, Aren't you just afraid of being forgotten forever? She admitted without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Her hand gently touched a mysterious box. She coldly threw the box toward Charles. So, don't stop me. He looked in shock at the glowing box before him. He recognized it. The sealing coffin. But it was too late. Charles was pulled inside by the box's terrifying power. Gah! Charles screamed in fear at Gaia. Gaia, stop! He kept shouting. Your way is a mistake. Doing this won't achieve what you want. She only coldly uttered one word to him.
No.
Will be remembered forever. Definitely. Udamdiok's eyes widened in surprise at his account of the truth. He felt dizzy and touched his head in disbelief. What is this? Charles replied seriously. This is the truth that Gaia has hidden. He slowly turned his back to him. After that, you know well, the result was that we failed. Sadness filled Charles's eyes. He said, to prevent me from handling the whole situation when released, Gaia split the world, which was once a unified whole, into countless different dimensions. From his hand, he created a dark purple form for Udamdiok to see. And to regain my control in those split dimensions, I created what's called the Chaos Gate. Udamdiok stood frozen after hearing everything Charles told him. His hand unconsciously clenched into a fist as he thought angrily. So that's what Pandora's words meant back then? Just for a trivial power struggle like that, so many lives had to be sacrificed. Gaia spoke again, not wanting him to be persuaded. My child, why are you still hesitating? He remained silent, ignoring her constant urging. Regardless of the reason, Charles has still extinguished countless lives. She awkwardly justified herself. My child, believe me, I'm not like them. I'm not controlling you. I'm protecting you. He still stood there in silence. Gaia kept saying, just entrust everything to me as you have before. Thanks to your noble sacrifice, everything will return to its proper place. That is your fate. Udamdiok raised his hand to observe the black energy similar to Charles's and asked him, if I'm now in a merged state with you, Charles, then the feeling of countless dimensions seeping into me, it's all real, right? He replied dissatisfied. Yes, I've swallowed every dimension, so the world is now composed of you and me. He raised his hand once more to feel the power existing within him. Is that so? Udamdiok made his power burst forth so strongly that Charles couldn't predict it. He looked at him in shock. What are you planning to do? He created a sphere himself and spoke softly. I will reshape this world so that those who call themselves gods can no longer interfere. She was stunned and tried to dissuade him. Stop, my child. This is a mad act. Gaia's eyes became fearful as she warned incessantly. Humanity's life has always been maintained under strict management. You don't understand. Civilization, development, peace. All can only exist thanks to the god's fence. Udamdiok smirked slightly. I don't need any kind of fence. He smiled more happily and confidently than ever. Even without those things, I'm sure humans can do it. I believe in humanity's potential. Having said that, Udamdiok used his power to break the different dimensions. Light flashed, and Gaia and Charles were no longer seen. He himself was floating in that dimension. He still couldn't believe what had just happened. His eyes seemed a bit complicated. Udamdiok gently closed his eyes. He was gradually disappearing from the dimension. Scene from the past appeared again. A voice echoed in his ear. The once familiar face was now gradually fading. Kill, that person said. Kill. So-yoon. So-yoon opened her eyes. A tear still lingered at the corner of her eye. She was silent for a moment. So-yoon reached out to wipe away the tear and said, it's that dream again. Bexiol, on her lap, looked up carefully. She quickly apologized. Ah, sorry, Bexiol. I woke you up. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and called out, Sister. Sarone, standing behind her, showed clear worry. You had that strange dream again, didn't you? You looked tired, so I didn't wake you, but I should have. So-yoon calmed her down. Ah, it's okay. She held a bag of things in her hand and said seriously, what do you mean it's okay? Have you been sleeping well lately? You aren't overworking yourself, are you? Are you eating properly? She closed her eyes helplessly and replied, why are you acting like my mother? I'm sleeping well and eating properly, so don't worry. So-yoon quickly changed the subject. By the way, that smells great. Is it coffee? She replied, you're changing the subject again, sister. So-yoon held the coffee cup tightly in her hand, thinking, actually, I'm very curious too. I don't know why I keep having the same dream. She bit the straw and thought distantly, why do I feel like I miss a man in my dream when I don't even know who he is? Suddenly, the loudspeaker broadcasted a sound. Attention! A gate has been confirmed to appear near Uedo Park. Residents near this area, please evacuate quickly. Hunters, near the scene, please head there immediately. Saron turned back worriedly. Repeat it again. I repeat. Currently. She turned to call So-yoon. Sister. She replied. Yeah, let's go. Dozens of helicopters appeared in the sky. Below, the defeated monsters lay flat on the ground. Saron bowed her head along with a soldier to encourage them. Good work. Leo, standing nearby, said. You got here fast. So-yoon walked closer and asked him, Leo, where are the others? Leo replied, Etten and Bao haven't arrived yet, but everyone else is. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Whoa, look at this state. Gurion looked at Elia's appearance and couldn't stop laughing. You said you'd study seriously, but oh my god, really? She clenched her fist angrily and shouted. Damn it! Shut your mouth. He turned to So-yoon's group and said, Hey, come look at this girl. It's hilarious. Saron replied helplessly with her hands on her hips. Why are you teasing her when she's trying to study? It's cute. Elia's face darkened as she snapped irritably. Hey, do you really want to die? Gurion didn't give up and continued to tease Elia. You have a knack for it? Just keep it that way. She couldn't take it anymore, lost her patience, and kicked Gurion's leg. At the same time, she shouted, I told you to stop, you jerk. Saron looked at the scene before her and sighed helplessly. Sigh. I knew this would happen. A line of thought crept into So-yoon's mind. It's strange, but from the first time we met, we got along well. Her thoughts continued to flow. We naturally became teammates, and then we went everywhere together. A large foot stepped forward, the two of them still arguing incessantly. School violence committee, damn it. Committee my foot. You're always skipping school and making excuses. That person's voice rang out to stop them. Both of you, stop it right now. Etten separated the two of them and said, You're too relaxed in front of a gate. I don't know when you'll ever grow up. So-yoon thought. Sometimes, even though it's a very ordinary scene like any other day, I feel a strange familiarity that's frightening. The argument didn't end. Elia shouted irritably, Hey, let me go, Etten. That thing needs to be hit more to wake up. Gurion also didn't back down and shouted back, You crazy girl. That true face of yours should be shown to the wolves. Pharaoh Bao, standing behind, held his collar helplessly and said, They start trouble as soon as they see each other. Saron heard his voice and turned to reply, You're here. So-yoon's thoughts continued to drift. It's as if I'm waiting for someone who doesn't even exist. Pharaoh Bao asked her, It seems you arrived with Etten? Saron also replied, We just ran into each other on the way here. So-yoon patted her cheeks to wake herself up. I'm thinking too much again today, she thought. Anyway, for now, I should focus on closing the gate first. So-yoon looked at the gate before her and said, Everyone, get ready to enter. The atmosphere inside was extremely gloomy.
Charles' voice rang out, D.
His face was terrifying as he said, Very good. Kill it. Pharaoh Bao, Leo, and Gurion flew forward. She gave orders from behind. Just follow the plan. They attacked Charles simultaneously, giving him no time to react. At this moment, Saron rushed forward while releasing her power and said, Eat this! He didn't have time to react and screamed in pain. While the monster was weak, So-yoon quickly jumped onto him. She scanned with her eyes and said, Found it. Quickly, she took another step. So-yoon rushed before his sharp teeth. The core of the gate. Charles opened his eyes wide as if giving an order. Kill me. Her eyes swept over him briefly. The core was quickly destroyed. So-yoon completely defeated him. Gurion saw it and praised her. That's a clean skill. It's always a sight to behold. Etten turned to look at the gate and announced to everyone, Everyone, gather toward me. The gate is about to collapse. They quickly jumped onto his large hand and held on tight. Escaping safely was the final part of the plan. Suddenly, Saron noticed something. She leaned down. He called down to So-yoon, who was staring blankly at her hands. Sister, aren't you coming? She looked at her hands and replied, I need to confirm something. Her steps leaped forward. So-yoon ordered Etten. Etten, as the captain, I order you to lead the youngsters out first. I'll be right there. He quickly replied, Yes, confirmed. They said loudly, What? Etten, wait. He immediately disagreed. I can't rest during a mission. The captain's order is the top priority. He stood up to leave as someone shouted, Hey, wait! So-yoon ran forward. Her tears fell continuously. She wondered, why? Her hands clenched. Why did I forget that? Memories of the past appeared once again. Yoon held their hands tightly. Petal appeared in her hand. Someone softly called her name. So Yoon. The person's face became clear immediately. You Damdiok called her. So Yoon. So Yoon looked at her hands, tears flowing continuously. She ran toward Charles as that voice spoke. The fact that someone remembers you, that alone is enough for gods to continue existing. Humans are no different, for they are those who leave memories behind and depart. That is all. A hand lifted the petal. The miraculous reincarnation petal blooms for such people. The final gift I leave behind. Please continue to bind your destinies. The white-haired girl closed her eyes and said, These children are human but were once gods. Though I can no longer watch over you. Her steps slowly came to a halt. So, Yoon looked at Charles and called out, You Damdiok! He screamed, Kill me! The fierce monster roared loudly. There will be no more foreign objects interfering with this world. Only when everyone else is destroyed will order be restored. Her face was covered in tears as she asked him, So that was why? Is that why you sent me signals through my dreams? So Yoon continued, How could I ever let go of your hand? He reached out to touch you Damdiok. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry, from now on, I won't leave you alone anymore. Her palm touched him and small lights flickered. So, don't leave me behind either. The light grew brighter. Suddenly a hand reached out from the monster's body. So Yoon immediately rushed forward and embraced him. Deeply moved, she said, I missed you so much. You Damdiok called out in surprise. So Yoon welcomed him. Welcome back, you Damdiok. He returned her embrace and replied to her welcome. Yeah, I'm back.